India. We don't see these players as much from that region, but he's here to show us all. Reminder that the last 2 world champions have been from the APAC region, so I have high expectations here. And then second, we have Pokémon, top 3 at 3 international championships in a row, and second place at the last World Championships. Pokémon is the kind of player that can say, I am here only for first place. If you know, he might actually have said something like that. And you know what? He is the kind of player that can do that. And then the third player that we have here, Nighttime Clasher, the last LEIC champion. The LEIC was also played in a special format for Pokemon Go. Usually at the regional championships, we played this in the Open Grade League, but now we have restricted formats. And Nighttime Clasher, the thing about Nighttime Clasher is he's from North America. He doesn't win championships there, he wins them out of region. And that makes him extra scary for the Europe International Championship.
I mean, listen, sometimes it's all about that growth mindset, and also when your back is against a wall in unfamiliar territory, right? But what do they like feed you guys on the Go side? I feel like all of you, especially yourself, champion, it's like you all are winners.
They just feed us passion. Passion for the game. That's why we love to yap about it. We also like to play it.
Joe, give it to me. TCG.
Well, we're deep into the Phantasmal Flames format, which means every competitor out there at this point has had hundreds of hours of testing with their specific deck as well as within this format. So if players who can get those tweaks correct this weekend are going to have the best profit. So I've picked out a few players here, some great players to watch within the entire globe, actually. Starting off with, who could forget Tord Reklev? I mean, this player has freakish results, 5-time international winner, but at EUIC it's extra special. He's got 2 wins here in this very hall, and his worst ever result at the EUIC, since it began, by the way, was top 32. So he is absolutely absurd and is always a player to watch no matter what, but finds the EUIC extra special. Moving on to Ryuki Okada, the defending champion that we have right now. What's so interesting about Ryuki is that every regional win and international win that he's had over the last couple of seasons, it's all been with different archetypes. So he seems to be a player that can really turn his hand to anything if he can get that metagame call right. And I think that's so interesting for this weekend specifically, because we've so much time, a narrative forming around the top 4 decks in the game, and whenever you see that metagame narrow, it's players like Ryuki who can cash in and capitalize with some really interesting picks. And Brent Tonneson, probably the strongest player yet to win an international championships. He's got 6 regional wins under his belt. He's coming off from last week getting a top 4 in Sydney, so he is really hungry to get that victory under his belt. He was also playing the Gardevoir archetype, which he's won 2 regionals previously with. I have to bet that he's going to be playing that this weekend, and that always gives him a great chance for the competition.
That's always exciting to have a player who's right there, winning a lot, but still doesn't have that championship yet, and they could get it this weekend. Really exciting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he's come so close. He's had finals, he's had multiple top cuts at internationals, and he seems to be knocking on that door constantly. It's only a matter of time.
Amazing. I want to talk a little bit about Pokemon Unite here. We have such an exciting format this weekend. We have map rotation in our game. We've got 3 big bosses in the center right now. We've got Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre, and the teams are going to cycle through these maps throughout this event, which I think is really cool, very different for a lot of our competition. But we have some incredible teams to watch here. Taking a look from North America, we have Dignitas, Root Dig, Ender up on the screen right there. This team is incredible. They are undefeated in our region right now. They are region maxing, absolutely spiking cortisol from every team that they run into. An incredible squad. Then right next to them, we have Peru Unite, your world champions. They are amazing, frame mogging everyone out there right now. And they are not undefeated in their, this is normal talk. Everyone speaks like this now.
Are you sure?
Everyone talks like this now. They are incredible. They are the world champs, but they are not undefeated. They're an extremely difficult competition there in LATAM, but they do so well here at EUIC. They won it 1 year, second another year. They're a great team to watch. And then, of course, we have the home region heroes in BH3 Esport, an incredible squad. Yeah, they're loving them here in the front row. They're absolutely European maxing right now, and I think a lot of these teams are poised to win this whole thing. These are 3 great ones to watch, but we have so many good squads. We have evil geniuses here. We have teams from all over our regions that we cover, so I am very excited to see how this weekend plays out. I know that the map rotation, all of our teams working on their drafting is going to be extremely important. I mean, if you don't deep lock in and you don't draft max, you will spike the cortisol and you will lose these games, guaranteed.
Okay, it took me the 4th time that you made up a word involving maxing that I realized that you were playing an or maxing. So like, I've got it. I'm hip with the kids too.
Yeah, your ascension rank is extremely high right now. No question about it. No question about it. We've got some incredible drops for our games that we want to talk about. Just for watching, you are going to be rewarded. So let's get into that. VGC, I know you have some exciting stuff coming up.
So excited about this one because we are giving away Hisuian Typhlosion from Yuma Kinagawa's winning team from LAIC. So please use the code EUIC26 HEATWAVE. Make sure you get a copy of this Pokemon in your game. I love that we get a chance to highlight our international and world champions every single season by distributing one of the Pokemon that they use to be able to get themselves that international champion. And it comes in fully teched out with the item, the move set, the Terra type that trainer actually used. So it's battle ready and ready for you to use.
Amazing. What do we got going on with Go?
Yeah, for Pokemon Go, if you watch 30 minutes on the Pokemon Go channel, you get many items. Amongst them is an Elite Charge Gem, a pretty rare item that you can use on your Pokemon to get a legacy attack. But you won't need this for this Dugong, inspired by the win of Nighttime Clasher at the LAIC. This Dugong comes with the Charge Stack Isuit. You don't want to miss out on that. This is a legacy Charge Stack. You otherwise would need to use that Elite Charge Gem. You don't need to do that now. And this Pokemon has been a staple in PvP for a long time, and it will be for a much longer time as well.
Amazing. And I know you've got some great stuff for TCG. Honestly, I'm pretty envious. These are some incredible drops.
We're absolutely spoiled if you're going to be watching the TCG. There's so many reasons to already, but straight away you can pick up some Ascended Heroes boosters as well using EYC 26 Ascended Heroes. This is the new set just on the horizon where there's a lot of different cards coming out. Some really interesting Mega Evolution Pokemon, as well as that Pokepad, my favorite trainer that's going to be really taking over the game over the next couple of years, honestly. So get yourself on the ladder, get testing that new format straight away. Make sure you start picking up some Ascended Heroes boosters. That's the first one on the list, but I've got plenty more for you to get your hands on as well. You can also start improving your looks. You can get your jacket on, you can get your new deck box, your new sleeves, your coin. You can kit it out with the fantastic Mega Charizard X. Amazing flex for your accounts. Watch and earn those Twitch drops throughout the entire stream, and you're going to be treated really nicely. And then my personal 2 picks for this tournament are going to be this End Zoroark EX and the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. I think they're kind of on the fringes right now. They're not going to be the most popular picks in the room, but I think they have really good metagame placement. So these are ones to watch this weekend, but they also vastly improve in the Ascended Heroes metagame as well because of those new inclusions. The Grimmsnarl archetype gains an extra 10 hit points on a Snow Run, which is great. The End Zoroark gains an End's Zekrom that can attack with as well. So if you get those cards, get those special illustration rares, which look so good, they're also going to put you in good stead for next format.
Amazing. And just for watching Pokemon Unite over on the Pokemon Unite Twitch, we've got some great rewards for you. A platinum emblem for watching on our Twitch. And we have a sticker. If you enter the code EUIC2026, you will get this right now. You can throw that up on your trainer card and let everyone know that you are watching here live. I guess technically you can do that right away and you don't have to be watching live, but still, you should be watching live. I think it's pretty dang important. I know soon this show is going to kick off, and I cannot wait for people to see it because it's pretty hype. Before we do that, I want to talk real quick about maybe what you guys are most excited about this weekend. I know for me, they've got Pokopia out there on the floor that I really want to play. I've been trying to get to it, so that's like up there for me as #1. What about you, Necro?
Oh, it'd be so nice to be able to check out that demo, but there's so much else to do inside the hall. There's a pin trading place that you can go, collect new ones. Like, I love how blinged out all of you are. I think I maybe missed the memo personally. So maybe I've got to hit up the pin trading and get a couple of things there, make sure that I can be just as swanky. But I think outside of that, for VGC in particular, this is a format that we have played quite a bit now. And I think a lot of people are looking and hoping to see what is going to be the next innovation that we can actually make to just kind of spice it up a little bit. So I think we will get a chance to see something something like that this weekend. And Joe, I kind of expect that you're kind of feeling the same way about your format.
I feel like innovation is the key word that I'm really latching onto this weekend as well, because whenever there seems to be a narrative forming and it feels like the hive mind is all sort of in agreement with one thing, that's when you can completely pivot, turn a direction, turn a lot of heads, and surprise a field. And with thousands of players out there, with the majority of the metagame going to be playing just one of these 4 decks, I feel like that's a great time for you to innovate with your own deck choice, whether it's tech inclusions to gain an edge where you'd otherwise feel unfavored, or to bring something completely new. That's what I've got my eye out for this weekend in TCG.
Yeah, I feel like for us, I don't think there's as much innovation in our meta that we have this time, because the meta is very condensed. So you're going to see a lot of the same Pokemon, but you'll never know. I would love to be proven wrong, that someone brings something like, and I'm like, huh? What? And they just win it. Imagine.
Honestly, sometimes I feel that way every time I look at your broadcast, because I'm like, whoa, those are Pokemon we don't get a chance to see in the VGC or even in the TCG. I look at Budu being such a prominent Pokemon. I'm like, but it's so cute. How is it so, impactful?
I mean, sometimes it can win games completely on its own. Interesting about Go as well, I know that dragons are really like sort of taking over. That's a theme for this weekend for you, isn't it?
Yeah, dragons are a thing. Unfortunately, my favorite dragon, Giratina, won't be in the format, but there will be a lot of Kingdra. Now, I have a question for you as well, as we are on the topic of those specific Pokemon. Has in any of your games, Charge-a-Bug, has that been a successful Pokemon?
No.
Yeah, it has been.
We've had like a Charge-a-Bug game mode that was very fun, but this is one of my favorite things about talking to each game is at some point you'll go, oh yeah, Psyduck, it's completely broken. Everyone's like, Psyduck? Like, yeah, and Unite, completely broken. And that's really exciting to hear from each game, like what Pokemon shine there. And I think it's really cool that as a franchise, it's not just that Mewtwo is good, even though I think Mewtwo's maybe good all the time, everywhere.
Maybe not so much in VGC anymore.
Amazing. I would love that for us.
It is, because we have some really cool things to enjoy, but hopefully that just makes everyone excited to go check out all the different streams that are happening here at EUIC. There's a lot to be able to take in, and I think especially on Sunday when we get a chance to crown the champions at every single game, it's going to be really amazing. So please tune in.
All right, well, I hope you guys enjoyed this pre-show. We are going to get this thing kicked off here in just 1 second. So for VGC, Go, TCG, and Unite, I cannot wait for this weekend. Get ready for it. Thank you guys very much. Let's get on with the show.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships!
We hope you enjoyed that quick journey back to the games where it all started.
We wouldn't be here today if it weren't for the games that introduced Pokemon battles to the world and led us all to this moment.
So let's hear it one more time for Look Mum No Computer and the Manchester Video Game Orchestra!
And now here we are, almost 30 years later, and still going as strong as ever with over 7,000 competitors here in London.
We've got 3 days of intense battles lined up as our trainers compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizing.
As well as their invitations to the World Championships and Pokemon XP in San Francisco this August.
And of course, the coveted title of EUIC Champion, a title that very few people get to earn. But we've got more than a few trainers here that will be battling it out over the next couple of days as we look to find our finalists.
Where they'll take to the stage on Championship Sunday in order to face their final opponent as we crown our champions.
So let's hear it for the Pokemon trading card game.
Pokemon video game.
Pokemon Go!
And finally, Pokemon Unite! Well, it sounds to me like everybody's fired up.
And ready to go.
So there's one final thing left to say, and that is good luck, trainers!
And let the games begin!
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships. We're back in London, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of EUIC Champion. Two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming continued their epic season-long IC sweep with a decisive victory in London.
To the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they're going to win the AOS Cup.
Hatterman is the reigning European International Champion, and his dominance continued through the 2025 season, finishing 3rd at the North American International Championships and claiming 2nd place at the 2025 World Championships. Look at it go! Give it up for Hatterman! Ryuki Okada demonstrated absolute mastery of the game. His precise decision-making and unwavering composure laid the foundation for an inevitable victory, crowning him last year's international champion.
And now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Longtime VGC legend Wolf Blick barreled through the competition and added an EUIC win to his historic career.
International Championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
Here we go. Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon European International Championships. Let the games begin.
Series. Here we are, live in London at the Excel Center for EUIC. And for Pokemon Unite, that means the AOS Cup. And of course, this is a massive tournament, Doob Snacks, because this is going to award a spot to our World Championships. Hello, everyone. Jake, your resident content cowboy. Yee to the ha. I'm joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Doob Snacks, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. You, me, EUIC, AOS Cup. We're going to crown a champion, but most importantly, we're going to send somebody to the World Championships, and that is really the coveted prize here. Of course, there's dollars on the line, without a doubt, but if you were to ask any one of these teams what the biggest prize to earn this weekend is, they'd say that trip to California.
That's right. Of course, the winner of this, I mean, for seasons now, has been our first team that solidifies that
Correct.
spot to the World Championships. You get a couple early. You get the AOS Cup, then we get ACL, and we know a few of the big dogs that are going to be heading to Worlds. And wow, there are so many amazing teams here. We have so much competition. We have a great match to start with. I cannot wait to start to get into everything. We've had this regional league that we have started this season, and a lot of those teams that you have been watching week after week are here to compete. So I cannot wait to see them live in person. This is where you really get to see if a team is a championship team or not. I think on the big stage with all of that pressure, you see teams rise rise to the occasion, like we just saw the video talking about Luminosity and their incredible run. And then you see some teams that are really amazing in their regional leagues, but unfortunately get a bit deflated up under the big lights.
Yeah, without a doubt. So you just mentioned Luminosity Gaming, of course, and carrying that mantle through our tournament is going to be, and kicking off our tournament, Root Dignitas, which has some of those Luminosity Gaming players on it to help that win streak continue. And I'm speaking specifically about who? Otter, who is on an absolute IC heater and really feels to be the end boss here, not only in Europe, but just an NA end boss as well.
Yeah, I mean, Otter's such an incredible player, and we have so much to get into. I'm glad we're starting here, though. Oh, let's take a look at our participating teams, because these are teams that you are seeing in our regional league, teams that you know. We were just talking about Root Dignitas, of course. We also have the other undefeated giant out of North America, Evil Geniuses here, also from North America, Aftermath, Citadel, Extinction, and of course, we're going to continue going through this, but we have to take a stop here in LATAM for Peru, your world champions.
Yeah, Peru, CACM, who's going to be our first match against Root Dig, and Tuzi Esports, 3 teams that have qualified for the World Championships, but the way the LATAM League is set up, all 3 of those regions are scrapping within one league, making it maybe the strongest regional league we have. And then on the EU side, BH3, Engage, Komai, Los Caducados, Team Peps, and Volticons all sitting in that EU league as well. These are some high-octane squads that are going to be battling it out here at the London Excel Center.
Yeah, I mean, we've got CACM, Root Dig to start us off, the run back from LAIC, which is very exciting. But one thing that you nailed that I think is really important to notice, out of all of our regional leagues, 2 teams are going to walk away with their spots to Worlds. If Peru or CACM or Tuzi were able to win the AOS Cup, that means more LATAM representation at Worlds, and I would love to see that, because that region is so
good.
Dang good.
Last night, you and I were talking specifically about the regional leagues, and I, to be quite blunt, I said, you know what, take some of these invites away from NA and EU and just invite the entire LATAM League, because even a team that's sitting at the bottom of the standings in a LATAM League is most likely crop full of Worlds qualified talent, and that league in and of itself has been amazing to watch.
No question. I mean, that league, you are forged in fire in LATAM. If you walk out of that group, you are without question one of the teams to watch heading to Worlds. Now, taking a look at NA, so much good talent from North America coming to this event. We have to talk about Root Dignitas. They won LAIC. Now they're walking into EUIC. We saw this last season with Luminosity. They swept, you know, the international competitions at LAIC, EUIC, and NAIC. Root Dignitas could do the same thing. And a player that you had mentioned just a moment ago, Otter, he is on Root Dignitas. He has now won LAIC, NAIC, EUIC, right back to LAIC again. He could be, if he wins here, a 5-time in a row champion of international competition.
Yeah, I mean, and that's not only unique in our game, it's unique across all of the different Pokemon titles here. Like I said, Otter truly representing the end boss here. But as we look at the participating teams from the regional leagues, there is a lot of battling to do against some high-quality opponents, and you know, we can talk about NA as much as we want, but EU is going to be defending its home turf as we're taking a look at the rest of the teams that are rounding out our field today.
Yeah, so these are teams that you might not be familiar with yet. Of course, if you've been watching a lot of the grassroots scene, you could see some of these teams. One that sticks out right away, Rush Hour, Brave Birders Sweep. I mean, this is a squad we have watched for years out of North America. I'm excited to see them. Nova Legion is a team I don't know a ton about, but of course, it's great to have more LATAM representation here, such a competitive group. And, you know, we are here in EU, and we have a lot of great EU teams. I know I have heard a lot of talk about Rework Esport Core and Gear, that both of these squads are having a great run in some of our grassroots tournaments. So I'm excited to see what they do here in this tournament.
The team I'm excited to watch, just because of the name, is Pasta Baguette.
It's a great name.
That is, you know what? If you're going to be throwing your hat in the ring and having a good time this weekend, clock yourself up a good team name like Pasta Baguette.
You got to get a Pasta Baguette in there, and I am excited to see them. Of course, all of these squads, even if you're not part of the regional league, whoever wins this is heading to Worlds. A team that is not part of the leagues that didn't win their way into that, they could secure that World Championship spot. Again, selfishly for me, I mean, there are a few storylines I would love to see. One of them, if Peru were to secure their spot right now, or Tuesday CACM, it opens up more teams from LATAM. I think that would be cool. And Peru, by the way, are demons here at EUIC, coming in and winning the first AOS Cup, following that up with a second place the year after that, going against Luminosity, and then, of course, finally taking down Luminosity at Worlds. Like, they are a team to watch without question.
Yeah, to think our world champions right now are on a streak here and trying to get back on track because they're struggling in their regional league. LATAM's so competitive. We're taking a look at our EUIC map rotation. Best of 3. Game 1 is going to kick off in Kyogre. Game 2, the losing team will get to either select their draft side or the map on which we play. Game 3, same thing. But when we get into best of 5, and that's the mode that I like, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, set in stone. And then we get to throw a little bit of action into the mix.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. The best of 5, you are guaranteed to see each one of our end bosses here, each different Thea Sky Ruins. Of course, with our best of 3, it's really going to be up to how these two teams want to proceed. We've noticed a lot in the regional leagues. It's either, it feels like a team has a comfort towards Kyogre or Groudon, but then every once in a while, a team really wants to switch it up. They want that kind of crazier end game with Rayquaza that can have more swings to it, it feels like, and a team will grab that. I think most of the time what you're going to see is teams lean into either their aggressive play style with Groudon or, you know, sort of their comfort with Kyogre, it being our ranked map right now.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's the thing we've seen most often in terms of map selection is switching from Kyogre to Groudon or the other way around. In terms of, like you said, that comfort level. Very rarely is Rayquaza being brought back into the mix. Again, it is the most volatile map we have. So sometimes what you might see, if a team feels like they might be a little bit outclassed, they need to find themselves a way to win, they will select that Rayquaza map and go into kind of full flip mode. So it doesn't really matter how the first 9 minutes went. They're putting all their eggs into that one basket, secure the big green snake, and go ahead and score yourself some points.
Yeah, you know, there's definitely different strategies to it, and there are different strategies as to which Pokemon you pick, right? I mean, if you get a Kyogre buff and you're a Blastoise, I mean, I feel like every time you see something like that, I just think, well, there's no way I'll ever KO this thing. It'll never go down. You know, Groudon, on the other hand, a huge buff to the amount of damage you're doing, but that buff trades pretty fast. You know, if you could just knock out the Cinderace on the other side, you get that real quick, even though they were incredibly powerful there for a moment. So I do think the map is not only going to change some things about just the texture of the game. Of course, there are differences on these maps, but the end fight really does make a difference as to how you might want to draft. That being said, there are so many powerful picks that even if it's not the perfect map for it, you still want your fill in the blanks, your Psyducks, your Mega Charizard Wise. There's still so many powerful picks that you would want on any one of these maps.
I agree completely. You know, you mentioned Psyduck. You and I in our last, the week 2 of the regional leagues, we talked about how we were surprised we weren't seeing more Duck, and the prioritization on Duck seemed off to us. And I still think that remains the case this weekend. I think if you get the Duck on your side, you are already feeling good because you have to think, we're not talking about your ranked ladder solo queue Duck, Kirk Dubé, absolute dog water. We're talking about some of the best players in the world picking up one of the strongest Pokemon in the game. And the fact that it can fill the pseudo tank role and support role and the disruption that it can provide, it's really, these teams are able to execute on just one psychic catch or one surf clip into a wall, and then it just dominoes the game from there. And Psyduck can sit in the pocket for a real long time for a support Pokemon.
That Unite move also,
it's good,
so unbelievably good. You and I, we are talking so much about Psyduck, and I think for good reason. That Pokemon, I feel like if your team has it, if the other team doesn't ban it away from you or steal it away from you in draft, I think they're making a huge mistake because it is so unbelievably good right now. But there are a lot of power Pokemon in this meta that you have to watch out for. It's nice that we have 3 bans, you know, alternating for these squads right now because, wow, just so many big picks where you think, well, we can't give them Mega Gyarados, we can't give them Charizard Y, we can't give them Vaporeon or Psyduck. I mean, just like so many power picks. At some point, you do kind of have to, you know, let them have the lesser evil in your mind as to what they're going to grab. Like, I guess we have to hand over Mega Lucario.
Yeah, and like to think Mega Lucario is like what's making it through here, but that just speaks to the strength of the Pokemon in the roster that we currently have right now. Another Pokemon, though, that I want to highlight and that we got to see really shine is Blaziken.
Yeah.
Despite its nerf on that overheat, which is now hindrance resistance, you'd think it kind of knocks it down a peg, but it itself has been performing insanely well. And I would love to see more of it this weekend because we have some great Blaziken players out there.
Yeah, Blaziken, I mean, there are a few things that can stop Blaziken's overheat, but it's still tricky. I mean, in the heat of a big fight, in this moment, so much is happening. You have to be holding on to your Psyduck Psychic, just waiting for that moment where Blaziken starts its overheat so that you can pull it out. If you could make that happen, if you are at that level, what a play. I mean, a game-making play. But at this point, it feels like it's a really tough putt for a lot of these teams. It's just so difficult to make something like that happen that Blaziken is still crushing it. I'm not surprised. The thing is just so dang incredible. But we were wondering if the nerfs to Blaziken were going to kind of knock it down a peg or two. It doesn't seem like it, especially from some of the international competition I've seen. Like, this thing is still brutal.
I mean, I think it did get knocked down a peg. Not literally, but in people's minds. They're like, oh, well, that was such an important part of what Blaziken did that it's not even worth touching anymore. And few teams or the few individuals that have like, well, let's just go back into the well and see how good this thing still is. It's still crazy.
Yeah.
How about the defenders in our roster right now? I feel like we have so many of them. Actually, you know what? Well, defenders, background's green, and we have green on the screen, so talk about it.
Hey, take a look at this. We do have some Do-Re-Mi up on our screen right now. Not only does first place get that world spot, they also get the lion's share of our prize pool here at EUIC. Of course, a lot of these other squads that are going to be finishing out our tournament are getting a lot of money here just for competing, which is pretty incredible. But yeah, that first place spot, the most cash, and your spots to Worlds. This is what you are playing for this weekend. Of course, even if you win this, it's focused, not finished. You know, the grand finale is Worlds in, I was about to say Anaheim, because that's where we were last year, but it's Worlds in San Francisco this year, which is going to be pretty amazing. If it's anything like the incredible arena vibes that we had in Anaheim, it is going to be an epic showdown.
That goes without saying. It's going to be so much fun there in San Francisco with like the Pokemon Expo type action that they're going to be doing as well, making it a big city-wide event. So not only is it worth going as a competitor, it's just worth going. If you like Pokemon, that is where you need to be.
Yeah, and all of these live events, these international competitions that we get to go to are so unbelievably exciting. You know, they start with this incredible music set, then it's right into, you know, these two chuckleheads talking for a little while. But there's a lot of cool stuff going on here as well.
It's ebbs and flows.
It's ebbs and flows. It can't be all highs, guys. At some point, they have to bring us in like, all right, enough of this.
And
we go back to something else that's a little more exciting. Well, what is the most exciting, of course, is our match that we have coming up.
Correct.
Great one to start with. Root Dig, CACM. They are facing off in their group. I don't know if we have our graphics for our groups, but those would be interesting to talk about as well because we have some pretty exciting groups here. Hey, come on now.
Production team is on the button.
Wow, they are good today. That means we're going to be the bad ones finally. Group A. Finally. Group A, we just talked about it. Root Dig, CACM, they're going to be going at it. But take a look at this group. Scary one. I mean, I think in a lot of these groups, people would be able to pick out a couple of the big teams, right? But right there in Group A, you've got Citadel. So depending on how this match goes with CACM and Root, the next game between Citadel and whatever team lost this is going to be extremely important. But there are two other squads here that are some big question marks, right? Planet JJ's, Nova Legion. I'm not sure how these squads are going to square up against some of these big teams, but if they take a big game off of some of them, now all of a sudden, you know, a team like Root, CACM, Citadel are not walking out of groups, which is wild. Let's talk about Group B.
Group B, we have Evil Geniuses 2Z Esports, which is probably where everybody's, eyes snap to.
If they don't snap the pasta baguette,
that's where my eyes go. That's where my eyes go. That's why I already mentioned them. And of course, Aftermath Esports, another League NA team that's looking, they have been improving over the first 2 weeks of that league, struggling a little bit in the win column, but are making strides to improve. What a proving ground it is here at EUIC for them. Group C, we have a lot of VU teams scrapping it out, of course, from our league, BH3 Esport, who is just running the table over there, and Volticons Unite looking to shake things up. Group D, Komai also doing very well in their regional league. Peru Unite are world champions, and Tiki Taka and Ursaf.
Yeah, when you're taking a look at Group C right there, I mean, BH3 is the top dog in EU right now, currently undefeated in their regionals. And the question is, can they do that up here on the big stage? Can they do that live? Because it is different. We've seen great teams play in these regional leagues, in some of the regional tournaments, but when they show up to some of the bigger events, things change. There are players that are looked at as kind of a land demon, someone who's incredible when we're here under all of this pressure with very low ping, and they're playing out of their minds in some of these Pokemon. We'll see if our regional teams, if their prowess translates to the live stage. I wouldn't be shocked for a lot of them because they've been under this kind of pressure before. Right. Take a look at Group B there. Evil Geniuses, also undefeated in NA, had a really rocky LAIC. Horrible. Getting sent home in groups, but I mean, this has a two-time world champion on the team in Kyrios, and what a squad. I mean, Evil Geniuses looks so unbelievably good right now. There also is a reality where we see Root Dig and EG meet each other at some point in this tournament. The two undefeated NA teams actually squaring off right here live, which would be incredible.
Let's flip the page here and look at the rest of our groups. Bang! Team Peps and Extinction. Extinction, kind of NA nemesis in the days of yore. This is kind of a contested stage too. You said you've been hearing a lot of good stuff from Rework Esport Core, and Rush Hour is a team, formerly Brave Birders.
Brave Birders sweep!
Where you just have like Colin Tang just coming in and has monster games. So this is a pretty volatile group in my opinion, and it may be a little bit more difficult to pin down than some of our other ones.
I totally agree with you. I think Group E is a wild, scary group. Like, just incredible squads here. Peps, Extinction. Extinction's a weird squad because on paper this thing is so good, but in our regional league they have been struggling more than you would expect. And then I've just heard such good things about Rework Esport. Rush Hour is a team that has been here for so long, and they have many times been in a situation like this and performed extremely well. Super scary Group E. And then, of course, Group F, all EU all day. We've got Los Caducados, Engage, another of the Rework Esport teams. This is Rework Esport Gear, and MTZ Esports. So I think with a lot of these squads, there are the assumed teams walking out in first and second, but man, so much can change. And this matchup on stage with Root Dig and CACM, if Root Dig, I think, would be expected, especially after winning LAIC. They'd be expected to win. But wow, if they have some tough games against CACM, now all of a sudden they need to run into Citadel, and Citadel's ready to play. Some crazy stuff can happen in our groups. Day one can have some real heartbreaking moments.
Brother, one thing I want to talk about is the LATAM League specifically, because it is comprised of 3 regions: LATAM North, LATAM South, and Brazil. When these teams play against each other in these leagues, they're kind of on galaxy ping.
Yes.
So I'm not trying to just invent excuses for these teams, but there's a reason Peru Unite I expect to see a big level up on stage. That ping differential is gone. They're not going to be playing on bizarre servers depending on their matchup. Same thing with CACM, who is known for playing up in the NA servers because they are LATAM North, and now they're getting drugged to LATAM South and Brazil on these ping. So I think these LATAM teams have a real opportunity to shake the trees and shake things loose from a team like Root Dig that otherwise I would be incredibly confident in their performance.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. LATAM is just such a crazy competitive region with a lot of interesting stuff like that going on. So I am excited to see what that looks like here on the big stage. Let's take a look at what our format is going to be here at EUIC.
Let's dive into the format for Pokémon Unite at the 2026 Pokémon European International Championships. Teams from around the world have entered this momentous event, and they'll be competing for their share of over $500,000 in prizes, an invitation to the World Championships, and the ultimate title of Pokémon Unite EUIC Champions. The competition spans 3 days. Day 1, teams compete in group stages in a best-of-3 round-robin format, with only the top teams remaining. On Day 2, those top teams compete in a single elimination bracket, battling in best-of-3 matches until the semi-finals, which shifts to best-of-5. The final 2 teams will compete in a winner-takes-all best-of-5 series on Championship Sunday. The teams are bringing their all to the stage this weekend. Soon enough, we will find out who claims the trophy and title of EUIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Thank you very much, Relic. You'll notice that in his explainer video, he sounds great. If you watch the regionals, okay, there's an explainer video. Listen, all right, I guess I needed to talk faster, but they basically spent, welcome to the Pokemon Unite regional this is what the regional format is. I guess I should have talked faster.
They literally, like Alvin and the Chipmunks, yeah.
All right, we need to find that. We need to re-record it live, okay?
You know
I'll go quicker. I just didn't know I needed to go quicker.
First off,
thank you.
Second off, do you remember when they had us record the thing and they paired our voices over?
Brother.
And it was egregious, and we have not forgotten, and we have not forgiven. That was awful business.
I want to let you know at home as we get into this story, 2 things. As soon as they're ready on stage, we're going to it. We're not wasting time for this.
Yeah. Well, actually, you know what?
You know what?
We are.
Hold them up, guys.
Production, this is an important bit of lore.
Hold Root Dig. Do not let them play. Thank you. There was a video, all right, at some point, and you might remember, it might come to you in a nightmare sometime.
It sure as heck shows up in mine.
Where they had our voices, they said, why don't you try to record it at the same time? And of course we said, well, that sounds like it's gonna be the worst thing that's ever existed. And they said, no, surely it won't. This sounds like, you know how AI is just not real enough, so it's scary? This is the worst version of that. This is the worst Will Smith eating spaghetti you could possibly have. It is, honestly, I can't believe it exists out there somewhere. And they used it more than once. We immediately said, this is the worst thing I've ever seen.
It made me madder than a hornet because we said, this is not going to work. We recorded it 3 times.
Yes.
They're like, can you do it with this inflection? And we're like, it's not going to be, we will do it because you're asking it. But please do not use this version. And guess what?
They used it. They used it. They love it. They love using that version.
I think they loved it because of how much we hated it.
We immediately hated it. The second we heard it, it was like, is that me? Is that dude? Like, what is it? And it was not good. All right?
It was anti-good.
It was anti-good. But you know what? Sometimes we're a little anti-good, you know, so I'll take a hit on some of the moments. We've been anti-good. We just need an official apology about that video.
Yeah, production, please put our apology on screen. We're going to need that stat.
Thank you so much for that. As we get ready for our match here, I know our players are getting ready up on stage right now. This is a big moment, you know, kicking off the day. Interestingly enough, I've seen a team like Root Dig with members on it, you know, very similar. I remember watching TTV kick off the World Championships in Yokohama with such an electric start, but then the games kind of got away from them. That first match up there, I feel like, is a real pressure cooker, and it's very scary for a lot of these teams because, boy, if your day doesn't start right with Unite, it can get away from you very quickly.
Absolutely. Historically, a team like TTV, back when we were talking about the Ray maps, another thing you and I were discussing, it's like, man, they would just refuse to take the win.
Yes.
I don't think there's a team that is more benefited by Kyogre and Groudon being added than the former members of TTV, who like to just play a controlled, domineering 8-minute game, and when the final boss monster shows up, play cool, controlled, and calculated. Unfortunately, Rayquaza and Zap really threw that in a blender, right? It kind of threw away all your hard work leading up to it in just one misstep. But now, Kyogre and Groudon almost feels like they've slowed things down, and it plays into their strategy. Of course, on top of that, they now have Otter, the IC mutant, that knows how to just lock down a win whenever they need it. On the other side, CACM. This is a team that has qualified for Worlds, that has played against these players specifically a lot. And I'm not just talking about in these LAN tournaments. Like I mentioned, they are often in these NA servers, in the NA Discords, you know, playing 5 stacks against a lot of these teams. So they are very known quantities to each other. And again, I don't think we could have drummed up a better game to really set the tone for the AOS Cup than these two squads.
Oh yeah, you're watching two incredible teams. Your LAIC champion, another squad that did amazing at LAIC, got all the way to Grands, lost 2 digs, so there is that rivalry here. Both of them are going to be heading to ACL to represent our regions, which is really exciting. So you're watching some of the best to start our broadcast day. And I mean, a lot is on the line too.
Yeah.
Man, you really do not want to lose this one if you are either squad, because it puts you in a scary spot moving forward in this group, moving forward against a team like Citadel. There are some question marks that, you know, are thrown at you here when you do lose early on. And if you don't win, boy, you hope you don't go 2-0, because your record in these group stages can matter in a huge way. We've seen tiebreaker situations where what a lot of people would have said is the better team does not move forward because against a squad
of like one game loss or something.
Because of it, they went 0-2 instead of 1-2 in the match that they lost. So it's important to stay competitive in these situations, even if you aren't taking the win. But of course, to start your day with a win, first match out of the day, set the tone for the entire tournament, let everyone know that your squad is here to play. That is what these teams are going to be looking to do.
Without a doubt. And production just got in my ear and said we are not getting that on-screen apology, but they are going to put up some predictions. So let's go to that screen instead.
Ah, weird. They cooked this up pretty fast. The apology somehow not there. Highest encounter rate. What we're talking about here, folks, is not only picks, but also bans. So just how often this Pokemon is a relevant part of a match. Me, you, and Relic are all thinking Charizard Y is going to have a high encounter rate. I think it's going to be banned out a lot, and if not banned out, this thing is just so unbelievably good. Someone's got to snatch it up. Zoinks, on the other hand, picking Vaporeon, which I do think it is pretty dang good.
Yeah, I mean, Vaporeon, maybe not one of the most banned Pokemon, especially when you're comparing it to like Mega Charizard Y, but it is so solid, it'll find its way into almost every game. No slouch of a Pokemon there. Most banned Pokemon, there you go. Now it's Zoinks joining the snacks and spray combination here, and Mr. Relic going with Blastoise.
Yeah, I mean, I get where he's coming from here with the Blastoise. I do think Char Y is one of the most relevant meta threats right now, and just something you don't want to see your opponents have no matter what. A Unite move that isolates a target, slams it down. You know, it's Fire Blast that covers the entire countryside. Fully the most Trogdor we've ever had in our game, and one of the scariest. As we talk about our top win rates right here. Now, this is where it gets a little interesting, Dupe Snacks, because win rate are Pokemon, they have to make it through into some of these games. I know for me and Zoinks, these Pokemon might not make it through all of the time, but when a team gets Mega Gyarados, this thing is still unbelievably good.
Without a doubt. Psyduck, of course, we talked about and how powerful it is, but to just defend my pick a little bit, Eldegoss is a Pokemon that in these regional leagues has surprised me to the nth degree. After week 1, I was like, man, are we still doing this?
Yeah.
And then I jumped in the rank ladder and I played a couple games with Eldegoss. I was like, yeah, this thing slides. Because right now, it's a lot of melee-based Pokemon. You saw Mega Gyarados there. We're talking about Mega Lucario. Of course, you know, Charizard, you know, when it engaged scraps from front. And Eldegoss just has this capacity, not only to do great heals, not only to have a great Unite move, but Jumbo mode
baby.
over the stage.
Here they are. Obviously, you could see them up on stage right now. Root
And then
Dig.
right below us, you have the teams.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah, here we are. You can see us up right now. We're getting ready for it, Doob Snacks. We are heading in to game number 1. This is our draft. As you can see, we have our map selection on screen. All of our matches are going to start Kyogre, but that will change as we move on. The bans, Psyduck, no surprise. There's that Blastoise. We've got Mewtwo Y over to CACM. We're going to see what is able to make it through here. Oh, looks like Charizard Y. No shockers here in these bans.
Not yet. I want to point out, one, Texas's hair, awesome. I got to interview him at LEIC. Great head of lettuce on Texas there.
Agreed.
So want to make sure we're giving credit where credit is due. Vaporeon and Umbreon rounding this thing out.
Yeah, Vaporeon, not surprised. Umbreon is an interesting one. There are so many strong picks, though, and that could be a targeted pick where you're going to take away something powerful from your opponents. Right away, Ender grabs Hoopa, one of the Pokemon he's most known for. I mean, Ender's Hoopa is unbelievable. As we head over to CACM, we're going to see what they want to steal away from the side of Root Dig or what they just want to secure for themselves. Right now, hovering a Snorlax and a Mew, and we'll see if they do decide to lock these in. Got the Mew right there for Don Lux, and yeah, there we go. There's the Snorlax.
Yeah, cutting off 2 great picks from Zug and Otter with that selection there, but that leaves Mimikyu and that Mega Gyarados. Zealot's Mega Gyarados is awesome, and Toon is pretty much solid on anything, and I think Root Dig really likes the position we're in right now as Texas is hovering that LD. And to finish my point, Cotton Spore is just so egregious because it's so tough to time around. That was the point I was trying to get to. They're going with Clefable in this instant, and a Buzzwole, something that's impressed.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about having this Clefable here, I mean, Root Dig is going to need a lot of burst damage if they're going to be able to take them down before Clefable can heal it up. And when you've got something like a Snorlax and Block, that thing is going to be around for a very long time. Final pick over to Dig. We've got the Darkrai Mamoswine. Otter's Darkrai is disgusting. I've never seen, look, Otter's so good on just about everything. I ran into him on ladder playing this. It was a sad state for everyone on the other side. Unbelievable.
We got a Howl, Reggie getting the Gengar. Now, if you're watching
that was Zoinks, by the way, with the Howl.
If you're watching the LATAM regional leagues, a lot of teams are banning Gengar against CACM as a target to Reggie's Gengar specifically. So a Gutter Gengar for CACM at least puts them in a position of comfortability, and they're giving them tools that they are used to using to success. So I think both of these teams have drafted in a way that gives them a good foundation to build on, but most importantly, a good foundation to build their tournament off of.
Yeah, I mean, the Gutter Gengar, it's the GG one way or another, right? We'll see if it's able to make a big impact here in game number 1. There are players that are so good with a Pokemon, even if they're, you know, hovering the meta, people would say, it's okay, it's B tier, it's somewhere in there. But if you are that good on some of these Pokemon, you will happily snatch them up. Like you said, you will happily ban them away from some of these players. We'll see if this Gengar can make an impact here in game 1. A lot of interesting picks between these two squads. And here we go, everybody. Root Dignitas, your purple team. CACM Esports, your orange team. This is game number 1 here at EUIC.
Ender escorting Zealot up to that top path. Again, that Mega Gyarados going to need to evolve and get online as the Magikarp works on its effort gauge. Ender is going to try and harass and magician their way through with that Hoopa. Zealot stepping up. Texas peeling back quickly. And of course, Zugrug on the Mamoswine putting decent pressure on Bernie.
I always like to see which Pokemon they do decide to put that EXP share on and what they're going to try to do here. They're going to allow a lot of the experience to head over to Otter, and you're going to actually have Zugrug peel away from it, so Otter can get as much as possible. That EXP share online. Look at that play by Ender. Very nice Astonish right there. As we could be pushing up, Toon making it to the tall grass, but so is Reggie.
Yeah, Reggie sees exactly where Ender is and kind of does a pseudo engage there to see if they can bait in Toon. But both of these teams playing very cautious.
Yeah, and here they're going to peel back. Obviously, we've got the bird spawning here in just 5 seconds. In some trouble right now. They're going to chase Otter away from this here and see how much of this they can secure. Whereas in the top path, we have a big fight breaking out between these two squads. Don Lux right now able to clear some of this up, and no, they end up peeling back from this fight.
Yeah, Snorlax going to babysit that soon to be Reggie Drago here, getting an inventory of who on Root Dig is going to be on that mission. As Otter, still level 4, would love to get up to level 5, but Donluck's really shutting down the experience that Root's trying to get down here.
Yeah, here we go. They're going to be fighting over this Altaria. In the top path, we do have Mega Gary online. They're going to be pushing them back. Of course, you know, you can brawl a lot with a Gyarados when you have a Clefable behind you, but Zealot is going to be looking for some of this experience, possibly this KO, diving in with the waterfall, but no, not able to make it happen. Reggie now making their way top.
Missing that last little swim, another solid Astonish to cut off Reggie, just letting him know, I know where you're at, there's going to be no tricks here, as we do have the Reggie Drago on the map. Zealot's going to farm up, and we've got some action here as Toon is working on Reggie Drago, and Reggie stepping up. Quick secure, Darkrai taken. Darkrai taken by Darkrai.
Beautiful play right there, right? I mean, you just had the Darkrai move up, hide in the tall grass that whole time, right into the Shadow Claw for the secure. Great rip there and secure by Root Dig. Reggie now at level 7 here. Same thing for the Mimikyu on the other side. We've got some spooky Pokemon looking to make a big play here. Here come the birds, and Zugra could be in some trouble right now, but no. Brilliantly zoned out.
Meanwhile, I mean, you had CACM put all the pressure downstairs. Root Dig has a rotating Darkrai. They're able to get a KO streak of 2 or help Zealot facilitate for that KO streak of 2. As now Otter's going to get a ton of stacks, and you can kind of see them snatching one AOS energy at a time and getting those dunks in.
This is a massive, massive moment for Root Dig. Great plays right here. However, CACM is going to try to take a little bit of their own, just ripping through this Reg Ice. There's that Hex Gengar, able to get it very quickly. Nice secure there for CACM. So yes, they lost quite a bit top, but they were able to get that bottom objective.
Light screen is down. Donluck's going to retreat. It looks like CACM has no interest in going after Root Dig right there. Frank at half HP. Only on Reggie. They're going to see where they go. Straight trick back through. Straight in is the Buzzle. Donluck's getting the secure KO on him.
Wow, I mean, really odd play by Ender right there, I would have to say. I'm not sure even why Hoopa wanted to jump in. I guess you got some information, you can bubble them out a little bit, but they quickly caught them with that Buzzwole. Big KO, and now here we go. CACM looking for this secure right here. I mean, it's getting pretty low. We're going to see if Root can steal it. No, they can't even contest.
Yeah, they elect to just fade back. I mean, it's a tall order with 3 players there. I mean, the way Otter would have to go in is not indicative of securing anyways. So just burn this thing down and try and find value somewhere else as Reggie gets back to the central area to keep leveling up.
Here we go, just ripping through this here. This Gyarados right now, ready to pop off at any moment and become Mega, but of course, they want to find that perfect situation where they get the most value possible out of their Unite move. Leaving that goal zone at 4, pretty nice for Root Dig. By the way, up 76-0 right now. Not a single point for CACM.
Reggie in the deep, deep waters has to pop their Unite move, and they're just going to use that to retreat as they're going to grab some berries and skate away. Zealot's going to try and get this big over with the 40 banger. Reggie's going to cut that off, go straight for the engage, and that forces out the Gyarados Unite move. They're going to catch Frank. Not a ton of damage, and really Zealot was just using that to survive, I think.
Yeah, it looks like Gengar and the Mega Gyarados both just kind of using their Unite for some self-preservation right there, which is not really where you want to be with some of your powerful carry Pokemon, but you're not too stressed if you're Dig right now, right? I mean, you're up by quite a bit on the scoreboard, and it looks like the fights are mostly going your way, but every time CACM is alone with an objective for even a moment, Gengar is able to rip through it. Meanwhile, on the top path, looks like we're fighting on that goal zone. However, Zealot able to push them back, take the KO.
Yeah, Zugrug actually bases right there and runs back into path as Texas is going to get 24 points and finally get them on the board. Donluck's from a long range. We have the block down as well. Toon is seeing an opportunity. Rings unbound, which means Hoopa's pulling everybody through. Otter stays up top to put the pressure there, and they're going to start working on this Regis steal. Bernie can't even move in. Neither can Donluck's. They have to fade back as Regis steal goes to Root Dig, and now the pressure is on CACM to play some defense.
Yeah, CACM's going to need to try to stop them right here, but I mean, look at Root Dignitas just moving forward. We've got Unite moves on a few members here. Here comes Reggie, possibly trying to stop this, looking for their moment, hitting the Sludge Bomb, but jumping forward, and Gyarados actually peels away from that. They don't get to catch it with the Hex.
Now, I mean, we just have the stampede there out of the Mammoth Swine, and they're going to get that shield and run away. Zugrug is going to preserve their life for now. Reggie is moving in. Bernie heavy slams. The engagement is there. Forces out the Gyarados Unite again. They're going to right on top of Reggie. Solar Beam coverage. Reggie's at half HP. Big boosted auto. Heavy slam by Bernie to get out of dodge. Zealot can't find anybody to work on. Otter scoring points up top. Frank steps back up for that action. Ender misses with the Phantom Force. Thor back into the action here, as that's a big Buzzwole Unite Swole slam. Mammoth Swine goes down. Don Lux takes Zealot, and now CACM is all over this pad after a monster team fight.
What a fight from CACM, and you saw, I mean, just moving in and out of the fight, constantly moving back to Texas on that Clefable, making sure that every time they engaged, they had so much HP that they just could not get bursted down by Root Dig, and then finally wearing them down on that goal zone. Beautiful stuff. CACM right back in this game in a massive way. 163-97. 3 minutes on the clock, which means a minute until Kyogre hits the map. And right now, things are looking great for CACM.
Oh, Frank knew exactly where Otter was. Otter gets into the Dark Pulse here. Ton of damage onto Don and Reggie. Solar Beam again. Pot Shot Fire coverage. Asleep is Texas. Down with the gravity. And they're going to get knocked out. That's easy work for a Darkrai.
Interesting. I mean, we have the Darkrai using a very early Unite move right there. They're going to need to farm that up if they want to have another one, but they are able to secure this objective and then possibly the bottom objective as well. It may not be that relevant for Dignitas to have the Darkrai Unite. They may want these objectives much more. Going for the Regice right now. Easy rip for Zealot and Toon, and this should head over to Root unless someone from should head over unless CACM decides to dive in right there, but that would be, you know, very, very dangerous for them right before Kyogre, which is here in just a moment.
163-97. Bernie susses out, puts the block down. Toon gets for the engage. They're pushing Zealot right now. I mean, that was quick. Another big heavy slammer to the power nap. The rings are unbound. Hoop's trying to pull everybody through. Kyogre's getting absolutely shredded here. Mimikyu Unite on top of Donlux. Kyogre's low, and it's taken. It's taken. It's taken by Reggie. Of all players, they just stepped in, went straight for the objective.
Yeah, they absolutely ripped it off the map immediately, taking it away from Dignitas. They were able to score 100 in the top goal. Big plays here by Zugrug. Can we stop the 50 here from the Buzzwole? We've got the Unite move. They're looking for it, but here comes Reggie on the Gengar trying to stop them. They could rip through them right now, but no, Reggie's going to need to peel back. Huge! They could catch this right now, and this buff could go the other way. They do! Giving it over to Ender. 163-197, and this game is not over.
Not over at all. Ender has a big time opportunity to score, carrying that Kyogre buff. The rest of CACM is turtling up. However, they need to go on a mission and get some points in. Root Dig is looking for a push. Zealot sees Bernie. They're trying to burn them down. Solar
mess with you. They were just using Toon as, you know, this scary presence to move around the map. Of course, it shut down Unite moves, and then he was ripping through every objective. So his job was just move through the map, get all the XP, and grab these objectives for Dignitas.
Down a game, CACM, and you know, you're looking at a team that was able to secure Kyogre in the face of one of the strongest NA squads and your LAIC champions here. CACM put together a pretty decent game, and you have to think, how strong is this LATAM League if a team that is 2-4 just performed? Obviously they didn't win, but they, you know, they kept it close with Root Dig, you know, an undefeated squad in NA.
Yeah, I think, you know, NA has a few very bright lights right now, which is kind of the story of North America year in, year out. You know, they have a few teams that are extremely powerful. The story of Latin America this year, once these regions all combined, it's just an absolute free-for-all there. Everyone is amazing. You're not going to run into a bad squad. You've got the world champions that are not undefeated in this region. So, yeah, the LATAM teams, I feel like, in some ways, you're fortunate because you are constantly playing high-level squads. But, yeah, you, you also are running into some high-level squads from NA.
I'll tell you what, it's nice to see players like Zug and Toon smiling on stage for once.
100%.
I feel like normally they're just in a pressure cooker all the time. The focus has to be there. You know, I'm not saying they're not focused, but it's nice to see them with a little bit of signs of life and joy amongst this experience, because I feel like those two put so much pressure on themselves in the years past to perform that they almost feel like they're at home now, and they can be themselves, which is great to see.
Yeah, I think when you see a team smiling, playing loose, even when things aren't going well, it's something I've always noticed about teams that Mazo is on out of Brazil. I feel like there is an energy. You have to play with a degree of a loose, flowing energy to you. You can't be so win. I gotta win right now. You know that you have to be able to. That's when you and I play. We gotta win. We need to win. But I feel like when I see a team that's loose, that's a team that has the upper hand in these matches.
And they certainly have the upper hand in this match here. Up a game. CACM, what do we think about that Gengar?
Honestly, I think it was pretty great, and they know what they're doing with it. They understood the assignment, especially there at the end. So I guess the question really is, do they want to try this strategy again? They had a misstep moving towards that tier 2, right? Like trying to fight Zugrug at that tier 2 was a mistake. They should have just peeled back, maybe let Buzzwole go down there. I guess the problem, of course, that CACM has is one of these Pokemon are going to go down and give up a buff. And then what do we do after that, right? So, well, I mean, it's always easy in hindsight to say, oh, you know, shoulda, coulda, woulda. One thing that I'm sure they were happy about is they did execute their strategy pretty perfectly at Kyogre and take it even with Root Dignitas, you know, directly in their face.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't think you can punch too many holes in what CACM was doing.
No.
I think Donlux's Mew was definitely a bright spot in that game 1 as well. And being able to take that away from a player like Otter is, of course, you know, just a wonderful win as a team from the draft perspective. Man, Root Dig is a tough team to punch holes into.
They're just so hard to beat. I mean, they're so good right now. Coming off of an IC win, you know, I think you feel great. And they're, you know, not only they're prepping to win this, they're prepping to get their world spot, they're prepping to head to ACL, and everything is just all green lights for Dignitas right now. You know, they're completely undefeated in their league. Ooh, look what that camera's doing. I like this. I like the decision here.
Yeah, it's just picture and picture and picture and picture and picture and picture.
Now we're watching the mechanical skill of Otter. Not surprised.
Not surprised. I don't know how Zealot is wearing a hoodie right now. That feels stiflingly hot.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's been chilly here in the EUIC arena here at the Excel Center. But things are heating up without question with these two squads. Hey, that's us. That's us on here. We can point to these people. I can point like this. 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 Groudon is the map that was selected. By the way, we talked about map rotation throughout this tournament. We were just on Kyogre, and it looks like one of these teams has picked Groudon, with Root Dig being the second pick here. I'm guessing they were the ones who selected Groudon. We see the bans now. Of course, we've still got Charizard Y, we've got Vaporeon, Blastoise, Psyduck, but Gengar specifically banned.
And quickly, Texas grabs Hoopa to cut off Ender. So we're seeing part of the strategies develop here, right?
Yeah.
I have this, so you can't play it. Don't worry about banning it. Zugrug grabbing the Crustle, and Zealot on Mega Gyarados completely unsurprised with that pick as well.
Yeah, they were just so dang good on it. But I mean, look at this here on the side of CACM. They have now taken away 2 Pokemon directly from Dignitas in this last game, which I think is, you know, extremely valuable. If they could have grabbed that Mega Gary, maybe that would have been incredible too. But Slowbro, great answer to Gyarados, right? Great answer to a lot of these Megas. Slow Beam, and of course we have Mimikyu's Unite Move Play With Me. Both of them single target shutdown situations where as soon as Gyarados Megas, you're able to hold it in place with a Slow Beam, try to get a KO, hold it in place with Mimikyu, just wear out that time that it is using its Mega. Some pretty strong counters here as Ender picks up the little cotton ball right there with the Eldegoss, something you talked about, you know, pre-tournament here.
Yeah, it's an incredibly solid support Pokemon, one that'll never get banned out, so it's always on the menu for a player like Ender that has played it forever. And Toon grabbing the Decidueye, a Pokemon we've seen quite a bit out of them and EU, the region specifically. Donlux, however, grabbing the Miraidon, putting that cursed item on it, and we have a Ceruledge from Reggie.
Yeah, I love to see the Ceruledge. Ceruledge, it's so interesting. Each region is different. Ceruledge, particularly popular in LATAM. It feels like a lot of the LATAM teams pick this Pokemon up. Decidueye, on the other hand, pretty popular for a time at least in EU, where Toon had been playing for years, right? So it's interesting to see it here. The thing I like about Decidueye in this matchup is it outranges Miraidon perfectly. So as long as you know where those charge beams are coming from, you're able to hit your arrows every single time. Incredible range on Spirit Shackle, and you can hit multiple targets. So the question is, what is CACM going to do? How are they going to push forward into the side of Root Dig and try to get that Decidueye? It could be pretty tough for them as we head here to game number 2, Doomsnacks.
CACM has their backs against the wall here in the group stage, day 1 of EUIC, or should I say the AOS Cup at EUIC. CACM still has to contend with Otter's Darkrai.
Yes, which is really hard to fight, and it's going to be really tricky as we head in here to game number 2. CACM, your purple team. You've got Root Dignitas, your orange team right here. CACM down 1 game to Root Dig. An incredible final moment there in game number 1. Gave Dignitas the win, even though they were not able to secure the final objective. Kyogre, we're now on the Groudon map.
Yep, let's see those face cams swap so the team's
swap them, baby.
Production, go ahead and sort that out.
Swap them.
Ender, a Gossifleur, kind of cutting off a potential invade by Texas on the hoop. We saw them catch the springboard in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and Ender sussed that out very quickly, cut that off. Now, Zugrug, little Google, going to try to evolve very quickly and keep this path in order for Root Dig.
Yeah,
they have a big rotation.
Yeah, multiple members here of Root Dig heading top. We've got Reggie right now finding Otter, Bitterblade moving forward right here, putting them to sleep and peeling back. They would love to give Zealot a KO or assist right now, and Reggie wants one right back the other way.
Yeah, that's dangerous waters, right? You can't give up a knockout to that Magikarp. That effort gauge will just absolutely skyrocket. Root Dig with the over-rotation. Tons of pressure. Here comes Charge Beam Miraidon. Good damage in there as we were playing a Portal Hoopa.
Yeah, if that Miraidon had Charge Beam at level 5 right there, it would have ripped through that entire squad. They were able to get some good damage just on its earlier moves right there too. But 4 members of both squads fighting in the top path. We've got a little bit of a scrap over this Altaria. Every piece of experience here, pretty dang valuable. Zugrug now up at level 5.
Yep, Bernie is going to watch Otter and Zug. Here comes the Charge Beam Miraidon, 5.5, and they are looking to use the big burst, putting in just a hair of damage. damage, and enough to keep Otter and Zugrug on their path.
Yeah, they're going to have to peel back here. Looking to possibly steal this. No, Rock Tomb does not make it happen. 5 seconds now until Reggie Drago in the center of the map. We've got the Saru ledge there, and they can shred that down extremely fast, as well as the Miraidon. This could easily head over to CACM. Yeah, by the time we're here, it's already almost gone, and they do get the secure.
Rock Tomb there from Zugrug, just letting them know that they have their sights on them. Spirit Shackle, long range comes in. Getting a knockout is Texas with Reggie in support. Magician to bury through, and another Spirit Shackle clips the Hoopa, but doesn't get to Shrew Ledge.
Big plays there from Toon, just zoning them out with those Spirit Shackles. As we take a look at our top path right here, Zealot behind on experience, but you know, that's not the most important thing for the Mega Gyarados. They are really looking to evolve, and we already have that for their side. Otter down here on the bottom path, eating a massive charge beam right there.
That's kind of the danger of fighting into a Miraidon, especially on like pre-populated wild Pokemon. You kind of know where the opponent's going to be. As the opponent, you know where you have to step into, and you know that beam is coming.
The nice thing about Charge Beam is you're able to kind of get those first 2 charges against wild Pokemon, so you can power your beam up on some things that are kind of much easier to hit. Injured, some trouble right now. The play rough moving forward there on the Mimikyu. Not able to get the objective. Otter coming up to trying to stop this Reggie steal. Reggie ripping it right now, and there's the arrow, but no,
wow.
It's Saru Ledge.
It was just barely too late. Big Saru Ledge Unite on top of Otter. They get a big-time knockout, make it 2, and now Reggie's looking for more straight on top of Toon. 4 players down. Nice support by Donlux, and now that goal zone is standing on just a few points as Reggie's going to be able to stack.
And look at this here, Reggie in the top path, able to stack, moving down to the bottom path right here with that hyperspace highway. We've got CACM looking for another objective right now. Zugrug getting pushed out by the charge beam. Toon is here to try to stop them with the Unite move. Finally, a Decidueye uses this Unite move correctly. No surprise.
Bernie barely dodging that big arrow from the last bit of that Decidueye Unite. Charge Beam is down. Reggie Alecki secured by Toon. That's their job. That's why they're playing Spirit Shackle. Now the Meteors are raining down. Miraidon's going to help get a knockout here as Inder was sent packing.
Yeah, great stuff here from CACM. They weren't able to get the objective, but, you know, just a nice fight for them. They really didn't give up much there at all. They did pick up a KO. We have Otter right now defending a bit. You can just see how much damage he is able to do. Ooh, Reggie in some trouble right now, but continuing to move forward and missing the Unite move in a massive way.
Missed everybody with that Unite move, and now they're sitting to scrap. They're trying to. Tons of damage on Reggie. They can't get knocked out here. Crustle gets dealt with by Donlux, and the pressure's on. I cannot believe Reggie just made it out.
Wow, Reggie makes it out of that, and CACM takes the bottom goal zone right there. Really, you know, they're able to score at will in it right now. They do break it up 176 to 64, controlling game number 2.
Yeah, the almost exact flip of what we were seeing in game 1 score-wise. Now, we have to mention that we are having big rotations, 5-on-4 CACM, because Zealot has not been in the fray, and this is going to be an opportunity to see what they can do. Straight into the back line is Otter. Here comes the populated Red Jice. Zealot stepping up, they're starting to rip. Bernie looking for an opportunity, and Thunder on Zealot. Big surf through, Red Jice at a half. Here comes the knock arrow, putting it in blender. Texas Luna makes it back. Gyarados secures, now the pressure is on. Charge Beam is down. The big arrow at the end of that knock arrow doesn't find purchase. Oh, here's the Spirit Shackle in. Zealot wants some action. They're sandbagging themselves. Going straight back in, here comes Reggie. We've got the Dark Pulse down, we've got some knockouts. Portal is trying to reset Reggie, they do. Here comes Bernie and company back the other way. Zugrug with the X-Scissor. We've got Saru Ledge moving back through Texas, providing good cover. And now CACM, you have to think they're happy with how all that shook out.
Yeah, what a great fight for them. And they executed the Mega Gyarados strategy perfectly, right? Mega Gyarados moves up for the fight. They hit them with the Slowbro Unite move. The rest of the team able to take them down. Looks like we've got a Unite move from the Darkrai right here. Otter picking up that KO, and now Frank is in some trouble. Gonna peel away from this goal zone. Nice score right there.
Big
huge over dunk. 120 now for Root Dignitas, 214 for CACM. But this game looking much better for CACM than game number 1, and that Saru Ledge is putting in some serious work.
Well, now Reggie needs another Saru Ledge Unite, but there's 3 players in the blender. They're trying to get out of there. Look at that Dipskerdoo action here. Saru Ledge still sitting at half HP, but they are yanked through by the Rings Unbound Unite move to put pressure in the top pad. Reggie gonna grab a berry. Reggie gonna catch an arrow. Mimikyu Unite is down as well, as all that goal zone that separates it from being broken is a single point. Texas wants it now.
Yeah, they needed that goal zone right there. They just don't want to deal with any more of this healing here from these two squads. Play Rough misses right there. Frank is almost assuredly going down. As soon as Play Rough doesn't hit its target, that's going to be a really unfortunate fight. Already tough with two members of Dig there. 218, 120, still a very close game, but it looks like CACM has a lot of answers for what Dignitas is throwing at them.
Yeah, Toon going to be able to tick over here in short order onto that level 13 Decidui as they're moving towards the top Reggie. It is not going to be a Reggie Alecki that's in the bottom path here, and they're going to get this one pretty much for free. CACM does not care about this Regice. They're just going to come from underneath and see what kind of to the middle. We rubble rouse back. X Scissor again. KO Strika 2 is the Zealot. Here comes another Spirit Shackle. 3 players down. The knock arrow is gonna bang through the rest of CACM as Donlux can't even make their way in. Meanwhile, Groudon is on a sliver of HP, and this thing is easy for Root Dig.
What an incredible fight and call from Root Dignitas right there. They use that aggression. They move forward with the Crustal X Scissor into the Rock Tomb. Mimikyu not able to reset, and then just like dominoes, every member of CACM continues to fall. They're going to try to stop them right here, pick up one of these buffs, but look at Root just, you know, absolutely running the boards right now. Another KO, pushing them back with the X Scissor. Relentless here on this tier 2 goal zone.
Bernie is trying to hold this thing down. Reggie just has to fade back, and now that the Hundo burgers are being eaten by Root Dig, you have to think it's looking pretty darn tough for CACM to bounce back.
They need to take a huge KO here. They would have to take a massive buff and then somehow use that to score even more because they are down by over 100 points. So a single buff is not enough. They need to take a huge fight. Zealot right here, Otter, they are staying in this pocket right there, looking for some of these KOs. Reggie in trouble, but the Shadow Claw misses right there. We'll see if CACM can do much, but with only 30 seconds left, it looks like Dignitas is in full control.
Yeah, I mean, it really takes Root Dig willing to play ball for CACM to get one of those buffs and be able to put the pressure back the other way. And there's another goal zone eviscerated by Root Dig. That score line is growing, and we're going to put another Hundo banger on top of it all.
And there we go, Root Dignitas with a absolutely flawless looking Groudon fight.
Yeah,
just a perfect catch. What a start. And then they did not let up for even a moment, Doob Snacks. I love it. You know, we talked about TTV earlier, right, in this competition. TTV would never in that moment, you know, but Root Dig, I mean, what a squad. They see their opening, they take the victory immediately.
That's
perfect play.
That's the growth of a team right there. I mean, you know, tisk, 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 shame, shame, shame on CACM. I don't know how you allow your Mimikyu to get caught like that, because they're the linchpin of your strategy in your team fight for that Mega Gyarados specifically. You called it out earlier in the match where they successfully executed their game plan. And that was one of the pieces to the puzzle that you absolutely could not have caught in that moment. And credit to Root Dig, because once they sunk their teeth in, they did not let go. And yeah, it looked terrific.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a nice moment right there. They catch this Mimikyu. Mimikyu, they have the hyperspace hold down, right? So they're like, can we get this thing back to base?
Yep.
And then it hits the Play Rough. And for a moment, I think, wow, with the invulnerability from Play Rough, it might just last long enough. But boom, caught right at the end. Huge KO. Toon, your MVP here. I got to give it up to Zugrug a bit right there. That, you know, the start of that fight was phenomenal. But look at Toon. We talked about his damage in game one, kind of being countered pretty hard by his opponents. Look at this, 104,000 with the arrows raining in.
I mean, every Spirit Shackle was really hitting a quality target. you just can't say enough about Root Dig. Toon, you know, kind of a role reversal from last time. Even though they had the secure objective, or they had the rip objective in Mimikyu, here it was the secure objective in the Decidueye, and of course the damage numbers sliding into their direction as you can really see the pressure that a Decidueye can put on with quality front lining.
Yeah, and there we go. I mean, incredible damage. A number I wanted to see, I'm surprised it's not even higher, is Dawnlux on that Miraidon. I felt like Dawnlux was, you know, ripping through their opponents with a lot of those charge beams. Some huge moments for them. Reggie, I'm not as surprised to see it a bit lower, just because Ceruledge, you know, by the time they're in there fighting, they kind of pick up the KOs before they're able to stack as much damage. I want to highlight Frank here. Frank on the Mimikyu, I got to say, as a bit of a play rough hater, I feel vindicated every time I see a play rough Mimikyu just not have the match I think they need it to have. That build is tough. If you get an early start, the burst from that feels so incredibly strong. But boy, if you're just behind even a little bit, I feel like Mimikyu can't do enough with play rough.
As we're taking the look at the heat map here from Toon, really living in their own central area to make sure that they could hit their level thresholds and take over the game as they did. Root Dig off to a great start. Unsurprising, the LAIC champions are here to win at EUIC, and Otter is now officially one step closer to being a 5-time consecutive IC champion. But we've got an interview, so throw it to the stage, which is right over there.
Right over there. Take it to the stage.
Over there.
Over there.
All right, thank you so much, Spriggles and Dupes. Thanks. That's right. I am on stage with Root, Dignitas, Ender, who's got some incredible drip, by the way. I love that Sableye chain. Not playing the Sableye yet. I hope we get to see that in tournament. It'll be a whole lot of fun. Ender, I know a lot of people are expecting great things from your team this tournament. Obviously, your team included an LAIC win already in your back pocket, flawless in the Regional League. I'm assuming all things going according to plan, but how much prep was going into this tournament here at EUIC?
Yeah, it's a big tournament for us. It's a chance for us to prove ourselves on the international stage. We saw we had CACM in our group, which was the last match we played on stage back at LAIC. So a lot of our prep was geared towards them. They're a phenomenal team, but you know, I have a feeling that they might have been a little bit more scared to be into us than we were into them.
Okay, I could see that. I want to talk a little bit about that game number 2, the conclusion. Obviously, CACM was a bit of a points lead against you guys, and then you're able to catch out that Mimikyu. I want to know, was that more a mistake that you were punishing, or was that a call out by your
in the pocket, picking up those snipe shots? Incredible start. You know, if you're CACM, you really wanted, if you were going to lose this one, you wanted to take a game off Dig, but they were not able to do it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody plans for their own demise. That doesn't
If I lose,
yeah,
can I lose
how can I
better?
So I'm going to assume we're going to break now, and that's what we're going to do. Throw it to break. In
Hey,
one
just a second,
says
they
production.
say we're going
You know what,
to a
production?
break.
We're going to need 2 on-screen apologies,
Yeah,
please.
2.
This is getting out of hand.
To be fair, we didn't even know what you said in our headsets, and we just assumed we were heading to break. So
You heard something?
yeah,
I didn't hear anything. I was just going for it. Yeah, real like a fast food drive-through type microphone energy, like the teacher in Charlie Brown.
guys, don't make us look. It's the break.
Okay.
All right, go to
and
break.
now it's ready. Let's go to break. See
We're
ya.
going to break. Woo! We'll be back. More Pokemon Unite.
I really thought they were going to swipe that faster. This is embarrassing for us. I didn't hear him at all.
All I heard was. Oh, man.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite European International Championships, which we like to call the AOS Cup. My name is Zoinks, joined by Relic for another year in a row. This is such a fun tournament, Relic, and already the matches have been exciting with that debut between Root, Dignitas, and CACM. But we got two more Regional League teams to be going up in contest for our match number 2. We got Evil Geniuses versus 2Z Esports.
Yeah, another LATAM and another NA team up to do battle. EG, I think, definitely one of the most interesting prospects within the sake of their own league. They haven't faced Root Dig as of yet, but they are sitting on that all-important 6-0 record. Meanwhile, you're looking at 2Z Esports 2-4, but I think CACM, but for that unfortunate Mimikyu situation at the end of Game 2, we're looking so strong in Game 2 as well. This LATAM League is so difficult to read right now, and especially when we're in a big tournament environment like this, I think all cards are on the table.
Yeah, I mean, I would trade anything for international competition every single weekend like
Absolutely,
we get at this tournament, but it's okay. We can keep it special and isolated to some of these international championship events. I'm so excited. Seeing these cross-regional battles is interesting, not only from a metagame perspective, playstyle perspective, but like you're mentioning, some of these regional league storylines kind of ironing out what this record truly means if we're getting out of the context of that bottleneck of just one region. Yeah. And I got to admit, the Evil Genius is looking superb so far at the start of the season. The only misstep likely being LAIC for this roster when playing under a different name, but also playing under a slightly different roster. That central area getting a new player and a new face, and according to a lot of these players, a big buff, and having Vin on that squad. Such a phenomenal central area player, playing a lot of those high-octane speedster style Pokemon that we do see quite a bit in the metagame. Didn't see very many of them in that last one, but we do see quite a few of those Pokemon.
Yeah, I also want to give a shout out to Chris Smith. I think we always have this stream of brand new talent that enters the scene every single year, and Chris Smith for me is someone who looks like he's been playing the game for way longer than he actually has. Slotted into such an accomplished roster and looks so at home, but you look at 2Z and the experience that they bring as well, you can't look much further than Baby Marzo in terms of success, at least on a relative level, at these sorts of events. You always expect to see him making day number 2. The question is, how much further can that Baby Marzo team go in this 2Z Esports squad? I mean, look, they've had a decent couple of wins in League. They've beaten Entity 7, they've beaten CACM, who we've seen has put up a decent fight against Root Dig, but look, whether they do well against EG, I think is a very, very different scenario entirely. Baby Marzo, when I think of his teams historically speaking, it's all about that decision-making, particularly into the final 2 minutes, and I would say that's probably one of EG's greatest strengths.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to talk about veterans, EG's got their fair share of them as well, right? You have Curios, who had won this event in the previous year as well. Obviously, we saw one IC champ playing in the previous match with Otter. Now we have Curios also in the ring. But on that team as well, we got players like Roland as well, who just have so much experience. So versing some of these, experienced players on 2Z will be an interesting matchup. And then you got the flip side of the coin for both of these teams. We also got young upstart players on both of these squads. Like you mentioned, Chris Smith has been playing for a long time, but outside of the UCS due to age restrictions. But so is Ducky. That dynamic duo getting added together this year is so exciting. I mean, for grassroots enjoyers, that was a duo that everyone knew was going to make waves when they hit the league. And right at the end of the last season, they did, and they started making that happen. But then on 2Z's side, we had some players really pop off at the World Championships earlier in the last year, of course, and now joining this 2Z team. We got young players everywhere making moves. It's so exciting.
I almost, when I think back to that World Championships and seeing that Aegis Flames squad just ripped apart. It was heartbreaking, but I also think that we see quite a similar thing in EU, where I think it has benefited a lot of players to play with different people, to have different experiences, and as I say, I think 2Z is going to be all the better in this particular tournament for having someone as experienced as Baby Marzo with them. Looking at the wider scope of Group B, EG and 2Z, I think it's fair to say are the favorites to progress through. They're joined by Aftermath and a Pasta Baguette. Speaking of grassroots, great to see so many grassroots teams who are not in the regional leagues participating here today.
Yeah.
But they do have an uphill battle because the strength in depth of competition is truly extraordinary, as it always is.
Of course. Oh, and of course we have the Zera Aura on stage for 2Z Esports. I think that Pokemon being kind of a defining Pokemon of Brazil specifically, feels like Blaziken and Zera Aura are two Pokemon that I would love to identify as a regional identity for these regions. Let's see if we get it in Draft Relic as we head into match number 1. Zacian ban from Evil Genius is a bit of a surprise to me. I genuinely think that Chris Smith is the best player on that Pokemon, potentially worldwide. Seeing that banned early is interesting. We'll see what Mazo decides to contend with in the top path later on.
Might be a case of the friend of my friend is my enemy. They might be worried about what 2Z Esports could be bringing to the table, but what we do know from the EG side is that they are very eager to lock in that Mega Gyarados. Chris Smith can run riot with this thing. Interesting to note that the Mega Luca has been banned away from 2Z Esports. Of course, we've got that Charizard YE that is also off the table. Does open up the potential to Mewtwo YE for Evil Geniuses later on.
Right.
But it looks like 2Z Esports are a bit of an antithesis to what we have come to know from Latam. They're going defense, spine first. Vaporeon and Psyduck locked in.
Interesting. I think in some positions for this draft, I think a Pokemon like Blastoise could be a contender for that defender spot, or even a Pokemon like the Umbreon and Vaporeon duo. We've seen a few times. However, Umbreon yet to be selected, and with the draft so far, likely not going to be locked in for either team. But there it is. You already mentioned it. That Mewtwo Y going to be selected for 2Z Esports, and maybe Mazo is going to be bringing in the standard non-Mega Evolving Gyarados to contend with Chris Smith's Mega Gyarados availability.
Yeah, well, Mega Gyarados has been banned this season in the regional leagues. It does feel like Gyarados is the go-to, but we now have a debutante here live on stream. Vin Diesel heading onto the Meowth. Fair to say, I think if you're 2Z Esports, you're happy that it is the current version Meowth as opposed to launch version Meowth. Nevertheless, very intrigued to see how it performs on the big stage. And, well, there it is, the Blaziken from Mats to round out this 2Z Esports side.
Okay, so far does have a lot of attack damaging items equipped, but also has that big root. A few patches ago, Blaziken getting a lot of buff to its HP recovery on its standard moveset. That big root does a lot of work in that specific variety. Well, I mean, let's talk about it. It's currently sitting at an encounter rate of about 17%. Obviously, we're having matches that are occurring off-stream as well as on-stream. And currently, Meowth getting a little bit of a showcase. I cannot wait to see Vin play this new Pokemon. A brand new speedster in the game. If you were unaware of what this Pokemon is capable of, well, I mean, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. But you're going to be wanting to look at specifically that battle item. Currently, Meowth has that full heal equipped, but due to its pickup passive ability, it will constantly be getting free battle items to utilize off a very short cooldown when they're knocking out wild Pokemon and doing damage to opposing team Pokemon as well. This is going to be a fun one. Evil Geniuses bring in the newest available to competitive play Pokemon. Surfetch, unfortunately, coming out a little bit too close to the event, so not available for this tournament, but Meowth getting its debut here on the main stage.
Yeah, my early impression is early game, this thing is truly just outrageous. If you're able to sew those combos together, add in your passive on top of all that, and you've got a really strong thing that can honestly, I think, counter effectively what 2Z is putting forward. Yes, they've not put a lot of investment into your hyperscalers, really only the Gyarados and the Blaziken to worry about. But I think what we're worried about with Meowth Zoinks is the gold coin barrage. It is a devastating Unite move in ranked.
Right.
Does it translate to competitive here as we enter game number 1?
Yeah, it'll be up to players like Leosin to try to shut that down, right? The Meowth Unite move is extremely powerful. Kind of one of its only shortcomings is that it can be body blocked. So kind of trading and sharing that damage is going to be a very important factor. And honestly, it might be important right at the start of the game as these Magikarps already taking a little bit of poke damage as Roland being a bit of an offensive Gossifleur. And look how clear Vin clears that central area on the Meowth. That is absurd. Currently has a slow smoke available.
Yeah, Meowth, Vin Diesel. Looking vindictively, I think, at this Magikarp. You want to try and delay that Evo as quickly as possible, but with Mats on the scene, they're going to head central. Interesting that they have committed so hard to central. That's going to be a real hard counter from 2Z, but they've not launched anything yet. They're going to catch the Gossifleur in the tall grass. In goes the Electro Ball. Good splash damage here as Leosian is going to have the headache explode and sort of push back this purple oppression. And although nobody goes down immediately, I think it's fair to say that Tuzi are coming up the worst out of those two.
Yeah, Vin really the only one in real danger in that situation, but Meowth having the full heal still available of their actually equipped battle item is enough to get them away from the stuns that Psyduck was trying to provide. Leozen only a level 3 on the Psyduck, so not having a lot of crowd control left in their kit, but there's a lot of Pokemon with crowd control abilities. Mewtwo, Y, let's talk about Hydro Pump Vaporeon from Antharos as well. That is going to be just really difficult to push into, not to mention that slow and that final push, really devastating. Thank you for showcasing that, Antharos, while I talked about it as well. I don't know if I'm going directly into their headset, but if I am, thank you so much for showcasing my point.
Running those special attack specs as well does make me wonder what the second move is going to be. We've got a Gary or Gary Violence up here in the top path. Mazo hitting Gary first, and look at that Blaze Kick completely removing this purple Gyarados off the board, allows Mazo to head central as Regidrago has already spawned. Tuzi really prioritizing this objective. Great zoning from Leozen actually at the top of the central area there. Early advantage, Tuzi for me, Zoinks.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Antharos doing the same thing on the bottom side of that rotation as well. Getting a little bit of vision, even getting some scores. Mazo getting a little dangerously forward, but they got the backup. Eject button from Massey does a lot of damage there. And Leozen taking the KO.
And that is the problem with Meowth, is admittedly as huge damage output as it can have, a very small health bar by comparison. Real big push here from Tuzi, who are free scoring. That is 5 points left on pad. They can save that for later for a huge overdunk potential.
Yeah, I mean, likely just going to get these attack weight stacks up. Might break it early, seeing as Regieleki spawning on the bottom side, though. You won't have to contend with that towards the tier 2. That will be Evil Geniuses picking that one up. And Tharos instead just trying to favor defending this goal zone and giving themselves a little bit more time. Registeel goes down, a big push here on this tier 1, Regieleki lands.
Yeah, despite the Registeel being pretty well timed, honestly, for that defense. Too much investment from Evil Geniuses to really dispel the threat, and that is our first zone crack of the game, 102 to 106. Mystical Mirage into the backline, catches the Surf, and is a wonderful Surf too! And Tharos can't do much with that, but the Aqua Ring, I think, maybe puts off Vin Diesel from going full send.
Vaporeon is a superhero. Like, I don't know the lore, but I think Vaporeon wearing that hollow, it truly is. It can walk out of any fight. It's just in a ridiculous scenario. I mean, a perfect dive set up by Kyrios. Kind of after almost a lost team fight, they do break the goal zone, but I do like that utilization. You set up Meowth, you create that area of invisibility, you get the dive, but unfortunately, the target you chose just a little too tanky to bring down.
That's absolutely flying here, leading the lobby on level 10. Keep in mind as well, we're looking at those two Garys, Tuzi Esports and Baby Mazo still ahead of Chris Smith, who lands the Dragon Breath, followed up by the Electro Ball. Does kind of dissuade Tuzi from sticking around for too long. They're trying to return to pad here. Leozen, but caught by the Mew. In comes the Infinite Cyburn, and that's a really well-timed one too. It means the Evil Geniuses can't really push. They've already suffered a little bit of damage, and a little bit of damage is too much in this economy. Big kicks, and down goes one, down goes two. The Eldegoss on the backline picks up that Citrus Berry. They're just looking for a score here. Mats, in comes the Gyarados Unite move from Mega, and this might be able to turn the tide here. Out goes Mazo, and they are going to fully disengage Tuzi Esports. It did require one Unite move, but I think the Evil Geniuses will think a fine price to pay.
Interesting counterpunches from both these teams by macro-wise. I mean, Tuzi Esports relents all the way back to the goal zone. They lose Psyduck and don't use a single Unite move in response. They bait out a couple from Evil Geniuses, which gives them the runway to attack towards that tier 1. Little do they know is that Mega Gyarados actually get a Unite move basically from spawn to defend the goal zone, and amazing backup from Ducky as well. So just some big exchanges, and we keep this scoreline so close, Relic. 102 to 106. This is within just the tiniest of margins right now.
Yeah, Ducky was looking for an entrance there. I mean, they do have Hydro Typhoon available should they want it, but ultimately they were more focused on finding that second Regieleki, going for a push, committing players onto this top path. They are going to unfortunately lose Ducky in all of that, but what about this push on bottom path? Well, they kind of abandoned it. They decided to go full send now onto the top path. It's going to be 3v4. We got Ducky on the way back as well. Vin Diesel goes in deep. Electro Ball finds the mark, and we've got this Mewtwo Y online. I think that's, going to put Evil Geniuses off the full send. Although, watch out, Leosin going down. Chris Smith unlocking their Mega, and I think they might actually be able to get more from this Zoinks. We've got the Surf, we've got the 22 in, and this should be a zone crack.
Yeah, we're sitting at that 4-minute mark, which sometimes is a bit of garbage time in terms of Unite moves. It's a use it or lose it situation, and we see awkward fights in those scenarios sometimes. But Evil Genius was very happy with the results. I mean, just a Mega Gyarados having that press. And okay, here's another perfect example of use it or lose it style Unite move. Eldegoss going to go on a run towards that goal zone and take that last second of Regieleki hitting, kind of punishing 2Z Esports for overcommitting to the defense on the top side, since Vaporeon had to abandon the Regieleki defense to help the rest of the team. So you go down, your Unite move was just utilized though, so getting knocked out, a decent way to get your Unite move charge back for a support player.
The door has been opened, it feels like, for Evil Geniuses back into the game with that level 12 Meowth. But check out Baby Mazo really starting to rise to the cream of the crop. We've got level 13 for him, level 12 for Matt. 100 roughly point deficit, that certainly is overturnable. I think this final Reggie phase though, yeah, I'm not surprised at 2Z Esports. They really want this Regieleki. Another zone crack at this late integer could be game-changing.
Yeah, I mean, they would love the experience too. I feel like hitting a level 14, Blaziken and Gyarados would be huge, but no, they are going to favor that bottom side. One to get the zone crack that you're mentioning, another one just defend their own. They do not want this Regieleki walking towards this tier 2, especially with Pokemon like Meowth or even Eldegoss, like Roland's been able to showcase, who can very quickly get to some of these goal zones. They will break it before it arrives at tier 1 though, which is going to be really nice. They can threaten that tier 2, but so far the only Pokemon with a lot of points in pocket being Matt's on the Blaziken is not showing any favor to pushing away from this team fight. They want to make sure they don't leave Kyogre unattended.
And I love what they've done here with Mazo. They left him on the top path. He's had full vision of Evil Genius's evil plans. And so they've actually had to move back from where they were going to start the Ray fight. We've got, the Kyogre fight, my apologies. Couple of hits taken by Anthras, the Aqua Ring goes down, but now we're at a bit of a standoff. Obviously, Evil Genius is in the ascendancy with the points lead, meaning that 2Z has to do something, or is Evil Genius going to take the advantage here? They keep on pushing back and pushing back. Unite moves used as of yet. Wonderful Surf, catches 3. There goes the Sai, the Hydro Typhoon's in there as well. Infinite Cyburn to try and break up the melee. We've got the Eldegoss unlocking their Unite move, and it is truly outstanding team play from Evil Geniuses. 1, 2, 3 down. Mazo, despite all of that vision, all of that information, it was for naught. Evil Geniuses, what a team fight.
Yeah, just such incredible play by Ducky on this Blastoise. It feels like every single Surf and Hydro Pump stun combo is hitting at minimum 2 enemy targets on this 2Z squad, and just opens up a ton of space. So now, with these goal zones actually being debuffed until that 30-second timer ends, that's going to clear up even more space. Blaziken goes down immediately. Matt's not able to steal away any of those Kyogre buffs, and Evil Genius is going to take this one all the way to the enemy home base.
I really, really do rate Blastoise in this current economy, Zoinks. I know I was going a little bit against the grain with Charizard Y being the big ban favorite for you guys. For me, I think throughout this tournament, we are going to see a lot more ban emphasis on Blastoise. Whether it comes with a lovely complimentary hat or not, we will find out. But what we do know for sure is as we enter the final 30 seconds here, Evil Geniuses is here to play. And that is such a bigger statement for me, Zoinks, because of how strong and competitive 2Z were throughout this first match.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a great contest. I really do think at the end game, it is tough to be outranged that much in poke damage. Mewtwo Y kind of stuck in that auto attack range at any given moment, and if they try to step up and take any of these side strike aims, you're in range to get stunned out by Blastoise or maybe taken out by this Meowth. But in the end, Kyrios was able to just kind of Solar Beam and Electro Ball to their heart's content at range, which made it really difficult for 2Z to start any of these fights. Very clean win from EG in Game 1.
They've got to be really, really happy with that. And I think even happier with the fact that I look at that Meowth influence, and we might get some stats later on, but it didn't feel to me like it was ridiculously impactful. Like there are some options that they can rotate to that I think that in this particular scenario might have done a little bit better, but it's all ifs, buts, and maybes. The important thing is that they've gotten this win across the line now, and the emphasis on 2Z will of course have that choice between map pick or draft priority. which way are they going to go? For me, I think that picking up that Mega Gyarados is going to be essential.
Yeah, either picking it up or banning it at this point in time. You know, I think that Pokemon has got to go. I am curious about map selection too, Relic. This will be fun. In our first match on stage of the day, we did get to see both a Kyogre and a Groudon variant. I'm curious if that will be the situation we do into Game 2. It will likely be Evil Genius's map selection, seeing as my gut is going to tell me that Tuesday Esports will be choosing what side to play on draft. It's the more popular decision. It's not the only decision available, though.
No, as much as we've gone up to 6 bans for this season, in a strange way, and I guess this is a credit to the overall meta, it doesn't feel like enough sometimes. Like, there are so many powerful choices that being able to dictate the state of draft actually is the biggest benefit in of itself. Taking a look through the replays, we can see just how good Tuzi was, especially in this early game. Matt's getting online super early with the Blaziken, finding a lot of great KOs with the Blaze Kick, but here we see Ducky really flexing, Surf into the Hydro Typhoon. You've got that great shield coverage from Roland on the Eldegoss. It just felt like a tidal wave that was not going to stop.
Yeah, and Christmas even like timing their Unite move to work with a Blastoise push as well. It's just really Evil Genius's team play, I think, is the biggest difference maker in this one. Yeah, you're right, stats-wise, we'll see how it looks. But for Kyrios, it was looking great. 75,000 damage on this Mew, only taking about 22,000 damage as well. So really impressive stuff, playing that drive lens, loving those early stacks with those knockouts and the assists they were able to put together.
Yeah, been starved of knockouts, look at that. But at least still contributing with the 8 assists. I think the knockouts really aren't everything, as long as you're dealing enough damage so that one of your mates can take the credit at the end of the day. That's all that really matters. I think rolling on this Eldegoss, absolutely sensational. I keep, even in this day and age, Season 5 of the Unite Championship Series, supports so often get overlooked. Let's get some love in chat for the supports of the Unite world, because especially in that end game push, I think that they're suffering with health bars maybe a little bit. We've got to remember Baby Muzzo on that Gyarados is able to deal out a lot of damage. Mats with one Blaze Kick can annihilate half the health bar of the likes of your Meowth or your Mew. You know, it's a real frightful situation if you're not prepared to go in.
Yeah, no, it is difficult. And that's why we rely on that huge team play of this team. We ever saw some interesting situations where Tuzi was pulling ahead in major ways, but Evil Geniuses having the bounce back ready to go at any given moment. You can tell the tale of the story there. Kira spending obviously most of the time in the bottom path, but doing a fantastic job on this Mew of laying down damage. Only getting about half a KO a minute based on that average at 5 knockouts, and waiting to get 4 minutes and 30 seconds for that first KO. The early game presence of that Tuesday Esports composition was very, very strong, especially with a Vaporeon in your path that you're facing down against. That is going to be a very difficult Pokemon to get some early knockouts on.
We're in a moment where I think disruption and hindrances is at an all-time high, especially when you're looking at Megas, which are so reliant on doing a lot within a time limit. The more of that time limit that you can waste, the better off. And to be fair, hindrances and disruptions are just great for team fights anyway. And so, especially when you're bringing a Mew to the table, what does it bring? Well, Electro Ball, yeah, okay, it's a decent move for early game, but great splash damage later on. Speaking of splash, you got that Surf combined with a Blastoise. That's what? You unable to do anything for a solid 5-6 seconds? That could be the difference between literally winning and losing no matter how far ahead you are in levels.
Yeah, Mew players really have to do it all. It's the essential part of that kit, and the fact that you can change your moves mid-match at any point, having 6 total, obviously, to work with. But let's go. Evil Geniuses will remain on that purple side. We will be going into the Groudon map. So say goodbye to the tall grass that you enjoyed in the last one. We are now going to go to a much more open battlefield. And, of course, the Groudon buff will be delivering some damage buffs towards whatever team can earn it.
Very fascinating that they have stuck with the Zacian. They really don't want to see it. Tuzi Esports with that Y and Mimikyu. Ceruledge taken off the board, and Tuzi's going to stick with the Mega Luca. I mean, Christmas on Mega Luca is just...
Yeah.
I mean, the kid's crazy on loads of things, but I mean, I particularly am impressed on that Mega Luca, but it does mean that Evil Geniuses will have priority with the Mega Gyarados potentially to lock in, and that is exactly what they do.
Okay, let's see if Tuzi... Yeah, there it is. Immediately going to be taking away the Blastoise. So we might see Evil Geniuses actually rotate onto something like the Vaporeon. Tuesday Esports are going to take the Blastoise immediately. Mazo currently hovering a Delmise, but will be Leozen picking up the Eldegoss. We could look forward to a Delmise later in draft. I don't want to get people too down, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. It is... It's had better days, for sure.
Well, already that's 2 disruptions. I like the look of the Psyduck. If you're going to be throwing your lot in with Surf, then, I mean, it's that. You've got Slowbro. Hey, throw a Greninja in there. Actually, don't throw a Greninja in there. I wouldn't advise against, or wouldn't advise that. Kyrios, though, going to be sticking with that Mew. They're trying to keep as much of the band together as possible. Mazo, looking at a couple of these all-rounder options, I mean, it's certainly a wide-open field, a lot of interesting choices. We've got the Mewtwo Y that's going to be locked in once again, and Mazo is going to stick with the Gyarados. Not a bad move, I don't think. I think he actually had a very good game.
Yeah, it looks fine. Honestly, Kinos going onto this Mewtwo Y might be the biggest concern for me. Yeah. I felt like the splash damage or the auto attack poke damage was fine, but it was a little bit short-sighted, if you will. Only having that auto attack could be kind of scary. Poke damage from Kyrios' Mew will be there. Vin, not having their Mimikyu available, and is going to swap away from the Meowth, 0 KO, so we need a new look. We'll be picking up that Scyther.
Okay.
And is going to be picking the stage plushie Pokemon, Zeraora, getting locked up.
I love the Zeraora pick. I think that, especially with a composition that wants to fight close together, a discharge at the right moment honestly adds, you're worried about the Mewtwo Y and the splash damage. I'm less worried now that Zeraora is in the mix here. That said, up against your opposition, ADC attack damage carry in a Scythe, I mean, this thing has been decimating opponents. Not even just this season, Zoinks. We're looking back previous seasons, and often it has come from Latam. Of course, I think Peru really the real pioneers of Scyther in the modern age. It is a destructive force. You do not want to let it get ahead of the curve. And if Evil Geniuses can tweak and right the ship early game so that Tuesday Esports has a little bit less of their own way, I am very, very worried about how much the score could balloon to the extent where Tuesday might not even have a chance once we hit that final 2 minutes.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they have they're sticking to what they've found comfortable, so maybe they could just find a new angle into this final stretch. That might be our hope. But here we go. We got Chris Smith headed towards that top side again in game number 2. Evil Geniuses returning to the purple side of the map. Tuesday Esports on that orange side.
A reminder, if you're just joining us then, it is not all over, not by a long stretch. It's only the second match of the day, and all of these teams will have plenty other teams within group to find W's to make their way through to the single elimination bracket of day 2. But the more maps that you pick up here, the more W's that you are able to find early on, it sets a rhythm at these in-person events. And rhythm is exactly what Evil Geniuses are trying to find now as that Scyther heads up onto the top path.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit faster of a clear compared to that Zeraora. Scyther just doing so well these days in the metagame of clearing that central area at just a breakneck pace. Roland getting some stuns onto the Psyduck, and then maybe the more frustrating thing, also taking the enemy wild Pokemon. Roland, truly a master of this Pokemon already. Hasn't been in the metagame for too long, considering some of these Pokemon, but he's going to be bringing these Surf builds.
Really nice catch here, but are they able to find the KO? Yes, they are. A single auto from Genis, and now they surround the birds. That's all going to go into their favor. Of course, no discharge just yet for Mats, but the Volt Switch will do the job just fine.
All right, so I am interested to see how Roland Psyduck with that Surf build instead of the Bubble Beam ends up playing out, but it does make sense. Not a ton of auto attackers to really enable those Bubble Beam pops as much, maybe outside of Chris Smith's Gyarados. So we'll see how that one ends up playing out. Kyrios pathing some of these experience-based Pokemon towards their side of the map to get better secures. So far, working out great as they've kept Antharos down to just level 4.
A quick 6 here from the Vaporeon. Takes the score 12-0. Not much to look at here, but we will be taking a little gander at the central area sooner rather than later as Reddy Drago drops in to say hello. Both Gyarados is moving their way across the map quite successfully as well, as Vin Diesel will be heading central area. We've got Kennen here as well. Kennen, with the Mewtwo Y unlocked, but that's poor timing. Look at that, out of Mega at potentially the worst possible moment. It's why Tuesday Esports has called in the reinforcements, but so have Evil Geniuses. deep backline poke it from the Vaporeon, and that allows Kyrios on this Mew to take away the Regidrago. Tuzi Esports maybe taking a little look at going for a big pick here on the Psyduck, but they're not going to push any further, Zoinks.
Yeah, nice play by Mats to pick up that KO. That discharge and full switch timing works out just perfectly to KO that Psyduck before the shields could be generated by the goal zone. So nice timing there. Attempts a pull on the Vaporeon, but Ducky a little wise for those tricks. Gonna muddy water away.
And relax, but only for a few seconds because our first major Regi stage is on the way. Interesting to see which one lands, where the Regieleki lands, honestly. This would favor bottom path with majority of players there, although they are starting to move their way north. That's a great pull from the Psyduck. Forces Muzzo back onto pad, and that is the door open to Christmas to go after the Regieleki, which is on top path, joined by Vin Diesel. Tuzi Esports going for the complete flip on bottom path. They're going to try and find a Regi of their own. I think this is Dunzo, this T1 pad. It is 3v1 at the Mercenary of the Regieleki. They do have enough points to score. They're just going to get those stacks up.
Yeah, exactly. Chris was very happy about that situation. Muzzo is going to be content with that wild Pokemon spawning in on the enemy side. Ducky utilizing a flip turn is trying to get within range, potentially Solar Beam. Attempted to steal, but Matzi is going to pick that one up. Registeel goes in the favor of Tuzi Esports. That's a trade of bottom and top Regis.
Still nil point on the board for Tuzi Esports, coming up to 4 minutes into this game. 1-2-5 for Evil Geniuses, managing the map masterfully.
Yeah, doing pretty impressive so far. Right now, we're just having these teams kind of roam around each other. A reminder, with that Tier 1 breaking on top side, Muzzo has been able to take out so many wild Pokemon on their Gyarados, getting very, very close to the level 9. Problem is they are trailing the Mega Gyarados of Christmas, so that Unite move is going to be a little bit lacking. They do unlock it, but with Christmas having the Finn up, that could be a dangerous team fight to have.
Well, certainly with the T1 gone, it does kind of make the decision for Tuzi Esports to go full send onto this bottom path. It's going to be a difficult wall to break through, though. You've got the Mew, the Vaporeon. Here comes rolling on the Psyduck, brings the Psychic Mazzo into play. Discharge is down. There goes the Psy-I, dealing a bit of splash damage. We've got the Infinite Cyburn and the Hydro Typhoon both burned here as well. But finally, Ducky is the first to fall. That's a big pick for Tuzi. In comes the Solar Beam, stops Anthras in his tracks, and by the time they're able to make their way to pad Zoinks, Evil Geniuses has already relocated.
Yeah, we already have the Vaporeon coming back from spawn as well. This early game, EXP share Vaporeon, it's going to have a very, very fast respawn time. So Ducky even making a heads-up play. Muddy Water into 4 enemy Pokemon might get your Pokemon knocked out, but it'll buy precious, precious time. Good exchange. Now Evil Geniuses has a lot of room to work with as they move to the top side of the map. Tuzi Esports instead going to try to favor getting some of these Unite moves back online instead of fighting over the Regieleki.
I think it's the right call. They're going to have to split their resources in terms of defense and attack, however. Certainly when you've got Vin Diesel and Chris Smith both lurking for an opportunity, they're going to leave Mazzo, it seems, to his own devices on this top path. Chris Smith with a little bit more vision before finally committing to the rotate downstairs.
Yeah, it does feel like we're going to have a solid team fight here as Roland does take a tremendous amount of damage, but Potion Sada can be back and healthy in just momentarily. Antharos getting a little bit of that Pollen Puff healing, and Roland again buying time. These little poke battles from Evil Geniuses, reminder, are going to favor the range of that Mew.
Anthras has got the Hydro Typhoon available once again, but eats so much of the Solar Beam. No hook here from the discharge. Dragon Current, though. There's the Hydro Typhoon. It is taken away from Anthras. Any sort of... Actually, wait, no. Back up, because 3 have gone down for Evil Geniuses. Make that 4. I thought that this was going to be a completely different story, but the Zeraora runs riot. 3 KO streak for Mats and the Reg Ice in pocket as well.
Yeah, not to mention kind of a 4v5 in that situation with Muzzo putting in 50 points onto the top side. His goal zone will likely eventually go down. Solar Beam's cooldown not fast enough to stop 250 attempts, and that will be a huge score for Tuzi Esports. Lead now in their favor, a ton of experience, and some big KOs in that last team fight. That is a ton of momentum swinging in their favor.
I do love mathematics, Zoinks, and Tuzi Esports have played a blinder here, but there's no rest for the wicked. Another Regieleki approaches on top path with plenty of time to take it.
Yeah, so far this has been EG's room to work. Chris Smith is able to solo farm, Roland creates the disruption. It's a very simple but effective strategy that Evil Geniuses has been able to employ so far, but now things are a little bit different. Muzzo, level 12, almost at that level 13. Dragon Breath does land, and Christmas is a tremendous amount of damage back. It's so scary. Side Strike landing into Psyduck, not too bad for EG. They're able to tank it and walk away.
They don't want to sell themselves too short here to the esports. They could commit to the battle, but that might just be the battle. We're cutting it very close. Evil Geniuses completely unabashed. What a surf, and the Psyduck is removed from the map, but the Regieleki crucially into Evil Geniuses' hands. That Psyduck going to be coming back into play a lot sooner than I think Tuzi Esports would have hoped. They're going to prioritize positioning here for the central area for the final 2 minutes. Great pull from Matt. Can they get the KO? Yes, they can. Another surf from Anthras.
Yeah, Ducky's even made a Unite move, and they're able to take down that Vaporeon. So it's Tails of Immortality, maybe a little bit of a tall Tails. Now Groudon is starting to get ripped down. Scyther in range on the top side.
We do have the Green Illusion dive should they wish to use it. Dragon Current also available for Evil Geniuses. They've started to slow down to Z Esports. I think they were hoping to try and bait Evil Geniuses in. There is the Dragon Current though, and the Mega Gyarados is unleashed. We've got the Cottony Cloud Crash and the Hydro Typhoon both used as well. 2 down for Evil Geniuses. We've got the Eldegoss down for Tuzi Esports, but there goes the Scyther. That's the ADC. That's the big pick that Tuzi Esports needed. Mats is truly running the game, but Chris Smith is going for a back cap. What do Tuzi Esports now? They're going for the rip on Groudon. They kind of have to with buff in hand. It's going to be a difficult moment though, Zoinks. Siege mode engaged.
Yeah, now that they have that 100 points, Evil Geniuses might only need to take 1, potentially 2 buffs to turn this one around. So that counter score might be a well-tactful employed strategy, but now they really got to make it happen. Big Electro Ball hits a couple of targets. They have vision of 4 Pokemon. Make it 5 as Leos joins the ranks. That's a big pull. Kyrios down.
Vaporeon still got the Unite move available, and they're going to utilize it now. Full send for Tuzi Esports. This is the game, and Anthras has fallen. Who's going to fall next? Oh, it's the Scyther once again who's caught out. Check out Kenneth with this back line flank. 2 taken out. And it's a big price to pay for Evil Geniuses. Really great micro play from Tuzi Esports. Sees them retake the lead with 30 seconds to go. 38 down. Hundo Burger down. We're heading to game 3.
Wow, impressive stuff from Tuzi Esports, not only getting and securing the Groudon, but having a fantastic push thereafter. Evil Geniuses, I think, just kind of caught in some tough decision-making moments of what target do we prioritize to try to take down and steal that Groudon buff. Great interference play by Tuzi Esports, and I think in the end, Matzi on this Zeraora actually able to win a 1v1 against Ducky's Vaporeon.
Yeah.
Just felt like a linchpin moment on top of that tier 2, and Tuzi Esports racking up the score and getting 1 on the match board.
Anthras with a massive second half there. So many great surf catches. As you rightly point out, Matt's there able to get a couple of hooks as well, drag out of position. That Psyduck force into the Unite move. All for naught, we should add as well, which meant that it wasn't available at a crucial moment when Evil Geniuses are on defense. Maybe that makes a difference, or maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's time to give Tuzi Esports all the credit in the world. This is a team, this is a region in Brazil that really does not quit no matter how bad the going gets.
And they sure play that Zeraora well. I mean, if we're going to say one good thing about Brazil, there's a lot of good things to say, but one good thing I want to keep on repeating is how well they can play this Zeraora. I felt like we didn't get too many of those real fancy pulls until this moment, but then they just didn't stop. Matzi grabbing so many enemy Pokemon, yoinking them over to the opposite side of some of these tall walls. Chris Smith kind of forced into Mega Evolving on this Gyarados multiple times just to prevent the pull. Some really, really cool play. In this final moment, this final push, maybe EG has a chance to turn it around, especially with Ducky getting that knockout onto Antharos, with Scyther just having really nowhere to run in this Mega Mewtwo. Why? With a Groudon buff is, it's scary.
I didn't quite catch just how many ducks in a row lined up for Kenneth as well. They had the X attack available. They Mega Evolved at a beautiful time. And it just means that Tuzi Esports had enough to get them over the line to overwhelm the defense of that pad. It was only really that pad that they needed to take down in the end. But, you know, never... You want to make sure, don't you? When to go home base.
Oh, yeah. we want to rack that up for sure. Yeah, impressive stuff from Mets. I mean, 90,000 damage. That's exactly what you want from your central carry. Doing an amazing job on their kind of iconic Pokemon. You can see even in their player picture, we got a little plushie of Zeraora as well. So, I mean, great to see this ace trainer on their ace Pokemon doing so well. The question is, will they get the chance to in game number 3? And I have to imagine, yes. I do not see see a realm in which Evil Geniuses is either banning or counter-picking this Pokemon. Not to say that Chris Smith can't play this Pokemon or Vin can't, but I certainly haven't seen them play it to the tournament level that Matsy's proven they can, but it's how big of a threat do we consider this Pokemon to be?
Man, I don't know how to take this draft next. I mean, yeah, Mega Gyarados has now got a 50% win rate in this particular lobby. To me, I mean, I think there was a question certainly game 1 into game 2, as you were rightly saying, do we just outright ban Mega Gyarados? Do we take it away for both parties? Now that Tuzi Esports has gotten that W over a Mega Gyarados, they know how to counter it. They know that the prime picks here, looking at that Blastoise, looking at that Eldegoss, I get the feeling that EG is going to try and wrestle a couple of those picks back on side. But could we see potentially some rogue bans in that area to prevent either side from gaining the upper hand?
I mean, we could. So far, EG, I would say, has been employing what you would call these rogue bans, right? I mean, Ceruledge ban is definitely very targeted towards this 2Z team, potentially even the Zacian as well. So that will be a repeat. Evil Genius is going to ban the Zacian. 2Z Esports going to return to the ban of the Mega Charizard Y. And reminder, we are going to be returning to the Groudon map again. So a little bit more vision available at any point on the map. Not to mention some really intense final battles due to that Groudon damage buff. And no way, Evil Geniuses reading the tea leaves, and that is going to be the ban of the Zeraora. And 2Z Esports, seeing that, is not even going to ban the Mega Gyarados. They are going to stick to that Mega Lucario.
Yeah, whether you rotate back to the Blaziken, I think that's a bit up in the air, to be honest. It was a decent game from Mats in game 1. Is it a game winner in game 3?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, but Anthras, whoa, I tell you what he is, he's getting the Ceruledge. I think we've got our answer already.
I was just going to mention, I'm excited about the potential of this Pokemon being unbanned in this game. Clearly, Evil Geniuses has done their homework. They've been checking the Unite API to see what Matsy's been playing. So far, it is going to be on this Ceruledge, and they are going to get this chance in game number 3. Rolling on the Eldegoss, and they have the chance to pick up the Psyduck as well. So that we will be getting Psyduck, Eldegoss. That is a lot of damage reduction availability when we get to the late game.
Where'd you go support-wise? Well, they're taking away the Mew from Curios, so without that Pokemon for the first time, Alcremie enters the fray. Leosian, of course, you've got that Unite move, a static Unite move, but I think, again, given Evil Geniuses like to cobble together and play as a 5, not really split-pushing all that much, that could fall into the hands of 2Z Esports quite handsomely.
Yeah, 2Z Esports has really enjoyed these like kind of hyper carries, and Alcremie has quickly become one of the better Pokemon at enabling that, especially on multiple melee comps. Ceruledge, Gyarados, really going to enjoy that recover moveset to be able to return to. Now, range all of a sudden has become a bit different of a contest between 2Z and Evil Geniuses, right? We have Curios on Machamp, which, wild. Let's see how broken Machamp is. But 2, we got Vin on the Glaceon, a Pokemon that I, truly have a tough time with, but I'm not discounting its power level in any kind of variety. Glaceon, so phenomenal in some of these situations, is going with the Shell Bell Drive Lens style of build on this Pokemon, not the Cursed Incense. There is a chance we do see the Icy Wind build from this Pokemon for a little bit longer of range, kind of avoid that mid-range battling, instead go for some long-range secure opportunities, especially with Machamp and Mega Gyarados doing a lot of your upfront damage. But you might want some consistent damage to play around there. So we'll see. It's really a contest of range and burst versus consistent damage and enabling your all-rounders.
It does feel, I agree completely, it does feel like Icy Wind with that Ceruledge straight in the sights. I mean, will one Icy Wind take out a Ceruledge? No, but in these types of brawls, in the battles that we've seen so far, over 2 games worth, by the time that the Icy Wind does come into play, it could make all the difference. And the difference maker, this is where they become legends, folks. It's game 3 for the first time today.
Yeah, and we are with EG on the purple side and 2Z on the orange side. However, Evil Genius is looking to change that pretty quickly. I think it's Ducky going for a bit of an invade on this Psyduck into the enemy central area, and just shy of getting that red buff. Matsy, again, wise to these tricks, is actually going to favor that Pokemon first and foremost to get that damage done.
It is a fantastic battle where I'm glad that we are just watching the Invade just to purely marvel in this wonderful costume, looking to try and get that final hit. But great, again, they just missed out, and they're not able to get their passive away. Their headache is not going to buy them space, so the K-opener goes to this Cerulege, importantly already up to level 5 and heading down to bottom path.
Yeah, tough turn of events in that situation. I know Ducky is a huge fan of the central area invasion strategies. However, normally when we're seeing those implied by this player, it's with something like Mammoth Wine or even a Phantom in some of these situations, a defender that is a bit more in the tank. Psyduck, though, certainly a lot of HP to work with, and those stunts, even in the early game, pretty phenomenal. Nice play by Matsy, though, to pick up an enemy Pokemon with that Bitter Blade and its gigantic range that it has to work with.
And that War Turtle will have Hydro Pump, and that's exactly what's going to claim the Elder Goss. Sent back to the Pokemon Center. Plenty of early scores from Tizzy Esports on both paths. And yet again, Zoinks, it's Mazo onto the Gyarados first as we go for an invade on the other side now. 2 KO streak for this Muken. That's absolutely rolling in it.
Really impressive stuff from Tizzy Esports to kind of see this situation, right? They don't see the Glaceon enter either of the top or bottom paths, and they see the Machop have to rotate away to get a little bit of experience. They know they are in a commanding position and try to take that all the way to the bank. Now, good response by Evil Geniuses to try to defend this central area. Leo's going to be the only one to fall for it. Totally fine. Your support tanking for Matsy to get more levels and more scores is absolutely worth it.
It feel like a necessary sacrifice. They decided to 180 and protect the rest of the team just to try and draw away the Evil Genius's focus. Complete 50-50 coin flip here. It's going to go over to the Evil Genius side. Chris Smith retreating immediately. Mazo being taken down by the Glaceon. Those are some low health bars though. Evil Geniuses brush off the pressure to come away with a Regidrago in pocket.
All right, so a few questions answered in that last battle. Will be Vin on the Icy Wind build of this Glaceon, so having a bit more burst damage, and already we can see his effectiveness into that enemy Cerulege. Roland trying to keep Chris Smith up in this situation, who was able to get a quick score, does have the Regidrago buff in that last team fight you called, Relic, picking that secure up. Can be tough to tell when there's a Gyarados on either side. Same icon, whether it's Mega or not. Different colored border, I guess, is a little bit to help out which team it's on. But either way, great stuff from Chris Smith and great employment. On the top side, it looks like they might not be done fighting, though, as we have the Alcremie and the standard Gyarados teeing up against another all-rounder and supporter on the other side.
Yeah, Mazo kind of forced into a reactive role here. Lovely surf once again and misses out. My goodness, Mats was so desperately close to taking out Chris Smith. They still might get the opportunity. Reverend Ren into the back path, and with Regirock in hand, this is a great siege opportunity for Tuzzy Esports. We've got the Unite move from Glaceon coming down, does activate the slows, and it does mean that Evil Geniuses are able to fend off Tuzzy Esports. That was a really, again, Unite moves having to be used, but I think it's worth it since Tuzzy Esports already have the lead. You don't want to go to 100 plus at this early stage.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, keep that lead in this situation. I mean, I got to call it out. Unfortunately, I think that Cerulege Unite move didn't mark a single enemy target. Just a bit of a misfire, and great punish by Evil Geniuses immediately after. You see Curios's submission Machoke at the moment, able to line up for a really good play. They defend that goal zone. They get the KO into the enemy central area Pokemon. Nice secure by Kenneth. That Electro Ball, so phenomenal. Doesn't matter if an enemy Pokemon takes priority target, the splash damage is so good at getting the secures around these objectives.
Now presumably looking to get Surf. Well, maybe not Surf as early as possible because Evil Geniuses could see which way the wind was blowing. Yeah. Rather the Regieleki take the zone than a potentially much bigger number.
Exactly, yeah. That's totally fine. Plus Chris Smith will love the experience at this moment anyways. So they're going to be clearing that as quickly as they possibly can. It looks like our next team fight, well, I was going to say it might be favored around the top side of the map, but Tuzzy Esports actually going to relent a little bit of space. Maybe try to bait a single member of Evil Geniuses away from that goal zone into some of this limited tall grass and try to take some of these fights. But at the moment, I mean, Cerulege, after going down in that team fight, last time we saw them on the top side, has just had to perma-farm for what feels like 2 minutes now.
Oh, poor Curios. I mean, they've only just hit Machamp, just shy of half-time. They are well behind the curve. Yet another decent serve here from Anthras before they retreat back to relative safety. Our next Regi phase on the way. All 10 members, you could throw a blanket over them, Zoinks.
Yeah, everybody hanging out here on the top side. And yeah, you were absolutely right. Evil Genius is really struggling in that level department, but not having a lot of wild Pokemon to search down at the moment. But that tier 1 still being up. Submission is able to kind of tank a lot of these surf mechanics. We see it into the blast quite a bit. Big Hydro Typhoon, though.
And the Hydro Pump will finish off the Machamp. Anthras does lose 50% of their health bar. I don't think they're going to care too much about that, but they might care about this. Here goes the Dragon Current. Revenant Red into the back line. Forces out the Eldegoss Unite move. Almost instantaneously, the Registeel heading back to their place of spawn. Full health bar back in play. Anthras gets caught on the wall. That might be a decider, and indeed it's not for Tuzzy Esports, who do claim the Registeel. Can they now use this buff to their advantage? Submission, Machamp finally coming through with not one, but 2 KO or / assists. Moving now onto Pad. This is surely going to be a T1 crack, and indeed it is. They don't risk the 50, they go for the 38. It brings them back to within 18 Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Ducky gonna fly back home into their home base. Their lair? I guess a superhero doesn't have a lair. I don't know what they're called. We'll ask the authorities. Either way, we're gonna have a Regidrago spawning in the middle, but more importantly, this Regieleki has first appeared. Tuzzy Esports after kind of taking that last one on the chin, rotating quickly around. And again, you'll see Mazo focusing mostly on these objectives, on Tharos and Leozen playing Bubble, but everybody else has to get those wild Pokemon. You see the Ceruledge and the Mew constantly hiding out in their own central area, trying to keep this level pace ahead of where EG is.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Roll with the punches. If you're going to lose out on an objective, which Tuzzy didn't, by the way. Of course, they do take the Registeel, they lose the T1. Just move on to the next thing. Always look 2 steps ahead, and now we're looking at the Regidrago. That's gone pretty quickly as well. I don't think it's going to lead to any quick scores per se. Evil Geniuses are well equipped on that top part to be able to defend everything, but it does give Tuzzy Esports a moment of reprieve to look at their own map. There's not really many yellow dots, and so vision, information, the key moment here.
Another extremely close game that we have here in game number 3, 101 to 119, and just 40 seconds away from our final stretch when Groudon's going to be showing back up. Tharos takes a little bit of damage, but again, that Surf plus Shield, so phenomenal. Unite moves already being utilized, as that is both Mew and Blastoise Unite moves being used defensively. Big pulls from EG late.
They had us in the first half. We'll see whether they can convert in the second sheaf, because to lose 2 majorly defensively based Unite moves is not good if you are a new viewer here in the Unite Championship Series before 2 minutes.
I love our analysis. Not
good.
good.
Not good.
Not good. It's a tricky spot to be so far. Curios making sure they're bubbling out, getting vision. Again, that submission as a really safe play. They're going to go right into the back line, though.
Glacial Stage, big submission! That ice cream has been melted, as has the Ceruledge. Didn't even get a chance to use the Revenant Rend. In goes the Mega Gyarados with 2 KOs. Tuzzy Esports is being ejected from the map. 3 KOs now for Chris Smith. Another submission. He keeps on catching them for a terror. It was an awful first half for Kiro's. Not his own doing, by the way. It's a credit to Tuzzy Esports that they were able to restrict him and his EXP gained so much. But now that he's online, now that he has all the tools and the level scaling at his disposal, he's made a big difference. Revenant Rend used in vain, trying to stop this T1 crack. It's not going to happen. It's one-way traffic. It's Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, it's a minute left on the clock, but the writing is on the wall at the moment. EG currently tearing it up in this bottom path, and they're going to run these points all the way to that home goal zone. Pretty phenomenal showing from them in that final moment. I mean, you have to face it. A pretty big mistake on Tuzzy Esports' side, exposed by Evil Geniuses, and then from that point on, just perfect execution of the remainder of this matchup. Impressive stuff. I mean, I love Curios showing off a little bit of this Machamp, eject buttoning across the wall to chase down these Mews. This submission Machamp is just so tough to deal with, so tough to contend with, and a great answer to how powerful Blastoise has been.
This guy motors along. He's got a good sprint on him as this Machamp, and he's used it to good effect. Curios to be for Tuzzy Esports. I think they've gotten the game off Evil Geniuses. I think that's a great result. Ultimately, they were not the favorites here. To have won would have been an upset.
Yeah.
But Evil Geniuses, they have rode the storm. A lot of these LATAM teams, they're a bit of a coin flip right now. Are they going to turn up on the day? Are we going to see their league form carry over? Are they just going to be tournament different built? Well, Evil Geniuses is built different, most certainly. What a result for them. They start the tournament with a W.
There we go. And our first game 3 of the tournament as well. EG 2-1 over 2Z Esports and a very well-fought matchup. What a interesting conclusion to that last one. Exciting. I mean, there were fireworks. There was fanfare. They really had everything. What an end to this one. EG from North America and a 2-0 2Z from Brazil.
I gotta say, I felt the absence of that Zero Aura Zoinks. I think that target ban did the trick. Of course, that Zacian was target banned throughout the entirety of that series as well. Evil Geniuses do their research.
Yeah.
They don't really care so much about the meta per se, because their strength in depth, their roster pool is so deep that, as we were saying, in-game, yeah, roll with the punches in-game, but roll with the punches in draft as well. And so I think that they have managed this situation really well. 2Z always a scary team to come up against.
Yeah, 100%.
But manage them, they most certainly have.
Yeah, I think that was really impressive. Obviously, we said the major point of that last matchup was kind of a big call out, and we were able to get a shutdown. But there were a lot of moments throughout this matchup that I thought were interesting. I mean, we had these Reggie Drago getting traded by these Gyarados back and forth, and I think if there was one thing that felt most evenly matched up to, in my opinion, was Mazo versus Christmas on these Gyarados. I felt like always just maybe half a level difference between these two players, and always huge playmakers in these fights. Very fun duo of players to watch duel.
A battle of old and new when it comes to UCS as well. I think that Baby Mazo using all of his experience on, objectively speaking, I mean, yes, of course, you've got the choice of which path you take in terms of moveset, but you don't have Mega Gyarados when you Unite move. And I think that does make a big difference, but I think Mazo managing that situation really well, consistently ahead of Chris Smith as well. But I tell you what, this Glaceon with a big pop-off performance. Vin Diesel knocking up 11 knockouts onto the board with 9 assists. That's 20 KO contributions, if my maths is correct. So similar case, though, for Ducky with the 3 and 17.
Yeah, Ducky doing great on the assist department. I mean, shout out to Vin. 11 more KOs than game number 1 on Meowth, you know? Really crushing it.
Only going up.
On this Glaceon in game number 3. 9 assists, 11 against, and of course, 99,000 damage, over tipping that over. It's almost tipping that over to the 6-digit mark. Leozen and Roland both playing these focused healing supports, doing great in their number departments as well, with 50,000, 55,000+ healing each. So very, very impressive from these two support players. And already, I'm very excited to watch both these teams continue on in the tournament, because we were talking about how these are very likely our top 2 teams out of this group having this matchup. I think both these teams having a great chance to make it into day 2, but currently Evil Geniuses feeling a lot safer about that prospect.
And I think the quality of the teams that we're seeing, of course, not everybody playing at the same time. So for a lot of folks, if they're not scrimming, their coaches are keeping an eye on the matches that are. And I think the overall takeaway for me is, yes, Evil Geniuses does look as good as they are. 2Z Esports, yes, they can be a threat to any team. For me, I mean, I'm lining up with Dupsnacks here. I'm looking at that Eldegoss. What a great look. All series, 100% win rate. Never looked out of place. Unite move, so clutch in multiple final battles there going into the last 2 minutes. I'm excited to see what this Pokemon can do later on. I'm also worried for this Pokemon and whether it might end up on the ban table a little more often now that we've seen how influential it can be.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, but let's hear from the players on stage as we hear from Evil Geniuses.
Hey everybody, what's up EUIC? I am here with our big-time winner, Chris Smith from Evil Geniuses. Congratulations, my friend. Huge victory. How are you feeling taking down maybe the toughest opponent in your group?
I'm feeling great about it. You know, after LASC, definitely have wanted to be some of those Brazil teams, and Chelsea have always respected their players like Mazo and Mats, very good players, so I'm very happy with that win and good momentum for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I want to ask you about LAIC. I mean, a lot of expectations on your squad. I remember watching you in a grassroots tournament right before. You guys absolutely crushed it. A tough run at LAIC. Did you prepare differently for this event?
Yes, you know, like the day, once we lost at LASC, my #1 focus was just EUIC, making sure I could do everything we could for that. So we had a little roster change with Vin and just preparing for all the teams we could, and I just really want to show the world what we can do.
Amazing. I got to ask you about your in-region kind of rivals at this point, mainly because of your record, right? You and Root Dignitas, both undefeated in your region. You could meet up here at EUIC. How are you feeling about that matchup?
I'm really excited. I would love to play them. I've really respected them a lot, and I think it'll be a great match, just the two giants of NA. I think it'll be a great grand finals.
Amazing. Any shout-outs you want to give while we're up here on the big stage?
My sister for taking me, my parents, my friends, everyone who supported me. It means a lot to everyone. My teammates have just been so great, and I'm just so lucky to be in this position.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, what a run you've had. Like, what a start to an insane rookie season. We're going to send it back to the booth. Take it away, Chris, Evil Geniuses, with a huge victory.
Thank you. Great job, brother.
Thank you very much, Spraggles, the man of many flowers. And also thank you to Chris, such a lovely, lovely kid.
Oh, yeah.
Well deserving of his spot, as I'm sure you will all agree now, on this Evil Geniuses roster. I think the only way is up for this team. I mean, that was, I think, as Spraggles and Chris were rightly talking about, probably their toughest match when we're looking at the groups on paper. So don't get complacent. But day two looking pretty light.
I mean, this tournament's full of rivals, right? They have a lot of opponents that will still be strong contenders. Speaking of rivals, we got a real fun one. We have EU versus EU coming up for our next matchup. It's going to be BH3 Esport versus Volticons Unite, which is going to be such a banger. In-region rivals, of course, and we love a battle of EU here on home turf.
And BH3 with a point to prove. X-Gen 5, I think one of their biggest criticisms is pretty strong online. Can they ever translate it to offline? Right. They are 6-0 in the regional leagues. They are the team to beat in EU. I'm so excited to see what UTEL and the boys can do this time around.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people's tournament favorites, but I don't want anybody to be counting out Volticons. Truly a strong squad in their online regional league performances as well. Not a 6-0 perfect record, but how good would it feel to take down your region's leader currently in person on stage? Yeah, exactly. I think it would feel pretty good. We're going to see what ends up happening, though, because we have more EUIC right after this break.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are live for EUIC, where we host the AOS Cup. We are at the Excel Center here in London, where our teams are competing up on that big stage. This is day one, our group stages, where teams are going to move forward. Some teams are going to get knocked out, and then tomorrow we're going to see that single elimination bracket. As you can see, the hall is full of Pokemon trainers of all stripes, and we are looking at some of our Unite matches there in the Unite Hive before we head on over to these two here in the booth. Hi, Jake, your resident content cowboy, Spreggles, yeehaw, all the things, and the greatest Dupe Snacks. Hello, Dupe Snacks.
Hopefully the only Dupe Snacks at this rate.
No, there's many, but you are the greatest.
That is wild work. I'm learning that at the same time you all are. Both NA teams that are in our regional leagues continue their undefeated match streak here to kick off our day at EUIC. Both Evil Geniuses and Root Dig taking down some wins. Now, let's take a look at Citadel Gaming 2-0 in the group.
That is amazing for them. Their match against CACM is going to mean a lot, especially if CACM obviously takes down Planet JJ's and Nova Legion. However, if Citadel picks up a win on Root Dig, they are just cruising right through day number 2. Excited to see that squad, one of our regional teams out of North America that has had a bit of a rocky start, but a really strong roster.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you know, Citadel Gaming themselves, of course, formerly you might know them as Team YT.
Wait a minute. Aftermath won their game? This is huge.
Yeah, Pasta Baguette, unfortunately, not carrying the that bread-like torch forward. But for Aftermath Esports, a big-time win on a big-time stage and a great way to kick off their event.
Taking a look at Group E here, Rush Hour up 1 game, Rework Esport Core struggling a little bit. However, in Group F, we've got Rework Esport Gear with a win. MTZ Esport unfortunately losing to both them and Los Caducados, who is also undefeated in their group. I mean, I do want to highlight Aftermath here a bit. This is a squad that started off their regional season in an extremely rocky place. They've lost every single match. They have not gotten a single win in North America. However, they are showing up here. They are getting better every time we do see them, so I'm excited for that squad. Well, let's talk about a squad who has not had that problem. BH3. They are undefeated in EU, the only team out of their region.
And really, like, in a dominant fashion, too. Very undeniable force. Now, BH3, great when playing at home. We're looking at U-Town Megu here for BH3, and I'll tell you what, they want to start delivering in person because those two are phenomenal players in the EU region but have not found the on-stage success that they would so desperately desire.
Yeah, it's true, right? I mean, they were on a couple of absolute all-star teams that just haven't been able to get it done in some of these live events, whether that be Worlds or when they were on Tally Bobo, you know? I mean, there were just a few situations like that. First pick, no, not surprised when it does not get banned out. We have Mega Char Y for BH3. So far, the encounter rate at 100%. It's either picked or banned every game.
As it should be. Now, what's sticking out to me is we still got a duck that's floating around, and that's where I would be going if I'm BH3 right now. And Vaporeon also not a bad spot.
Yeah.
As now the duck can go back the other way. BH3, when they're getting Mega Charizard Y, it's unsurprising that they're winning games.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, such a power pick, a really scary one to give your opponents. We still have Mega Gyarados on the table as well. However, it looks like we're going to be locking in that Slowbro, one of the hardest counters to some of these Megas out there. A very strong strategy. And, you know, it's definitely something, if Megu didn't have Vaporeon, Slowbro is an easy one for them to slot in.
Without a doubt. Voltigons Unite is playing maybe a different game than maybe you and I are with these draft picks. And BH3, to the victor go the spoils here. They are winning in the region for a reason, and when you're giving them high-octane picks, they will deliver with them. However, Mega Gyarados bypassed by BH3, meaning we might have a gutter Mega Gyarados pick, something I did not think I would be saying.
I know, we had a Gutter Gengar earlier. Now we've got the Gutter Gyarados here on the side of Volticons. We definitely have the more, what would be looked at as impactful Mega on the side of BH3, but Mega Gyarados extremely powerful, seen in most of our games today, especially the ones on broadcast here. As we take a look to the side of BH3, a Pokemon we don't see as much anymore, the three-headed bird. We've got Dodrio with an 11% encounter rate. This now has, really felt like a Pokemon where it's either you have a player who is unbelievably good on it or you stay far, far away.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, the Dodrio is going to be a tip of the cap. Snow, who's had themselves some pretty bomb games with the Scizor Scyther, gonna be a Scyther, and can really, pun intended, snowball games early because, one, that's what Scyther does, but two, Snow specifically knows how to make a quick, violent impact with Scyther. So really, it's up to BH3 to mitigate that first engagement when the Scyther gets involved. If they can do that, the high-octane, high-powered selections they have on their team, I think is going to really help them carry through.
You're looking at one of the biggest squads from Europe right now, for sure. One of the, teams people in the crowd are most hyped for in BH3 as we get set for our first game here in Group 3. BH3 Esport, your purple team. Volticons Unite, your orange team. This is still our group stage, Doob Snacks. You want to win all of these to make sure you make it to day 2.
Without a doubt. Utah Megu, partners in crime, going to the bottom path. We've got Sazero on the invade from the bot side, and they are not sussed out. Already, we have the Snow working through. Oh, a nice little Astonish there. Sazero is going to try and slow down Snow and really keep that impact limited early.
Yeah, you want to see if you could steal this away. Not able to make it happen. They will be able to hit their level 5 if they can get to that piece of experience, but they might just head down to the bottom path here and let this Mew give them a little something. It looks like Sazero going to walk across, and no secures here for the Hoopa, but so much time wasted, so much pressure put on your opponents, and with that EXP share, you're not too stressed. Nice KOs in the top path, and we are stacking up with Dodrio. And look at this, a little bit of revenge here. We're seeing if Snow can take down the Hoopa, and they do.
Yeah, I mean, Kranix getting the K opener in that top path on the Buzzwole, and shortly behind them is Reisu getting one for themselves as well. So, Snow, not the early impact, because the rest of BH3 is stepping into the role for him.
And look at Volticons right here. I mean, just getting this Gyarados online. Really strong start for that, their squad. But of course, BH3 having a very powerful fight in that top path, as we talked about before. Leon now looking to see if there's any bit of this they can take. The Scald, yeah, you can take it. Buzzwole's going to be the one who gets the experience there, though. They picked it up, slammed it down on that wild Pokemon.
Buzzwole, a Pokemon that every time we see it, it feels like it was forgotten about for some reason, and it is just a dominating Pokemon. Almost always has been, and it really feels at this point always will be.
Just think in the hands of these pros, the amount that, the value you can get out of some of this displacement is incredible, as we have Snow looking for a KO right here. On the other side, Rezu on this Dodrio continuing to push. The jump kick picks up the KO, and they're going to keep chasing the Crustle. They get the berry. The tri-attack doesn't hit, but what a fight.
What a fight. Well done by Reisu. Great backdoor approach. Gonna absolutely get a killer flank. Tons of knockouts as well. Scrambling back is Utah. Sazero providing cover. Solar Beam is there. Can't get the knockout. And guess what? It's another one for Reisu. They're almost level 9 at 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, Reisu is doing exactly what you want a Dodrio to do. It just cause an insane amount of chaos into the enemy team. And when you get that level advantage, you are cruising. Nice big X-Scissor. Vaporeon does go down. That's good for Volticons right there. But still, BH3 feeling pretty good. Level 9 on the bird. They've got their Unite move. No Unite move on the side of Volticons.
You do have the Charizard evolution as well. Off their Unite move for now, but that is going to be coming in short order. BH3 really commanding the early stages of this game. Resu going straight for the rip. Everyone else is just biding time because they are in absolute control. Volticon's going to focus down this Regieleki. We'll see if Kranix wants to get in the mix with Buzzwole. No, they're just going to let it walk. They're going to let it go, and they're going to uppercut Slowbro out of here.
And here we go. This could be a good push for them. We have the Hoopa having to peel back right here. This walks. Now we can get some pretty smart scoring for the side of Volticons, but no, that Eos energy stolen away from the Gyarados. They're going to have to decide how or if they want to break this goal zone. Utah coming up to the top path. They are level 9. They're looking for a fight.
Killer flank here again. BH3 moving incredibly tactfully across this map. Going to shrink that goal zone, keep their score lead, and now a huge rotation. We've got so many Unite moves on the side of BH3. It really feels like they're going to be in complete control here.
Yeah, at any moment this fight could kick off. Snow on the other side, I mean, that's a level 10 scythe. They're extremely powerful, but level-wise things are great for BH3, and they do have the nuclear option, the Charizard, ready to go at any moment, take to the skies. They haven't used the Unite move yet. We've got another Mega, though, Mega Gyarados on the side of Volticons.
Racew's going to try and find their way in. BH3 looking very good here, and really just great map presence, just period. You mentioned the level 10 Scyther. It's going to have a tough time scrapping because things are just bigger on the other side.
Yeah, no question. If it gets caught even for a moment, it's in a lot of trouble. Looking for actually a sneaky score in the bottom path. A few points do go in. Now we're at 227-63. And if they just keep this pressure on Volticons, Volticons is going to be the team that needs to make a play, which is tough because the counter punching from BH3 is incredibly strong.
Sazero, the Hoopa, does have that Rings Unbound Unite move, can do that big like portal and yank the team through. Kranix doing a good job babysitting, and the macro advantage is going to be BH3's as well.
And here we go, getting ready for this top objective here. We have multiple members of BH3 possibly looking for a fight. Not able to start it there with Kranix, but they're going to keep pushing, looking for the Crustal KO, Crustal Unite move, massive shield. We're going to see how BH3 wants to play this.
Good trap. Kranix knocked down by the slow beam here between Fizzy and Leon. They're going to look for their next one. Reisu has the trick. Phantom Force Hoopa action shenanigans on them, and we still have that Gyarados Unite. Regieleki steps up. Reisu almost get X-Scissor down. Now we're Rings Unbound. Big stun in the back line. We're trying to. Now we're taking him to the sky. Seismic Slam burning down the countryside Trogdor style like you mentioned. Mega Gyarados is unleashed, but they have to use that to run away. Meanwhile, it's the Rex of BH3 lining up some targets, but a little bit of success for Volticons. 3 players down, and that is a huge way to turn the tide as the whole Volticons team has come together and nickel and dimed their way back into this game.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from Volticons. A very smart play by BH3, of course, to just let that Regieleki walk. They're fine with the goal zone going down there. Very small overcap. They know they're way ahead on points, 227-83. However, that fight looked great for Volticons, and that is scary for BH3. They had their Charizard. They had a lot of what they needed. They just didn't get a big fight win. Putting a lot of resources into the Crustal in the top path. Looks like it's going to be going down here. They're just trying to peel it away from the rest of their team.
Yep, Leon and Snow going to go back to their side, and you can see the value of having that tier 1 goal zone. It just got broken, but when it was intact, Volticons faded back to it very well, used the shield that it provides to turn the tides of the fight despite being down a couple levels. Now Snow is getting this wild farm, go straight to the backline, the Unite move, force the Charizard Unite move back the other way, and they're going to get a huge knockout on Snow. Big win there for BH3. Still in the front line is Leon. They're trying to hang tough in the face of 3, but they finally go down.
Yeah, I mean, a big play there for BH3, huge KO. At the same time, Scyther able to charge that Unite move pretty fast, especially if they're able to let it head through their central area and pick up a lot of this experience here. Tibby right now just trying to take a lot of this away from Buzzwole, and it looks like they actually did a pretty decent job. So Scyther should have its Unite move back. They're going to let Charizard get as much experience and wild Pokemon farm as they can on the side of BH3, get its Unite move back, and this fight is going to kick off once again. If we can get the slow beam for Volticons on the side of BH3, grab that Dodrio or grab that Charizard, this could be a huge win for them.
It's got to be the Charizard in my opinion, Cowboy. You have to isolate that down. And now Volticons is just positioning. They're trying to suss out where everybody is, as both teams are buying time to get Unite moves back.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for right now. Scyther looking for its Unite. Same thing with this Charizard. Charizard level 14 right now.
Massive.
3 seconds until we have our Kyogre. But again, these teams don't want to fight until they have their Unites. Char is ready to go. Scyther just ticked over to its Unite move. At any moment, this could start. Megu actually peeling back through this portal right here. Nice big Hyper Beam right there. Excuse me, Solar Beam. We have Leon doing some damage to Kyogre, but no one wanting to start this fight. Of course, no one wants to make the mistake. Rezu right now just popping in for a little try attack, sussing out exactly where Volticons are. They are getting sort of pushed into this top tall grass right here, but they're pretty comfortable with looking for their moment for this fight. Level 14 Scyther could rip through their opponents. The question is, when do they want to move? Megu is caught right here. Yep. Is this their moment?
They're going to have to engage. Half HP is down. Forces out the ability of Megu to retreat right there. Charizard does come back in the mix, and we did have Reisu expose themselves for just a second previously on an attempted flank. That's a big rock tomb into the wall. We've got the slow beam on Kranix, and the solar beam follows up. Tibi uses their Unite move. They are Mega Gyarados mode, and they're going straight into the middle for the rip. Reisu has to step in. We are rings unbound, stuns into the middle. Half HP on Kyogre. Seismic slam on the backside by Charizard, and they're dealt with. They're gone. Volticons is taking control of this fight. Snow in the retreat. They're trying to get away from Reisu. Kyogre goes on so long. Taken by the Mega Gyarados. Volticons finding their way in, and they're beating the brakes off BH3. Reisu with a huge flank, couldn't take care of Snow, and we're still going for the scores here. 277, 165. We need to get more points in, says Volticons. Chari locks theirs in. 265, 277. They are still down, but they have to wrestle with the power of the Dodrio scores.
They need to move very quickly right here. They do have points, but they don't need full pockets. They need something small. Mew is in a good position for this with only 30 points. They are still behind. 15 seconds left on the clock, and they have to make a play. If they can distract with Gyarados and get Mew in there, they can make something happen. Massive surf! But can they score? Doomsnacks, they're trying. The Mew goes down. Scyther in the middle. Scyther scores!
A hundo burger for Scyther. They're going to lock it down. Volticons with the Giga upset on BH3. Volticons makes the magic happen.
Wow, what a fight from Volticon. I mean, when Charizard gets caught early by this Crustle, by Scyther, it finally takes to the skies, but the second it lands back down in its Unite move, it is ripped off the map by Snow. What a fight, and what a final moment there. The distraction on the tier 2 to let the goal sneak into the home goal zone. Volticons up one game against the undefeated BH3.
BH3 having PTSD from their stage performances of years past. Yutao and Megu given the Mega Charizard Y, and it's still not enough. All the credit in the world to Volticons. Wow. All the credit in the world to the Crustle. All the credit in the world to the Slowbro. You want to talk about some support core action? Yeah. You just saw it in space. Look at that trap. Bang, Kranix goes down, Solar Beam. Mega Gyarados goes to the middle, buys the door for Snow on the backside to put the pressure on the Charizard Y. They're gone. Meanwhile, Kyogre's still getting worked on. Snow getting space from Reisu, goes over the wall. Reisu can't do anything. The stun attempt is in the middle, but no, it's secured, and I believe it was Dragon Breath on that for secure. And look at this, cheeky Snow going straight to the middle, gonna get the hundo burger right in the grill. Look at the celebration. That is well deserved, my friend.
What a fight. And you know, there were just so many amazing moments in that fight to call out. You know, when Snow moves in and Fizzy stuns the Charizard long enough to hit that first dual wing beat, then as soon as Charizard lands, they clean it up. You see Snow on this Scyther at almost no HP. It has to back up, hit a dual wing beat onto Dodrio to recover enough HP, and then bounce over the wall into the pit to try to get this secure. What a crazy, crazy final fight.
If I'm BH3, I'm banning this Scizor Scyther.
Yeah, I agree.
Without a doubt. That thing go into the hands of Snow, and that's been the story of Volticons' league play as well.
Yeah, I mean, what a game from Volticons. We've seen some great looks, and I feel like we do talk a lot about Snow with this squad, and I think fairly so. I mean, he is such an incredible player, such a strong carry for the team. You probably are looking to shut Snow down specifically in this draft, if you can, as we're seeing some of these bans here, very targeted top path bans right now, as you're looking at Zacian, Mega Lucario. Looks like Darkrai is clearly a problem they don't want to deal with. Volticons, with their final ban right here, I mean, look at this. We've got Psyduck, Vaporeon, Mega Charizard, Y, Mega Gyarados, like so many power picks. How does BH3 want to start?
Yutao goes, you know what, Mega Charizard Y is incredibly strong. On the other side, Fizzy and Big Daddy Leon going to be the first two to make their selections here. And I'll tell you what, Snow got the player of the game, but this game hinged off those two individuals. And they are going straight into the Crustle and the Mew that had great success, counter-picking the Slowbro immediately.
Look at Megu. I mean, this is Megu's signature Pokemon, in my opinion, and it's a huge counter to any of the Megas. It is a massive counter to Scyther. It was the kind of original Scyther counter when this thing was, you know, kind of tearing up some of the tournament scene at one point. The quick answer was, if we have Slowbro, it's over, basically. Slow Beam as soon as that thing jumps in, it's gone. It's very squishy, so we're going to have to see if that strategy works here in game number 2. Next couple of picks for BH3. They like the Lucario, and they like the Inteleon. So this is the stock Lucario. This one's just the one you find on the lot. It's not all souped up, but it means you get to play extreme speed if you'd like.
Rounding this out is Tibby, hovering that Zarina, and I like this pick. Popular in the East, hasn't quite gotten the same type of reputation here in the West, but darn, do I think that thing can be good.
I think it's great, and it, you know, single target damage into that Inteleon. If you're able to get to the back line, hit one big stomp, if that's what you're running into Inteleon, take it up into the air, you can usually combo through for a, you know, a full HP to 0 from that Unite move. And that really tips the fight in the favor of the team that, you know, has the player advantage.
Yeah, I agree completely. It's fun to see in the year 2026 a game hinge off who has Slowbro.
Yeah.
It really feels like that Slow Beam is going to be a difference maker, and tip the cap to BH3 for recognizing the differences here.
It's such a powerful ability, you know. I mean, we saw it in that last fight. They didn't get it on the target they wanted, you know, Voltigons. They got the Buzzwole, but it was enough. It was enough for the fight to start turning. It's, you know, a lot of the time, if your team works with you, you're guaranteeing one player is off the map, and that is massive in these fights. The longer that Buzzwole would have been around, the more shields it generated, the more knockups and displacement it would, you know, be able to inflict on its opponents. So getting something out of the fight early is huge, even if it probably wasn't the prime target, which was Charizard. As we head into game number 2 between these two squads, BH3 Esport, your purple team, Volticons Unite, your orange team. I think a lot of people would have expected this to start the other way. BH3 undefeated in the EU region right now, but Volticons is looking to change that on the big stage.
Leon stepping up, Tibby already half HP. Kranix stepping forward with base model Lucario. As we know, Lucario is incredibly strong in the early game and really getting able to flex on just that little bounce sweep right there. Tibby gonna have some problems getting going.
Yeah, and here we go. They're looking to see what experience here they can take from their opponents. If any, Snorlax moving in, trying to get some of that, but a decent fight from their opponents.
Fizzy, half HP, pressure on, as we did have Yutao step up, but quickly knocked out is Megu. Now we're having the E-ball hit the back. Indeed, he actually stuns Yutao, which makes Fizzy think they can go a little deeper. Fizzy outpacing the Charizard Y on their evolution and experience progress so far in the game. Oh no, oh no, Fizzy evolving as well. Snow steps up, now we've got an E-ball into the back. Pollen Puff there, and the experience is going to go to the side of Volticons.
Yeah, nice stuff from Volticons, like having a great fight top, a great fight bottom, obviously, that empowered that. Still only level 4 on the Zarina. They would like more, but, you know, the Lucario also kind of stuck right here. Kranix deciding whether or not they're going to move forward, looking for a bit of a fight on Leon. Level 5 here on this Snorlax. It is heavy slam. Some players have been using flail in some of these situations. It's gotten more and more popular, but this is the old school jump in, push them around with block Snorlax.
Yeah, I mean, between the wall that Snorlax can create and the wall that Crustle can create, it's going to be boxing in a lot of these players here as Megu surfs through. My preferred moveset for this Slowbro. We saw Big Daddy Leon go with Scald.
Yeah, Scald, you know, it does some really nice things, but I agree, Surf is just unbelievably good. I think it's the stronger set most of the time, but look at this fight. 2 of them jumping in right here. Mew picks up the KO.
And you're starting to see how they're going to use the Crustle and the Snorlax here. Tons of pressure being put on. Now Snow can't get caught. Fizzy and Leon doing a great job, almost like offensive linemen for their quarterback there, taking all the punishment so Snow can get it.
Ooh, so close. That snipe shot was just a hair off of possibly picking up a Crustle KO right there. Crustle obviously body blocking the first snipe shot to make sure it didn't hit the team. Nice secure there from BH3. The Inteleon has got insane range, and look at that. I mean, Snow more than half of the HP gone.
Yeah, that's going to be brutal work, right? If they can keep peppering in those shots, it's going to be an easy day for BH3. Kranix taking a ton of damage between Tibby and Leon. The Bone Club is down, the Bone Rush is back, and Tibby is on the chase.
Yeah, here we go, heading to the top path here, looking to see if they can get this Registeel. Bottom path, 3 members of BH3 are taking a look at Reggie Alecki. They really don't have much from Volticons here. Volticons deciding to put all of their resources into the top path. Megu now looking this with Rezu. There's the snipe shot, and boom.
Fizzy stepping back. They're going to be responsible for babysitting this goal zone in the face of 3. Reisu trying to put some good pressure on, good damage on. Reggie Alecki hits, and they have a great opportunity for a plus 32, and they are successful. Here comes Snow, popping their Unite move. Yutao goes down quickly. Megu half HP. Fizzy trying to trap Reisu. Here comes Snow. They smell blood in the water, but no, that Invis Inteleon going to be able to get themselves out.
They definitely want Reisu in that moment, but I feel like maybe just stay on the slow bro, finish up that KO right there. Of course, easy for me to say from the cheap seats, but the Inteleon able to make it out of that fight. Now they're moving on in here after a very beautiful snipe shot. Block thrown up just to make sure Lucario could, you know, not move in, but also to eat an entire snipe shot if it happened to find its mark.
It almost feels like this game will live and die by Reisu's snipe shots. If they can land a couple, we've got a good shot. Tibby going double stomp. They get hit with a snipe shot. Snow goes in. Reisu has to peel back. Snipe shot is lined up. Can't hit a soul. Sazero seeing Snow put the pressure on them. The dual wing beat mark is marked on Saz for certain as Chari fades back in the face of Megu.
I gotta say, Volticons is playing amazing Unite right now. They look fantastic, and their coordination with starting an engagement and moving in with Snow, deciding whether or not they're going to commit and pursue, has been extremely impressive in all of these fights. I just feel like this is a great looking Volticons today.
Yeah, oh, Fizzy in a blender here. X's are tons of targets. Here comes Snow. Double slam is there. Snipe shot rings true, does get Fizzy down. Not before Kranix is dispatched though. Dual wing beat on another target. Tibby cashing that one in. And you're right. I mean, Volticons is just setting up traps left, right, and center. Nice little block. Racer over the top, scoop to the skies, and put down quickly is Snow this time around, trying to get out his Big Daddy Leon. They are torched to the floor. Sazero and company are now ready to move. The pressure's on with 3 players down. Fizzy gonna have to stand tall. 4 players are surrounding him. Low on HP, they're gonna rubble rouse. Still burning from the skies is the Charizard Y. Look at the size of that Fire Blast. Fizzy steps up. X-Scissor hits a ton of targets. Heavy Slam is there. Forced to the back line with the East lead is Kranix. But it's going to be just enough. Sazero's going to sacrifice themselves so the Lucario can get out of dodge.
Lucario moves right back in. The extreme speed, but caught once again by the X-Scissor. These plays from Volticons, I mean, they are fighting here. Even into this Charizard, they know the Unite move's not there. Looking for the KO on Mego. Boosted attack is not going to make it happen. Rock Tomb just to hit them a little bit right here. Another Solar Beam from Chari as Volticons, I mean, still in this game. Incredible fights from this crew. The Unite moves getting back online. However, you saw them dive in for that fight against BH3, and they did pick it apart very well. Yutao taking him up in the sky. Scyther goes down. The Zarina doesn't find its target. I think it was looking for Charizard Y, but accidentally took Eldegoss into the skies. Was not able to make a play there. Great fights from both of these crews.
Good pressure on Tibby there. We've got 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Sazero caught in the Rock Tomb. Heavy Slam is there, and they want more targets. Stepping up and burning. Oh, taking the skies. Cotton Cloud Crash going to land on top of Megu. Heavy Slam. Leon putting the pressure on. Has to power nap in the middle. Snatch to the skies is another player here as Charizard burns down the countryside. Fizzy biting the dust. Big Daddy Leon biting the dust. Big Fire Blast. Nice shot hits Chari. Now Tibby's on the retreat. It's Tibby and Snow. Going to have to work in tandem here in the tide that is BH3 cascading into the bottom path.
And look at this here from BH3. I mean, it would be very very ideal for them to let Utah have as much of that as they possibly can, get that Unite move back online. Once Charizard is in the air, it is extremely difficult for Volticons to deal with, and they know that. They're trying to manage this Unite move as best as they possibly can, but they don't have one of the biggest counters in the game. That was stolen by BH3. That's the slow bro right there, as now we have multiple members of Volticons looking to charge their Unite moves and get some experience. Scyther just trying to farm right now. They've got to be very close to their Unite, as we can see the team allowing them to have some of that experience. Level 14 for the Scyther. Only 12 dupe snacks for this Charizard. Really not where you want to be. You're hoping that this thing is sitting around 14 as well.
No, all Snow has to do is avoid getting caught by this Mega Charizard Y. And on the side of BH3 Esports, they are crossing their fingers that Reisu has their eyes on the prize. Good shot on Tibby.
Beautiful shot on Tibby. Oh, possibly looking for a fight, but no, they find the slow bro, and that's not where they want to go. Awesome snipe shot. Forces the Crustle to reset right here. And now BH3 can decide whether or not they want to make a play. Oftentimes when you hit a snipe shot that big, the team does have to reset. Will Leon go back? That is the question. These snipe shots are so brutal that even these tanks might have to reset in some of these moments. Lucario for the side of BH3, possibly looking to make a sneaky play right now. They are not in this engagement. We have them caught by the Rock Tomb. Do they move in? Possibly. Fizzy going in. Here comes Zarina, but no, they're peeling back. Dupes next. Charizard moving forward. The Unite move.
Rubble Rouse takes to the skies finally, but it's on Tibby. Tibby gets burned down, but is an opportunity to counter is there. Kranix is trying to get into the mix. Things have settled down very quickly, realizing that without Tibby, they're at a disadvantage here. Kyogre is getting hit. Fizzy is in the middle of a fire blast. Leon tries to step in, but they're caught in just the waves of the surf. They have to block backwards. Snow with the backdoor action here. Tons of pressure still put on. The Inteleon Unite is down. Kyogre's at half. Fizzy's at half HP as well. Snow and Chari looking for a big flank. Going on Kranix. They need one. Popping a Unite move straight through. Oricane caught in the slow beam is Snow! And that's gotta be curtains for Volticons as their best player goes down. The pressure is on. Tibby tries to close the door. Kranix takes care of Big Daddy Leon. And now Tibby is just sitting on the doorstep watching BH3 take utter control of this. Chari's the last member standing for Volticons. And they're going to have to go full Voltron here if they want to even have a chance to take down BH3. Because they're not taking the objective. They're going straight for the burgers.
Beautiful score there from BH3. Puts them up 295-94 with only 15 seconds left. Absolutely shutting down Volticons in that fight. And I think the real heartbreaker on the side of Volticons, they have a Zarina that didn't unite a single time. It had 2 engages, 2 fights at Kyogre, and not a single unite move used. They shut it down extremely well. Volticons looking great throughout that game, but wow, BH3 coming back in a big way.
That's exactly what BH3 needed there. Things that stick out to me, the slow bro. If you're going to let Mega Charizard Y, you got to first pick that thing.
Yeah.
Just take it. Volticons, you just got to take it. Or you ban it. Second thing I got to point out, this Zarina was explicitly selected to counter the Mega Charizard Y, and it was nowhere in the galaxy of where it needed to be in these exchanges.
Yeah, it got caught twice, and you know, when you have a Zarina, you don't get to use your Unite move at all. Obviously, there are certain targets you're looking for, but it's just extremely disappointing to walk out of multiple Kyogre fights and have one of your strongest carries not use their Unite move. Of course, you know, you use your Zarina Unite move into the slow bro. It doesn't really change the dynamic of anything at all. There are a few of those targets you're looking for. So this was an early fight here for these squads. We talked about this snipe shot over and over, about how big of a difference maker it would be, and it really was.
Without a doubt. I am still surprised this Mega Charizard Y is getting through it all. I think that just kind of naturally solves some of the problems we're contending with here. As you can see, you know, when it takes to the skies, they could not deal with it. You know, I know Slowbro's the easy button in this circumstance, but you tried to put yourself another easy button on your desk. You just never hit it with this Zarina.
Yeah, where Zarina gets caught by Charizard right here and just blown up. The Lucario chases it immediately too.
Snow moves in. Megu not having to expend their slow beam on any resource
Yeah.
just allowed it to be an easy catch. And you said Megu is known for the slow bro, and it's looking like the old school Megu indeed.
Yeah, I think so. I just think this is like the signature Pokemon for Megu. It is their best Pokemon by far, in my opinion. It's a scary one to ever let them have, especially when there are some single target units on the other side that they really want to lock down. If you have a Scyther, you've got the strongest counter in the game in Slowbro.
Yeah, like I said, if your strategy is going to be letting Mega Charizard Y through, you got to either ban Slowbro or you got to pick it up, because otherwise Megu's going to snatch it. And that was a tough lesson learned, right? Well, good adjustment from game 1 into game 2, but obviously just that small adjustment was enough to bring them to the finish line. I think it only gets worse now here for Volticons, especially because Reisu now has a warm-up game on Inteleon, and they were hitting some good snipe shots. Weren't hitting all of them.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just need to play a game to go like, okay, get your muscle memory back. And I can't imagine that if Reisu gets Inteleon again, that they're not going to be hitting a higher percentage of those snipe shots.
Yeah, it looked fantastic. BH3 right now is going to be your orange team. They're going to be your second pick here. Groudon is going to be the map. As we see some of these bans here, the Mimikyu, the Crustle, I mean, yeah, that's been a huge factor in some of these games. Once again, Darkrai, worried about the Darkrai. Charizard getting banned out here as Volticons has their first pick. A lot of great options here. We're going to see how they would like to play it. Blastoise has been a popular one all weekend, and they do lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, Volticons, cleverly enough, banning a lot of stuff that they were picking in the first 2 games in that Crustle and the Mew. Chari having a couple of good Mew games back-to-back here. We'll see how BH3 Esport looks to react. This is a bad spot to grab that Slowbro in, but Umbreon seems pretty solid. Vaporeon's still there, and of course, Duck still available.
They get the Mega Gyarados, which feels great. I mean, this is a great pick, extremely powerful. You could have Yutao on another Mega that is, you know, an incredible carry. Over to the side of Volticons, we're going to see what they want to lock in. You know, this Zacian has been target banned in our first couple of games here, so it looks like Tibby is happy to pick it up here. This must be a pick that BH3 was trying to avoid. Now all of a sudden we've got this ludicrously tanky Blastoise and a Clefable to back it up with the legendary, you know, dog with a sword in its mouth.
I was just about to say, I'm thinking Miraidon if I'm Reisu right now. With that cursed item, really helps mitigate the healing that Daddy Leon on that Clefable is going to try and do. Sazero grabbing Alcremie right there, and of course Snow. Like, if it's there, they're taking it, is where we're at right now.
Will they have, I mean, Decidueye is a great counter to Miraidon. It outranges it. Mewtwo is strong, but it doesn't really outrange Miraidon outside of, you know, a Psystrike teleport out. I'm wondering, yeah, what they're going to do. They do decide to go with the Mewtwo Y, which is extremely powerful, but it's going to play at a somewhat similar range to Miraidon. Miraidon actually feels like it can play around it a little bit better. Final pick over to BH3 is going to be Cerulege.
You know what? We've seen some very solid Cerulege games so far. Of course, Bitterblade getting that buff recently, making it just a solid option. It has some good escapability as well, which was already put on display this weekend. So as a gutter pick, it makes sense to me based on the other stuff you've built around it.
I agree. I think it's quite strong. You know, the only tough thing about Cerulege is it has the most whiffable. It's like it and Gardevoir, just like a Unite move that's like, oh, I feel so bad. You see it in some of these matches, and we've seen it today, where that Unite move is completely useless. You know, it's just like, it's almost like shocking how much it threads the needle between your opponents.
It's almost like the Aegislash coup de grace, which has like the smallest hitbox of all time compared to Unite moves we have now, which is just the broadside of a barn.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're getting ready here for game number 3. Obviously an exciting one between these two squads. I don't think a lot of people would have expected Volticons to be taking game number 1, but here we are moving into game 3. In fact, extremely close game number 2 as well. I think this is, you know, the best I've seen Volticons playing. Already a solid squad, but they're really trying to prove it here. We're heading to game 3, everyone. Volticons unite your purple team. BH3 Esport, your orange team. We're talking about the
undefeated right now, one game away from losing their first match not only of the season, but also here at the AOS Cup.
Chari and Tibby going up to put tons of pressure here, and they have the capacity to put the pressure on Kranix, and they're doing that immediately. I love this switch up by Volticons, sending their support core down bottom so they can try and beat the brakes off Kranix and limit what they can do here in the early stages of the game.
Well, I mean, nice secure there on the side of BH3. That was very good from the Alchemy, but what pressure they were able to put on here on the top path. And look, Snow is already here, hitting in the tall grass. We have the Cerulege on the other side. Might have seen them pop out of the tall grass right there. Cerulege now walking back down to the center while we're trying to get all of this over to the side of Volticons so they can power up and get their Zacian enough AOS energy to use that Intrepid Sword.
Sazero just finding their way into the hands of Snow. Can't do enough damage now, but now Utah has an understanding of where Snow is. Swablu and Altaria are there. We've got tons of high-octane damage on the side of Volticons, and it's enough to send all of BH3 scrambling.
BH3 right there you saw on the Cerulege. This is not Bitterblade. This is the Psycho Cut version of Cerulege, which I still think is incredibly powerful. The rip is unbelievable, but once again, look at this pressure right here. Volticons moving towards this goal zone, and it looks like they are going to get bullied away from it. We have the Zacian not wanting to score right there. They want to make sure they keep enough AOS energy for that incredible ability of theirs, Intrepid Sword, allowing them to reset a move and give it some increased power.
Downstairs, though, Fizzy and Leon not doing too bad. Fizzy would love to evolve here, but that's kind of the sacrifice you make. You send all your offensive power up top, and it makes it difficult for your other Pokemon to get online. So Fizzy's going to need this Blastoise to come alive real quick.
Yeah, and here we go. Megu moving forward here, finding Snow. We're going to see if Utah can catch them. Nice dual wing beat, but they're going to continue pushing right here. U2! Talk about threading the needle. Beautiful Psystrike.
Psystrike is exactly what they're looking for. Great cover, and now the dominoes are beginning to fall. A very overextended chase by BH3. They wanted the knockout on Snow so badly, recognizing how much experience that could provide, and they find themselves folded like laundry for that effort. Regidrago is getting chipped away at. We do have a Mega Mewtwo that's going to A-press Megu down. They are still putting good pressure on Kranix with the Dragon Breath coverage, and Miraidon charge beaming up and getting ready for the action.
Yeah, Miraidon seeing if they can try to find a fight here. They missed one of their charge beams in that fight, not able to have an empowered one. Could have been the difference maker. However, Volticons once again picks up KO from the Cerulege. We now have Kranix fighting against two big-time Dragon Breath, but the teleport pulls Mewtwo out of a bad situation. Zacian here at level 7 as we head down to the bottom path. Snow looking for a KO on Utah, trying to make it happen, and they do. Moves in with the Unite move to pick up a second one, and they do. Megu in trouble right now, trying to peel back, and that's a triple. Here comes the Alchemy. Will it be enough? The Sweet Scent Snow peeling back, using the double hit right there to get some HP. That on top of Leon. Great stuff here. And the Sweet Scent doesn't look like it's going to be able to pick this up. No, it is not. You know, I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's some stuff banging around back here right next to
no idea what is going on.
Pots and pans, brother.
Pots and pans. Charge Beam Miraidon putting tons of damage onto Regieleki here, but I don't think Volticons Unite cares. They are coming alive, and they are looking good here in the first 4 minutes of Game 3 versus the league undefeated BH3. Good rotation, 4 players. Leon getting some information. It looks like Volticons is going to adjust well as Chari takes away Megu's HP and dwindles it to half.
Yeah, I gotta say, you know, I expected this to be a good contest between these two squads. It's the reason it's one of the ones we wanted to watch out of this group, of course. But I am so impressed with Volticons. They are playing such a great game. I mean, into a team that I think a lot of people expected to just handily win this. But wow, they are giving BH3 a run for their money. Looking amazing in Game 3.
Yeah, we've got the Sweet Scent down, Surf back there, trying to poach Sazero or Utah there. Megu with a little bit of a foul play, reposition, not going to be enough. Leon just hanging around, Chari and Fizzy. Meanwhile, we saw just a couple times Snow get some knockouts, right? We just saw that banner go across your screen. Volticons unite. Look at this score, 48-29. That is a rare sight indeed.
Yeah, extremely close. Obviously with Zacian in that top path, it really doesn't want to score, so it could be up there all by its lonesome, getting a lot of experience. Snow right now, the Scyther from Volticons, level 12 at the 5-minute mark. This is likely a level 15 Scyther in in-game, which is extremely scary.
Incredibly well used Infinite Cyburn, really keeping the score levels down. BH3 was trying to go for a big double score in the top path. Infinite Cyburn stopping that Mewtwo Unite move.
Yeah, now we can see Volticon's 4 members ready to fight here for this Regieleki. Same thing with BH3, massive Surf Hydro Pump on 2.
Repositioning U-Town to the back, Hydro Typhoon to the All Creamy, and Miraidon Surf, U-Town pinned against the wall, Art Creamy trying to get the heals, and tons of HP bought back. Regieleki gets secured. Snow uses their Unite move, and they're trying to put damage on, and that's the strength of All Creamy right there. You were in the kitchen, and the cake was built, and the cake was enough to satiate the entire team of BH3. U-Town going from no HP to full HP to back in the action to tons of knockouts, and now BH3 actually feels like they're finding some footing.
Yeah, BH3 way back in this match right here, looking for the KO on the Blastoise, able to peel back towards the goal zone. We have the Clefable healing the squad. Here comes Kranix right now, pretty under-leveled, but looking for this fight. Kranix now having to peel back. Sazero attempting to heal the squad right here. Volticons has to deal with this Regieleki, otherwise there would be some juicy KOs they would be able to pick up on the side of BH3. Great fight for BH3, little signs of life right there. A little behind on the Gyarados, but now it's starting to even up. Level 11 right now, and we don't have a level 13 yet, just ticked over for the Scyther.
Yeah, Scyther babysitting this goal zone, going to be able to cut off Sazero for going from a cheeky score. Kranix also level 12 now, which is going to be critical going to the final stages of the game at the 3-minute mark. Going straight towards them is Kranix. Dragon Breath is down. Snow with another flank here. Forces out the Gyarados. Unite move at 3 minutes. Now they're Mega. Now they want knockout. Snow uses their Unite move as well. They're getting out of dodge. Straight into the back line is the Mega Gyarados, which means Regirock is going to be taken by BH3. Now they are going to scramble back as the Mega Mewtwo Y does go online, and they're going to A-press as much as they can. That entire exchange was essentially Mega Gyarados for the Regirock.
Yeah, that's what they traded for it right there, and it's a good trade for the side of BH3. However, we're going to have to see if it is enough. Tibby in trouble right here, getting taken down. The Clefable not able to stop them. Unfortunately, they have no other support in this top path. Mewtwo Y getting there pretty late, going to try to push them back here. Some scores happening, but Doobsnacks, we are tied right now. 48-48. Tier 1 goal zones for both squads up in the top and bottom path. One final objective in the bottom path right here that is being ripped apart by Volticons right now, and it doesn't look like BH3 is going to try to contest this. If this walks, this is going to put them up, which is great for them, but wow, it's close. 5 seconds until Kyogre. One of these teams is going to be doing great in their group, taking down the biggest threat. Blastoise moves in, ends up peeling back. The Charge Beam does not find a KO right there, and Clefable with the healing. The question is, who is going to make a play for a score, as we actually have Yutao possibly moving towards a fight here. Cerulege now peeling back towards the other squad. No one wanting to make a mistake. No one wanting to overcommit. Megu moves in. Here comes the Gyarados!
Mega Gyarados hits their evolution right on top of 3 players. Leon's in the middle. They use their Unite move. The cake is built. Tons of HP is getting topped off. And straight into the back line is Megu. They have to put the pressure on. Follow Me is there. Cerulege goes in with a big Unite. Takes care of the Mega Mewtwo Y. Fizzy with the repositioned Surf. They're going to try to get the cover with the Hydro Pump. Back through is the Surf. Eviscerated is the rest of the team. Yutao is now gone. 3 players down. And Stowe's been working on Groudon. They already hit the pivot. Megu and Sazero have to get back in the middle. They have to get in the mix. And here comes Tibby. They have the opportunity to do a big thing here for Volticons Unite. And a big thing for EU Unite as well. Groudon is the chopping block taken by Snow. But they still need to go get some more points in and make this thing undeniable as Sazero is chased down. Sazero is knocked out, and now it's just up to Resu and Kranix to stop the flow of points from going in, but it's not going to be enough. 40 seconds left on the clock, and Volticons Unite is running away with it.
Volticons 208-48, and they decide to peel away. They don't need these points right now, and BH3 does. They have to make a mad dash towards a member of Volticons quickly, pick up a KO. That is their only way to win this thing, but time is ticking away. It looks like they're out of options, and because Volticons very intelligently pulled away from this fight. I don't know if there's even enough time for BH3. The Unite move from Gyarados. They're looking for it. Fizzy with the Unite move back the other way. Blastoise standing tall on the goal zone. 10 seconds left. Some points are going in, but it's just not enough for BH3.
Wow.
Volticons Unite are going to win this thing.
Volticons Unite, look at the just electric pop-off from Volticons, Big Daddy Leon and company getting it done. Dude, what I mean, U-Town Mega in shambles right now. What is going on with this team that they can be at home in the comfort of their own home? I just kicked our lights over and maybe unplugged everything over here. What is going on with BH3, dude? How come it can work at home, but they cannot convert on the stage? What's happening?
I mean, this is one of the hardest things, right? There's no greater pressure than being on the stage in front of your even your hometown crowd, but in front of this crowd here at EUIC. Every minor mistake could cost you the game in these final moments. What an unbelievable 3 games there from Volticons. I am so impressed by that squad.
I'm incredibly impressed as well. And I must say, an absolute rock star for me, for Volticons here. It's easy to point at Snow, but for me, the walking highlight reel, Fizzy.
Yeah, Fizzy was unbelievably good.
I mean, just in every game. On the Crustle, even in game 2 when they lost, was just having huge traps. And in this game, the Surf Hydro Pump to drag everyone out of the center and give Snow the breathing room they needed here. Incredibly well done.
The catch on Mega Gary here, Mega Gyarados moves in and they just pull it away, so far away that they can do all the damage to it. That was a huge Cerulege Unite move too. Yeah. I thought that was going to be it, but it just wasn't enough. Fizzy, Blastoise stays alive in that fight, and then they go for a very, very weighted, secure flip right there, which I think was 100% the right call. Moving forward, there just isn't enough time. And I mean, what a victory. You obviously feel like these could be the 2 teams walking out of this group, but Volticons taking the match off of BH3 is amazing for them.
BH3 makes Snow show you that they have another character. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? Snow was sliding everywhere. You know, honestly, you can pick apart this Volticons team and say they had a moment, they had a moment, they had a moment. Chari's Mew the first 2 games also looked incredibly solid. Mega Mewtwo, like you said, threading the needle, finding opportunities. Bell to bell, 108,000 damage healed, big dog. It is so good. Zoinks is on the camera right here. We're going to point at him. You can't see us pointing, but he saw us. He's walking away now, embarrassed, as he should be.
Yeah, why are you so embarrassed, Zoinks? You're just looking in the camera. You can hear us. He's doing an I can't hear you mime right now. Look at this. I mean, incredible stuff from Volticons all over the map, by the way. Yeah. Like, just snowfall everywhere. This just looks like if this was a weather report, it would be that BH3 is completely snowed in. It's an avalanche.
But not the other team from EU. Volticons standing tall here in the LAN scenario. And we have an interview ready with Volticons Unite. So let's throw it to the stage.
Take it away, stage.
Take it away.
Take it away, stage.
Oh my goodness! Cherry King from Volticons! I've had a good 5 minutes to think of questions. Nothing much comes to mind apart from, how on earth did you do it?
I mean, it was simply some payback from the league where we lost 2-0. I felt we had to come back from that. We had to show them that Volticons, we don't stay down. Even if we're 6th and they're 1st, we don't care about placement. We always go for the win.
And so where does this win take you from here? What's the goals? Is it 1 game at a time, top of the group?
I mean, it's 1 game at a time, of course, with the dream of finishing in the finish first in our group. Of course, we will pull on orthodox strategies if we need to. We didn't ban the Charizard Y in the first game because we didn't feel like it was that really needed, and we did fight against it, in my opinion. So it's been a very hype, I feel.
You've been part of the EU scene for so long now, so many grassroots tournaments, and you've been put in a group which is very EU-centric. Do you think that's actually played into your hands in a little bit, that you've been able to study up on a lot of these players a lot more than, say, other groups with their own individual regions?
I mean, of course, when we're playing against another EU team, we have always known who they are, and we have a lot of scrim experience against them. And I feel it's always like a way, it's much easier to go against your own region because you know what's like meta in your own region because it always changes depending if you're in LATAM or if you're in NA. So.
If you could face one team here today, maybe day 2, who knows? Who would be your ideal opponents, or have you already faced them?
I mean, we got the first comeback against BH3. We won another one against Engage, and then another one against Los Caricados, who we faced in the finals and the qualifiers. We want to get another set against them. It's always fun against them.
Well, if it's as fun as that series, sign me right up. Folks, Cherry King! Volticons, what a start to the day. Mustachio Bros, back to you.
My goodness!
Thought we were going to that.
Doomsex thought we were going to that.
I thought we were going to that.
And I think a lot of us are like, what's that
What is
exactly, Jets? Well, we have something we wanted to show you. Doomsnacks has found a great clip from that final fight. So once we're able to get that up, we can kind of walk through it right here. Perfect.
Okay, here we are.
Doomsnacks, why don't you walk us through what you saw? Because we really were both like, what was the moment here?
Okay, so what you have here is, you know, effectively an incredible flank. Megu bought some time, and then you see the Mega Gyarados using their Unite move to flank Tibby, right? I'm just going to play in slow motion here, but I'm going to hit play. I want you to watch the Blastoise and Big Daddy Leon. So right there, you can kind of see what BH3 is going for, a gargantuan engagement. You have both Leon and Fizzy getting into the mix. You're soon going to see a Hydro Typhoon out of Fizzy in the middle of your screen here.
Eject button.
Boom, Hydro Typhoon. But the Gyarados is currently still left unchecked. How are we going to take care of that? Honestly, an absolute mutant play out of Big Daddy Leon, the Clefable. Typically, when you use Follow Me, you use Follow Me into your opponent. But because there was only one BH3 character there, they actually Follow Me back into Tibby. Let's take a look. You're going to see the Follow Me right there, boom, and it drags the Mega Gyarados, and here comes Fizzy to close the door on it. Big surf into the wall, critical knockout there. The Gyarados is gone, which means Volticon wins. Well done by the team.
Yeah, really nice stuff right there, and they having the opportunity to turtle up in that moment does give them the ability to
Because of Blastoise.
Because Blastoise.
That's why he's paid to do this. Bang, bang.
What? What do you mean I'm not being paid?
What?
Never have been.
What?
Yeah, it's such an incredible fight, and I thought that Ceruledge Unite move too. I was like, oh, it's over. That thing is going to absolutely rip them apart, but it wasn't enough. Blastoise survives, takes down the Ceruledge. Incredible fight. I mean, Volticons obviously are flying high right now. Such a tough start for BH3. I still think they're a team that's likely to move to day 2, but they have lost their first match.
Lost their first match, a lot of work to do. You want to talk about the Ceruledge Unite move and how big it could have been. It threaded the needle in the wrong way. It got just the Mega Mewtwo-I despite having 4 characters turtled up right there, again, because of Blastoise, pun intended. So, I mean, despite a good look out of the Ceruledge, that Unite move comes through. It does cash in on one target, but guess what? Another monster surf by Fizzy to drag Yutao into the central area of Volticons means they win. Kamai, Peru Unite up next. Say something, get us out of here.
Yeah, Kamai, Peru Unite. We're talking about the world champs and one of the best from EU. Do not go anywhere. We are going to take a short break, and we're going to be back with more of the AOS Cup.
Goodbye.
Bye, bye.
International Championships 2026 here at the XL Centre in London town. Relic joined by Zoinks once again, and the wonderful Spraggles has left me with a lovely card. It says on it, Giga Banger confirmed. You can see it on your screens already. Kamai Esports, second currently in the European League, versus Peru Unite. Runners-up at EUIC last year, but I think that is the second mightiest title that they own right now. World Champions.
Yeah, our current title holders now up against Komai, one of the strongest teams in Europe. So far, doing pretty well in this group stage. I think undefeated up until this point. I think Peru Unite probably boasting the same record. So far in groups, of course. First pick, you're going to meet Gek on that iconic Umbreon pick for them. It's basically that or Crustle between these two, between those two Pokemon. Gecko Kami always going to be ending up on one of those.
That's interesting because Crustle, actually, I was looking back at the stats over the course of the season. The highest win rate of any Pokemon in the EU region, Crustle, over 70% or something along those lines, is actually kind of crazy. What's not so crazy is the response here from Peru Unite, looking in Mega Gary and Vaporeon.
Yeah, those two Pokemon feel phenomenal. I think, honestly, the Umbreon, Vaporeon of it all, you can be so happy with either selection. I don't think Peru Unite's too upset about losing that one, but that Mega Gyarados is going to have some tough competition in Toast Mimikyu. Probably their most iconic Pokemon. It feels like Toast really has the Mimikyu and the Talonflame as those two popular central area Pokemon they like to employ. Mimikyu, though, it ends up getting banned against Kamai a lot.
Yeah, that's an early Machamp. It's a bit too early. Well, to be fair, we've seen it use it to great
100% win rate so far.
100% win rate, yeah, like what am I talking about? We're talking about two Megas though now for Peru Unite. Mewtwo Y locked in, as is the Snorlax. We know that Drake loves their defenders.
Yeah.
No sign of the Mamoswine as of yet, of course.
And by the way, Relic, we jumped into this draft like kind of midway through, or immediately to start, just because the match was ready. We want to give the viewers the match. But the bans from Komai, pretty wildly targeted bans, by the way.
I know, right? Yeah.
Hama, sure. I mean, I guess Tempo's playing that thing a lot. But Scyther and Inteleon, these are hard call-out bans towards the other side. So we're going to be jumping into this matchup very, very soon. Interesting drafts. I think Peru Unite having more of the on-paper power level Pokemon, but a whole lot of Pokemon for Komai Esports that are very specific to their team.
We do see that Crustle right there at the end. It suggests to me that we'll be seeing the Umbreon take on that pseudo support role with Wish potentially going forward. And Kamai, actually, just in terms of name, it's not just Peru that has previous at EUIC last year. Kamai, albeit a very different looking Kamai roster, ended up 4th, losing out to Orange Juices in the 3rd place playoffs. They've come back with a team that has oodles of experience, but Gecko Kami has been on this stage under the Kamai name. Narami has been on this stage under the Kamai name. They know exactly what sort of resilience and I guess stability within the squad, a resilience not to panic, as we saw a little bit earlier from the likes of Tuzi, for example. This is a big occasion. It is the biggest Pokemon tournament of the year, but on 7,000 people competing here today is nuts. And you've got you're gonna have the lights above you. You've really just got to have calm heads at the wheel. And in Gatlu and Gecko Kami, these are stalwarts of the scene. Stalwarts that'll be heading into game 1 on the purple side, Peru on the orange side. Best of 3, let's get underway.
All right, so Gatlu and Narami going to be the duo for Komai headed into the top side, of course, having to contend with that Mega Gyarados, a Pokemon that I am still, at this point in the tournament, shocked is making it through as many drafts as it is so far. And also, Peru Unite going to be bringing that Urshifu. So Animo really liking that Rapid Strike Urshifu more commonly. However, they are one of the players that can be known to play both, so keep an eye on where that Urshifu decides to evolve to when getting access to either Wicked Blow or Surging Strikes.
In bullying Tempo so much, they've kind of let Kea through the curtain, so to speak, getting a free score for them. 15-4 early doors, and the early evolution here for Narami, not able to really take out Tempo as much as they would have liked. Still that Machop lacking power, Zinus lacking power, lacking a health bar. Back to the Pokemon Center they go. The K opener going to the Mimikyu.
Okay. Oh, interesting. Thank you so much to our stats team. So far, our distribution of the tournament, we have had 63% of the maps being Kyogre. No surprise there. Map 1 will always be Kyogre, with Groudon right behind at 35%. And shout out to one team who did choose Rayquaza at a 2% pick rate.
That Shifu was put in prison and the key was thrown away. Down goes the Hydron engine, but Kia with a wonderful Hydro Pump catching 4. Tempo kind of lucky, honestly, to find the evolution, invulnerable, and it allows them to rotate back. But Kamai very close to a couple of big KOs on top of that Urshifu.
Wow. All right, so some early damage. I think so far, Kamai very, very happy about their early game presence. That catch out on the Urshifu, just phenomenal. That mean look, devastating to try to get away from, especially for a Pokemon that doesn't have an immediate form of Unstoppable to have access to. Maybe if you are the Surging Strikes, or sorry, if you are the Wicked Blow, you have it, but not this time around. Yet going to be dumping in 7 in the face of a Mewtwo Y and an Indeedee. Never count out its defenses. And that champ will path back. No wish healing available for the Umbreon yet at only level 5.
Very nice. Another shout out to our stats team confirming the game that the Rayquaza was actually chosen in, and I'm so glad it was this series. Aftermath versus Pastor Baguette. Aftermath Esports picking up their first series win of the year.
Yeah.
I'm delighted for them. And I'm delighted to see Kamai so proactive. That's a 1, that's a 2. This charge beam coming through Mighty. The Rock Tomb not quite able to catch Draken. The Hadron Engine down yet again. More poke. Toast going in. Finds a Shadow Sneak. The sleep delaying the inevitable. It is one-way traffic for Kamai Esports.
Yeah, Kamai Esports is just kind of walking. Currently, Adesu has had to have no fear on this Miraidon. They're using these charge boosts from range, but the range is 2 feet. Miraidon's able to just walk up and towards these enemy targets. And so far, Toast Mimikyu playing this play rough Mimikyu, actually playing really well the role of the sweeper. Trusting Adesu's consistent damage from the Miraidon in this Thunder and Charge Beam set to lower the HP enough. Shadow Sneaks will get the resets off of KOs and be able to sweep through the enemy team. It's been a very successful strategy so far. Let's see how Peru tries to respond.
Split push for Kamai. Peru a little bit more all-in on the Regieleki. Reggie rocking to the hands of Kamai. Perhaps to be expected. Peru unite with a Regieleki, but for a late attempted steal away via the Rock Tomb. And Peru unite. Doesn't look like they're going to push the zone here. Kamai left to their own devices.
Yeah, just a little bit too far behind in the level curve. Maybe if you have Gyarados unite move or Mewtwo unite move, you can make that push. But right now, you're just lacking a few resources. Urshifu, a solid one, but maybe not to depend an entire team fight on. So instead, Peru unite happy with what they got and instead going to play it a little bit safer. Kamai, on the other hand, can't be really aggressive because they do have a Regieleki in their face. They are going to split push as well and don't want to give Peru Unite a chance to get any back caps, and so they can keep this 98-57 score lead.
Kamai, as much as they've been very much in the W column regarding KOs, Peru Unite not going to be too worried. They're not too far behind on the level situation. They're not too far behind on the point situation. That Regieleki, of course, will help as everyone has kind of reset here, although the bottom path is sure to kick up a ruckus. They've got a mean look down on one of the birds. Bright Future Meteor Storm. Always a tongue twister, isn't it? That's just going to help secure those Altaria and Swablu into the hands of Kamai.
Yeah, nice stuff so far. Adesu utilizing that Unite move a little bit early in that fight, but it does favor them. Yeah, we have Toast and Gatlu combining for some really nice plays. Nemo's in that backline. Of course, this damage done by the Urshifu will ignore the shields of this Crustle. However, they're getting a lot of HP back anyways, and they're able to outlast and take down Peru Unite despite that true damage build.
And there's more on the way. It's a 5-stack on this bottom path for Kamai Esports. They're trying to get this 12 down Gecko Kami. They might have to get out of there now with Peru Unite all set up. The Rock Tomb just to add a little bit of slow, a little bit of hindrance, and Kamai call off the assault. But the damage is done, Zoinks, 163-57.
Yeah, I mean, just an impressive shout out to KO's Vaporeon and this Aqua Ring healing. Even with that goal zone debuffed by Miraidon's Hadron Engine, the Vaporeon still able to get a lot of utilization in that situation. So that Hydro Pump, Aqua Ring, we don't see it too often. I feel like more often we're seeing that flip turn in Muddy Water, but right now it's being used to great effect. Peru Unite feel like a more relevant force on the map so far, and they do have the Mewtwo and Vaporeon Unite moves to work with if they really want to try to push this fight aggressively.
Yes, if Relic is using it in ranked, then you can expect not to see it that often in competitive. That's what I've learned in my career on this year championship series. I was thinking the Heavy Slam was a little bit early. They had that cover, Peru Unite. A second Regieleki in pocket down with the Power Nap. Here goes a Nemo. Mean looks. Charge Beam. Big Unite move from the Vaporeon to eat up a lot of that damage, but K is taken out anyway. Here goes the Unite move from the Urshifu. Whiffs on the final hit. This Mimikyu with a 2 KO streak. Here comes a Desu to pick up a KO of their own. And they should have this one all sorted out. The teleports, the dinks and the jabs from Zinus. Finally, out they go after D-Mega Evolving. Is that the right term? Anyway, they've got this one covered on bottom path.
Impressive stuff from Kamai. I mean, yeah, you do lose one Pokemon, but they split up effectively. And that's the best way to play Mewtwo Y. It might be a single target auto attacker, but all of those auto attacks doing splash damage can be really tough in some of these team fights. Tempo caught out, but one person against 3 enemy Pokemon. To be expected, Peru Unite actually trying to mount an offense on the bottom side of the map currently.
Big block. Hadron Engine down though. And Kia was not around for long. That is a tanky Pokemon to be taken down in such quick order. And Draken falls to the bottom of the map. Not that this Mimikyu is going to care. Toast makes it.
It's so impressive. I mean, right now, with this play rough build, I think normally we see a bit of a damage fall off into the late game, where we kind of prefer to see a Shadow Claw sometimes for some of these team fights where play rough's got a little bit of early game presence. That is not the case. Toast is almost level 14 and
oh,
still has a minute until the final stretch.
The champ with the steal on top path. That looked like Peru for all the world. Now going for a big push. It's 3v1 on Narami. That should be the 15 down, at least for Kea. Mean look, looking to dunk this 50. Oh, is going to get their big pushback. Oh, they can't get it because of the charge beam. And it's going to be Decimation Nation here. Gamai Esport running riot.
Miraidon, I want to say quietly, but that is not the word I would use to define this Pokemon. But it has truly quietly become one of the best carries in this entire game. And I say became, it has stayed one of the best carries in the entire game. Other attackers have risen up and kind of fought for that role. Mewtwo, of course, chief among them. But this Miraidon is still so phenomenal. And Adesu, I know, really favors that Pokemon. So it makes a ton of sense why we're seeing a ton of success from this legendary electric type.
In this salsa of Game 1, Peru Unite have really lacked any rhythm, disrupted by the lockstep. Kamai Esport going after Drake. This charge beam again. They can't escape it. The hindrances, the disruptions mean that charge beam does more and more damage. And bad news, Peru, it's 2 minutes already. In goes the Toast Unite move. That's going to take out Urshifu. My apologies, the Urshifu Unite move. Mimikyu still got theirs, and they're still going, finally utilizing it. Locking down Temple and the Mega Gyarados. 3 KO Street for Toast. Absolutely ruckus from Kamai Esport, wiping Peru. Outside of this, Snorlax is just Draken left.
Amazing coordination from this team. A Shadow Sneak lands onto that Gyarados, and they wait until the mean look traps them in place to land that full combo. At this point, Draken just respawning and getting back to the fight as quickly as possible, because currently Peru Unite's hopes only rely on defending these goal zones. Mewtwo in a scary spot, but double teleport's going to help with that one.
Yeah, really nice. Looking at the scores, Kamai don't have to push. They want to push. They want to build up this lead as a just in case, or maybe they're just feeling it. They've been in the groove. Infinite Cyburn comes down, and Nemo is on pad, and Toast is caught out in a big way in the slow zone, but that's going to be a big score. Hundo Burger opening up the lead to 3-3-6 to 119. Kamai, I'd honestly go for an active disengage here if I was them. It's a good thing I'm not them though, Zoinks, because they are them. They continue to find KOs, losing health bars now. Dragging into the backline, right into the welcoming arms of Gatlu. Big X Scissor. This Crustle cannot be stopped.
Yeah, Gekken and Adesu, just the perfect combo play there. Multiple enemy Pokemon got so low by Zainu's ADC Mewtwo Y hand, but just barely kept out of KO range by the Crustle running interference and Adesu's just constant damage from the backline. Now it is truly the clock being the greatest strength of Komai as they're holding on to it. And Adesu, truly the vibes master of any in-person tournament, is already all smiles and laughing as they are about to go up 1-0 in this series against the defending world champions, Peru Unite.
And one word comes to mind for me, Zoinks. Convincing. Very, very convincing. Not at one moment did Peru ever feel like they were about to try and get back into, like, there was the odd Regieleki take, which is fine and all, but the first time around, they didn't have the Unite moves to push.
Yep.
The second time around, Kamai was aware to the situation. There was enough players on bottom path, which we should probably leave this if we're Peru. We're going to try and focus on making top path, looking for further EXP, try and mitigate the level disadvantage that we're at. But it's one thing to do one over Peru. They've now got to carry that into the second game, which is a very different beast now that Peru has perhaps warmed up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see how much, how much firepower it's going to take to win 2 in a row against our defending world champs, who have had an interesting season going into this year. Obviously, EUIC, you already mentioned it, is a tenured spot for them. They do love this tournament. However, LAIC, a bit of a rougher start for this Peru squad. The regional league's kicking off. They had to play their way in, and then even after that, having a kind of top 3 position for this squad, which is still really really impressive. But right now, being pushed to the limit by Komai, who is having a great season themselves, currently ranked 2nd in their regional league, and well, they get the fans to back them up as well, largely in part for Gatlu being your player of the game. 4 knockouts for this Machamp, who again is just rising so much in popularity these days.
At the risk of angering Twitch chat, I think Nouns breaking up might be one of the best things for this region because it's allowed so many of these wonderful players to try out with different teams. We actually saw Gatlu leaving Nouns Esports once before, and it didn't work out too badly then. I think this is a different roster entirely where you've got that wonderful, beautiful mix of experience, youth, a little bit of explosive dynamism. You've got a Desu, the pivot of all pivots. He can play practically anything, and you know he's going to do a good job. In these sorts of situations up there on that stage, that counts bucket loads. And even against someone like Peru, you're spot on. They're currently 3-3 in their league, but when we look a year ago, Peru won the tournament to actually attend EUIC. And then they didn't win a tournament. It's not to say they were bad necessarily. You know, top 4, top 6, it's not too bad, but stuttering starts is probably the best way to put it. But this Kamai squad just looks put together. You know, it didn't. I'm interested to see what Peru respond with in terms of bans, actually, this time around.
You could, I mean, so many teams have banned Mimikyu against Komai. It might be the most banned Pokemon against this team specifically at this point. So I would not be surprised to see Peru Unite pick up that strategy. However, they have changed draft side. So now we do have Peru Unite on the purple team, where Komai will be on the orange side. So a bit of a shift in that case. And we are going with Kyogre, and yeah, there it is. Peru Unite going to pick up that Mimikyu ban. I mean, not gonna lie, that one feels easy. That feels like an easy decision for me.
I'm sure Toast will be fine. We know that their attacker pool is actually very strong as well, going into a Kyogre map. I know we were talking a little bit about, attackers kind of get rinsed a little bit on the Kyogre map because of all of the extra tall grass that's available, but I think it serves an Inteleon quite well on top of the passive sometimes. You know, you're able to set up shop, you've got walls in front of you, extra vision, so that's where I might see Toast going. Of course, they're at the end of the draft as it stands right now. You'd expect them to be the final pick here, as Pormont is locked in as the final ban for the Kamai side.
The research that's been done into Peru Unite to find out how much Tempo loves playing this Pokemon is very, very interesting. But interesting. Okay, so Mega Lucario and Mega Gyarados both being these power picks that are still available. It will be Tempo locking down that Mega Lucario. And Komai going to pick up the Blastoise and the Psyduck. So it's so much talk about Crustle being one of the major options, or Umbreon being one of the major options. Looks like Gex got more in the tank for this tournament. We'll be locking up the Blastoise.
It does mean that Mega Gary is still available.
Yeah, it's true.
Should they wish to take it. Hooper also, we've seen Hooper have a lot of joy so far at this tournament. Early days, of course, but it is in a great place in the meta. I think it's top 10 win rate in EU again, and so these teams know how to use it. They'll know how to counter it. That Mewtwo Y will be locked in for a second time. I don't think it was a particularly poor game from Zinus per se. They did pretty good, honestly. Yeah, so I'm not surprised that they run it back. Machamp locked in again for Gatlu, and there is that fabled EU Talonflame. Toast not going with Inteleon. In fact, as far opposite as you could probably get. Very close quarters with the Brave Bird, I think.
I'm real curious. I want Peru Unite to ban Talonflame, Mimikyu, and something. I want to see. I want to push Toast to the limit and see their entire pool, honestly, because it feels like we just have those two Pokemon. And wow, Peru Unite is going to opt for the Leafeon. It feels like this is a Scyther world, and Leafeon's just kind of living in it at the moment. So I am kind of shocked to see Leafeon be the pickup. However, I mean, they won a World Championship with the Pokemon on the roster, right? Leafeon and the Crustle. So we are building up a little bit of history in that situation. Well, Kamai Esport having a pretty solid draft as well.
I mean, Scyther is unavailable, and if we are describing Leafeon as Scyther from home, then it might work into the playstyle of Peru better. I'm not convinced by the draft overall, I have to say. I'm trusting that Peru is going to put up a better showing because they're a very adaptable team on the macro front as much as on micro. I think that they can certainly look at what Kamai is putting forward and actually have some answers to the questions that they were unable to deal with properly in game number 1. Nevertheless, it's the confidence, it's the aura farming from Kamaii that gets it for me. They're not worried about picking up megas. Here we were thinking that surely you've got to have one mega, or, you know, like at least on your team to try and stay relevant and to have that damage output, but no, they're just fine.
Wow, yeah, I mean, so far, the rotations have been working out well for them. But yeah, now we'll have to see if this draft is going to work in this next game. Let's jump into it. Game number 2, Peru Unite versus Komai. Peru Unite this time going to be on your purple team, Komai on the orange team.
So moving up into the north part then, we got Tempo and Kia. They'll be facing off against Narami and Gatlu. Of course, Gatlu had a really strong game, I think, on this Machamp last time out, but up against this Lucario, it's a very, very different story. So enigmatic in the early game, can do all sorts of damage, and especially once they get access to that Unite move, they're so good at zone oppression. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, things get out of hand real quick. Watching top-level players play Mega Lucario as well is so fun. I mean, those close combat resets with the eject button. We like to see all the shenanigans of Tempo. I mean, a chief of shenanigans around here sometimes. So excited to see that one run down. Komai Esports, though, got a lot of new weapons in their arsenal as well. This Psyduck, such a devastating Pokemon in the metagame right now. The Unite move getting those buffs makes it ridiculously powerful in team fights, not to mention just the overall utility of Psyduck. He's honestly second to none.
Toast was half in, half out there on whether to go for Tempo, and Tempo was almost taken out yet again, eating the majority of the damage output from Kamaii. It's going to be Gatlu who falls first, followed by Toast. And I think Narami is going to follow in quick succession too. They're going to go round the back of this goal zone. They're going to get scores off though. There's the 19, there's the 14. I think Kia are going to be the only one who's not going to be able to score. Never mind. Shut up, Mr. Commentator. Peru got this.
Yeah, Kia's going to put in 21. That's not too bad. And oh, they actually get the KO onto this Machop. So this 3-player rotation actually working out quite well for Peru Unite. And it's even staggered and still working out. You know, if you push off that Fletchender, you're going to have a little bit of time to work with, and it's actually Anemo able to fully rotate back towards their own side of the map, pick up a lot more EXP, get very close to that Evolution level 8 Unite move, and be ready to go for Regidrago.
I think as expected, Kia running Trick Hooper to further help enable that Lucario. Toast with their first KO against Zinus, who was caught in enemy territory. Draken watching over the pad just fine. Kamaii should be able to take the Regidrago, indeed they do, with a fly as opposed to a Brave Bird.
That is kind of Toast's MO. We do see, I would say, an even distribution between the two Talonflames, but it feels like when it's Toast playing it, they do seem to favor that moveset. It's got variety all the time, though. Talonflame, such a I love seeing the OG make a bit of a comeback. You know, release speedster Pokemon having relevancy here in 2026. I love to see it.
Well, it's the theme of this tournament in a way. 30th anniversary of Pokemon. We're seeing Lucario relevant again. We're seeing Talonflame relevant again. Crustle having a standout tournament, having a standout season. Let's be real. Kind of misplays with the Rock Tomb there, but it's just fine. They've got another one stored and loaded. Scoring for fun, 101-30.
Yeah, a bit of a bounce back after Peru Unite unable to get that Regidrago. I was talking about how when Nemo was searching for that level 8, they became just shy when the actual fight for that objective actually occurred. So, going to come a little bit short of that one. Regieleki, on the other hand, won't even require a Unite move as Leafeon shreds the enemy objective down.
Yeah, Kamaii is kind of back against the wall here. They're stymied for EXP, both Blastoise. Well, Blastoise now just come online. Still no sign of the Machamp as of yet, but that Regice will go some way to helping them here. Now for a goal zone attack, it's just the Hooper. Lovely Psychic from Narami. No chance to get out of this. Never mind, they got berries for days, but here's that Flame Sweep, misses everybody. Water is wet.
Yeah, and it did hit a wall, to Dubsnax's credit, in the final play. They tried to push away that Hoopa. I think it would still be a tough goal zone attack, as seeing as Tempo had respawned in, Anemo was hovering around in that area. In the end, maybe Komai's happy it was an escape route of Unite.
It's an eject button in disguise. It's always been this way.
In a really loud and apparent disguise, yes. Yeah, exactly.
More relic impressions on the way, I'm sure of that. We're heading towards the halfway point, and the Sai gives way to a knockout. Peru Unite again with this really strong rotate onto the top path, pays dividends this time around with a T1 zone crack, and here is that Aura Cannon into the Mega Lucario that punches for days. Fly cannot find a KO. Too healthy are the health bars. Pushed back here, Side Strike into the Fly invulnerable. beautiful timing, finds a KO onto the Hooper and catches someone with the flame sweep. You've seen it, folks, for realsies this time. Submission into Fly. How about that for some team play, Kamai?
Yeah, great defense by Kamai. They lose one in that attack, and I think we're really scared about losing that entire goal zone. But great response. They split up the enemy team. They wait out that Mega Lucario. Not the entire timer, but just making sure that it had no backup anymore before they actually get the takedown with the Machamp, the Blastoise, and the Talonflame. So nice play by Komai's topside focus.
I make peace with leaning fully into the obvious pun. Toast absolutely flying, level 12, leading the lobby. That team fight has actually helped reel Kamai back over the entirety of the board level-wise. Level 11s for them, a champ, and a Desu on the dark right. Here goes the Surf. That is that's a purple player, not where a purple player should be. Yeah. And Nemo, no chance. But did they buy time? They did buy enough time for Peru to take the Regieleki. Oracan through 1, 2, 3. It's Crustal taking down the Talonflame, Hydro Typhoon. They fought through it. Incredible plays. Regieleki taking down the zone before any more of Peru could score. 173 to 82. Still a close game, though.
Yeah, no, it is extremely close. I mean, Peru Unite winning that last team fight just with decisiveness. Extremely quick decisions kind of put Komai into an awkward spot. They were able to isolate the Talonflame, KO them before they can use the Unite move. Same thing with the Machamp. You force Gatlu out of that fight before it feels worth it to use your Unite move back in. Narami does get the pull, but that is a sleeping Mega Lucario. We do have the power-up punch to give him some space. Gonna be a tough spot to be in now, though.
Finally taken down, but it did feel like a little too long, didn't it? Missed there on from, well, not from the fly, from the flame sweep. Toast is going to realign here with the rest of his squad going after Reg Ice. There goes the U2Y, and there goes the, sorry, my goodness, it's the Machamp, and the Machamp is now gone. KOs either side, one apiece, and it's going to be a Nemo on the Leafeon, snatching out the Reg Ice from underneath the beak, I guess, of Toast on the Talonflame.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive stuff so far. I do like a Desu running interference a little bit on this attacker Darkrai. Shit Ninja Doll, by the way.
Yeah,
I mean, it's really a... I was gonna say it. A nightmarish combo, unfortunately.
Oh.
It's a scary combo. It's all kinds of bad things. But when you're running that Dark Pulse Shadow Claw build, you already have so many moments of invulnerability. You're just adding more in that situation when you have the Shed Ninja Doll. Basically, no cooldown will have the same length. You'll have everything back up and running by the time you pop back out of the doll.
In this game, all you've got to do is dream, Zoinks, and the sky is the limit. 2:10 to 1:22 then, as we head towards the 2-minute mark. We will have one final Regieleki on this bottom path, but it seems like not many are interested. Caught in the tall grass here is that Lucario. Good vision here from Gecko Kami, going to be stopped momentarily from rejoining with the team via that rock tomb. Now we're starting to see both teams meander their way down south, but I'm not entirely convinced that they're going to go after this Regieleki, more used as bait to try and find the other team in a bad spot.
Okay, Gatlu tries for a bit of a cheeky submission pull, but doesn't want to commit to fighting into that tall grass. I understand if you enter into that with a Crustle, it'd be really hard to fight your way out of. Gatlu is at level 13 and does finally get their Unite move back online. So they are ready for this fight. Currently, Komai handling all of the space around the central area, but keep your eye on Anemo's Leafeon. 50 points and a full flank setup. Not to mention, they got a Hoopa who's got a Unite move to bring him back into the fray whenever they need.
Yeah, Anemo will be looking for that back cap unless they are called off by the Hooper Unbound. Dark Void looking for any target, doesn't find any target. Kamai sticking central, Psychic into the Surf. Are they going to unleash the Hydro Typhoon? They miss with a submission. Here comes the Fly looking to isolate Draken. Draken gets out of there. Here goes the Emerald two-step into the Flame Sweep, misses everybody. Trouble for Gatlu, who runs away with 10% of a health bar, and Nemo's the first to fall. Big pick from Adesu. Hydro Typhoon. Lucario taking down the Psyduck. 1 for 1. Kamai still with their major damage dealers, still with Toast in the fray. All the while, Kyogre's health bar slowly diminishing. There's a Rubble Rouser. Big X's are onto Toast. Final hit goes to Machamp. Gatlu returns and takes the milk with him.
That is ridiculous. I had no belief in this Machamp whatsoever to get that secure. Incredible work from Gatlu, and now it's just a race off to these goal zones. Hoopa's got 50 in pocket, but just no HP to work with, and Narami's going to take them down on the doorstep. Komai putting in points all over the place right now. What a steal. Draken had 2 of them isolated with the Crustle. Tempo was there with the Mega Mega Lucario, but it doesn't matter. Incredible Machamp Unite move into the fray.
And listen to the noise, Zoinks. Listen to the noise. Peru, Latam, it's a passionate region. It's a region that I love. But oh, how sweet it would be if, oh, should I dare say it, Zoinks? Could I dare say it?
I don't know. I feel like I'm casting with an EU caster, but honestly, you may as well.
20 seconds left. Let's call this one to the end. It's Emerald two-step onto Toast, who has had a mighty fine game indeed. They will be KO'd, but it will not be in vain. BH3, they came, they thought that they were going to sweep the group. Nuh-uh. Kamaii, however, have just gone to the world champs and said, how about a 2-0 to take home? Kamaii top the group.
Wow, all right, and this squad returns to the stage. Like you mentioned, a couple of players under the same banner, but with a whole lot of familiar faces. An EU squad starting off strong in day number 1.
I am delighted, I am thrilled. It was a big question, wasn't it? If BH3 is topping EU, if BH3 is impressive as they have looked within region, is 6-0, what does that mean for the rest of the group? My argument was, I think the strength in depth has actually grown far bigger than anyone will give it credit for, and I think this is the proof in the pudding. I think Peru, from their perspective, perhaps a little bit shaky. They will have better days, and when we look at the rest of the composition of the group here, Tiki Taki and Usaf, you would hope that they're able to bring it back together, heads down, you know, analyzing what went wrong, and they should still be able to make it through to day 2. But this is a bruising defeat and a mighty boon for the EU squad.
Yeah, I mean, Kamai's going to be riding this momentum for a fair amount of the tournament. I guarantee it. Also, the way you just laid out those group stages, I guarantee that both of these teams were preparing by far the most for this very match, right?
Yeah.
So to see those two game plans clash was really, really exciting. I'm glad we're getting to see another look at this one. That Talonflame, really phenomenal. You were mentioning its incredible level superiority in this matchup. It was the same for Toast in game number 1 as well, on a different Pokemon, but those resources being dedicated towards the Central Area player paying off so much. This was an insane moment, by the way, because that Leafeon Unite move was picture perfect.
Yeah.
There were 2 targets that were so low. We had Tempo chase a couple of them down on the Mega Lucario. It was just a fight that followed that was so phenomenal for Komai.
We're maybe one ability hit from Gatlu going down, and the entire preface of that fight just completely changes. But it didn't, and it doesn't, and Kamaii walk away as not just winners, but 2-0 winners. I think that's the thing that impresses me the most. When we look at these EU teams, when we look at BH3, it's always been decision-making, final 2 minutes. Do you have the steel, the resolve, and the tactical nous to be able to adapt on the fly and make those changes? Well, speaking of flying, Toast was phenomenal, really strong output from him. 6 KOs with 3 assists, 9 KO contributions total, riding the wave. Draken not really able to get a grapple on them like they would have hoped with the Rock Tomb. A fantastic Crystal player is Draken, but yeah, it's back to the drawing board for the LATAM South team.
Yeah, you got to bounce back. Like we talked about, we think these are likely the 2 strongest teams in the group, but nothing is a guarantee at this point. So where Komai is going to be feeling pretty good about where they're at so far in the tournament, Peru Unite, on the other hand, has got to start locking in. we got to start focusing on these matches ahead if you want to make it into day 2.
I appreciate how efficient Toast was with only 38k damage dealt. Health bars, it's done. But something that isn't done and dusted, we've got a beautiful interview waiting for us up on stage. So let's head up there, shall we?
Hello, everybody. Dubesnacks here alongside Gek from Komai with a big-time win against our current world champions. First and foremost, Gek, good to see you again. It's been a long time since we did this.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here again. Always glad to share the stage with you. And of course, my teammates. And yeah, I'm excited for day 2.
Excited for day 2. I love that. It's going to be a heck of a ride here, and you have a lot of unfinished business. From the last time you and I spoke to today, you've got your eye on the prize, and you've got to make it a little bit further. What is part of the success that Komai is going to need to cash in on to get the big prize here and take down the AOS Cup?
I think it's going to be a very heavy emphasis on staying calm, pull through with the game plan. We're doing a lot of prep. We're doing a lot of planning. We know how we want to play. We know what we want to do. Is not get too excited, calm, slow, methodical, one step at a time.
Are you the one that is staying on the comms, keeping everybody calm? So staying on the comms to keep people calm?
Well, so I'm supposed to be, but the moment I get on stage, it kind of gets over me. So they were a bit messy right now, but it was a good guy, like good kind of messy, I'd say. So it's okay.
All right, well, it's good to at least have that one behind you, right? You have your first match on stage. Now, if history tells us anything, it's that there's a mental hurdle that your team needs to overcome. Not as Komai, but as individuals have hit different walls. What's it going to take for you all to get over? I know you said stay calm. That's kind of easy, but what are the conversations? What needs to happen in-game to help all of you get over that mental block?
So I don't want to repeat myself, but I want to reinforce the staying calm just because what we're scared of the most is ourselves. We don't fear any opponent right now. We just don't want to get over ourselves, get over our head. We just want to focus on ourselves. Whoever's on the other side, it's just another step.
Just another step. One more question for you. We are in Europe. This is EUIC. You are a European team, and I'll tell you what, there's a lot of EU haters out there, and I can't say I'd said all the most positive things when it comes to EU Unite scene. So why don't you bring us home here, and you tell me why maybe people should be believing in EU just a hair more.
Well, I think specifically me and Leo, which are the ones that stayed on the roster, we've showed a good showing last season. Yep. Last year we were here on the same stage. We showed a very good showing. Right now we're looking in good form. I think EU has a lot to bring to the table. We've not had the greatest results over the years, but I think there's a lot of talent in our region. I think we can do a good showing, even besides our team. And I think our team has what it takes. I think we're eyes on the prize. I think only ourselves, we're the only thing that can stop us. And the special shout outs, the thing that glues us together and helps us a lot. Shout out to Junkie, our coach. He helps us a lot. And maybe that's the little boost from North America to boost EU over the top.
EU with the NA spice to get over the hurdle. Gek, Doob Snacks, thank you so much. Best of luck the rest of the way. Back to the booth so we can keep this thing rolling on.
Thank you very much, Doob Snacks, certified EU hater / denier. Gotta say though, I do enjoy spending time with him as well. A very handsome man. I'm so glad that Gek was sure to point out Junkie's impact on this squad as well. Junkie just such an accomplished coach. We absolutely love his impact on the scene. I think the proof is in the pudding. There was so much to enjoy about this Kamai performance. More of the same, please, as a certified EU enjoyer myself.
Yeah, I mean, I like whatever they've captured on stage right now. I know they're focusing on calm, but maybe there's a little bit more excitement than they expected. I kind of want them to lean into the excitement. I'm not going to lie. Maybe I'm not their coach, and maybe I'm just trying to incite some turmoil, but I do think that crazy good kind of calm is kind of what this team is going to want to employ. So maybe we'll see more from them. We are going to see more amazing matches coming up very soon. We're going to jump to a break. More EUIC right after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are live here in the London Excel Center for EUIC. And, of course, for Unite, that means the AOS Cup, one of the most important tournaments of the entire year. A little early in the year, kind of partway through our season. And at the end of this, we will know one team that is guaranteed to head to the World Championships. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy things. And I'm joined by the one and only Doobsnacks. Doobsnacks things.
I say Doobsnacks things. Whatever those are. Man, we have had some better games so
many
far.
good games.
I mean, Komai 2-0 against your current world champions. Volticons with a gargantuan upset. On, and our day rolls on.
Yeah, so many good games coming up. I know we have a little later in the day a win and in. I'm very excited about two teams in contention. I think Citadel CACM are going to be up on the main stage for a match that decides which one of them will move on from their groups. But we got an exciting one coming up here, Doobstacks. I don't know if they're going to throw it up on the screen anywhere. Hey, there's that card I was looking for earlier. Now we can both have a card.
Cool. I've got a pen and a card. This is actually a fake pen.
Hey, everybody. This pen's not real. The cards, in fact, are real, but the pen is not real. And here we go.
Great throw.
That was actually really solid.
Great throw. We're going to need the clip and ship that. Put that on the
Get that on the telestrator. We got a BH3 Los Duros. So BH3, I mean, off to a rocky start, and you have to wonder how mentally they're going to recover losing a game that I think a lot of people expected them to win. This was something that you and I have talked about. Such an impressive squad, but it seems like at least a few members in particular have trouble in some of these live events. I don't know if, the pressure is on, if things change when they're up on that stage, but they went from being completely undefeated so far in their region to now giving up a game to Volticons.
Standing in front of them is Los Duros. You have to think at the very least, BH3, the stage nerves have been knocked out of them by Volticons, and now they need to focus up and be ready. I'm with you. I honestly believe, based on BH3's current league performance, they're going to run away with this group and really make it a scrap for that second spot. But now Volticons holds agency as we're jumping straight into the match you love to see.
That's right. Our draft is here. We've got Mewtwo, and we have Mega Lucario banned out on the side of Los Duros. We have that Darkrai, which a lot of teams are playing very effectively lately. I understand how it's a target ban. Charizard Y, no surprise right there. We saw BH3 play it earlier, so clearly they are comfortable on that Pokemon. Final ban is going to be the Mimikyu, and of course we do have our map rotation here at EUIC. All of our games are going to start Kyogre. However, after our first game, you are able to select a different map. The team that lost gets the choice of either your draft side preference or your map preference. Could be Rayquaza, Groudon, or Kyogre. First pick, Blastoise.
Great Pokemon. And honestly, gargantuan encounter rate, more so than Mega Charizard Y, which Gonna need the stats team to verify that one, because if it's true, I don't know what we're doing here in EU. Slowbro and Mew taken quickly by Los Duros.
I think what we're seeing on the bans is actually only its ban rate, if I'm looking at that correctly. And then, you know, Miraidon, this one, I think it happens a lot in these tournaments where a Pokemon gets picked up partway through the day, and all of a sudden every team goes, oh yeah, we can't not have something like this on our team. Miraidon has been such a difference maker. Over to the side of Los Duros, we just saw some interesting games out of Komai with Machamp. We're going to see if they want to lock that in, and they do. Oscatar locking that in.
Along with Crustle, which Crustle has been having just a great showing in the hands of a variety of players here. Aresu is selecting Dragonite, which is a bit of a surprise to me, as Kranix locks down Umbreon, and I'm sure we'll see a bit of a rotation here of these different characters as Luizine locks Talonflame to close the door on this draft.
I like Dragonite a lot, and I think the really nice thing about this Pokemon is it's very viable by itself. Just hanging out, ripping through objectives, securing with Hyper Beam. It kind of reminds me of almost a Garchomp in that way, except it has way better secure, right? I don't know if we're going to be seeing an Outrage version of this. That would obviously be a different situation, a different strategy for the Dragonite. But I think most often competitively, you're going to be seeing that Dragon Dance Hyper Beam Dragonite.
We're taking a look here at BH3. Nerves can't get to them now. They need to step up, and they need to deliver on what they know they can. We've said it, you and I, time and time again about this team in the EU region, and it feels like they aren't filling their own shoes, their own expectations for themselves. Los Duro, Oscatar, a very solid player here on not only just a solid player in general, but on this Machamp, going to be looking to make a difference.
Yeah, we're going to see how that feels. You know, we talked about this in our league, I guess it was a couple weeks ago now at this point, where I was wondering whether or not this Machamp was the real deal or not. And in some of the top teams, you see how unbelievably impactful this thing is. Of course, using submission, making yourself unstoppable, setting up huge plays. Can they do it here to BH3? Well, we are going to find out in just a moment. We've got BH3, your purple team, Los Duros, your orange team, as we're heading in to game number 1 of this best of 3.
Oscatar right there hanging out with Rops, and they're going to scrap. Kranix going to be playing a damaged Blastoise here. Of course, alongside Sazero, going to put the brakes, just absolutely beat the brakes off Los Duros and limit Oscatar as the best they can.
Yeah, they're going to try to slow them down. A lot of the experience has gone the way of BH3. Nice secures there, however, for the side of Los Duros. Resu now coming to the top path, and you see Lucian just waiting for their moment there with the Talonflame, deciding whether or not they want to fight, and they are going to try to chase this down.
Resu exposing themselves real quick. Luizine, if they had just Rops or even Oscatar in the mix, I think they get a knockout there, which could have been just a great start and a quick evolution into Machoke. But fortunately for Resu, Los Duros not on the same page in that one.
Yeah, Resu obviously, you know, needs its level 8 right here. Talon looking for a moment, but not able to find it. They're going to move forward onto Rops right here, looking for another KO. Talon not able to move in effectively yet, takes down Kranix and has to eject button to peel away.
I mean, just the fact that they were able to get a knockout back the other way, you have to feel for Los Duros saying, like we got something out of it. But Resu getting back-to-back knockouts and already level 6 is a great sign for BH3, as Megu and Resu just going straight for the central area, and Luizine is going to be stressed.
Yeah, nice Scald right there, obviously. That is going to make it a lot harder for this Dragonair to pick up some of these KOs. However, the Pollen Puff keeps them healthy. Rops in trouble, goes down here, and we have no more support for Los Duros. They're going to try to get this experience, but Resu extremely aggressive with Dragonair.
And now they're going to be able to get this Escavalier very easily. And Los Duros, I mean, this Talonflame is, quite frankly, just behind at this point.
Very happy, of course, that they were able to get that, hit their level 7. You can make a lot of huge fights now. And they don't yet have a Dragonite on the side of BH3, so huge fly, catches both. No way, in some trouble right here, getting pushed back. We now see Slowbro moving in. Massive fly once again for the double.
Okay, Luizine screeching back in the Talonflame. Great fly. Resu just losing sight of where the Talonflame was, and it was just too late. Luizine crash landing into the Thea Sky Ruins and getting back-to-back knockouts. That's exactly what they needed. Nice little submission there. Kranix can't keep the scores from going in, as Oscatar now is also trying to evolve, and Louisine about to hit level 9 and get their Unite move.
Wow, we've got a Surf Pump Blastoise, or excuse me, a Spin Pump Blastoise.
Yep.
You don't see it as often now that Surf and Hydro Pump just seem to be the way to play this thing. Obviously, we have Los Duros trying to get stacks in the top path. Bottom path, BH3 with a much easier job securing, and they do. Now we're going to see if Reggie Alecki can go to the side of Los Duros, and it does.
Yeah, Talonflame, you know, using that fly for a critical secure, definitely did not want Kranix leaving with that. Now, deceptively, the Spin Pump moveset, pretty decent at securing as well, so you got to watch out for that.
And we're going to see if they're able to push this in. Resu making their way to the top path. It looks like they are going to be able to stop this. Talonflame for Los Duros heading back to find all of the experience they can on their side of the map. Machamp as well, only level 8. A Machoke. Level's looking pretty good for BH3. Multiple Unite moves available. And Talon sitting here almost at level 10, seeing if it can make a sneaky score, and it looks like it will. No one from BH3 staying in the top path.
Dragonite with the rotation, they do have their Unite move, which allows them to kind of globetrot a little bit, right? Take to the skies and land themselves almost like a more empowered fly the Dragonite has with that Unite move. As they're working through, Yutao and Megu coming in for the support. Rops is trying to suss this out. Big Scald on the Miraidon. Louisine hanging back as Machamp is online downstairs. And it's a Mew getting a quick knockout.
Mew gets a knockout. Nice fly, but misses right there. Big eject button from Miraidon. However, it's a huge resource that they were able to get away from that Miraidon. Next time they try to move in, it will not be so lucky if they run into it pretty soon here. In the bottom path, however, Machamp just stacking up.
I mean, Los Duros, although started a little shaky, all of a sudden, Louisine gets back-to-back knockouts, and they are scorching into this game, my guy. Los Duros up on the scoreboard, up in the levels, or at least just a hair ahead on the levels as well. So BH3 is really marching on Razor's edge.
Yeah, this is tough for BH3, and they've had a tough run in this tournament so far. Obviously, you're expecting them to take this game, but given how close the Volticons match was and how well Los Duros is playing, it might not be as simple as it sounded originally. Here we go. Regice hits the map. Big time Talonflame Unite.
Flame sweep right under Resu, bullying them all the way out. Miraidon goes down. Solar Beam's going to give cover through the light screen and a Rock Tomb. Resu was trapped. Regice is getting low. Dragon Dance in. We got to lock up the Hyper Beam. But no, they're going to just use it to bully. No way is getting reset. Foul play. Megu back on a Regice. Danny is there ready to go. E-ball secure is too late, and the Dragonite takes it down. Oscatar, can't run away. Megu's on the scene.
Got to give it to Megu. Picking up the Talonflame KO really led them to, having a situation where they could secure and win that fight. Talon is back right now, landing the fly on multiple opponents, but not able to continue pushing just yet. When you land fly on an enemy Pokemon, you get a huge cooldown reduction as well. So you'll often see if a Talonflame does hit that fly, they'll kind of stay within the area to possibly hit another and pick up some huge wins. Nice catch onto the Miraidon using a Unite move to secure the KO.
Oscatar going straight back at him. Megu and Sazero going to try and hold it down. Danny is in the backside here. Going to Solar Beam through. Talonflame fly. A bunch of folks on the pad. And unfortunately not the best break you could have gotten, but the urgency was there. They just wanted it gone.
Yeah, it could be Charge a Unite. It could be stack an attack weight. It could just be some quick math. We just need to score, as we're trying to score here on this tier 2. They do get 25, but we have the Miraidon pushing them around. No way Jay will be going down to the Umbreon, and Machamp goes down to Miraidon there. The scores could be worth it, though, Doomsnacks.
Woo! Danny just resetting there, getting back to base as Rops is going to be holding down this pad that I'm assuming we're going to get to here in a moment. Solar Beam is there. Spin Pumping is actually on the retreat, believe it or not. Resu takes some damage. Megu does as well. Rock Tomb Trap, Fly Crash lands. They do deal some damage, but they're able to get over the wall. Hydro Typhoon is going to turn this action the other way. BH3 goes for it. We're Rubble Rousing. No way Jay wants to get into it. Another fly. Half HP gone for Kranix. They're on Razor's Edge. They need to get knocked out. Miraidon getting the Crusler. Electro Ball hits Dragonite. Louisine can't cash in the fly, and all of a sudden, BH3 is right back on that goal zone.
They are back on that goal zone, but you do have to recognize this Blastoise used the Unite move pretty late. Now, Blastoise has a very low cooldown, and I didn't see the items beforehand, so maybe this is an Amp Blastoise, which means they could get it back. But if it is not, it could be tricky. They might not have this Unite for this next huge objective that's spawning here in just 15 seconds. Los Duros now slightly behind on the scoreboard. It's 216, 196. Very close game. Anyone can peel off with almost any amount of points and even this thing up or put BH3 ahead. Scald finds Megu. Do they decide to go in? Talonflame trying to take advantage of that Rock Tomb, but they're not able to make it happen. And Machamp runs out of there like a weirdo. I swear he looks like a weirdo.
He's running like a weirdo, like a real weirdo. Solar Beam is there. Megu in the Rock Tomb again. Spin Pump coverage is going to slow things down.
And here we go. Megu trying to find their moment, peels them back slightly, but oh, we got a fight right here. Oscatar catches the Dragonite into an X-Scissor Unite move.
Oscatar there is in the mix. We're spinning to win in the middle. E-Ball comes through. Machamp is in the back. Reposition. Crash Land. Fly gets the knockout of Mirana. Flame sweep straight into the wall. Of course it is. Eldegoss gets the Machamp down. No way. Jay's trying to hang in the pocket. So low is Kranix. Straight for the rip is the rest of Los Duros. Machamp is going to be back in 10 seconds. Kyogre is about at half. No way. Jay, a sliver of HP. They're going to have to box out Kranix. Again, good secure there. Talonflame's going to have to take this Sky and try and get the secure. The damage is there. It's secured by Mew. And Los Duros is putting the screws in on BH3, who's finding themselves in just nothing but trouble. Megu is in the slow beam. Rops is still hanging out. And we have everybody on the Duros standing right now. And they now have the lead, dude.
216, 242. Los Duros is up. They pick up a KO and start marching towards this tier 2 goal zone. They are already ahead. If they make a huge mistake and give up a buff, there is something BH3 can do, but they want these scores right now. Machamp moves in. A KO does go down. Talon goes down as well. We have a possible Dragonite they can make a play with only 30 seconds left. However, two huge scores go in.
I mean, Rob's getting their points in before the burger went in from the Mew is just critical. That is devastating. What was just an absolute sliver of hope is vanished in a heartbeat. Los Duros also shocking BH3, taking a page out of Volticon's book. What's happening in EU?
BH3 coming into this tournament undefeated in their region and can't seem to get it together against these squads. Los Duros taking a game win right now. I think they're thinking, did we have it? Was it enough? And they're about to find out that yes, they do.
Absolute amazing excitement, and BH3 in shambles right now.
Yeah.
This is where you have to be a mental warrior. You have to pull yourself from the brink. BH3, we can't understate this. Undefeated in the EU leagues. Undefeated. Komai, they beat them. Komai just beat the world champions on stage. There is a difference playing from your couch than playing on that stage with no ping difference, with just absolute nerves going on and being in this environment. And it goes to show that some teams are buffed by that and some teams are flat out nerfed.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're exactly right. And, you know, something you and I were just talking about the other day, Doob Snacks, is the classic movie, The Replacements. And in that movie, they talk about a phenomenon. They talk about quicksand in a situation like this. One thing goes wrong, then another, then another, then another. And that feels like where BH3 is right now, just stuck in this quicksand. They lose some winnable games earlier against Volticons, and now all of a sudden, Los Duros is taking a game off them. So this is rough for them. This is not at all what you expected out of this squad coming into this event. Let's take a look at Danny here.
I mean,
104K on the Mew.
Not only getting, like, obviously the critical secure, right, on the Kyogre, but Danny's solar beams were everywhere. It made Kranix, they could not get any purchase with that spin. I mean, it was just solar beam, E-ball, boosted auto, in and out, 104,000 damage, and honestly, a pretty quiet. And when we say a quiet amount of damage, it means like they weren't the flashiest.
Sure.
It wasn't all the things you're watching, you know, you're not watching the Talonflame, Crash Land, or the Machamp with a big submission. It was just always there, always doing their job. getting these Pokemon low on HP so your Talonflame can get knockouts, so your Machamp can get knockouts. And I mean, it was worth its weight in gold here for Los Duros.
Yeah, incredible stuff for Los Duros. And we saw, you know, a cut to the audience there. That was actually Komai cheering on Los Duros here as BH3 is on the ropes right now. Losing this set, I might be wrong, but I believe it would put them in a position to not move on to day 2. I'm not positive. It depends on how the rest of that group is shaping up. And maybe at some point we could take a look at our updated groups. Of course, once we have the opportunity, we're going to be heading straight into our next game right here. And Los Duros must be feeling great right now. I mean, everyone seems to be taking a game off BH3. And as you talked about, Doopsnacks, here we are just facing down the possible end of your tournament. And nothing is going right for BH3.
Here's the thing. You can't go quiet, right? You know, it's okay to take a moment here, but you cannot let what's happening shut you down completely. You have to keep communicating. You have to keep talking. And honestly, we've seen the best teams in the world go down a game, bounce back, and kind of have some pretty dominant wins like through game 3, right? That's what BH3 needs to do. They know that on paper, they are the better team. They know that they are dominating their league. They know that they have it in them to win. What they need to do is use that confidence and build themselves back up, because if they don't do it for themselves, nobody else will. And you have to think it's going to be a big blow to the psyche if Los Duros 2-0s them.
Yeah, no question. I mean, this is tough for BH3, and you wouldn't expect this is the position that you would be in, but now is the moment where you have to find whatever it is inside of you, get rid of this doubt, get rid of this spiral that you are clearly in, get your head back in this game one step at a time, take one game off Los Duros, move forward, take another, you know, just keep marching forward. They are going to need to. They look, I have to be honest, just looking at them on stage, they look defeated already.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said, right? Teams that aren't in the league, signing up for EUIC, I don't want to, they're playing with house money, right? They're having an experience. You can see just how much more loose Los Duros is just naturally than the pressure that BH3 is not only putting on themselves because of their league record, but also because they're supposed to be winning, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if we were looking at these matchups, you know everybody would be putting the checkbox on BH3.
Yeah, no question. I mean, this is when you're going to lose, you know, all your channel points on Twitch. People are expecting that BH3 is going to win this thing, but Los Duros feeling good, smiles on their faces right now as we are just looking at an absolutely dejected BH3 heading into game number 2. Of course, they're capable. Of course, they're good enough to do this, but I don't know if they've already lost the mental game completely.
You know, you can't. If you want to be the best team, if you want to be a world champion, you can't.
Of course.
And the fact that we're talking about it leads me to believe that there's still more work for BH3 to do. But right now, it starts with this game here between BH3 and Los Duros. Los Duros up a game, and we are going to Groudon.
Yeah, here we go. The Groudon map. We have Charizard Y banned out from Los Duros on the side of BH3. Mewtwo Y and Mega Lucario. Again, that targeted Darkrai ban that we're seeing more and more. BH3 with a final ban here, something they don't want to see on the other side. We'll see what it is. They were moving through defenders there, but it goes with Umbreon.
Los Duros with the real opportunity here to close off another prime pick, and they do Mimikyu. And they're really, I mean, there's a lot of powerful Pokemon still in the mix. Mega Gyarados, right? Psyduck we've seen a bunch of course. So BH3 is on the button. We'll see where they go.
Yeah, let's see how they want to play this here. Yeah, I mean, it was a problem.
Okay.
It was a big problem, and now this is something that Los Duros is not going to have moving into game number 2. We're going to see what they want to take here. Blastoise is an option, obviously. Blastoise incredibly good and something that they could steal away from their opponents. Next couple of picks here, BH3. Hovering this Slowbro, it's a great pick for Megu, but Megu does have a lot of incredible looks, and without knowing what exactly is going to be diving in against BH3, they might not be grabbing the Bro just yet. Instead, we go with Blissey, Kranix on Garchomp, a Pokemon who recently got some very solid buffs.
Yeah, I'm a fan of not taking the Slowbro there. You can kind of figure that Los Duros is pretty pretty much locked into where they're going to be.
Totally.
So, you know, just pick it later. Get yourself a little bit more of a premium option here. Los Duros with the reactionary picks back-to-back. Zacian and Alolan Raichu are queued up, but they haven't been locked in yet. Oscatar does take the Sword Dog. And Danny with the Alolan Raichu, a Pokemon that has also been incredibly swingy.
Yeah, Utah now grabbing a Pokemon we rarely see, and you can tell that by its encounter rate. 5% here on the Urshifu. Final pick is the Mamoswine, an incredible Pokemon, and now we are going to be looking for the final pick on the side of Los Duros. They bring in Blaziken. You and I were talking about this one earlier. I love Blaziken right now. I think Alolan Raichu has its moments, and we're going to see if this team is able to capitalize on those. And then we're going to find out if BH3 made the right call with a newly buffed Garchomp, if it's, you know, competition ready. The scariest one for me, or the one that I would be most concerned with if I'm on the side of BH3 of our own picks, would be the Urshifu. I am not sold on this Pokemon currently. However, you see any of these top teams, they can make anything work. You know, we saw Cramorant win Worlds, you know? So you can make it work. I just have not seen a ton of value out of this. One thing for sure, if we are looking at Wicked Blow or Shifu, they have some great rip on their side with that Garchomp.
Great rip with the Garchomp, great secure. However, Los Duros with a solid draft. I mean, they're insulating themselves as well with some great secure tools of their own right. I'm thinking that big Zacian Unite move. I'm thinking, of course, of Blaziken in the overheat. Those are options. So, like, hey, if Garchomp's ripping, do all the hard work, and we can come in with a big secure too.
Yeah.
So you're taking a look at that, and I have to give credit where credit is due. Oscatar and Los Duros have put together 2 back-to-back drafts that I am a big fan of, and they're putting themselves in a position to press the right buttons and win themselves a game.
Well, let's find out if they can do it here in game number 2. We've got BH3 eSport, your purple team. Los Duros, your orange team. Los Duros up 1 game. The story of BH3 heading into this tournament was how unbelievably good they were. Undefeated in their region. They've already lost once today, and now they're down a game.
Zacian up here. Great early game Pokemon as Rops is babysitting. Chansey going for a stack. As Sazerac runs to the middle, the little pebbles fall on top of Chansey's head, and Oscatar wants to get the K opener. Check that box, they got it.
Yeah, tough one there for BH3. I mean, you obviously are looking for these stacks, right? It's extremely important, but you're paying for it in a big way. Moving forward right here. Nice secures by Kranix, though. Kranix all over this. Got a ton of experience on their side because of those secures, even with Chansey getting KO'd there. No way, in some trouble. And yes, it is the E-ball from Rezu, able to pick up that KO. Mew has been a difference maker on every squad we've seen it with today.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit surprised that Chansey is going for the stacks. You don't typically see a Blissey stacking this day and age. So maybe BH3 has something up their sleeve here. As Los Duros with a heavy rotation, 3 players try to trap Kranix, but instead just get some points in, as Rops is going to get their points in as well.
Yeah, nothing wrong here with just getting some points. Nice big kick right there, pulling them back. Kranix in some trouble. Can they defend on this goal zone? Ooh, the Metal Claw does not pick up the KO.
Oscatar going deep here. Urshifu has been banned once, picked twice, won none.
All right.
Woof.
It's fun when you have numbers all over the place.
Numbers!
All different numbers.
Production stats team, could we please get our public apology on screen whenever you're ready?
Yeah, whenever you're ready. Seems like you guys are doing a lot of work that has nothing to do with that. Odd to me. Utah right now looking to see what they can take away from Los Duros. It is the Wicked Blower Shifu, so it has insane secure, and it can do some real damage in these fights.
Utah is going to try and make it out of dodge. Sazerac is going to be there for the support.
Wow.
Danny hasn't evolved yet. Everybody's collapsing into the central area. Good reposition on Rops. Rops has the eject button. E-ball isn't enough. Boosted auto isn't enough, but that Blissey is.
Wow, I mean, beautiful stuff there. BH3, I mean, it's crazy that they made it out of that. It felt like there was no way they could. Squirtle on the other side, still Squirtle, by the way, needs to evolve for the side of Los Duros. And now getting caught there with the Ice Fang, having to run from that engagement. We do have level 5 on our Alolan Raichu right now, so we're able to see what moveset it is. I'm not sure if it was Stored Power or Electro Ball. We're going to find out. Its items looked like Electro Ball, but we shall see.
Rops, Megu over the wall, another solid Ice Fang. X-Scissor is going to buy some time, but is it going to be enough? No, it is not. Resu with another E-ball knockout.
You know, this is nice for this Blissey. It really wants these stacks if you are going the soft boiled build, which it has. Massive 1-2 punch there. Here comes the Mamo. Megu not able to stop them here. Danny having to peel back with the stored power, able to do some damage and spread that curse item to the enemy team. Now Blaziken in some trouble. Big time overheat finally goes down. All the while, Los Duros secures the bottom objective.
Resu, unsurprising why they took this Mew. They're doing a great job with some knockouts early in this one, providing some great cover with the team. Kranix is going to be able to rip that Regirock for free. Oscatar rolling up top as another level 8, and Garchomp online and level 9 before Oscatar. Bit surprising based on how the early stages of the game went. Zacian trying to get out of there. Utah's going to there for the cover, and that's a quick knockout.
Yeah, nice big knockout here. Danny in some trouble heading through that opening there. We're going to have to peel back and see if we can fight them off at this goal zone. No Unite move on the Blissey just yet, but we do have the Unite move on our Shrifu as well as our Garchomp.
Blastoise is online, fortunately, for Los Duros, keeping the score line close behind on levels. Kranix sussed out with the Focus Blast. Oscatar moving forward. They're close to level 9. They'd love to hit their Evo soon. They do. Moving forward here is the rest of Los Duros. Screening out is Rops. Kranix looks for Dragon Rush, finds a bunch of targets, pops their Unite move. Blitz Assistance gets the knockout on Oscatar. Rops has popped up, and it's the Blissey that gets credit for the KO Shrika too, despite Kranix doing all the heavy lifting. Get the triple KO for Sazero.
A triple KO on a Blissey. You know things are going chaotically right or wrong in some way right here, but what a fight from them. Obviously setting up sort of the, you know, homing Bliss assistance through the Garchomp Unite move. Great catch with the Dragon Claw combination right into that Unite, followed by the Blissey bowling ball. Incredible stuff there, and yeah, somehow Blissey walks away with a triple KO.
And level 10, the same as the Garchomp because of that effort. We have the Mamoswine hiding out Megu. Ice Fang, reposition, bang, no way. Jay is going to surf through, pin Megu against the wall. Here comes Louisine. Neuro, we're going to rampage through him. Trapped in the multiple walls. Hydro Typhoon, eject buttons over. Utah was trying to go for a flank, sussed out. Big Solar Beam hits 4. Mew goes into the mist, and they're going to be on the chase. They're going to give it up and just go straight for Rops because that's an easy knockout.
Yeah, and here we go. We just have Los Duros trying to get some of this experience here. They are behind BH3. The fights are going very well for them so far. Their strategy working pretty perfectly. Taking away the Mew seems to be a key factor in this match. We are not seeing the same level of influence from the Alolan Raichu, even slightly.
Yeah, I mean, even the Garchomp big difference maker, right? Just putting the Blissey in its pocket. Megu tries to get onto the pad. They are surfed away. Solar Beam is there. Kranix goes straight into the back line, and another big Garchomp Unite on the top of a bunch of bodies. Louisine tries to square this thing up. Tons of damage is being put in, but it's Los Duros falling. Megu gets another Ice Fang move here as Garchomp knocks out the Blaziken. Rops is trying to X-Scissor. They're trying to do what they can, but the whole team is scrubbed clean.
Wow, and look at this. 377, 113, a 49-point over in that Tier 2 at the 330 mark. BH3 is coming alive right here. They are not letting this tournament slip away from them.
Completely different look from this team, and I'm glad that they found themselves their confidence. They have to still close this game out, though. 3 minutes left. You can't completely give it up. BH3 is going to turtle up on this goal zone as Los Duros is ripping the Regirock. Big Dragon Rush in, pins him against the wall. Good opportunity, and it's secured by BH3 in that big wicked blow. And now surfed into the wall. No Way Jay is trying to pin down BH3, but it is just not enough.
Just a phenomenally early overheat from Los Duros allows Utah to simply one-punch that thing and get the secure. Really well played by BH3, and unfortunately, you know, Los Duros just jumping the gun in a massive way as we are getting ready for this objective here at Groudon. Looks great for BH3. They are way ahead. The fights are going well. The Bliss assistance into the Garchomp is absolutely devastating. This is a really tough one for Los Duros, and they only have a couple options, which are catch one of the very high-level enemies on the other side or rip and flip.
Regieleki getting worked on. 15 seconds until Groudon. Rops is getting vision. That might have been an opportunity for a trap. Regieleki is sent walking. 5 seconds till the boss monster.
Yeah, the question is, how do they want to play this? They are going to have an objective walking towards their home goal zone. Don't want to let that in, but BH3 might not decide to push forward with it. The solar beams absolutely ripping through them here. We have the objective continuing to move. Solar beam misses right there, and no one's really starting Groudon yet. We have Garchomp trying to find a fight, but actually having a backup. Kranix in a little bit of trouble right here, as we have Mamoswine moving with a huge Ice Fang. Raichu is gone.
No Way Jay tries to serve. Hydro Typhoon does kick up Yutao for just a moment, but Megu and Yutao are in the right position here. Regieleki walks all the way to home base. And I'll tell you what, I don't know if you caught it in the bottom part of your screen, but Oscatar went in and fired off their Unite move and missed Sazero. They didn't even get anywhere or anyone relevant. And you have to think this one is pretty well locked up for BH3.
Yeah, this does not look good here for Los Duros. They are looking to Groudon. Massive Unite move combination. Not much you could do there. Zacian also going down. They can chip at Groudon here. They don't need it, though. They can move right towards Los Duros. And unfortunately, with this score line and with BH3 not giving them an inch, I don't see anything Los Duros can do in this moment. It looks like we're going to be heading to a Game 3. They've just absolutely put the chokehold on Los Duros.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about the difference maker, and you called it out, Reisu on this Mew. The Mew is like an X factor between these two teams, it seems like. Now, to your other point, I don't really think Yutao on this bear was the difference maker at all. So if that's the case, choose something a little stronger.
Well, I mean, you know, what I got to give it to them is they executed it perfectly. And all those moments where it could have been an overheat secure, they played patiently enough to let this, you know, a Wicked Blow or Shifu be the one to pick up those final hits on many objectives, many KOs. So I don't know, BH3, this looks a lot more like the team we expected to see head into this tournament.
Yeah, without a doubt, and a heck of a bounce back game for them, and one that they so desperately needed here in London. You can almost see like the wave of relief just kind of wash over the team, which I completely understand. You set expectations for yourself, and falling short of something you know you have the capacity to deliver on is just, it might be even worse than losing. It's just not meeting your own expectations. But in this one, they certainly measured up.
Here we go, them crashing on this bottom goal zone. Here was the Garchomp Unite after the Dragon combo. Bliss assistance on top of it, where the Blissey is somehow picking up the triple KO. Boom with the Egg Bomb. Really great stuff. That guy liked it.
Yeah, so did we, to be fair.
I was doing that as well. That's what I'm doing.
I mean, it's easy to say that the game's over here because we know how it shook out, but it really felt like it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, BH3 was just dominant. They were getting multiple knockouts on the other side without losing a single member. And when that's the case, it makes the rest of the game feel pretty darn easy.
Yeah, I mean, great stuff from BH3. Felt like a totally different squad. And once again, player of the game just on the other side of the corn there. Rezu on the Mew.
Like that callback. Don't know if anybody else caught it, but yeah, Mew is an absolute X factor, again, between these two teams. Look at that healing out of the Blissey, something we don't see really that often anymore at all, whereas before, in years past, it was the absolute, like, kingmaker was a Blissey here. I like BH3 going back into the well, doing it their way, and getting a little bit of consistency back in the mix.
Totally agree. Blissey is a difference maker. Its Unite move is unbelievable, and if your opponents decide to fight you or are forced into it, Bliss assistance just makes it so hard for anything to stick to the Pokemon that got that extra shield. And at the same time, it's going to make you stronger, and Blissey just going to start bowling through the enemies for crazy good damage. Really, really strong game from BH3, and you can just see the night and day difference with our squads right here.
Kranix, Garchomp, very solid as well. Loved seeing them go to that pick, and I think they were able to. Didn't know we were going to be on the jumbo screen there. That was wild work. Thanks for the heads up. Production, that's 3 apologies. Feel free to throw them on the screen whenever you'd like. Thank you.
BH3 banning out the Darkrai, Mimikyu on the other side. We've got Charizard Y, we've got Mega Lucario. Final ban, and they're considering the Mew right here. Interesting, because I'm thinking they don't want to first pick it, but they really don't want to have Los Duros, you know, jump on this Pokemon again, which I understand.
I'm with you completely. Sometimes you just got to ban the problem. Why not?
Flip the names, flip the names. Okay, Los Duros was the one who banned the Mew right there. I was like, okay. Now I understand what's going on.
Still the same thing, ban the problem.
Still the thing, ban the problem, flip the names, 3 apologies on screen. Thank you so much. First pick's gonna
Better
be
make it 4. You know what? Make it 4. Give us an extra apology just for good luck. No way, Jay, back on the Blastoise. Didn't look great, didn't look awful last game, but unfortunately, when you're playing so far behind, it's tough for Blastoise to look great when you're getting beat up by Pokemon 4 levels higher than you.
Interesting. All right, we're going with the Defender support core of BH3, which is the orange team, a little early. So we've got Megu on the Crustle, we've got the Umbreon here picked up, and now next couple of picks here for Los Duros. We're going to see what they want to grab. Miraidon's been very effective today. I'm not surprised. And a Mr. Mime. I love it, too.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to have the Crustle to build the walls, do it with Mr. Slime, Mr. Crime, Mr. Mime. I love that pick. We were talking about, you know, off camera, how you and I would love to see more of this Pokemon. It feels kind of slept on, and I am shocked at the rate at which we're not seeing Psyduck enter these games.
You know, interestingly enough, the second we see on the side of BH3 that they've locked in their defender support, and we know it's not a Slowbro, now we have sort of a free Scyther on the side of BH3, and our next couple of picks here for our orange side. We've got Machamp being covered once again, and this Talon. So looking a lot more like our early game 1 stuff from Los Duros, which I think they're happy with. Final pick now for BH3. Let's see what they want to go with.
Oscatar doing a great job submission into the Fly Crash lands that Luisine was putting together. And we do have an Inteleon at Aresu. And we know that this Inteleon can turn the tide of a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Those snipe shots, some players are playing Liquidation, which is extremely good, but sometimes into these really tanky Pokemon like Blastoise and Mr. Mime, Liquidation just doesn't have the damage output. And on top of that, with Talonflame on the other side, able to, as we say, take to the skies, you know, fly off of the map, all of that liquidation damage goes away. It just kind of disappears into the ether. So you've got to assume we are looking at a snipe shot Inteleon. That thing gets online, gets a high level early. Those snipe shots are taking more than half your HP bar.
Yutao is going to have the opportunity to take over the game very quickly here. Danny is going to have to be on the lookout for that Scyther.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just a golden matchup here for Yutao. And if they can just expose the Miraidon because of being able to just engage into the backline, it's going to make things incredibly difficult for Los Duros. Because the reason the Talonflame and Machamp had so much success was Danny's Mew being able to deal tons of damage over time and let them get the knockouts. Well, if Miraidon and their Charge Beam can't find their targets, you're not getting those knockouts, say the thing.
Here we go. Game number 3. Los Duros, your purple team. BH3 Esport, your orange team. BH3 showing signs of life in game number 2, coming back from a very difficult loss in game 1. The undefeated squad out of EU, well, not anymore after earlier today, had high expectations coming into our tournament, and now they're being invaded by a Mr. Crime.
Mr. Crime indeed, trying to make a little action here for themselves as Yutao moves forward level 4, and honestly just kind of looking for the body there, just putting damage on Rops. Scavalier is going to rush out there. Can't quite skewer their target. Yutao's going to hit level 5 and a rotation quickly coming. Luisine is ready to go. Megu catches out Luisine. They have to dart back to the pad as Oscatar is there too, sitting at a measly level 3.
Yeah, Rob's in some trouble right now, being chased down by that double hit, and it looks like Talonflame is going to see if they can cut off Scyther if they are moving to the bottom path. Mr. Mime now moving back to our top path, looking for some experience here. Things not going super well for Los Duros to start this game.
No, they're not. Resu is hanging out. They've got the Great Secure in that Drizzile. Straight on top of them is Yutao, just really smelling blood in the water.
Yeah, I mean, looking for it right here. Oscatar moving back to try to defend right there. Feels like a very foolish decision. I understand you want to stop the score. Mime is far away, but the moment that you turn back, you are giving up the KO. And they are just getting the brakes beat off them in the top path. We now have Rops in the central area of their own team because Yutao and Megu are moving through.
Good adjustment, at least, by Los Duros, sending Luizine into the opposite central area, so they're not like completely missing a farm rotation. But really, Los Duros is behind, not only on the scoreboard, but these levels are starting to get out of control too. So how they're going to adjust is going to be important. Oscatar all the way to the backside, putting 21 in is solid. Megu at least picking up those points, crash landing on top of the fly, tons of damage on Megu. The walls are down, the pressure's on. Meanwhile, Scyther gonna grab the Reggie Drago. The rotation is there, and now it's trouble.
Wow!
High lands and gets 2. Luizine on this Talonflame is changing the game again, dude. Kranix is now in trouble, and Rops puts them down. This is like game 1, man. It felt like BH3 was ahead, and all of a sudden Luizine hits Talonflame, takes to the skies, and brings down a nightmare with the fly.
I mean, incredible stuff there from Los Duros. Fully coming back into this game in just one simple fight. Oscatar now level 7, getting caught in the mean look and caught with the X-Scissor, but they're looking for a KO here on Sazero. They might be able to make it happen. Talonflame to the sky. Wish lands in time.
Yeah, I mean, it of course fly hits, but the Wish is going to top off that HP from Sazero. You know, playing this Umbreon more as a support, like healing support type Pokemon. As look at Los Duros hanging out on the pad, getting some of their HP back. Good X-Scissor by Megu. Luizine goes up. There it is. Charge Beam in the flow. Thunder in the flow. Kranix is repositioned with submission, and now they're knocked out. Yutao into the back line. They get Danny. Back to the fly, they're back down again. Luizine caught in the mean look. They used their flame sweep just to get a hair of shield. Snipe shot hits them, and now they have to retreat.
Yeah, they have to peel back right now. Great fight from BH3. As soon as Yutao got there, it was all over. Luizine caught in the mean look. Registeel getting very low. Nice secure by BH3.
Oh,
picked them off as they landed.
Oh, man, raspberry jams, but these finger guns don't. Holy smokes, dude. Perfect timing by Resu.
Raspberry jams with these finger guns don't. I love that.
We did it.
You did it. I mean, that's incredible. I'm just pointing out how much I enjoyed it as we have this Blaziken in some trouble right here. Machamp Unite move. What an eject. They took one target and then ejected after the other was gone. Beautiful.
I mean, these teams are battling right now. And I'd like to point out that that was a flame sweep with no wall still hitting a wall somehow.
They all find
inevitable.
They all find walls. As we have Rezu looking for some KOs right here. Big time Inteleon Unite move just keeps them away from this point. They're going to be able to get this Reggie Alecki here. Some good fights from Los Duros, but without question, BH3 finding their mark. That snipe shot now being online is huge.
Huge is an understatement. You're already seeing the difference that Resu is making with the snipe shots. Now we're spin pumping again. I mean, these teams about that action, boss. They want the damage.
Kranix right now hiding in the tall grass right here, seeing what they can steal, and they are able to make it happen. Danny, level 9 on this Miraidon, but look at the levels on the side of BH3. 12 for the Scyther, 12 for Inteleon.
Boy.
Massive, massive Crustal Unite move. And here comes Yutao once again looking for the KOs. Talonflame sweeps, but it's not enough. That's a double. Can Yutao get another one? They're being chased out, but they could come right back in with that double hit. And the Wish, they're looking for another KO.
Okay.
Huge, huge Hydro Typhoon.
Can the Machamp get the knockout on Kranix? Can Oscatar deliver, please? They're looking for it. No, not enough in the tank. And Blaziken still reigns supreme.
Beautiful stuff there from BH3, and they are in control of this match. Having a little bit of a stumble early on, you know, after they kind of dominated the beginning, they had this early, a bit before the 5-minute mark stumble, but now ever since then, level-wise, things are getting out of control. Fight-wise, things are going incredible for BH3, and Yutao on their way to level 14 at the 4-minute mark.
I mean, for me, it just comes down to that amazing snipe shot by Resu. As soon as Luizine landed from the fly, getting popped popped was just honestly just an absolute momentum shifter in my mind. Oscatar takes tons of damage. Charge beam though right on Utah, and that's a gargantuan time, and it's showtime from Mr. Mime. Mr. Slime is trying to commit the crime here in the middle, but they're caught in the mean look. Sazro is getting separated. Flame Sweep goes straight into a wall. Can you believe it? At home, folks, I certainly can. Megu goes down, and Danny is finally starting to find their window of opportunity as another snipe shot finds Luisine.
Wow, these snipe shots just cannot miss, and Los Duros absolutely needs them to. We have a Machamp Unite move. Doesn't look like they're going to find enough value with it. Just can't take down this Blaziken. Now having to try to peel away from this. We have a quick pause on stage as one of the players might be having an issue with one of their devices. But, you know, I'll tell you it's not as Rezu.
Dude, kids
I mean, Rezu might be like, hey, do I have, like, hacks on? I'm 360 no-scoping a lot of what's going on here. It just unbelievable plays from BH3. They are absolutely dominating this game right now.
Yep.
So we're going to see what the issue was. As soon as we can get that resolved, we're going to head back into our game. But wow, I mean, this might be a nice moment if you are Los Duros to take a breath, because the last few fights have not gone your way. Experience-wise, things are bad. But silver lining, they caught that Scyther in a big way in that last fight. And if they can start their final fight of the game like that, they've got a shot.
I agree completely. There's a real opportunity window for Los Duros and how their team is composed. And I think what's the most important critical factor that finally feels like it got online was Danny's Charge Beam Miraidon. And when I say online, I don't mean like leveled up enough. I just mean the spacing there is where it needs to be. The damage is what it needs to be. The opportunities are being met, and this is how they won game one. You know, think of the Mew Solar Beam doing tons of damage, and then you have Luisine Oscatar kind of cleaning up the rest of the business here. Now we've got 3 players that can do that. You have the Spin Pump, No Way Jay, right? They can do tons of damage. Luisine can do tons of damage. You know, you have all the shutdown tools that Kranix brings with these submissions. And on top of that, if you have this Charge Beam lacing in damage on repeat, you have a real opportunity here.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And we're going to see what happens when we can get, hopefully, this player back into the game so we can figure out the end of this incredible best of 3. BH3 does feel like they are back in the driver's seat here. They are feeling it after that game 2. Los Duros definitely in the conversation still, but they are going to need, as I often call it, a catch. They're going to need that moment where they grab someone from the enemy team, whether it's the submission, whether it's just the combination of their damage, the Talonflame fly lands, and all of a sudden, you're up a player. You use that momentum to push towards BH3. You take out this Inteleon. Somehow, you have to get to this Inteleon. And if you can make all of that work, you've still got a chance to beat the formerly undefeated squad out of EU.
I'm kind of thinking about BH3 with this Crustle, and it might actually be what brings Utah down. And I mean that in the sense we've kind of seen the way they've been staging their knockouts is a Rock Tomb.
Yeah.
And then Utah engages kind of in that pit once they trap somebody. However, Los Duros can do something pretty cheeky there. Rock Tomb, build that house. Mr. Mime Walls on the other side, and then Utah's trapped. And you can still hit that target once they're stuck in that sandwich. That might be a real opportunity. I mean, just a Mr. Mime Confuse Blast into a wall is gargantuan damage with a stun on Utah. So, again, Los Duros is on the back foot without a doubt, but they have a lot of stuff in the toolkit that they can get the job done with.
Yeah, no question. And I think when we saw Scyther go down, I know Mime jumped in with its Unite move. I don't know if that was before it already had, after it had already hit with a Confusion. Because Scyther they were very aggressive. They jump in, I believe, towards the, 2 rock walls there at kind of the bottom of the Kyogre pit. So if that is the case, we're actually, maybe we can scroll back right now and see between me and you on this Telestrator while we're working.
I might have gone too far.
But yeah, there was a big moment where they were fighting, and I know the Mime used the Unite move. That much I'm 100% sure on.
Is it here?
Yeah, it looks like we're taking a look at it right now. Scyther jumps in. There's the Confusion, or there's the wall, the barrier, the Charge Beam, and submission and the Mime Unite. So big plays there from Los Duros, and they're going to need that. They're going to need that
without
once
a doubt.
again if they're going to be able to beat BH3, because BH3 is winning this right now. It is currently, I mean, they're running away with it. Level-wise, they're just brutally ahead, and it's going to be a tough fight, but not an impossible one, just a really tough one. And BH3 is going to need to keep a cool head, you know, get their mind off all of the difficult matches they have had today and execute what is right in front of them right now. If they're able to do that, then they can, you know, stay in this competition. If not, we might be watching the, you know, anticipated best team of EU head home early in this tournament.
We've really outlined how Los Duros can contend with this Scyther, right? Utah is kind of running away. They're the biggest thing in the lobby right now. However, behind that is a Blaziken and, of course, Resu's Inteleon, which has just been lights out. How can Los Duros transition from a Scyther catch into taking down 2 other formidable opponents on the other side?
I think that's the problem, right? I mean, the big problem they have ahead of themselves, and it's what happened in that fight, too, that you and I were just looking at. As soon as you catch the Scyther, you still have to deal with the fact that there is an Inteleon that has been landing every snipe shot all game.
And, like,
I mean,
crazy ones, too.
Incredible snipe shots. And the moment you are jumping in on Scyther, you're a big target for this Inteleon that's being able to fire at you the whole time. And you're right, they have this Blaziken that's been brawling with them extremely well. I think Blaziken, it's at least 1 level up on Machamp. It might be 2 as we head back. No, we're 1 level up on Machamp
this is
right now. The Scyther, 2 levels up on the Talonflame from the other side. The Inteleon, 1 level up. Everything is at least a level higher on the side of BH3. So it is quite scary. It is quite difficult. It's going to be really hard for Los Duros, but they showed it was not impossible, but they have to get this moment. And the question is, how do you convince the team that's ahead to overextend and try to throw their tournament away? I don't know if BH3 wants to do that.
I sure hope they don't want to throw their tournament.
I don't think they want to do that. I don't think they want to.
So this is how I think it needs to shake out for Los Duros to have a chance. You have to trap Utah, and you have to get the knockout on Utah between your Machamp, your Blastoise, and your Mr. Mime. While that is going down, Danny has to thunder on Inteleon to make it move so it can't just lace in snipe shots, and Luisine has to go on the chase.
Yeah.
After that,
it's a hard one to pin down too.
And it has to it has to time out that way too. Yeah. It has to be like, we trust you 3 to deal with this.
Yeah.
Because we have to simultaneously or subsequently attack that Inteleon, because again, Resu unchecked is going to take over. I mean, they've taken over effectively, right?
100%.
And then after that, all you have left to do is deal with the other 3 characters.
Yeah. I love it. It's already one of the most complex things you need to figure out, plus there are 3 other characters that are trying to stop this from happening. And if you're not able to shut down Talon shut down Inteleon or find Inteleon early enough, it will absolutely destroy you with these snipe shots. And Resu is not missing. They are not missing any of their shots today.
I'm like, looks like we're still kind of in our little pause section.
Still
here.
waiting.
We have our little monitor that I can doodle on with this pen. I'm gonna write boop right on there. I'm gonna delete that so it doesn't pop up on the screen, but trust that I did just write that.
He did. And
what's crazy is I could have fake written it.
You could have fake written it, but what's
really
the point of, you got to commit or crash out here. It's skateboarding when you're doing bits. You have to make sure you're committing to it. As we are getting ready to head back into this game, obviously, if a player is disconnected or there's a device issue or anything like that, we have to make sure that they are back. So much is on the line for these 2 squads right now, and it's always tricky. We have not had too many issues for a little while with our devices, so hopefully we can get it resolved pretty soon here. Top Pokemon by ban rate. You wouldn't be shocked at all to see Charizard. Why they're at 86% of the bans, followed by Blastoise, Mega Lucario. Umbreon, Mimikyu, and Darkrai. Darkrai catching a ton of bans this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of targeted bans too. And, you know, to our predictions, amongst all of us, we picked those top 2 to be the most banned, so I think we hit the nail on the head on that one. Throw up more stats.
Yeah, get some more stats up there.
More statistics.
Put a stat on the screen.
Put up
I'm going to read
statistics.
You put it on the screen.
All right. Production in shambles right now, owing us 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 apologies.
Here's what I want at the end of broadcast. I want
a list.
A list. I want it to scroll up almost like the crawl from Star Wars. I want to see all the apologies. Here we go. Top Pokemon by win rate. You know, a few of these, they're hard to count because they weren't in too many games. Zeraora, of course, this is picked up by Mats, I believe, on Tuesday. Whenever Mats gets this, Mats wins. So we have a 100% win rate on Zeraora. Darkrai, no shocker, it's catching bans. 88%. The Machamp looking amazing at 80, and that's going to block part of what we're seeing here, but it's Inteleon.
6 apologies.
I want the whole crawl, all right? This is episode 4, a new apology, and I just want it to continue going on and on and on. Charizard Y, and of course, we've got the Lucario there. Top win rates, well,
you guys are in good shape. You and Zoinks, I think, are in pretty darn good shape. Unfortunately, for Relic and I think I've watched Eldegoss lose a little bit here. But there's our encounter rate, which, unsurprising, Mega Charizard wide 100%, right where it should be.
Yeah, and Blastoise right there as well. I mean, these two are incredible right now. The thing with Charizard Y is it just doesn't feel like you can let your opponents have it. It's too dang good still, and everyone's played Charizard, right? It's been here since the start of the game. It's simply too good. They got to figure out a way to make money on it. It's simply too good. Mega Char Y, 100% of the time it's either banned or picked in our games right here at EUIC, and of course, a lot of us expected this.
Unfortunately, Zoinks going to be the individual on the outside looking in here, as they were on the other end of the axis, which actually I don't think we've seen our win rate Pokemon by win rate. We saw ban rate, we saw encounter rate.
And we did see win rate. Number 1 was the Zeraora being picked up on
that doesn't count.
It doesn't count, like we said.
That doesn't count at all. What was impressive, though, is the amount of games and the win percentage of Machamp.
Yeah. Top Pokemon by pick rate. 50% of the time, Vaporeon makes it, and Psyduck actually getting through a lot of our drafts here. Not surprised, surprised that it's getting through so many drafts, but it's so good. Mega Gary also making it through a lot of drafts. Mew is a tough one, right? So many power Pokemon that it doesn't get banned out a lot, but boy, is it stellar right now with a 45% pick rate.
I mean, you can see why. I mean, this match right here isn't anyway. This match is a perfect indictment of why Mew is finding its way into so many matches. I mean, we were seeing Kyrios on EG playing it. We were seeing, obviously, Danny playing it.
Yep.
BH3 picked it up as well.
Yep,
and so much so that now it's banned.
Yeah, it is, you know, when Mew players are playing well, it is that good. It appears that our teams are locking in here. It looks like we are close to getting back into this match. And again, so much on the line for these squads. Los Duros with a lot to prove. BH3 at this point, strangely enough, with a lot to prove. You know, you wouldn't expect it, but here we are. The snipe, you know what? You get right back in. The snipe shot's ready to go. 3 minutes on the clock. BH3 is up. They are taking this Reggie Alecki, and it is walking towards the side of Los Duros. On the side of Los Duros, they're going to be looking to get some of this experience. They need to get as close as they possibly can to BH3 before we head to our final fight.
Sazero just going to sit there and harass a little bit, make sure that Los Duros doesn't get anything for free without being checked. Rop's moving to the middle. Mr. Mime is going to be part of that winning equation that we discussed if they want to upset BH3 in Game 3.
Wow, Rezu's a level 14 Inteleon. I mean, this is just so scary. The first snipe shot does not find it. I think it's the first one that's missed all game. Doesn't find its mark. Hits the Blastoise right there. Caught in the mean. Look, another one lands onto the Blastoise. Looking for the third. Barely missing right there. Blastoise ejects, but it still gets caught. Is going to have to peel away. The snipe shot finally doesn't hit.
I mean, the only reason Reisu missed with that first one is they were just doing a bush check here. Kranix is right there. Blastoise knocked out. No Way Jay dispatched of, which means BH3 is in the driver's seat.
That was a focus blast, I think, into the bush they assumed they were basing in, and they were correct. The snipe shots looking for their marks right here, missing Oscitar. Megu got some information, however, that snipe shot not able to land. They're looking to make something happen here. Caught in this mean look. The overheat is out, but the overheat only catches Blastoise. Blastoise once again just getting hit by just about everything, but does peel back.
No Way Jay has to base again, and now all of a sudden Los Duros are running out of time. It's like the 6th man off the bench for BH3. They have to fight outmanned.
Yeah, BH3 ahead right here by quite a bit. Los Duros has to find their moment, but they are just pushed back all the way towards their central area here. We have Talonflame possibly looking for a score, but it is not enough. No. It will not tie up this game. They will still be behind. However, it might force BH3 into an odd fight. They're looking for it here. Yutao peeling away. We have the Talonflame moving, getting caught slightly. Another snipe shot hits.
Right on top of Megu, we have the Fly. We have the Hydro Typhoon. We have the Rubble Rouse. Tons of damage. No Way Jay is there. Megu goes for the eject X scissor, can't find it. We're gonna fly, but now we have to retreat. They're primed up for a mean look. Snipe shot is not gonna land. It's not even gonna be fired off as Racers just looking for their next target. The chase is on Mr. Mime. They're so low, they go straight to the Showtime, forcing out the Scyther Unite. It is gonna convert into a knockout here, but into the middle is where we go. To the skies again as a Fly. Big Sazero Unite to grab the shield. Groudon is getting ripped. It's on the Razor's Edge. It's going to get knocked out and taken by Los Duros. Whoa. They have 20 seconds to go score, and they need a ton of points. Louisi needs to immediately go, but we're getting counter scores back the other way. 353 to 161. We need more 50s. The Blastoise is hanging out. Megu is babysitting. They have to spin to win, but you got to get out of it. You got to try and score. They are sussed out. They are done. The 50. Whoa. Oh, it goes at 20. Whoa. Oh, no.
What? Wait, okay.
Oh, no.
Who's got it?
Please.
Whoa!
Okay.
Wow.
BH3 eking it out, and that, my friend, I said it in the final moments, that is walking Razor's Edge.
Wow, wow, what a final moment, what a final score, so close for Los Duros. I mean, when the Blastoise 100 went in, I thought, I have no idea who's ahead right now.
I mean, it was 120 because Talonflame got their points in as well.
Yep.
I mean, phenomenal counter score. What a show by Los Duros.
I mean, so impressed with Los Duros here. BH3, they needed this. They are, getting back in this tournament. But you can see they don't even feel good about this win. This was so incredibly close. They were ahead that entire time, but they let the objective get flipped on them. They still were able to counter score. They're still playing like a top team. But wow, what a nail biter.
Los Duros balling out of control on the stage. What a performance by them, and that's a heck of a way to make a statement and really show what you're made of here. These EU teams are representing themselves incredibly well right now. BH3 makes it through. Well, I guess keeps their tournament alive.
Yes.
Is maybe the better way to say that.
Yeah, I mean, just a real tough start of the day for BH3. Coming back in this, by the way, the snipe shots were just so unbelievable here. That's Spartano in the audience. Pop it off a little bit.
Hopefully it was to that snipe shot, because that thing was crazy.
I mean, we must have had a million snipe shot pop-offs in the crowd because they were so good. Rezu just on point all game.
Here we go. I mean, we have the meteors landing. Groudon is there. No Way Jay is going to try and get in. They do secure, I think it was a hydro pump. 2 players down. The scramble to score is there. 76 back the other way. We see the 20. The Hundo Banger goes in. That 76 saved the game out of Sazero.
Wow, wow, wow. What a match between these two squads here. Rezu,
yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, no surprise here. What a superstar. Not getting KO'd a single time. 78,000 damage. Just this unbelievably powerful, ranged. They couldn't do anything about it on Los Duros. They just couldn't get to it, which is a testament, of course, to Megu and Sazero. But Rezu with the absolute eagle eye that game.
Without a doubt. And I mean, like we said, you know, Utah and Kranix just stressing this Los Duros squad. So, I mean, it's like, you know, out of the frying pan into the fire type situation. You catch one of them and you still have two more powerful Pokemon to contend with.
Well, we are going to send it up to the stage right now. I see Zoinks is up there ready to interview a member of a BH3. Zoinks, take it away, buddy.
All right, thank you so much. That's right, I'm on stage with Utah from BH3. Utah, congratulations on a very intense one, a close call there at the end, but you pull it off. I mean, how stressful were the final moments of that last match?
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty stressful for everyone. You know, like they got the Groudon, and then, you know, we called like for the score, and I mean, at the end, we managed to win, so yeah, we take it.
All right, okay, we take it. I like that a lot. Obviously, those moments can be really tough, right? Like, there's a lot of team communication that has to happen. Someone's got to make the call. Sometimes teammates make different calls. Who on the team are you trusting to make the call in that moment in a match that's as close as that?
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, you know, I'm doing the calls for everyone. I mean, you know, for example, like Rezu is like playing, you know, on stage for the first time. Yeah. So, yeah, I think we just need some time to adapt and, yeah, be comfortable on stage.
Cool. Well, I mean, so far, a nice bounce back from your first match that you had so far on stage. Some incredible play from your entire team. Rezo Centellion was looking lights out, looks so impressive. What else do you think we can expect to see from BH3? Any specific picks? Any exciting players to watch out for? What should we be looking out for?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have like a lot of stuff to show, and yeah, we have like a lot of draft, a lot of picks to show, and yeah, I think we just need some time, I think. You know?
Okay, all right, some time, but some interesting stuff. Maybe we get to see the Greninja, like the plushie you have in your hands. He's saying no, but maybe still we'll see. All right, Spraggles, Deuce next. Back over to you.
Finding out that was Resu's first time on stage was absolutely banana land.
Agreed.
Because, like Zoink said, lights out play from that Inteleon.
Yeah, incredible stuff. It's shocking because out of everyone on BH3, they felt the most comfortable, you know, watching them from afar in these matches. So I am excited to see them continue to level up throughout this competition. We asked for it a little earlier, and we've got some group updates right here. So as we're taking a look, Root Dig is walking out of their group so far undefeated, 3-0. Citadel Gaming is 2-1. CACM 1-1. Nova Legion 1-2, and Planet JJ's 0-4. So two teams are going to be moving out of these groups. We have a very exciting matchup between Citadel and CACM that should decide a lot here. Let's take a look at Group B.
We've got Evil Geniuses 2-0, 2Z Esports 2-1. Aftermath, that almost makes no sense. Evil Geniuses is either 3-0 or 2-1. So let's get that sorted. There's no way that makes sense. Aftermath Esports 1-2. Pasta Baguette, unfortunately, 0-3 as we go to Group C.
I feel like Pasta Baguette, it could be something you yell when you lose, like, Pasta Baguette, as we take a look at Group 3. Volticons, we saw them earlier against BH3, having an incredible start to their day, 2-0. BH3 now 2-1, Los Duros 1-1, and let's see, unfortunately, 0-3 in their group. Over to Group D, Komai. 3-0, taking down Peru Unite. It looks like that group is all sorted, right? That'll be Peru and Komai heading through to day 2.
As we bounce through the last two groups, we have Team Peps 2-0, Extinction 1-1, Rework Esport Core 1-2, Rush Hour 1-2. So, Team Peps and Extinction still need to square off here.
And we've got our final group here. Los Caducados and Engage, both 2-0 in their group. Rework Esport Gear 1-2, and unfortunately for MTZ Esport, they are 0-3 in their group stage, and they will not be moving forward to day 2. More incredible games coming up, that is for sure. Some important ones that are going to decide day 2. And then, of course, as we kind of get day 1 wrapped up, we're looking forward to a single elimination bracket in day 2. The winner of this whole thing, the AOS Cup, will be your first team qualified for Worlds. We're going to take a very short break. It's going to be about this big, maybe even this big, and we'll be right back. Maybe that big.
Well, you find yourself watching the European International Championships for Pokemon Unite. Well, I bet you're glad you are, because we are right in the middle of the AOS Cup in the group stage of day number 1, and we're already in draft. Let's get it. It's Kyogre map, it's Root Dig, it's Nova Legion, and we got a Blastoise and the Mega Charizard Y-Band.
Are we in draft? Yes, we are.
Well,
yes,
well.
we are. Right, enough of that bit. Let's talk about the band, shall we? Blastoise gone, Mewtwo Y gone, Charizard Y gone, Darkrai and Umbreon off the board. Nova Legion taking Mega Lucario as their final ban. Nova Legion with a bit of a free hit, one could say.
Yeah.
First of all, great jersey. They've got this like chromatic effect going on. It is fabulous. But Root Dignitas, they know that they are pretty safe as things stand. They know that they're the favorites going into this game. So for Nova Legion, have a bit of fun and try and create one of the biggest upsets of the day.
Yeah, I mean, if you take down the top team in the group, there's always just question marks about what could happen when it comes down to tiebreakers. So, oh, interesting. I kind of like Nova Legion's strategy here. Picking away the Hoopa, of course, from Root Dignitas, but also picking up the Slowbro. If you're not going to grab something like the Mega Gyarados in that pick position, having kind of an answer to a likely Mega Gyarados on the other side actually feels like a solid option. I'd prefer the Mega Gyarados, but if you're not going to, I like the Slowbro here.
Well, look, Megas are completely dependent on that timer, of course. They do have to refuel effectively before going Mega again. And so the more disruptions, the more pauses that you can put on that, well, not on the timer, but on the player's ability to utilize the timer, the better. And I love that Nova Legion is really leaning into that. And Froy, of course, a player that we are very well accustomed to, rocking that Inteleon, looking to stay away from the majority of the action. In terms of close combat, close quarters, Root Dignitas saying, get back over here, tune on the Talonflame, and Nova Legion with a bit of frontline bite as the Ceruledge is locked in with Bell.
Okay, so yeah, it feels like these Latin America teams love this Pokemon.
They do, don't they?
Brazil, LATAM North, so far, great representation of this Pokemon on these rosters at this tournament. So we'll see how well this Ceruledge can contend. A lot of fire versus fire in that Toon versus Bell matchup. One to watch, certainly. But I think Yum called it out. Freud, the player to watch on Nova Legion, building a new roster, traveling all the way out here to EU to battle for that first World Champion spot of the season. In the back of this Inteleon, a Pokemon that has done so well leading up to this event, and then at this event, it feels like it is one of the best Pokemon to watch at this event. These snipe shots, just ridiculous from multiple players so far in our event.
Yeah, I think for EU teams, sometimes it is just a, hey, vibes, let's go and have a good time at EUIC. This is a big step for Nova Legion. This is a huge commitment from Nova Legion.
Right.
Certainly with an eye looking forward, of course, the regional league, something that, been all promotion relegation towards the end of the season. So maybe this is a long-term play. You are not going to get much better opponents on your way to forming together as a team, learning each other's intricacies than Root Dig. For Root Dig, as I say, this is the epitome of a banana peel game, right? I mean, like they make themselves look a little vulnerable, I guess. If they do lose, they will be intending not to. As we head into game number 1 of potentially 3, Root Dig, your purple team, Nova Legion in the orange.
All right, well, if anybody like me was curious on why that Psyduck is getting first pick priority, I beg you to watch Ender play this Pokemon. Rocking the Light Bulb as well, a little bit more of a rarity these days. However, Ender very content to play the field, play for vision, play for spacing, and get that passive experience gain. Stormex with quite a bit of damage up front and early, but that's just one of the benefits of early game Psyduck. You get access to that headache gauge essentially immediately, and it's a great repulsor effect onto any enemy Pokemon trying to make a dive.
Yeah, the last thing that you want to be doing as Nova Legion is showing any sort of fear. You got to fight fire with fire, since Root Dig are going to be looking to really account for themselves and take on the responsibility of really punishing any mistake that Nova Legion makes. So having a lot of these early evolutions, having great lane threats is a fantastic start here, as Ceruledge and Bell are up on top path. Never mind.
Kind of chilling. Yeah, the Hoopa portal is actually going to send them down to the bot path. However, we do have Toon on the Fletchender rotating towards the top side. He could join that fight. A little bit late, going to go for the Wild Pokemon EXP instead of chasing down Stormex. Kind of curious. I thought we might try to chase down the Buzzwole and get an early evolution onto the Gyarados, but instead, just playing for that Wild Pokemon EXP because Zealot has almost filled, and there it is. The effort gauge is completely full.
We're going straight to work already. Safety in numbers, say Nova Legion, who the first time actually on stream today, we're seeing the Hyperspace Portal Hooper as opposed to the Trick Hooper does offer a different rotational style to what many other teams will be working with, of course looking to feed their ADCs with Trick. I'm excited to see what Nova Legion can do with it. Not scored anything yet, but they have only restricted Dig to 32 within the first 2 minutes.
True. And everybody saw that lower third a moment ago. I mean, Zoink's predictions enjoyers rejoice. Vaporeon still has a chance as Mega Charizard Y dodging encounter rates in 3 games in a row now, which is quite surprising. Inder in that enemy central area does not have any buffs rotating around them, so you know they weren't able to secure the red buff or blue buff, but still that presence being shown and buying a little bit of time. Froy headed back towards that goal zone, that invisibility kind of nice, so Electro Ball could not target, and Gold gonna get the KO. Both Otter and Zugrug gonna fall. Toon looking to play cleanup.
Oh, these are devastatingly low health bars. Not the Bell was ever concerned about that. Ding dong, and we've got 30, what's that, 53 points on the board, 82 as zone crack. Nova Legion takes the lead.
Yeah, extremely low on HP, but at this point in the game, everybody just wants to make sure they are staying up front and personal with these enemy teams. Gold, they got berries to heal off of. They're slow, bro. They'll be just fine. Drago will eventually fall, so Nova Legion not only break that bottom tier goal zone and get prepped for a Regieleki on the bottom side of the map, they also secure the Regidrago buff. A ton of favor towards their team. Root Dignitas, on the other hand, only going to supply Zugrug a chance to steal the Regieleki, with everybody else going top.
Oh, as an early telekinesis, not the Bell was ever concerned. This player having an excellent first half of the game up on top path. It will be Root Dig picking up the Regi steal. We'll see whether they look to prioritize defense on this T2 pad now. A really well-timed T1 crack for Nova Legion. The Buzzwall will fall, and it is going to be Root Dig going for this T1 on top path. Waves upon waves of assault. That's a 40 dunk, and Otter TPing back to base, as is Inder. They're going to leave this pad for another day.
What the headache. Listen, you gotta be easy on the side. He has a headache. You cannot be mean to that Pokemon. It will interrupt anything as scoring animation, recall animation. The timing of that Pokemon, tough to tell sometimes, but Inder will make it back in time to repel the Regieleki. This is interesting though. Bell does have a red buff taken from the enemy central area, and Stormex one from their own, ready to try to push towards this tier 1 where only Zealot's defending, but now Toon has shown up, trying to time that Phantom Force, and they nail it.
There's a Revenant Rend. It takes out a decent chunk of Zealot's health pool. We've got Stormex, got the safety, of course, of the Hyperspace Highway. Fly looking to get a driveway into the Stormex health pool that is the Buzzwall. Slam it to the ground, make a tree out of you, good sir. Psychic, there's the Fly from Toon to dispel the Swole Bug away from threatening any more of their teammates. Now going after Yuri on the Hooper, who heads away via the... He goes away. That's the point. Froy's here. Everything's fine.
Incredible trust in their teammates to Stormex and Froy. I mean, that situation's so tough as a Buzzwole, but they understood, hey, Froy's going to hit this snipe shot. We have a chance to exchange at least one of these KOs. So they really rely in their attacker player, and they make it happen. Problem is, Nova Legion has been losing ground in the macro just time over time. They've been losing a couple of knockouts on the top side, taking some of their own, but the back cap scoring from Otter's Mew in the bottom side has started to add up.
I was questioning whether Nova Legion would feel bold enough to try and contest top path. They have chosen to go for Regieleki for a second time. Look at the damage onto Froy. Huge flank from the Mew. Toon looking for a snipe. The Solar Beam doesn't quite get it. Once again, Bell on hand to ensure the Regieleki goes into the hands of Nova Legion. Toon is going to catch one here. And now do Nova Legion go for the big push? We've got Mew, we've got Cider, we've got Mamoswine in the defense. This should be fine. Meanwhile, Gary up top going to counter score. 194 to 82 will be a little bit bigger. Revenant Rend, big beam, Psyduck falls. 2-3-1 to 82 now. What can Nova Legion do from here? Or are they going to go for the full commit? Oh, Flame Sweep catches 3 or 4, but 2 KO streak from the Serral Edge. Big knock up. Here comes a Dragon Current thrown about by the Buzzwole, buying so much time and leverage for the rest of his team to try and disengage. Slowbro through the Hyperspace Highway. Yuri scampers away. Good effort, Nova Legion, but not good enough.
That is unfortunately one of the biggest challenges of defeating Root Dignitas, is you can win so many fights and yet you have to fight, it feels like another raid boss after immediately taking down one. Great repel on that tier 2 goal zone by Root Dignitas. There was a lot of resources used creatively and well by Nova Legion, but they're just kind of outvalued by Root Dignitas, making sure that that Buzzwole into Share Ledge combo was only caught by a Psyduck, and then immediately following with a Mamoswine after that. Just great use of these tanks and supports to eat up a lot of major resources. So even while Nova Legion's putting together really flashy plays, it's Root Dignitas playing the econ game.
Once again, Storm X finding Zealot down to 50% health. Really lovely coverage from Zugrug. We got ourselves the telekinesis. Zugrug is going to fall in all of this. It'll be Yuri picking up the KO credit. Solar Beam from the flank, though, manages to catch Storm X. Another telekinesis up for Froy. Decent health dealt, but not enough. It's going to be Mew with this 2 KO streak. And Nova Legion, they don't have a T1 to fall back on, so they've had to retreat, concede further ground, and reassess. There's still a Drago on the field. There's Regieleki dropping in just a couple seconds or so.
Yeah, and again, you're able to take down the raid boss, in which is Zugrug's Mamoswine, and then I present you Otter's Mew as your reward. And it is an unfortunate turn of events, but so far, Root Dignitas has just been doing a great job of just shutting down Nova Legion's play. While they're putting together some great combos and finding some success, so far Root Dignitas has been one step ahead. That could change here, though. Nova Legion with a priority on map placement, defending this area, trying to give Inteleon as much room to work. If you could start a team fight around Kyogre with Inteleon in position, you were in such a good spot.
You could see the idea. They were looking to try and bait in that Mamoswine, and they did. But Zugrug's a little too wily for that. Big punches going down as the Hooper is unbound. Slow beam onto Zugrug into the center. First pick does go to Root Dig as the Inteleon's gone, and Stormex on the Buzzwole too. Root Dig with so much rip potential. Nova Legion didn't know what to do with themselves. It is a big FF here. Root Dig take control of the series.
That's a clean one. Yeah, well, I don't know how that'll go in total. I do think the writing was on the wall. Nova Legion going to be taken down by Root Dignitas in truly a brilliant showcase of talent in that final team fight. A few great moments, like you mentioned. They try to catch out Zugrug. Again, tough target to catch out. A lot of utility to keep themselves up and running. A lot of shields to work with. A lot of defensive Unite move mechanics to rely on, and they pull it off. Zealot on this Mega Gyarados making the first moments of the game very exciting, but all of a sudden this Storm X Froy combination was something to keep our eyes on.
I really liked a lot of what I saw from Nova Legion. It felt like a student that was really up on like their hypotheticals and their theoreticals, but Root Dignitas has passed the exam 10 years ago. They've been in the science fields for a hot second now, and they've seen everything, they've dealt with everything. They've had their heartbreaks, of course, as well, as individuals, not so much as a team, though. Remember, 6-0, top of the NA League. What's it by one map? I think it is. They've got one less loss than EG, who they still haven't faced. Zealot, honestly, the ire in the eye of Nova Legion for a lot of this game. It felt like the MO was, hey, Stormex, this guy, we like grab him and then we'll like figure out the rest later. It worked the first couple of times, but I think once Root Dig cottoned onto it, didn't really have a plan B to the plan B was, oh, let's go after the Mamoswine next time.
Yeah, unfortunately we started slow beaming the Mamoswine, and I think things got a bit out of hand, and Zealot had the room to work. Some really cool moments in the final fight around that Kyogre we kind of saw in the replay package. Toon Slim landing actually, I think, one of the best Flame Sweep, like Talon Unite moves I've seen so far. But but most importantly, just taking the one melee threat they had in Sarah Ledge just out of the fight. They eventually got the KO, but most importantly, just making sure the spacing was correct. That left, I think, 3 or 4 Root Dignitas members still in the Kyogre pit, and everyone else from Nova Legion on the outside looking in. So incredible work there, but it's Zealot's presence throughout this game that has been very, very impressive. Obviously, this top path heat map going to be showing that. Same with the average EXP per minute. A top path Pokemon, especially Magikarp, where when you're evolving into Mega Gyarados, in fact, if you're spending too much time just knocking out wild Pokemon, your impact's going to be a little limited. You want to make sure that you are jumping into some of these fights with your Unite move as frequently as possible. So focusing a little more on the doom and destruction rather than the growth and promise.
It's a fine balance, isn't it? Because on the one hand, you don't want to leave any yellow dots on that map on the table.
True.
Right, you want to make sure that you are picking them off efficiently so that you're getting as many of them throughout the 8 minutes of, I guess, the farming phase as possible, right? but without those knockouts, without disrupting with your opponents, without getting those XP boosts on the field, when you can then have sort of like calculate a domino effect with a Reggie Alecki, with a Reggie Drago, with a Groudon Rayquaza or Kyogre, you know, these sorts of phases also matter, as you've rightly said. More picking off your EXP against wild Pokemon that aren't really going to pose much of a threat. So, I mean, look, Nova Legion, the only way is up from here. It could be a 2-0. I'd love to see them force a Game 3. I think they might have to get inventive in draft, try and take away a couple of Dignitas's tools, just to make them think, just to keep them on their feet. But from here on out, I also just want to see them get in their faces a little bit earlier. And again, be as proactive as we saw in that top path across the entirety of the 8 minutes.
Yeah, I think there are obvious things that worked in their team composition, but yeah, maybe a few things to shore up. I like some of those combo plays, but you're right, the early game a little bit lacking. Wouldn't mind a switch up off of the Buzzwole onto something like the Zacian. Not that I'm talking about the Buzzwole being an issue though, right? I thought
Stormex was good.
Standout moments, right? It's just maybe sometimes you need to favor a little bit of a different portion of the game. We're getting the ready-ups from these players. We're going to be entering draft momentarily and seeing if Root Dignitas can stay flawless in our tournament in terms of match and map score, or if Nova Legion can turn that around. There were some great moments from them in that game number 1, genuinely, where I think things could have gone either way. So we are going to be jumping into the next one, and I can see on my little doohickey here that we are going to be going to Groudon for map 2.
Lovely. Excellent. And I think for Root Dignitas as well, I think that the gauntlet was set last year, wasn't it, with Luminosity, every single IC come away with a W. And Otter, his particular record is 4 IC wins in a row now?
4 international champions in a row.
Not including the World Championships, of course.
Yeah, that's the World Championship.
It's the World Championship.
They have a whole different logo.
It's a completely different logo. Let's look at this. We've got Charizard Y, we've got Blastoise. It feels like they are the dynamic duo on the ban table today. Psyduck joins them. Root Dignitas, I don't think they need to be, again, too tricky with their bans. Maybe looking at a Mega Mewtwo Y, maybe looking at a Mega Gyarados to prevent Nova Legion from getting them. Nova Legion actually taking it out of both teams' hands. That does raise my curiosity as to what they're going to kick off their picks with.
I'd be picking the Mega Lucario in that situation. If you're going to ban, I mean, normally we're seeing the inverse, right? It's oftentimes a Mega Lucario ban, followed up by a Mega Gyarados selection. Now, they've also banned away the Psyduck, which is a Pokemon that Inder first picked in our previous draft. So a lot of focus on heavy targeted bans, with Mega Charizard Y just being a metagame target, we'll call it. Nova Legion, lock in the Darkrai. That is an early Darkrai pick, a Pokemon that does get slotted in as a counter option pretty often. That's real early.
Yeah, I think the Zugrug pretty cognizant with that Crustle pick. I think that's going to really disrupt what Stormex is planning to cook up. Of course, the Mega Lucario wasn't going to stay out of the picks for too long. Zealot will be moving on to that from the Mega Gyarados. Gold, I thought there was a lot of really great Slowbro plays from him, utilizing those choke points with Surf in the central area really effectively. Alcremie back on the board, so this is going to be Yuri swapping out the Hooper that has been banned with Alcremie. Otter going on to the Decidueye from Mew, and Inder on his classic Eldegoss.
Yeah, of course. At this point, Psyduck ban, Hoopa ban. We're running into a more focused Inder, I think, at this point in the metagame, when we only have a few options left on the table. In this position, we did see Froy with the Inteleon last time around, but it looks like going for something a bit more tanky. Often going to want to play off that Alcremie in this situation, so we will have the Armarouge locked in. An awesome anti-dive Pokemon in a lot of varieties. It normally excels a little bit more when there's a lot of special attackers on the opposite side, able to proc that weak armor passive that Armarouge has and just dish out a bit more damage on their own front. Where on the other side, Root Dignitas is going all physical. Mega Lucario, Decidueye, Crustle, and Machamp, all going to be standard attack damage dealers. That's a lot of impact damage coming from the side of Root Dig.
Do we think this forces Froy into Fire Spin potentially, or do you think that they might?
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I think you're absolutely locking in Fire Spin. As much as I love Armor Cannon, and I truly love Armor Cannon.
Doesn't love Armor Cannon?
I've said it on broadcast before, but the best plus move upgrade in the game. When all of a sudden your auto attacks are like double the size, it's so fun. However, yeah, if you have a Mega Lucario and a Machamp running at you again and again, I would love to click the Fire Spin button. So that's where I imagine Froy's going to go with this build, and they got a lot of forward offensive pressure in the form of Stormex and Bell. The only situation is, though, that's a lot of burst damage they're focusing on. Darkrai and Leafeon relying on that quite a bit. Armarouge maybe a little bit more passive damage, but it might be tough to actually weave in these knockouts in major ways, especially with an Eldegoss on the other side from Ender, healing up the squad for Root Dig.
Sustain doesn't feel like it's part of Nova Legion's vocabulary on this occasion. The only
all
real
or nothing a bit, eh?
I mean, right, you build the cake maybe once or twice, and that's your lot, really. Root Dig is going to rely... funnily enough, we were talking about, as we get into game number 2, Nova Legion now in purple, Root Dig in orange. We were talking about that early game influence, or lack thereof, for Nova Legion. They have to ace this early game now, otherwise, late on, they are struggling.
Yeah, the Decidueye and Machamp are going to get up to pretty ridiculous numbers pretty quickly, I think. So, yeah, you are right. Relying on this Darkrai and even this Leafeon in the early game are going to be major impactful moments. A little surprised to not see Ender maybe on an invasion with this Gossifleur with a, or not, sorry, in a Leafeon on the other side. That might be a bit much, actually. But right now, Leafeon, I forgot who was in the central area for half a second. Leafeon actually going to clear their central area so quickly that they're going to head over to the Machop on the other side.
Yeah, here we go. Nova Legion going for an invasion of their own on the little Machop. That instantly draws the ire of Root Dignitas. The K-Opener has been claimed by Bell on this Leafeon, so they'll be happy with that one. A little bit of EXP into the personal bucket there. 1 minute in, no scores on the doors.
It is truly so funny just to see how many roles this Machamp has filled now.
It's impressive, right?
I mean, we had Kyrios, the attacker player, playing it earlier. We've had a lot of top path players, and now we have a central area Machamp. So really a Pokemon that has become a triple flex in our metagame, and that's why Submission already having a big impact. And Froy cut off by that Rock Tomb, and Root Dignitas on the board.
It is such a rough look for gold. I don't think you could be closer to the Slowbro evolution if you had tried, and that would have made a world of difference, I imagine, on defense. Instead, Root Dignitas gonna pour salt into the wounds, get a couple more scores in there. Why don't you? Level 6 for Toon on Machoke.
Yeah, I'm curious now. The central area Pokemon have respawned, but Toon's been pretty patient in this bottom path. I'm curious, you could give it up to Otter if you want to get to that Unite move a little bit quicker, and Toon can just kind of switch spots now and play the path. But currently, the Leafeon wise to that tricks, as well as Bell knows that those wild Pokemon have spawned in, and is going to go to take a little bit of it if they can.
Let's see, Bell, can they find the K? Oh, it's so close and yet so far! Eventually, the numbers will mean that even in the best case scenario of taking out Ender, it would have been a trade either way. Lovely use of the back door there for Storm X to pick up 22 points onto the board. That doesn't hurt early doors, certainly, as Armarouge is taking down this bottom path, which Root Dignitas. This is Root Dignitas territory down here. Nova Legion is being scared back into their own speed zone.
Yeah, this one has been claimed. I think almost entirely that goal's going to be left at 2. Both the Machamp and the Decidueye wanting to stack their attack weight. So they're going to have a bit of a contest. So who can get that final score. And okay, I mean, I've been wrong before, I'll be wrong again. Froy not going to be equipping the Fire Spin and instead will be playing that Armor Cannon. So we'll answer that question a bit before that we were having. Will they have enough passive damage for these speedsters, the Leafeon and the Darkrai, to bounce on? Well, a little bit aided by this Armor Cannon range damage.
I think if things haven't gone so well in the first 3 minutes, maybe it's time to throw the rulebook out the window and try something a little bit different. Certainly another decent look here for Nova Legion on the top path, picking up that Reggie Rock. Going to score decently on this top path. Oh, do they go for the 3 over dunk? I don't think they do. Or do they? Emerald 2-step. Oh, there's the big old barrage blow from Machamp, who escapes the Dark Void. Going for the 14. They slip it in by the slimmest of margins. Storm X through the Void. Where does he pop up? It's like a whack-a-mole, isn't it? They're just waiting. Root Dignitas. Finally, the cross chop finds its mark.
Yeah, I don't know if either of them knew who was Predator and who was Prey in a situation like that. Darkrai was like, great, they're still within my sights. And Eldegoss and Machamp understanding with that Pollen Pluff healing, we're probably going to be in a good place, sharing that damage as well, of course. So now we have Crustle cleaning things up here on the bottom side. This tank duel, always fun to watch. Zugrug, a well-known defender player in the North America region for so long now, which doesn't mean a lot of players do have eyes on where that player will be rotating to pretty often. And oh my word, look at that that burst damage.
That's not a good look, and that's a 38-point overdunk. Mighty stuff from Root Dignitas. They might have been the first team to lose a zone, but it really doesn't feel like they're out of particular control. Regieleki surrounded. This is going to the orange team, make no doubts about that.
Yeah, and there is a lot of scoring, or counter-scoring that it is, from Nova Legion, with all 5 members of Root Dignitas coming into this bottom side towards the Tier 2. Things are a little bit opened up now.
There's a knock-knock laying down the damage onto Gold, who's been desperately behind the level curve. There's the Aura Cannon into the close combat. Pushed away, though, by Bell, who does pay for it. They're knocked out. Still defending this zone incredibly well. 2 KO streak now for the Mega Luca, who goes down to the Darkrai. Spirit Shackle straight through the center. Finds its mark. The Darkrai's gone now. Froy on the backline with this Armor Cannon. The Regieleki has hit. The T2 has been destroyed. And Nova Legion is crumbling under this Root Dig oppression.
All right, well, we do have Freud picking up 2, but yeah, that's about as clear of a Root Dignitas win as I think you can have in a team fight around that Tier 2. They push all the way to that second one and find a way to break it. So we will have Nova Legion showing this presence toward the top side. However, only Darkrai's Rip, while it is pretty formidable, a little bit less so with this build, might be tricky. And another Barrage Blow, specifically towards the Alcremie. Machamp, not a fan of cake.
Oh, indeed, ice cream, which, bless, they were trying, Yuri. They were trying. But that is a second top path Reggie now. The Nova Legion have been able to put into their pockets. They are 120 or so behind in terms of points. We've got Bell still picking up KOs with these momentary invades before attempting to try and outreach the grab of this Machamp. I think they found them, but again, they've been able to find a little bit of breathing room, let's say. Knock, knock, you might as well use it now, I guess, into the Darkrai. Delaying the inevitable, though. Storm-X, bye-bye.
Yeah, a tough look there. Zealot catches one side of the map, and Machamp the other, and yes, we got that 3 minutes and 30-second time. A lot of Unite moves, Zealot triggering themselves into the Mega Evolution state already. Toon with a big setup, but Alcremie, a nice response to the Mega Lucario Unite move.
Yeah, the slow beam does the business. There's that Armarouge picking up a KO onto the Eldegoss. Root Dignitas forced to think twice. And I love the proactivity from Nova Legion here. Right, 2 of them are down. Let's just flip a coin on the Regieleki. Let's bet on ourselves. And they're doing well. Toon's gone. They surround the Regieleki. For the first time this game, Nova Legion has it, forcing out the Rubble Rouser from Zugrug. This is a big send from Nova Legion. Zugrug with the X-Scissor. Gold moving forward. Regieleki's already hit the zone. In goes a couple of points. Armarouge taking down Zugrug. Here goes some more points. 45. That's a 45-point overdunk, I think, in the end there as well. They've taken the lead. They're looking for more. But Otter on this back line finds Bell. ADC is gone. 30 seconds left. Plenty of time to try and recover here. Nova Legion, though, oh, the Barrage Blow is disgusting. Toon Slim doing what he does best.
Yeah, it's a KO streak of 3. We might even get to make this one 4. Freud caught in their tracks, and Otter gonna deny the 4-piece for Toon, but hey, that's teamwork, you know? Sharing is caring between these two. Great work from these carries, and again, I feel like that is the stylistic story between these two teams. Nova Legion getting inches, Root Dignitas slapping their wrist with the miles of advantage they find.
I know Nova Legion is desperately trying to look for Unite moves back. They've got Emerald 2-Step, they've got Slow Beam, but they are not in place to stop a Root Dig Rip. They've got Toon on top path. They're going to be denied. Emerald 2-Step was used in there, I think, to take out Toon Slim, actually. 1v1, Bell comes out on top. Now it's 5v4 in the central area. Here goes the Aura Cannon. Slowbro gone. Knock Knock comes through. Storm-X is right deep in enemy territory. Looking for a KO onto the Desi. Groudon almost gone. It's Bell, I think, who takes it. No, it's the Armarouge. The Armarouge has taken it, but it's 3v2. It is pretty low numbers for these two teams across the board. Inda rushing back, I think, to the Tier 2. Still with a full health bar here. Machamp's on the way. Toon's on the scene. But Nova Legion's got the lead, zoinks.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary spot. Just a few points separate these teams, and obviously the Groudon buff, a huge advantage for Nova Legion to work with. Root Dignitas having 3, about to be 5 members spawned up and ready to go, but no Groudon buffs to work with. Gold does not hold one now either. Inder takes so much damage with the Slow Beam and the the Dark Pulse in combo. Big Unite with the combo, but no KO to follow. Otter takes one though.
Nova Legion, big investment. You come over to EU to take on potentially the best in NA. Certainly the team that won your local region's IC. But Nova Legion, unseeded, has got some words to say to you, Root Dignitas. How about this? But wait, Inder with a huge turnaround. Armarouge heading up to the top path. It's not over yet.
Yeah, Otter just putting in so much work on this Decidueye so far. Groudon buff on a Pokemon that scales attack this well is so phenomenal. Otter is going to need more than one Pokemon on this goal zone, though, to get this score in. And not only that, this goal zone can only take 50.
There's the Aura Cannon. Zugrug goes in. They're going to need 2 scores on T1 and T2. They've decided to completely waylay the back zone. Here we go. 26 goes down. Here goes the Hundo Burger in. That's going to get closer. Oh my word! It's huge for Storax, but there goes 30. Unbelievable! 76 points! Might just have swung it back to Root Dignitas.
I cannot believe a closing moment like that.
No way!
And there it is. Root Dignitas are going to be your victors. The last second scoring and heroics. I was watching Toon Slim's Machamp and Zealot's Mega Lucario just utilizing every unstoppable they have in their wake to make it towards that tier 2. They dash, they make a mad sprint for it, and they are able to get the scores in. Absolute heartbreaker for Nova Legion in that situation. But again, a Decidueye with that Groudon buff that they were able to steal early on in that fight is so much damage in towards that enemy squad. Groudon buff being a huge game changer in this game.
And look, Root Dignitas, they've seen this before. They've been here before. What they wanted to do right there was put questions in their heads, doubts in their heads of Nova Legion. They had to leave someone back on home base, just in case. In which case, Root Dignitas all send on that top path. The rewards are not just tangible, they're there for everyone to see. 2-0. However, let us give our flowers to Nova Legion. Just seconds away from picking up a map against one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, they pushed him to the brink. Like truly did force Root Dignitas to have a miracle level play in those final moments to turn the tides of that game. But again, that was the story of game 1 and 2. A win by Nova Legion and just a bigger win by Root Dignitas in direct response. Absolutely crazy stuff from this team, and Root Dignitas will remain flawless in our group stage so far.
It was to be expected, but I think that those who are looking on the outside and those who are digging into the actual individual results are going to have a very different story to tell as we look towards day 2. Nova Legion, if this was like your first time out where you're thinking, right, let's prepare for next season. Do we think that we can vibe together and make an impact on one of the most competitive regions in the world? Allow me to say it here. Unless this was a complete fluke, which I don't want to believe, I think they did incredibly well through so many, even in defeat. There were the building blocks, the elements to suggest that there was more to enjoy come the second game. I'm so excited to see where Nova Legion goes from here.
Absolutely. They'll have one more tournament to participate in at the end of the season. Of course, potentially NAIC as well. But with that open regional last chance qualifier, potentially seeing them play will be really, really exciting. But our player of the game will be Otter on this Desi. 106,000 damage. Thanks, Groudon. And Spirit Shackle, Shadow Sneak really putting in work. 11 KOs, and reminder is rocking that Excel Bracer. So KOs being a huge factor, and they were able to get their first one at a minute 30. Getting those early stacks with that Excel Bracer is kind of make or break for that item. You want to see the early impact. Otter's a player who's absolutely going to provide.
It's been one of the most fascinating developments in off-season, I think, whether you go with a Cell Bracer, attack weight, whether you're bold enough to go with both in some occasions. But I think that it worked so nicely for Otter, like you say, because he was able to contribute so quickly to the KOs. We saw them truly decimating early game on the bottom path together with Zugrug. It all just made sense. It all came together beautifully, as you would expect from one of the best teams in the world. They can put their feet up now. They can watch the rest of the show safe in the knowledge that they're making it through to day 2. But the competition only gets harder from here. And if Nova Legion, an unseeded team, was able to do this, I know,
Yeah,
I think
pretty
there's
spectacular.
There's a pretty good thing to tune into day 2, right? But there's more on the way here, of course.
Of course, yeah. We got a lot more action to be breaking down in this tournament. So many amazing matches, already seeing some cross-region play. My personal favorite thing, we got more of that, and I mean, some exciting segments coming up too. You're going to want to stay tuned. We are going to be jumping to a short break, and when we come back, we might have a cool breakdown to show you with potentially a top-level player. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless.
So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot.
Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite.
Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. just like me.
뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillas, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Giga.
Arcanine.
Gengar, Jigglypuff. Luxray.
So, what's your favorite? What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고.
He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I promised you a top player's perspective, and I think I'm delivering. We got Zugrug, of course, the defender for Root Dignitas. Congratulations on that last match win, Zugrug. How's it feel after that one?
Feels good. Undefeated day one. And, you know, we got to keep that going in day two.
Yeah, it came a little close. But hey, perfect map score so far. We're going to go over a clip here after the Groudon fight, but obviously things become a little hectic. There was a bit of a rip situation. The objective doesn't go in your favor. What's the team kind of thinking at this moment when you're trying to defend?
Well, it was close battle going into the Groudon fight, and my ult was late going into the fight, so we were just saying, like, make sure they don't score before I res because I will be able to hold it.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
And when we get the KO there, we have one shield, so we're confident. We're like, okay, Otter has a shield. He's on the Desi, so we just need to keep this guy alive and have him poke him down.
Okay, perfect. So what goes into keeping Decidueye up in this situation? Like, what are the major threats you're trying to make sure don't hit Decidueye at this moment?
I mean, the Darkrai is probably his biggest threat, and he manages to take him out with an arrow because of the Groudon buff. He basically one-shotted him.
Right. Yeah, Decidueye feels like maybe the best target on your team to pick up the Groudon buff at the moment.
Yeah.
I know you would have loved to have one as well, but
no, I get yelled at if I take the Groudon buff. It only goes on the damage dealers.
Okay, fair enough. So Otter goes up front here. Are you making a call at all to say, hey, hold on, let me get in the fight first?
Well, we knew it was close battle, and we saw they got a small score and a 100, so we knew we needed to score around like 120, 130. So Otter didn't want to score right away, but he wanted to get some damage on them.
I see.
Since there was only the Armarouge alive, so he wanted to get some damage in. We get the small score here, and then we make sure to get the 100, and we assume at this point we're ahead, but we're still, just for insurance, we're like, just whoever can get onto the next pad and get a goal, just get in there.
Okay.
And then Zeld manages to get in. Last second score, and I think we were actually down by like 2 points before this score.
I think so as well. Yeah, you needed some score.
It was clutch.
76 maybe a bit much, but it does the trick.
Yeah, he got the shield from KOing the Armarouge, so he got the quick score.
Okay. Oh, I love that. That makes a lot of sense. I was just saying, like on the broadcast, we're talking about you have Machamp and Lucario, both unstoppable Pokemon, right? You got the Power Up Punch and just the submission run, all hands on deck. All right. Well, congratulations again on that match win. Tomorrow you're going to be headed into the bracket stage, undefeated so far. Any team specifically you really want to play in tomorrow's bracket?
I mean, we want to play EG since we haven't gotten to play them yet, and we're both undefeated in NA. You know, we got to show we're the best NA team. But since we're going to end up playing them in the season anyways, you know, we want to... I'd like to go against BH3. They're the undefeated EU team, so that would be a good challenge, I think.
I'd love that one. I want the Toon versus Utah Talibobo grudge match. That would be fun.
All his old teammates are on random teams here, so if we get against any of the Europeans, you know, it's probably got one of Toon's teammates out there.
That is the case. All right, well, our next match is ready on stage, so we're going to throw it over to that one, and in a moment, Sprinkles and Dupes next are going to take over. Thank you so much, Zugrug.
Thank you very much, Zoinks and Relic, I think that was. Engage coming up next. We have Los Caducados versus them. Obviously, we've seen some great Los Caducados throughout this tournament, so this is going to be an interesting pairing here.
It is, and if you and I are correct, which is always the case, this is going to be a seeding match here for Group F.
Yeah, I believe this match is for seeding. These two have faced off before in our regular season, and I think we're going to be taking a look at that here in a moment while these teams get ready to square off here. But yeah, there they are up on the big stage. Some of the games you're going to be seeing as we move through our day, we're going to find out where exactly they are in our bracket for tomorrow. And some of the teams, yeah, here we go, Los Caducados engage. And some of these are actually going to be winning in games that we'll see here soon as well.
Absolutely. You know, the importance here of winning your group is, of course, where you end up in the bracket. As you mentioned, we're watching this showdown here. Los Caducados securing the boss monster as the race is on, and Engage holds fast to win in that match.
Yeah, Engage winning that game right here. Nice big Miraidon moment. I remember watching these Trevenant plays quite a bit at the start of our season here, and a nice secure there by Los Caducados. They're going to move towards the side of Engage, put some points on the board, and tie this thing up 1-1.
And that means we're going to, guess what, a game number 3 between these two teams.
That's correct. That's how it works. After a game 1 and game 2, you would be heading to a game number 3, which is what these teams ended up doing. Los Caducados Engage obviously have quite a history between each other in our league already. These games have been pretty fierce, so I'm excited to see what they bring out today. Had a great showing for Los Caducados to start our day, that's for sure.
Without a doubt here, and we see Los Caducados are scrapping here in the middle. And Engage looking to rage the points through. I kind of forgot that this game was this close, not gonna lie.
It was incredibly close, trying to score in this top path. The Trevenant, doing everything they could to stop the score right there, and it was enough with the Lucario scoring in the bottom path. Los Caducados winning 2-1 against Engage. This is the revenge for Engage.
Yeah, and what better place to do it than on the big stage at the AOS Cup? Was it the AOS Cup at EUIC?
The AOS Cup at EUIC, at the London Excel Center, at London, England, inside the world.
Inside the world. Straight into the game. I like that energy. Let's talk about it.
Here we go. Los Caducados engage. Los Caducados with our first couple of bans here. Umbreon, Mega Lucario. We, of course, have Charizard Y. Psyduck on the other side. We expected, I would say, more Psyduck today, even though we have seen it quite a bit. Los Caducados with the final ban here. Darkrai, such a targeted ban right now. And now it's just starting to feel like a pretty broad ban that a lot of these teams are picking up here. Clearly, if someone is skilled with it, you do not want them to pick it up. Engage with our final ban. It's going to be Blastoise.
Blastoise rounds this thing out. Another incredibly powerful Pokemon here. Girarwi, again, that Trevenant that we were just talking about, a great player on that Pokemon specifically, but kicking this off with the Crustler.
Yeah, Crustle has been a real force in this tournament. I like Girarwi's Trevenant a lot. I would love to see that. Next couple of picks over to Engage. I can't believe the first pick is going to go over to the Crustle. I mean, there are some real powerful picks that you could take, but we decided to go with this powerhouse defender. It's also possible that they really want to shut down a Crustle on the side of Engage. So the best thing you can do, instead of banning it, you're just going to take it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, guess what's still out there? Mega Gyarados. And on cue, Relly locks it in here along with the Mimikyu for Jose.
There we go. Mimikyu, a Pokemon we have not seen as much as I would have expected. However, the encounter rate is extremely high at 71%. So maybe while I haven't seen it as much on broadcast, it is getting picked a ton in this tournament. Over to the side of Engage here for the next couple of picks. We're looking at a possible support pick, and we are getting the Garchomp.
Which we had a great Garchomp game earlier from Kranix. It looked incredibly solid. And Volto, no exception here. I was thinking if that Mega Gyarados makes it through, I think Volto almost assuredly locks that up. But grabbing Garchomp for themselves, back the other way, Birdie grabbing the Rapidash, rounding it out with, of course, Mamoswine.
Yeah, and here we go. Final pick over to engage. We're going to see what they want to bring here. I mean, it's a scary composition from Los Caricados. I have to say, I'm excited to see Galarian Rapidash. I feel like we don't see it enough. It recently got some buffs, so let's see. And Absol, a Pokemon we rarely see anymore in the competitive scene. It feels like after a series of nerfs and after it was unbelievably good in the Speedster meta, it has fallen off quite a bit. As you can see, its encounter rate only 4%, so almost never played, at least in our tournament here.
Almost leading me to believe that maybe Engage is the only team locking it down here and bringing it to the Thea Sky Ruins when they deem it necessary. Now, that was a Gutter Absol pick, and usually when we say the Gutter pick, it's just obviously because it's last, but also you have the full context of information when you're making that selection, and they still went with the Absol. What do you think they saw on the other side here of Los Caricados that says, yep, Absol is the selection?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? I mean, I think some of the big things that you'll find is you just notice that this Pokemon isn't countered particularly hard. Like, we see this with things like Scyther more often. We see this with things like Leafeon more often, where you go, okay, I either want this Pokemon super early and I expect my opponents to counter it, or I want this Pokemon super late. And now we get note that the draft is being remade, so maybe that Absol was not the pick.
Yeah,
I mean, given how low its encounter rate is, it wouldn't shock me if the Absol was a mistake in that moment. You know, they were trying to lock something else in, so we will find out.
I'm taking a look here. Mega Gyarados has, of course, had a decent weekend from when you and I have watched it in our games.
Yes.
It is making it past that first pick, sometimes even past the first 3 picks in this instance. What might be the reason for that? As, you know, obviously each tournament textures itself over time to almost develop its own unique metagame.
Well, that's what I think it is, right? I think at the start of the day, we all have an expectation as to how something like Gyarados is going to perform, Mega Gyarados specifically, or, you know, even something like Charizard Y, which has made it through to a few games. It's very possible that as the tournament goes on, as the results start coming in, you just start seeing more and more and more that this pick is not winning games, not only from your own teams, like sort of games in their perspective, but also just what you're seeing out on the floor. Not only do we have games happening here, we have that whole Unite Hive out on the floor where matches are being played, tons happening on broadcast, but tons of games because we have so many teams happening off broadcast as well. If you're starting to notice that Mega Gyarados is making it through over and over and over again, while at the same time it is not winning as much as you would expect, all of a sudden you could reasonably assume that this thing is not as meta as everyone anticipated. And I think you see reverse examples of this as well, where people start picking up a Pokemon like Miraidon had a moment where this happened, where Miraidon starts getting picked up, and then all of a sudden everyone goes, oh wait, this is actually extremely good. We didn't realize how good this Charge Beam was in this meta. Another Pokemon that had that a while back at this point was Armarouge, where Armarouge was, you know, not really on anyone's radar, and then all of a sudden it felt like it was completely broken, getting first picked every single game.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what's fun about these LAN events specifically, is it kind of, you come in with all the preconceived notions, right? All of your, like, we'll say rudimentary understanding.
Rudimentary.
Yes.
Rudimentary.
You take that understanding and it begins to build and form itself and take shape into something completely different. So by the end of the tournament, you're almost, you know, miles away from when you walked in.
Yeah, 100%, right? I think we see this with Pokemon, especially when different regions collide. I think we see this a lot because people start to go, oh, actually, we were maybe undervaluing Blaziken quite a bit. We need to make sure that we're on this Pokemon. Many examples of this throughout the history of Unite. We'll see if that Absol is a pick like that, or if actually what's happening right here is just that we need to redo this draft because it wasn't supposed to be Absol. It was supposed to be something way more common.
I'd like to see an Absol.
Me too.
It's been a while. You know, let's get. You know what? Go back. Let's not redo it. Just get them in game.
Guys, we're making the call here in the booth. Whether it was a mistake or not, the play stands, and you must play.
I agree. I think that's in the rule book.
Start it up.
Is there an actual rule book for Unite? There's got to be, right?
God. So.
Golly, I hope so.
I mean, I've heard of some people breaking some rules, breaking some hearts out there, so I've got to assume there are some rules that are being taken into account. You know, I know one is you're not allowed to surrender in the tournament games. That
happens all the time.
It does happen sometimes.
That occurs quite a bit. If that is a rule,
yes,
that is a rule, we need to enforce that a little bit more. Stats team. Not that this is a stats-related question, but stats team, go ahead and let us know if there's a rule book for this.
Yeah, stats team, is there a rule book? And if so, how many rules are in there, and how many rules are being followed at any given moment? Hey, that's
How many rules have we broken?
Well, I mean, I don't know if we break rules. I think we break norms, which is why our broadcast has so much punk rock energy. I think that's like the big thing about it. People are always like, you guys are so punk rock.
Nothing says punk rock like these two dorks right here.
Hi, we're punk rock. We'd like to talk to you about Psyduck.
Man, we're cool.
I know. Like, trust me, it's all I think about. I cannot wait for this game to get underway because it's always great to see a regional rival kind of clash once again. And that's one of the cool things that we've had with this regional league is those storylines start to develop. One that I think is not necessarily a rivalry, but it's hard to not view it that way, would be the two undefeated North America squads when you have like Root Dig and Evil Geniuses, both undefeated, both could run into each other later in this tournament. There are some exciting things like that, and now we've got two EU squads that have squared up once before, squaring up again.
Yeah, and you know, some of these EU teams, we have two different groups that are just strictly EU squads, and not every EU team here is part of that regional league, and we're seeing some pretty decent performance from those teams that aren't necessarily in those, and it's been pretty impressive as we take a look at our groups right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at our group stage right here. We've got Root Dig going 4-0 in Group A. Obviously, there is a fight for that second spot between CACM and Citadel. We will be watching that on our main stage. That is going to decide who moves forward to day 2. I was talking to Flareons beforehand. He was complaining about it nonstop. As we take a look at Group B, we have Evil Geniuses. I wish I was lying. We have Evil Geniuses 3-0 versus Toozy. They are going to be moving forward to day 2. Both of them looked phenomenal this morning for sure.
Absolutely here as we have Volticon's BH3. Of course, BH3 2-1. Their group stage is complete. Volticons versus Los Duros to kind of see if Los Duros can eke their way into that second spot, and if Volticons loses, I believe then we have it as it's listed here. It's still Volticons edging out BH3 because of the head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, that will be interesting. I wonder, I mean, we might have score come into account there. We're going to have to see. Komai, Peru, we have Komai going 3-0 in their group. I think people expected them to do well, but maybe not take down the world champs. However, they did. Peru is going to be 2-1 heading into day number 2. Kind of a similar situation that Peru landed themselves in at LAIC, if I remember right. You know, like they had a couple good games, but weren't flawless in their group. And now we're going to take a look at Group E. We've got Peps 2-0, Extinction 1-1. Heading into Group F, Kadokados engage. That's what we're watching right now.
Kadokados engage, again, battling it out to see who is seeded number 1. But taking a look at Group E, Team Peps 2-0, Extinction 1-1, which means they lost to either Rework, Esport Core, or Rush Hour, because Team Peps versus Extinction is going to see if Extinction can keep their tournament run alive.
Yeah, if Peps is able to win here, depending on how the scores sort of shake out, one of all 3 of those teams could be moving forward, right? If Peps like 2-0s here and goes 3-0 in their group, we'll have to see how that works as well. A pretty competitive group, Group E. I mean, clearly, especially by the record, but we expected this one to have a very wild, at least number 2 spot, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's the one we talked about, the most unpredictable of the groups. I think it was pretty easy to put the checkbox next to Team Peps, but I mean, Extinction, great players having a hard time to find their footing, and then you have, you know, Esport Core in there as well. So obviously, everybody being 1-2 just means there's some decent parity amongst those bottom 3 teams.
Yeah, no question here. Kadokados engage again, playing for the number 1 seed out of their group. Every once in a while, you know, depending on how the bracket is shaping up, every once in a while, It's mostly advantageous to be the first seed out of your group. It means you're playing a second seed, right? But every once in a while, the second seed ends up being Peru or Luminosity in certain years. They just happen to not go through the bracket how you expected, and you're running into an absolute monster of a squad. But once you head to the single elimination on day 2, there really is not a bad team. There are just some teams that maybe scare you more.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, you still got to beat everybody the whole way through to
That's what I was telling Flareons when he was complaining earlier.
What was he complaining about?
Have you met Flareons? I can't get him to stop. I told him he needs a mental coach. He needs Picadiff to coach him through his mental. I thought that was such a great. If anyone needs, you know, someone to help them with their game mental state, I feel like get Picadiff.
I agree. Just an all-around good person.
Probably just good to hang out with him. Hey, Picadiff, where are you? Come backstage and hang out for a bit.
We need the mental support. By we mean Spraggles and Dupe Snacks need the Picadiff mental support and coaching.
Yes, please. Yes, please, and thank you. Los Caducados engaged. We are just waiting for them to get back into draft here. It looks like we did have an issue while we were finishing up our draft, which, of course, could be the Absol pick.
We are really beaten down on this Absol pick here.
Well, you know, it's one of those things where we love to see an unconventional pick, and then the second it happens, they're like, nah, it's a draft problem. You know? Because we get to, like, wax philosophical on it. You know, not a lot of teams would expect Absol. Oh, it's fake. They didn't actually pick it. Okay.
Just pure fake news here. We see on our little telestrator that we are advancing through the draft portion. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll kind of keep you updated maybe if we can identify when the draft went wrong and when we're going to pick it back up.
Take a look at the big hall there. Obviously, thousands of trainers here competing in all of our games. It's very exciting. There's a crazy buzz of energy out there. So many looking to claim that #1 spot. To win an IC is a huge, huge honor that very few players are able to say that they have done. We do have a few IC winners here from Unite in attendance. So, and a lot of them heading to day 2.
Yeah, where they would expect themselves to be as well. Now, Los Caducados engage both teams in our EU Regional League. Engage Los Caducados, if I'm not mistaken, sitting kind of on the lower half of that league themselves. Can we do we have that? Can we throw up like the EU League standings while we're waiting for this?
No way. Do we got them?
That would be great.
Yeah, if we got them, maybe we could
kinda,
take a look at them.
Build the story and the lore between these two teams a little bit more, because they faced off in week 1 of our regional league.
And I'm being told we do not have that. It will just be something added to the list of apologies.
Are we up to 7
later?
7 apologies?
You know, at some point, it doesn't matter how many there. I don't want to keep track of the number. You know,
just the reason.
The reasons.
Number 8.
And I want them to just handle it. Handle the apologies. What do we got?
I think that's an engage sign getting rattled around there in the crowd.
It could be our monitors, but this feels like the point in the video game where they're like, turn it up so that the sign is barely visible. Like right at the start. Turn the brightness slightly up. I think that was an engage sign. We obviously have fans of these teams in the crowd, especially these home region heroes like Engage and Los Caducados. You get a lot of excitement for the home region teams when we're around. I mean, no more, I would say, than LAIC. When you've got some of the teams from Brazil competing, that audience is hyped.
Yeah, and I would like to think that in EU, if one of these EU teams makes a deep, deep run, and you've got some teams that are looking pretty prime right now, like Komai, who already beat your world champions, that we have a crowd that gets behind the hometown heroes.
Yeah, a lot of the teams you'd expect from EU to be moving forward looks like they are doing pretty good in our tournament right now. We've got the Slowpoke.
I like that.
Green. I like it too. I like it.
You know what? I love the non-engaging with the camera there.
Yeah, don't give them much. That's the problem with you and I.
I was gonna say we cannot.
We could never. It's not in our nature. It's not a good thing. It's a character defect without question, but it's not within our nature. If I see that the camera's on me for a second, I'm like, You know, I'm really having fun with it. They say, some people, they go, the camera loves them. Nah, the other way around. I love the camera.
Yeah,
I'm an
I can tell by
egomaniac.
that giggle or whatever that is that you just laid down.
It's just a fun giggle. You know, I'm just being flirty with the camera.
Sure. Or whatever. That was that was less than excellent.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty.
Anti-good, I think, is what we were calling things earlier today.
I think it was actually pretty good. Oh, we're not great.
It's as terrible as you feel at home being right next to him while he does.
No, it's not. It might be worse. All right? There's distance between you. He has to deal with this. He can't go anywhere. You're able to leave.
But don't leave.
The best.
Do not leave.
Yeah. I'll let you hang out for a sec.
Perfect. I'll square up right in the middle. Yep. Cover up the logo. I'm sure they love that.
Yeah, get rid of it.
Pokemon loves when I just completely cover up the logo. As you saw Spraggle's arm just cheat in so he could have a drink of his cold brew coffee, which is now right there on screen. Please blur out the logos, which we are not allowed to put up there. Great, just great work. You know what? Strike one of the apologies you owe us for that.
Yes, I'll allow you to pick an apology that you don't have to give us, but you have to tell us which one it was. So we still know what it was, but you're allowed to take it off of the apology.
But we want we want you to pick the apology. We need to know which one you're striking out. So please list it
and then lie,
and then just strike through it.
Just go ahead.
Just a classic strike through.
There is a reality where the apology is being concocted, but I do believe that's just unfortunately in our heads.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. We've asked for a lot of stuff from production here. So let's talk about top Pokemon by ban rate. One thing we did not ask for, that's apology number 9.
There we go. Top Pokemon by ban rate. We were wondering what this was going to be before the tournament. I think a lot of us had our eyes on a Pokemon like Mega Charizard Y, and so did a ton of these players, obviously. This is one of the scariest things going in the game right now. However, there are a lot of spooky creatures in Unite currently. Blastoise getting a ton of bans, and I'm not too surprised. You know, even though it might not feel like the most overpowered Pokemon damage-wise, what an unbelievable source of utility for your team. It pushes your opponents around, then it pushes your opponents around again, then it sends them up into the air, like 8 of them at once, then it pushes them around again, and it never gets KO'd. It's very, very scary.
If it's not scary, it's at least incredibly obnoxious. Top Pokemon by win rate, we need to start having a baseline here. It needs to be like 10 wins.
Well, the whole list basically goes except for Machampion and Mega Gyarados here, but I'm on board with it.
Like, get us some real numbers. You know what I'm saying? Stats team, fake numbers here. I mean, 5 wins, 100% sure. Mats, good job.
Apologies.
It shouldn't say 0 or it should just say Mats.
It really should say a single player. Crustle, 49% pick rate. This is one of those ones where you would think Vaporeon might be slightly higher or Psyduck might be slightly higher, but as this tournament's gone on, I feel like Crustle just getting more and more and more value. Same thing with a Pokemon like Mew. It feels like every game the attackers are picking up Mew and getting so much value out of this thing.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, Mega Gyarados, as if it's through, it's getting picked. I'm not too sure where in our draft we're going to end up, but of course it was picked in this draft as well, from at least to the best of our knowledge here. Throw up the next set of statistics for the kids at home.
Some more statistics.
Statistics.
Top Pokemon by encounter rate, Blastoise now finally edging out Mega Charizard Y. It seems like a couple teams did not bother to ban it and did not bother to pick it. One more encounter for Blastoise puts it at the top of the heap.
Yeah, and shout out to Relic for kind of having their nose to the grindstone here, not going with conventional wisdom and choosing Blastoise as they lead our prediction poll here. And I was just told that the picks and bans are remaining the same from production.
Oh, okay.
So we are going to get an Absol.
So we will get ourselves an Absol. So we must have had just some issue with a player connecting to the match. We want to make sure that they can get in. And now picks and bans are going to be the exact same that we saw from that match. So I'm not confident in this right now, but I will attempt to talk about this Absol. Okay?
Okay, let's do it.
Could be cool.
Okay.
All right.
That's it.
Whenever we're ready, let's get into that game.
Next topic.
Next topic. What's on the list for our next topic? No, Absol, you know, it's weird when a Pokemon was so, I wouldn't even say dominant, but so dominant in the hands of like a few of the really skilled Absol players, and then one little nerf and the players get scared and they say we're not picking, you know, Absol and Thea Sky Ruins anymore.
Yeah, I mean, quit being scared. I think it's the lesson here.
I think so. It's possible that you just see a balance change and you go, oh, well, that Absol's gone. That's immediately out of the meta. And then a player who's really good with it plays with it and goes, oh, it's actually still it for sure. However, I'm not 100% that Absol's coming to this game. I'm still not, even though I'm being told that it is. I just can't take the disappointment if it's not there.
Yeah, I don't think I can either, to be quite honest. I want to see this Absol get played just because it's been so long since you and I have gotten to cast an Absol. And an Absol that takes over the game and kind of pops off is just incredibly fun to watch.
It is.
You know, with that, like, Unite move that almost wiped out. That Unite move that feels like it's constantly off cooldown, just ready to be used, just rip through the opposing team. It's just a lot of fun to watch, and I like when a team picks something unconventional so we get to watch it and show that, you know, this roster is deep, these Pokemon are powerful, and especially in the hands of certain individuals, these things can really hit another gear.
Yeah, I mean, especially you look at something like Zeraora, right? I mean, we agree the win rate is, the list is fraudulent.
It's fraudulent.
We have lots of issues with the list. Reasonably so, and I think everyone at home does too. Obviously in the chat, hashtag the list is fraudulent. But I do think that when you see a player like Mats on Zeraora, you see a player like whoever on their sort of favorite Pokemon that they've had from day one. You know, I think back to the time when Machisel brings out Machamp when no one's playing it. You know, you have these moments where you go, well, maybe it's not the most meta thing, but when someone knows this backwards and forwards and the team knows how to play with it, you can have some huge games.
Yes, absolutely. Now, while we're waiting for Engage and Los Caricados to claw this game back together for us so we can actually get into it, how are you feeling about which team is most poised to win here in this event? I mean, you and I have spoken quite a bit that we would love to see, you know, a LATAM team perform well here and take a world spot and add one to the pool, because LATAM feels like just an incredibly strong region that should get some, you know, some good representation.
I totally, I'm right there as well. I would love for LATAM. Like, I've got my head decision, my heart decision, but then I've got my heart again. Like, there are a lot of these teams I really love, a lot of these players I really enjoy just as people, as competitors. I love watching them, I love casting them, and there are teams where I go, I think this is what we're going to run into. So if I were to go with what I think is going to happen, I think we see very deep runs from teams like Dignitas, teams like Evil Geniuses. I think the bright lights in North America are extremely bright, and I think these squads are incredible, and we could be seeing them make their way all the way to the grand finals. If I want to go with my heart, I kind of love those teams as well, I'm not going to lie, but I would really enjoy seeing more LATAM teams at Worlds, and one way for that to happen would be for a LATAM team to win this. If Peru wins this entire thing, you're going to get more teams from LATAM because they secure their spot, and then it would be the 2 and 3 out of Latin America that are going to be heading to Worlds, right? So more LATAM teams going. Tuzi would be a really cool one. Like, if Tuzi makes a deep run, makes DeGrants wins this thing, that would be amazing. Another way LATAM gets a spot, right? So there are just so many squads that we can see, and I'm sure you want to talk about this a little too. It's been a while since we've seen EU really crush it in one of these international competitions.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, to kind of wrap up your point in LATAM, Peru, your current world champions, are at the top of the pack, but not the top team in that LATAM regional league. And right now, they're not even winning their group. And they are current world champions. And there is a situation or a scenario where they don't make it to Worlds to defend their title, which just feels crazy because these 5 players have been playing together for so long. But let's talk about EU. I would love to see a hometown hero run here as well. I mean, an EU team winning EUIC, 1 is just, you know, poetic and chef's kiss, but 2, to be able to put your region on your back and claw another invite into the EU region to send more representation for Worlds. is kind of, you're getting everybody patting you on the back for doing that, as you go back into these regional leagues here in week 3 in a couple weeks.
Yeah, 100%. I think there's so much hype behind an in-region victor. However, for a lot of these, we haven't had that in quite some time, just given that Luminosity seems to win every single game they went to, right, when they were around. So they won LAIC, EUIC. They went back home to North America, won that. What is our Britishism?
But can you eat it? Battered Wally.
I want a genuine apology. What do you want us to do with that?
This is insane.
What do you want us to do? And genuinely, could anyone get zoinks? Could anyone look at this and have any idea how you want us to handle this?
Mess.
What do you want from
Who
me?
do we blame for this?
Britishism, but can you bring it back up?
Yeah, but can
bring
you
it
eat
back up?
Battered Wally.
Are you asking if I can eat that fish? What is this? Okay. Food, a deep-fried pickled gherkin. What do you want me to do with this?
A pickled gherkin? Is that not just a pickle?
Are you asking?
This is insane. I am not happy.
I can't believe. Who'd you run this by the way? Who told you to put this up?
You know what? We are given for every nonsensical thing ever done, because that was preposterous. People had a conversation, typed that out, and put that in front of you and us and said, do that.
Okay, so the concept of this bit, I really want to know.
This isn't a bit. That happened.
Well, no. The concept of this segment is it that you put words up and we decide whether or not we can eat it, and then, without even telling us if that's it, did you reveal that we can indeed eat it because it's a fish? And I want to know now.
It's not a fish.
It's a gherkin.
It's not a fish.
Might be.
Okay. Stats team. Is a gherkin a fish?
Well, what is it otherwise? I don't know. What is a gherkin a pickle?
But it said pickled gherkin. Why did you say pickled? You say pickle.
Well, if it's a pickled gherkin, then it's. Well, what is a gherkin?
It's a pickle. I could not be less happy about what's happening right now.
I'm genuine.
Like
why are you radio silent? What is this bit? We're going into game. I mean, good, but what? Here we go. Absol's real. Los Caducados, your purple team. Engage your orange team. This is a best of 3 to figure out who will be the #1 team out of this group. Can you eat it? Who knows what that meant?
Nayat going in with the invade early. They're going to be unsuccessful, and they're going to take a ton of damage as they eject button over the wall, and the chase is on. Pull. That's a chicken.
Yeah, nice job from Nayat here, able to grab that berry and able to make it out. Of course, running that EXP share, right? You don't really lose much value if you're not able to get the secure. And they're right back in there. A gherkin is known as a pickle. So it's a pickled pickle. Get out of here.
Everything about this
walking
is miserable.
off this show. Get zoinks.
I can't even imagine. I'm livid. The K opener goes to Mimikyu. I'm stunned.
Here we go. Birdie Low right now. Huge score attempt in this bottom path. Mimikyu is able to score, put in 18 here. We have 2 members of Engage fighting in the top path against this lone Magikarp right now. Take a look at this. Jose, level 6 already on Mimikyu.
Yeah, both of these teams 3-3 in the regional leagues currently. 3 matches won, 3 matches lost. And this is kind of a nice little rubber match between these 2 teams. As we know, Los Caducados did win the last time they squared off in an official UCS capacity.
Gosh, I got to say, I mean, we talked about Absol, but I'm really excited to see Rapidash here as well. I just feel like I wanted to see more of it in UCS, so I am excited to see it right here. Big time play rough. They're moving forward right now, looking for this KO. Rapidash going for the pickup, but no, it is going to be the Mimikyu sealing the deal right there. Nayat looking for a possible KO, but no, once again, the play rough. And this is when play rough really shines. I'm a bit of a play rough hater, but if you get a huge lead, this thing is brutal.
We have, I believe that's Smart Strike, right? Is that what we're doing with Birdie Low on this Rapidash?
Right now we have Dazzling Gleam, and I don't think they've hit their second move yet. I could be wrong, though. I might have missed
Dazzling, I guess I should have phrased my question properly. Just now.
What is a pickled gherkin?
Smart Strike typically follows Dazzling Gleam.
Oftentimes, but we did just get a buff to agility, so some people play Crazy Horse. But yes, oftentimes you're going to see Smart Strike. It has a lot of very annoying utility for, wow, what a move there from Volto, but they are gonna have to peel back.
Heavy slam, and that's more of just to get out of dodge here as Relly is looking for a next level engagement. Volto coaches all the birds there as Relly just has to peel back again and settle for a lone bundle.
And here we go, grabbing this Snorlax right here. They could get the fight, but no, the waterfall misses. That's a level 9 Mimikyu, by the way. Absolutely crushing it right now, out-leveling the Absol on the other side. If they can get a good fight, they should be able to KO multiple members of Engage right here. But it looks like this might just go to Los Caducados without much of a scrap.
Yeah, meanwhile, you have the crossover babysitting Absol and Mewtwo winding in the bottom path to see if it can steal this. Oh, it does!
Wow!
Just take the Registeel downstairs. You hate to see it if you're engaged.
Yeah, of course, but what a nice moment right here. We've got our horse bouncing around the top path. They're trying to get this Regieleki in so they can score some points. We'll see if they're able to make that happen or not. That looks like Smart Strike to me. So yeah, it looks like we've got Smart Strike, Dazzling Gleam there on that Rapidash as they're gonna head towards the center.
Good little, good work. It's just kind of the three of those players were just kind of collectively stressing Aslan, the Snorlax, so they couldn't defend the pad, and ended up getting a pretty decent +27 over. Earthquake engaged, little stun on Aslan, and we do have the Mega Mewtwo Y online, so they're gonna A-press him down. Tons of shots, and bang, that's a big-time Unite move to trap Greg, and Greg gets eviscerated by the horse.
Yeah, and we saw the power of that Smart Strike right into your Unite move, right? You've got the stun, the reposition, then you trap them in that triangle Unite, and there's just not a lot they can do right there. Crustle with a big-time Unite move, Jirari on this goal zone, as we still have Los Caducados pushing.
Good score on the backside here to leave the goal zone at 7. We have the Absol Unite there. Jirari's taking a ton of damage. And nice Ice Fang right there for Volto, who can't Dragon Rush as the Mamoswine Naiad uses their Unite move to be able to pounce back through. Heavy Slam kind of frozen in the air there for just a heartbeat as Birdie Low keeps the pressure on. Now, the rest of Los Caducados peeling back and settling things out with a nice lead.
Yeah, good lead for them, good start. I mean, Gyarados deciding to move back in. I'm surprised they didn't try to do this earlier. Now it feels like a really tough time to move in here. Absol possibly looking for this fight. Hitting right there with the Psycho Cut, but not able to start full engage. And Mimikyu moves in with a huge play rough.
Great knockout there as everybody was focused on the buff. Cotton Cloud Crash and the Garchomp moving forward on the chase down, but it's really this Rapidash that is just scampering all over the map and giving Engage fits. Naiad with another good Earthquake Ice Fang attempt, which leads to a Mimikyu knockout by Jose.
Wow, I mean, Los Caducados feels like they are absolutely dominating this match. I mean, just fighting Engage at will, and the combination of the insane play rough damage, the reposition from the Rapidash, Crustle making absolutely, maniacal plays, and now we have Mamoswine looking towards this goal zone. Regirock possibly being taken by Engage, but we've got 4 members of Caducados pushing a Regieleki.
Rally stepping up. They do have their Unite move. They can pop it, and they do, to avoid the Absol Unite, and they want the Absol. They're going to spin up on Aslan. Really quick, the Psycho Cut does hit them. Tons of damage on the Mega Gyarados. They're able to take double berries, and now they're going to stand on this goal zone to try and defend it just a little bit longer, as the top tier 2 goal zone was closed by Los Caducados while all the attention was on this Mega Gyarados.
325-107 as Los Caducados are in complete control. A decent fight for Engage at the bottom path, but of course it was a 4 versus 1. Right now, Caducados just really gets to dictate how the rest of this match goes, unless Engage can find a huge moment for themselves. But right now, Los Caducados just spending time in Engage's central area here. Another huge Crustle Unite.
Big stun, Rock Tomb is down, Jirari's on the retreat. We're popping that Rapidash Unite move as well. The Prism is down. We're fighting in the Bermuda Triangle here, and it spells nothing but danger, but it's danger for Los Caducados.
Yeah, Los Caducados actually giving up some KOs right there, which is not great because they didn't get a lot of value for it, right? They tried to get some experience, not really scoring. 325, still 107. So Engage actually got, you know, the better of that fight without question. I love Los Caducados wanting to keep the pressure on, but you do start to give up huge chunks of experience to the other side that allows them to catch up in level, and all of a sudden a match that you were winning pretty soundly has gotten very close.
Naya taking just some forward positioning in a bush as they're going for some home goal zone scores, and they've got almost complete information here to be able to do so. We're going to have a big-time back cap action. Heavy slam on Jirari, block and pin on the wall. Volto's going to step up. Are they going to go for a knockout? No, looks like they're going for a rip. Rapidash jumps in, jumps back out. We've got 15 seconds until boss monster.
Wow, I mean, 15 seconds right here. Yes, they'll get this Regieleki, but even if this walks and they get a full dunk, I mean, it's 4:15, 107. They're looking for a fight right now. Jirari getting some good information. They know where Aslan is. They know mostly where the members of Engage are coming from right now. Reli pushing the Gyarados, or excuse me, pushing the Garchomp back. Volto actually possibly heading home, but no, they get the Pollen Puff. Now it is really up to Engage to see how they want to engage in this final fight at Kyogre. They are behind by so much. They have to be the ones to make a play. Los Caducados could sit on their thumbs for 2 minutes. It needs to be Engage who makes a fight here.
Kyogre not even getting chipped here. Naya working their way to the middle. They do have good information. Heavy slam block back the other way. This is their opportunity. Reli taking a ton of damage. They do pop their Unite move with half HP. Jirari gets obviously pinned down. We have the Infinite Cyburn coming out. The stun. Huge X Scissor after the Rubble Rouse on the backside, and Birdie Low is trying to find a target. Absol's down. Jirari still standing despite being engaged on by 3 people, and so is this Mega Gyarados. Greg is getting the break speed off them. They're so low as the Mega Mewtwo as the Cotton Cloud crash from the Eldegoss. Is it good enough to get a knockout? 2 players down on either side. Engage, though, they're the ones that need this Kyogre. They're the ones that need to do something. We still have Birdie Low standing with this Rapidash. Can they rapidly get in there and stop this Kyogre from getting taken? They're going to grab a berry and they're going to suss their way in. No Unite moves on either side. Kyogre is getting worked down. It doesn't look like Los Caducados is going to go in. Heavy slams a bit early.
What?
It's taken by the Mimikyu. Working there all the way in. Hiyori low on HP. They get knocked out. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing, says Birdie Low. KO streak of 2.
Wow, I mean, Engage, obviously they didn't have the secure they wanted around, but they waited long enough for Mimikyu to get back into the fight, hit a Shadow Sneak, and now, I mean, imagine they were already losing by a considerable amount. Gets even worse for them. Tough first game for Engage, as Los Caducados felt like they were, I mean, not only winning, but having fun doing it. It just felt like they were kind of stomping Engage there.
Yes, I mean, just great control. You know, we had a really good heavy slam block by Aslan. Unfortunately, the Mega Gyarados was able to use their Unite move, get out of dodge, and then Jirari on the Crustle pinned against the wall with 3 players. They couldn't get the knockout. They're able to Rubble Rouse, get a big X Scissor stun follow-up, and then they make it out.
Yeah.
And after that, it's like Engage through everything in the kitchen sink at 2 characters and left with no knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, I like their decision to kind of move on to the objective there. And I noticed, of course, they're sort of deciding like, okay, we're going to keep ripping. Do we need to peel off? Can I get this Rapidash? So we had Los Caducados just, you know, wasting a lot of time, enough time to where Mimikyu was able to come back. Even if they don't get the secure there, I think it's likely Caducados win because they're so far ahead on the scoreboard, they only need to defend against a few Pokemon, but they didn't even need that because they end up securing Kyogre.
I'll tell you what, this Galarian Rapidash, a lot of fun to watch.
So fun,
it was,
yeah.
And it looked solid, too. I don't know if it's just a texture of them just being so far ahead that it could have that type of game. But Birdie Low doing great on that Galarian Rapidash, as I mentioned.
So here was that moment. We see the Shadow Sneak. It hits the Garchomp, but I think as it goes in, the burst of it there is what ended up securing it.
Yeah, flex indeed. One game up is Los Caducados, and Birdie Low getting the nod on the Galarian Rapidash. 8 knockouts, only taken down once, 62,000 damage.
Yeah, and only taken 19. So, I mean, it was up in their face the entire time. They just couldn't lock this thing down. A very fun Pokemon to watch, and it put in some real work. It's not only doing damage, picking up KOs, but it's also so disruptive, you know? And a great counter, as we saw to Mewtwo-Y. Move in with the Smart Strike, right into that Dazzling Gleam, boom, Unite move locks it into this Bermuda Triangle of you're not going home unless it's through the Pokemon Center. Great stuff from Birdie Low.
Okay, you're Engage. That game just happened. You picked an Absol that did 30,000 damage.
Yeah.
Not exactly the result you'd be hoping to deliver on, and not the excitement level that I was expecting to have after a gutter pick Absol again. That's a selection in the face of perfect information. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason Absol hasn't been that meta, you know? I also, for just me personally, I don't love that moveset. I do recognize there is some strength to it. It bursts very well in certain situations. I've always been a Pursuit fan myself, but Pursuit can be quite tricky to play into some of these really strong teams. All that to say, it didn't look like the pick to me, you know, and I don't think it looked like the pick to you either. They could go with something much more standard in that final slot, or you could try to grab another Pokemon that you're familiar with in the Speedster role. I mean, Talonflame is right there, and I think it's, you know, leagues better in most of these matches, while of course being different.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen some very successful Talonflame games today. So, you know, it's easy to say this looks good because we've seen it look good already. But if you're going to be taking, again, an Absol, I'm expecting like a banger game out of this Absol, right? Like, I'm not even saying win the game. I'm just saying like an Absol that was a problem that forced Los Caducados to adjust at the very least, but it seemed to be a complete non-factor. So I would like to see Engage go away from that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just don't think it was. I don't think it was enough. So we're gonna find out what they want to do when they get ready for our next game here. How they want to change their strategy. Oftentimes, when you lose a match like that, where it feels like you were losing top to bottom, I think you've got to change up something quite a bit. You might even start, you know, target banning. This is where target bans, I feel like, oftentimes are formed. You either notice a player is so dang good on something, you've been watching them throughout the entirety of the tournament or the entirety of your season, and you know you want to focus on it, or you go, I don't want to deal with this Rapidash again. We're just going to ban it because we don't want to play it, and we'll move on and pick something else.
If I'm like, my memory is going to fail me here, and I'll be just crazy wrong, but I feel like I recall Volto having a pretty decent Zero Aura like a couple years ago, and I would have almost preferred to have a gutter Zero Aura there. Again, with perfect information, you really have to make sure that final pick has maximum impact.
Totally agree.
Yeah. You know, you see teams, it's easy to go to, but, you know, EU native Toon is almost always in that gutter pick. They have a crazy large roster of Pokemon that can play, and their pick is almost always advantaged against multiple Pokemon on the other side. And obviously, that's the exact position you want to put yourself in. You are the last pick. You give up strength for strategy, but you have to be able to deliver.
All right, here we go. We're heading into game number 2 here. Engage Los Caducados. We're going to see what they want to bring out, what they want to ban, if we see any differences between these two squads after that first one. And we are going to see one big difference. We are heading to the Groudon map.
That's one place to start with a decent change. Los Caducados really eyeing down these Mega Pokemon, going to get them off of the table. Mega Charizard Y, Mega Lucario. On the other side, Engage, Psyduck, Umbreon, Mimikyu. And I'm unsurprised to see Mimikyu leave because that thing was having a game.
Yeah, it really was, and Engage clearly doesn't want to deal with it here moving into game number 2. We've got a first pick on the side of Engage. There are a lot of different Pokemon that we can slot into this first pick slot. We're going to see if they want to, you know, kind of start with the defender, support, sort of hide what the rest of your Pokemon are going to be, and it looks like that's what we're doing here. A big-time Pokemon like Crustle. has been extremely impactful in so many of our games. And with Umbreon banned out, it gets that big shield, and you're not going to lose too much when you use that Unite.
I don't think you grab Trevenant here. I think you actually go Mega Gyarados something else. Just honestly, because I think you can get the Trevenant later. That being said, Engage is back on the button here. Mew has been incredibly popular. Based on the fact that Greg has no items on it, I'm going to say they're probably not the one playing it.
Yeah, I think they're switching it up, it looks like here. As we have Alchemy also selected for Engage. This one I think is a underrated pick. I think Alchemy is extremely strong, and we've seen it have some great games. Heading over to the next two picks here for Los Caducados. They're hovering. Ooh, we could be seeing Rapidash once again, and it looks like a Scyther. Could be Scissor, of course, but oftentimes with these pro players, you're going to be seeing the speedier, like more speedster type variant, which is the Scyther. Scissor, more of the all-rounder brawler, and a lot of teams want to get those KOs and move on, because a Pokemon that is still in battle is very effective, and a Pokemon that's gone is no longer effective.
True, that is how that works. Talonflame, they heard us talking, they locked in Talonflame, and Mega Mewtwo X, something that has kind of fallen out of favor, but looking forward to it bouncing back here. Might be playing, you know, kind of like a big frontline aggro role, as Nayat has this opportunity with a gutter pick, like I said, to at least counter some options. Now, I don't think this is a big counter. I think it's more of a safe pick. Yeah. And after game one, Nayat was playing incredibly well, specifically with those Ice Fangs. And if you can catch some very quick targets with an Ice Fang, it spells doom. We saw it, you know, to open the day with Zugrug on this Mamoswine. We saw it in game one here, Nayat on this Mamoswine, and unsurprised that they went back to the well.
Yeah, they've kind of, we've seen this double defender composition, right? Just very focused on two defenders that displace your opponents, and not so much focused on any way to support your team through healing or shields or anything like that. However, it's been extremely powerful, especially if you get an early lead. Some of this feels like almost a win more situation, you know? Some teams like to lean into that, where they go, look, we're not going to try to reset in any of these fights. We're going to try to Earthquake in. I want to Ice Fang their carry, and then I just want to win the fight after that.
Yeah, right. You know, healing is more for that prolonged approach, you know, kind of buy some time, go re-engage, and really just going to be a tidal wave is what they're going for, what Los Caducados is going for. And, man, if Jiraiya is playing half as well on this tree as they did that first week of our regional league play, and Nayat keeps up pace with this Mamoswine, it's going to be tough for Engage to punch a hole through those two defenders.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, this Trevenant has been amazing to watch as we head into game number 2 here. Engage, your purple team. Los Caducados, your orange team. Los Caducados having an absolute stomp of a game 1. They just did an incredible job into Engage. We'll see if Engage can switch it up here in game 2. We do have the Mamoswine making their way to the central area, trying to out-secure this Talonflame, which they do on one piece of experience, so already a pretty successful invade.
Yeah, I mean, Pul is trying to put the pressure on with them. Fun fact, the 6 bans in this game are the exact top 6 bans at EUIC 2026. Congratulations. Check that box, achievement unlocked.
I think that is a nice achievement, and I will agree that's a fun fact.
It's way better than the pickle-related quiz question we got.
Yeah, you can't spring a pickle quiz on us without even telling us that there's going to be a pickle. We didn't have time to study.
Birdie Low gets knocked out by Aslan, allowing the Crustler to evolve. Volto going to be playing in a kind of an aggro Mega Mewtwo X. Sometimes we see it more in like a tank role almost, you know, with that big pull it has. But, you know, Volto going to be stepping to the front line looking to fight.
Jiraiya hits their level 5 here, and we've seen them make huge plays throughout this season in the regional league.
There it is.
So there it is. Beautiful. Now we know there's a waterfall over there. As we see Jose heading back to the central area here, looking to get some of this experience. Obviously, they can share this a bit. You'll get a little less experience over to your Scyther, but a little to a Pokemon that needs it just to tick over and evolve there, like that Mamoswine. Now it is a Pillow Swine currently.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Mega Mewtwo X, the way it looks, fan or not a fan?
You know, I feel like everyone completely dropped it, but I don't know if that's fair. You know, it's always hard to tell when something gets nerfed. However, it definitely feels much worse than it was just a few short weeks ago, as we have a fight here in the top path. Los Caducados taking a big KO, and now Gyarados can stack.
All right, same question, but now on looks meaning appearance. How do you think? How do you think it looks?
Weirdo.
It does look mega bizarre, right?
Yeah, it's a weirdo. I don't know what it's up to.
Okay, eject button, Ice Fang reset, does get a knockout, taken to the skies is the talent lane. Fiori looking for an opportunity to just grab a berry and play some defense. Birdie-Lo tried to score, good X scissor by Aslan, as Birdie-Lo wants to hit this level 7 and be back into the action. Great Woodhammer reposition, and those are the players we're looking for out of Girarwi here, as Jose quickly closed the door on the Crustle after the amazing setup by the tree.
Interesting play here from Engage. They are running the Decorate version of this Alchemy, which, you know, it definitely has some interesting utility. It provides a shield, and at the same time, you're able to use kind of this double Dazzling Gleam. Many teams would be playing Recover and Sweet Scent right here, but this is a, you know, a totally viable build. We just don't see it much in competitive.
Yeah, I think it's based off of like the natural healing that Recover provides, and of course, Sweet Scent is so strong.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see how effective it is in some of these big fights. Obviously, being able to give a Decorate shield to a Mewtwo and then have it move forward with an extra Gleam does feel quite strong. So we'll see if it works in some of these bigger fights. However, Los Caducados feeling great right now, 17 to 230.
Yeah, I mean, and that's with a tier 1 goal zone still standing, right? So, I mean, this is an easy one to score on. Straight to the back lines. Jose pops their Unite move. Dazzling Gleam on Jose, going to send them taking a different path into this goal zone to close it with another big over. They're up by over 200 points at this point in time, and we have not even hit the 6-minute mark.
Yeah, Los Caducados is just crushing it in these two games. I mean, at least the start of game number 2 here in game 1. They looked incredible. They're now trying to steal this red buff from the side of Engage. We're going to see if Girari's going to go back in and just put some pressure on it. But of course, there are a ton of points of interest on the map, lots of experience that they could possibly find, and they want to see how much of it they can take away from Engage and keep them behind in this match.
It's amazing how much closing out tier 1 goal zones early feels like your side of the map has shrunk rapidly.
Yes.
And you can already see Los Caducados are spending most of their time on the left-hand side of kind of like the partition that sits in the middle of the map there. Nice little triangle put down, Infinite Cyber back the other way. Birdie-Lo does go down. Girarwi is trying to pin the Mewtwo back on the wall. They're successful for a moment. Fly over, eject button. Nayat goes down, flame sweep into a wall, obviously. Jose just waiting for time here as they're going to try and get a prime target in the back line. Hiyori is going to step up. Bang, Scyther Unite straight to the back line. We are going full cake mode. That is a whole cake, and that's on an island right there. And that's going to be enough for Engage to hang out around this basement Regieleki.
Great fight from Engage. We have the Gyarados moving in, but it is in trouble, moving into a ton of members here of Engage. It does go down. However, the Mamoswine is here. We have the Galarian Rapidash. They're seeing what they can do into this fight, trying to stop Crustle. Finally, it goes down. Talon, however, is back, and Mewtwo picks up the KO.
Mewtwo on no HP, and Birdie-Lo pokes their little horn out, and they are buckled quickly. And not only that, the Mewtwo is going to make it out. Greg is getting chased. So
poor Greg.
Yeah, poor Greg. Just Nayat overshooting the pursuit there. Regieleki is at 50% as the top Reggie is easily taken by Engage.
Much better fight from Engage, right? I mean, that looked a lot better. Caducados now taking this bottom Regieleki. They're going to be able to get this. They're going to be able to get Regidrago. Obviously, they are up right now, but signs of life from Engage in that last fight. They were able to catch multiple members of Los Caducado, even up the levels considerably, and I mean, that's a good look for a possible team fight later. If you can fight like you just did right there, protect your team from Scyther in a big way.
Nice little X-Scissor there. Nayat steps back in. Scyther Unite is back out. Another Infinite Cyburn. Huge stun. Flame sweep. Finds its wall, but finds targets in between. The cake again is built. KO streak of 2 for Hiyori. Regieleki is on the doorstep, and it's going to get taken care of. Los Caducados actually got the Regirock. I said Engage on accident. It was ripped by Jose, and now they're putting points in the top path here while everybody was distracted by.
I mean, points are looking great for Los Caducados, but these fights are going much better for Engage right now. We have the Crustal moving in, big time side strike. They go down to the Alchemy right there as Trevenant moves in, trying to grab this Crustal. Crustal has been an absolute difference maker in these fights, but you have to give it up to the Alchemy and those Unite moves. They've had 2 extremely clutch Unites in some of these big fights. We're going to see how that looks as the match goes on. Right now, I mean, this Galarian Rapidash, extremely low level, only level 11 here, which is the same as the supporter on the side of Engage.
Yeah, like you said, tons of points, but it's not really materializing in any sort of team fight victories, as we have 35 seconds until our Groudon hits the map. Rally gonna easily get to 13 here, no questions asked. Jose as well, so they are behind a little bit. That Rapidash is a problem, but they still have some tools to use.
Their big problem, of course, is going to be the scoreboard here, and they're going to have to make a decision on it soon. We have Trevenant looking to start a fight right here. They bring Crustal on in, massive catch right into the Ice Fang. It is gone.
And who else but Jirawi to facilitate that? Now, the exchange of the defenders is what occurred there. They're both going to be back in time, but we'll see how that changes the texture of how we want to approach this fight.
Of course, and I think the big issue for Engage is time is not on their side, right? Every time Los Caducados can slow down their final fight, that is better and better for Caducados and worse for Engage. As Engage is looking for a possible moment right here, they don't exactly know where everyone from Caducados is. They kind of can suss out that someone's in that tall grass, and Nihat moves out, possibly looking to grab Crustal, but no, everyone just peels back in this moment. They had one good catch on Crustal, but they don't need to be the ones to fight. Engage has to make the play.
No, and they have the speed to flank here, does Los Caducados, as we're trying to rock to and just trap somebody. Jirawi at the backside, pushes Volta all the way to the wall, big time Engage. They are gone before they can even move. Fly to the sky, Mega Gyarados is in the back line, and look how far Alchemy has been separated from the team. They go full cake, but nobody's around. Jose collapses on top of them, and Pool is shredded like the chicken it is. The Solar Beam comes back through tons of damage, but who else but Jirawi, and who else but Nihat to reposition Aslan, as we're getting a back half of 62 points to go in and stress this lead even further. Rally looking for their next target. They say it's Aslan. Infinite Psyburn is down. Aslan is on the razor's edge of getting knocked out, and they are gone. KO Streak of 2. Right into the middle is the rest of Los Caducados as Hiyori is trying to find their way in, but there is no value left on the map.
Yeah, Engage, there's not much they can do. Hiyori almost got Jirawi, but what a beautiful play from them using an eject button and a leech life. Birdie Low goes down right here. 30 seconds left. We have once again Alchemy getting pushed towards the Groudon. It goes down, and there just really is no time on the clock for Engage. They're too far behind on the scoreboard. They cannot rip Groudon. Unfortunately, they were just completely stalled out of this fight. Even with 15 seconds, peeling to all the goal zones. We have more points from Los Caducados as they put it on an absolute clinic in these 2 games. Dominant performance from top to bottom.
Listen, I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do, but every time Jirawi doesn't pick tree, not saying they're playing bad, I'm just saying this tree is awesome.
Yeah, their tree is so unbelievably good.
I mean, like Jirawi and Nihat, like literally sign, seal, deliver the victory for the Los Caducados.
100%.
Terrific catch, great Horn Leech into the wall to pin Volto there, immediately into a clutch Ice Fang, and then it's easy to clean up the trash here as the Scyther after that. Volto going down means they don't have a really good frontline brawler. And then, of course, you have Nihat and Jirawi able to separate the Alchemy from the team, forcing out that big cake-based Unite move for no value. There wasn't anybody on Engage around to take the benefit of that healing that's coming out here. As I see you working on the Telestrator, we'll see what you're looking at to drum up. Great match from Los Caducados. And really, I mean, it was on the back of Jirawi and Nihat. I have to say that. I mean, Jose, great game on the Scyther there as well. Birdie Low, I think the Rapidash left a little something to be desired here compared to game 1. But I love that they went back to the well. I love that they're trying new things and they're finding success with it. You can't get mad at that.
Yeah, just so many great plays. I had a couple I wanted to take. There was just one moment in the fight that I just thought was so fun that I wanted to take a look at here in a sec. If we can, we'll pull it up for the audience. in our telestrator. But of course, we're taking a look at some of the big moments throughout that match. Just a highlight reel, most of it for Los Caducados. We had some great fights from Engage as the match went on, but both of these games, they were in so much, they were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of points ahead. Even when Engage had great fights, they still weren't winning on the map. We can see this is where things really started to go wrong. Didn't catch the Talon there, which was really ideal, obviously, for Engage, but that Alchemy having to use Unite move to benefit almost no one, and then they go down anyway, was extremely rough.
All of it looked rough. Great fight there by Los Caducados. I actually thought the spacing was created there by Jirawi, but it was actually the Mega Gyarados that was on the chase that was able to facilitate that for them.
There was a moment I wanted to take a look at while we have the telestrator up right here. I just thought this was a really cool moment in this fight, and I mean, I've just been so impressed by Jirawi right here. I love this Trevenant. Let's take a look at this. I'm going to slow it down for you here, and hopefully we can find it. So they get hit by this massive solar beam here, right? And this is just the staying power of a Trevenant. They get hit by this solar beam. Another one absolutely devastates them. They're continuing to stay in the pocket. They do miss that wood hammer right there. Hit by the flame sweep. And I mean, if you look at this, they're on 0. There is no HP left. They have to use their Unite move. That's what this area is right there. They're using their Unite move to try to stay in the fight. They're living on a shield right now. They Horn Leech, and if you blink, you miss it. They Horn Leech and try to eject button into a Talonflame, because if they clip an enemy player, they start to get all of that HP back through Horn Leech. And throughout all of this, with this full HP Talon, with this Unite move, they survive this entire thing. They peel up here towards Groudon, and they Horn Leech it right here so they can get some healing off Groudon. It's just one of those plays that I love to see it. I love to see players understand their Pokemon at such a high level that they can make something like that happen. And Jirawi's tree, it's like, it's there with Tomato. It's there with like the legendary Trevenants that we've seen. But we've got an interview up on the big stage, so why don't you take it away?
Thank you very much, Bragles. It's Naiad, everyone! Las Cados! Oh! I feel like I'm running through all of my favorite grassroots people right now. It's great to see you up here. 2-0 victory, top of group. Gotta be feeling confident.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, to be honest, we saw this group and we were like, okay, we want the 6-0. We're not happy with anything else. So we got a 6-0. That's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the clean sheet across the board, that's got to be really good going into tomorrow. You've made it there before. I believe you're up against Tuzi Esports. First and foremost, that's, I mean, dare I say, is that a winnable match for you guys? Are you looking even further beyond that?
We're going to prepare for every opponent through our bracket 100%, but I think Tuzi is on our level. They are from Brazil or Latam in general, so I think those guys are pretty good. We're not going to underestimate them, but we want it to 0.
Talk me through the Mamoswine, because I've known you cross all sorts of roles, attackers, supporters. It seems like you found a really lovely balance within this team between you and Jirawi. What was the thinking behind that going into not just this season, but this event overall?
Shout out to Marv, because he always invades Hostel with Mamoswine, and my jungler always cries, so I just copied him. That's it. That's the whole threat.
Dude, it doesn't need to be any more difficult than that. So, final question, I guess. In terms of, you've played with so many teams now over the years. What are the vibes like with this one? Do you think this is perhaps the most complete team that you felt a part of?
I like vibes based. This is like the best team I've had. Like, we have so much fun. It's so enjoyable. But also like the balance between like leadership and experience, and rookies like Rally is really good. And I think this is the best team I had so far. And I think this team, we can make it very fine day too.
I actually have one more question for you. Regional leagues, of course, you're middle of the pack. How much confidence do you take from an on-stage performance like this when you actually go back to the regional leagues? Are you looking up rather than down?
I think our regional performances so far were kind of decent. We didn't really end up where we wanted to. But I think this just shows that we are like a really, really good team, and we want to go up to like top 4, 3, 2, or even to the top 1. So it's like nothing is better than this win on stage.
I couldn't agree more. What a great win it was. Give this man the love and respect that he deserves. Naiad, Los Cados, le gentleman, back to you.
Thank you very much, Relic. An incredible interview. You know, he's never said give the love to these two gentlemen. You notice that?
Nobody says that, actually.
Have you noticed that nobody says that? very interesting. What a match. They looked fantastic, and I agree. I would be feeling great heading back to my region. And of course, looking forward to this tournament. They're on fire.
Yeah, I mean, don't leave anything up to the region, right? I like that Nayat is like, I believe that, the region is one thing, but this tournament, we believe we can go far in day 2. Keep that momentum, keep it going. Why let things get into the region where you have to hit top 2? Just win this weekend. Done and whoop, there goes that pen. Done and dusted, just like me. Let's go to break. See ya. Send it. We're going to break. Pew, 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 pew.
Why would you say full power?
Sometimes these get them wrong.
Like, Championships here from the XL Center in London. We've got many, many players in what we like to dub the Hive. Lots of action going on down there. Lots of matches being played off camera. Right now, we have got a Day 2 progression decider. And it's all EU, baby. Check this out. I'm Relic, he's Zoinks. We have Los Duros, who find themselves in a position, yes, where they can progress, but they need to 2-0 this next set in order to make it so.
Yeah, let's break it down here. Volticons and BH3 currently sitting at 2-0 and 2-1 respectively. Los Duros, the wild card here at 1-3. Let's see, didn't pick up a map, which means that if we go down to tie breaks, things, if they all end up 2-1 with a similar map score, that means that BH3 and Volticons are going to be the ones moving on due to our tiebreak rules. So the only path forward for Los Duros in Group C will be a 2-0 victory over Volticons Unite, who so far are the only team to not drop a match in their group. A tall task, obviously, but maybe a doable one. We saw their match against BH3 was very exciting. We'll have to see where that goes. But a bit of a recap on some of the other groups. 4-0 for Root Dignitas. Evil Geniuses also flawless. It feels like those two teams just in lockstep so far this season. And Komai also sitting at 3-0.
It's been a really strong day for the EU teams in general. Speaking of, Team Peps with a 2-0 currently in their group. We'll be seeing them versus Extinction for potentially top of group honors after this at the end of the show. And Group F, we got Los Caducados, of course, locking in that 3-0 over Engage, a 6-0 flawless run to face off against Tuzi Esports on day 2 as their first match. So already things are moving and shaking. We're getting a clearer picture as to what day 2 is going to bring, but we have to stick here and remain in the present because, of course, there is still so much on the line for Los Duros in particular. They have to win game 1. It's as cut and dry as you can get.
Yeah, and then unfortunately, if you do that, you got to win game 2. There's truly
Simples, right?
no other path out. Again, a flawless match score is the only thing that will get Los Duros into day 2. A pretty clear objective, but not an easy one to achieve. Obviously, we have seen some amazing matches out of both Volticons and Los Duros. Let's see what these teams want to accomplish when it comes to draft. We're obviously going to be starting on the Kyogre map, our locked-in map number 1 of the tournament. And Los Duros will be banning away that Darkrai, sitting at a pretty surprising 35% ban rate in our tournament, by the way.
Yeah, I think in the right hands, it can run over matches, but I don't think it is as secure a pick as others. I mean, for example, your Charizard Wise, which we have barely seen let through into the actual pick phase itself. It's a second Mega on the ban table from Volticons, locking away the Mega Lucario. Los Duros will be going with the Scyther Scizor. We know exactly who they've got in mind when they're banning away that thing. Umbreon for Volticons, a very evergreen option. Charizard Wise still on the table. Los Duros looks like they're favoring the Blastoise.
All right. Okay. So Blastoise going to be picking up a ban here. I mean, such a phenomenal Pokemon. I don't think you'd be too upset about that. And if there was any question marks around Volticons, it's kind of what Pokemon does Tibby end up picking up in that top half. They have quite a big Pokemon pool, but I think we knew that Pokemon was going to be emerging. Mega Charizard Y. And an encounter rate of 90, is that 8%, I believe? 96%. Pretty phenomenal, but not 100 any longer. Please pick Vaporeon. I really need the encounter rate stats. No!
This is purely for Zoink's service.
If they pick Greninja and not Vaporeon, I'm walking out.
The Crustal's okay. I'm all right with the Crustal, and we've seen a lot of good things from Mew today as well. Such a variety, the toolkits. We've known it for years, but in this meta, that really does come to the fore. Tibby locking in the Zacian, and listen, Los Duros, they didn't lock in the Vaporeon. Every reason to think the Volticons with, and indeed they do.
Yeah, now I'm not mad about the Crustle. You know, you see how that works? Now I'm okay.
It's okay
with it. I love encounter rate stat for that only fact that it is, of course, on both sides of the map. Crustle and Mew, the picks so far for Los Duros, a pretty solid range damage dealer, and now they got some upfront work as well with Oscatar on this Machamp. I think so far it's been their best look when they've been bringing it into Thea Sky Ruin, so I'm going to enjoy that one, but Volticon's going to lock down that Trevenant and the Miraidon. Los Duros, final pick going to be this Mimikyu. Pretty decent answer to the Mega Charizard Y. Could buy you a little bit of time, of course, and so can that Slow Beam. So multiple Unite moves that can isolate these hyper-powered targets in the late game in some of these team fights.
Yeah, X's are, of course, not going to be as useful against a Mega Charizard Y in flight. But like you say, the Slow Beam, the Telekinesis, we've been seeing a lot of play rough today. It's a good, well, it doesn't necessarily put a pause on somebody's ability to use a Mega Revolution.
Yeah.
It does mean you go invulnerable for a little bit, though, and those are the precious seconds that could mean everything.
Yeah, you have enemy Pokemon that are kind of have a more difficult time escaping that play rough because it is a solid invulnerable attack. It does have a shorter range of a dash than maybe some of the other all-rounders we might be used to seeing, like a Cerulege, for example, or something like that. So actually landing on these enemy targets might prove to be a challenge. However, Mega Charizard Y, it might be an easy Pokemon to try to tackle in some of these situations.
Not a 100% win rate, though. We have seen it dealt with. I don't ever say easily with this thing because how could you? But it is beatable.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it comes down to micro prioritization, right? It does so much damage from afar. If you see that thing, press the go button.
Yeah.
You gotta be on it, and you gotta be on it quick. Volticons on the purple side, Los Duros in la orange. Let's get this thing going. Game number 1.
Okay, so we do have Tibby bringing in the big sword dog, a terrifying menace to this game a lot of the time, feeling a little like J. Jonah James. Bring me pictures of the sword dog. Either way, Tibby so far is going to try to duel against this Machop. Already pops the eject button from Oscatar, so a big resource gone already, and Oscatar is going to fall. First knockout of the match will go to Tibby.
Yeah, the bugle is through the post box. The news is we've got the K opener. Ha ha ha. Volticon's looking really strong on this top path. Of course, Fizzy's main goal, main objective right now is to find that Trevenant nice and early, but here comes that rotation. Mimikyu top path.
Yeah, and we do have Vaporeon in the enemy backline. I think we had Leon trying to get some stacks in probably and having an escape route via recall, but they're just going to keep going for their scores. Instead, Los Duros on some Mimikyu threatening a topside push, as well as that Charmeleon. Mega Charizard Y has hit that middle stage. Machop trying to see if they can sneak a KO away with Fizzy in the danger zone, but will not close the door.
And they have committed to the Shadow Claw, a Shadow Claw that is currently ravaging the front and back line of Volticons. Fizzy going on a diet there, picking up 2 citrus berries. They're looking pretty healthy for now, but they are powerless to stop the scores going in. Decent work here from Los Duros, who clean up the birds.
Yeah, I mean, Los Duros got to be happy at the very least of, again, Oscatar evolved in that situation. Machop, a decent amount of burst damage in the early game, so doesn't usually have a challenge getting those levels. But again, against a Zacian in the early game, anything is a challenge to get some of these last hits. So with that Mimikyu investment, you have a chance to take a little bit of momentum in the early game, and it pays off, if even slightly.
I do, Leon, I don't think that KO escaped me, Leon. I saw that you were eventually taken out by Los Duros. Back now and on Vaporeon, that is crucial. And Tibby's done pretty well to defend this zone. Otherwise, of course, powered up by that passive Hydron engine. Really strong at both sieging and defending goal zones. There's no way Jay and Danny...
This
Vaporeon is just like drawn to something on that back line.
Yeah.
Regidrago going into the hands of Lee Sin on that Mimikyu.
Yeah, someone check. I think Leon's got a clubhouse set up in that enemy
like
tall
a
grass.
GPS or something.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, they're geocaching in the back line. It happens. Either way, they're going to be doing their thing on the bottom path, getting some scores in. Los Duros looking for an offensive push. Big submission, light screen, enhanced solar beam, just shy of the KO. Great body block by Charlie.
Fantastic body block. Really did save them the KO with the charge beam bites right back. Lee Sim falls. Fizzy looking forward. Tibby, oh, what a great, whoa, what a catch with the wood hammer. Outstanding, and Rops will not be able to make their way through the encounter without a trip back to the Pokemon Center. 4 score for the Vaporeon. Very tight first 3 minutes. Zoinks 28-31. First Reggies are here.
Yeah, the presence of Danny on this top side, though, and the damage they've been able to pepper in throughout this little mini team fight will make it a bit tougher for Voltigons to full send towards the Regieleki, but they're doing just fine cleaning up all the EXP. Oscatar is going to fall a little bit farther behind, and the other side, Tibby is going to be rising up even faster. Los Duros, though, do spend their time, and they get that Regirock. A defense buff could go a long way, especially if they want to exchange objectives.
And that was really nice vision provided from No Way Jay, especially. We've got Rops there too. Nice catch with the Leech Horn. Oh, Rops, I don't think you're getting out of this one, mate. No, you are not. And here we go. Seismic Slam, Mega Evolution, the Fire Blast, completely covering that that cold zone almost. Here we go with another Fire Blast, and all the way back to the T2. Somehow, Rops is still online. No Way Jay back in the fray. Now goes the Miraidon. Tibby now adding reinforcements to the Volticon Assault. Submission, never mind, because the tree's got it covered with 1% health. Los Duros did pay the price slightly, couple of scores down, but overall a success, I think, here, Zoinks.
Yeah, especially at a Unite move disadvantage, right? You didn't have Slow Beam to work with yet, and Mimikyu had just hit that level 9. So despite having a really tough turn of events, they rely on the one they do have in Oscatar's Barrage Blow, and they're able to exchange some really nasty stuff. Obviously, this Scald Slowbro, I think, paying off in a couple of major ways. That attack damage reduction in that AoE around the Steam Cloud working out really well on that enemy push onto that goal zone. So nice play. Let's see if Oscatar can set it up again.
Yeah, this is the advantage, of course, of Volticon's going so heavily into that bottom T1. They had to look away from the Regieleki momentarily, means that Los Duros can contest. Charge Beam doesn't find many here. Now looking back to the Regieleki, yep, that's going to be heading into the hands of Volticons. The Charge Beam unleashed again into the Slow Beam. The shielding, helping, but not denying the inevitable. Regieleki the Mercenary now on the way. Seismic Slam down again. There goes the Fire Blast, burning the path through here for Volticons to get some scores down, but still defending this. We've got Oscatar, Mew falls. Oscatar surely going to be following in the same direction. 3 KO streak for the Charizard. Why?
Yeah, this Pokemon's pretty strong.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, Snow able to essentially 1v3 the enemy team. I mean, Mimikyu and Machamp making great plays on kind of either side of that team fight to try to shut down some major targets, but that Unite move just so difficult to deal with. Machamp Unite move back and ready to go again as Oscatar looks to set up even more, with some Defender Unite moves on both sides will buy a bit of time. Vaporeon does fall, though.
Onto the Registeel. It is a ferocious velocity, the pace of this match. Electro Ball taking out the tree. Registeel, Los Duros, they can work with this. Lying in wait, there's Snow. Behind, No Way Jay's got them though. They knew the tricks. Seismic Slam down again. Mega Revolution in again. That's going to prevent any scoring. Come play with me though. This is one of those tricks to burn down that Mega Gauge ever so slightly. Charge Beam again dispels the Lee Sin threat. No Way Jay caught behind enemy lines. They're going to be dealt with, not after a X-Scissor, but eventually so. 2 KO streak then for the Miraidon. No matter what Los Duros put together, Zoinks, Volticons have an answer.
Yeah, really tough turn of events for Los Duros. I mean, that was your chance to get back on the scoreboard. You do it in a tiny way, but finally you're going to break those points with Image Champ score on the top side. However, Oscatar might go down and pay the price for that push. Rock Tomb going to kind of push them out, but I don't think they were making it back to goal zone either way. When Champ goes down, Los Duros going to have to try to rally back here a little bit, but likely in the face of a Regieleki, best case scenario, this Pokemon hits your goal zone and breaks it for you, and you don't set up for a big overdunk on the other side.
It's got the vibes of we're going to pin our hopes on 2 minutes rather than we're going to pin our hopes on right now. An early pick onto the tree might swing things in favor of Los Duros, but I'm afraid that the materials are too good, and it's too good an opportunity to pass up for Los Duros. Let the Regieleki hit, minimize that overdunk potential. 172 to 125. It's still a close game.
Yeah, I know, extremely close. Los Duros is not out of this one. They are going to fall behind in score after that Regieleki landing and some more scoring on the bottom side, but they still have a solid chance. Again, this Slowbro and Mimikyu Unite move are so extremely powerful and can be an answer to the Mega Charizard Y. So far, we haven't really seen the tandem be able to be pulled off, just too many high priority targets on the other side, but some early damage could go a long way. Scald plus Solar Beam really softening up the enemy defenders.
A timely reminder then as we head towards 2 minutes. Los Duros lose this, that is their tournament over. BH3 already through from this group. For Volticons, they are looking at top spot. They don't want to be knocked out by their team across the way from them. Solar Beams misses. Volticons with pokes onto Kyogre. Rob's caught in a tough place and sliced by Tibby. The Sword Doggo claims the first KO. Big X Scissor into the Rubble Rouser. The Meteor Storm falls down. It's a second KO onto Los Duros. There's the third. Volticons efficient, maniacal, and looking to put this group to bed.
Yeah, it's just such a clean one, taking down so many of these targets before they get Unite moves. This will be the Mew buying some time. Danny doing a good job of utilizing that Unite just to buy space. Going right around the Mega Charizard Y. Even Slowbro, not defensive enough to handle 5 members of Volticon's Unite throwing in the damage. Mew will throw an Electro Ball and they take it! Danny will secure the Kyogre. A level 2 Mew, they pick up the Citrus Berry and surf to buy some time. They do fall. 1 Kyogre buff will fall in the hands of Volticon's Unite. A minute left. Oscatar has the Kyogre buff and 30 points to score.
And a Mimikyu Unite move. If that Charizard Y is able to do so. Oh, bottom path, well defended by the returning Slowbro.
Yeah.
What a save on bottom path. Vaporeon is on that T1 bottom. Here comes the Mimikyu and the Machamp. They've already got the score in. They were too slow to react. Here they go into the Vaporeon now. Less than 20 points. They commit to the play. Come play with me. And Vaporeon is down. So is No Way Jay, on that top path. Here comes Fizzy. There goes a 12 in. 5 push. Oh my goodness. Have they done it? They have indeed. Machamp with another big score. The top path. Other side of the map. 3v1. 188. 221. Can they get another 8? 5 points of difference. They need 5 points. No, they need 6, sorry, because they scored it first, Los Duros. They scored it first. They take it to game 2. Los Duros are alive.
I don't know. Danny doesn't believe it. I see them shaking their head and taking a look at the rest of the team. Watch this one count out, and there it is. Volticons Unite. Volticons Unite picking it up. Impressive stuff. And they ice in their veins, handle the end of that matchup.
What was the score?
I think they were scoring on both sides of that one while we were watching that final.
No,
Yeah.
oh my, this is like Castle Lock-in, where I'm so invested in one story. But there's a B plot going on, and this B plot has ultimately put pain to Los Duros. Oh, I am heartbroken for them. It was all-out chaos at the end of this game.
A devastating moment there at the end of the match. I mean, some late heroics, right? That Mew steal on Kyogre. I mean, multiple Pokemon buff, and then just some tough play calls. They see multiple defenders towards that top goal zone and have to try to play for the bottom side to get the scores. Ultimately, you just burn more time off the clock and give more opportunities for Volticons to create that space. Mega Charizard Y Unite move, removing a defender as well. I mean, there's a lot of things we could go over in this final play, but here is some of those rapid scores near the end. And watch on this top side. They have multiple people getting these scores in, right? We have 14, 50 attempts as well, but I think we have just a few of those all raining in together. Phenomenal work from Volticons.
There was a sneakization, 28 underneath. There was 2 scores in there. Not much that I think that Los Duros could have done, even with Lee Sin coming back and Oscatar coming back. I mean, this is the balancing act that you have in these end games.
Yeah.
Yes, you do want some big Eos energy-filled pockets, like 50s, Humbo Burgers ready to dunk. It's not a bad thing to come prepared with maybe a few bits of pocket money to throw in the well. That is what has made the difference for Volticons.
Another thing that Zacian's pretty incredible at. One of the few Pokemon in the game that can actually get rid of their Eos energy in favor of getting smaller scores is utilizing their Intrepid Sword passive. So really impressive stuff. Snow will be your player of the game, and I have to agree. I think this Mega Charizard Y, being that first pick, was so phenomenal. There were multiple fights where they were just clearly winning by themselves. The power level of this Pokemon's amazing. The power level of this player is tremendous. 9 KOs, 85,000 damage, and not to mention, I don't think that final push works if that Mega Charizard Y can't pick up an enemy defender and bring them out of the battle even momentarily.
And that enhanced Fire Blast is just such a game.
It's pretty.
It's such a game. It's very pretty, but it's such a game changer. Los Duros, look, they can still win this series.
Yeah.
And they have shown so much guile that honestly, it would be difficult to see them not putting up a huge fight going forward now. They know that they're out of the tournament. They want to put pains to Volticons. Because, of course, for Volticons now, the big pie in the sky that they're looking at is, oh, we can get top of group, potentially.
100%.
BH3 would fall to second in a 2-0 scenario.
Yeah, I think even in a 2-1 potentially with the head-to-head of Volticons winning that one.
Yeah.
So I think Volticons with that map win are probably looking at top of group. But either way, I know these teams, they don't have the time to spend that we do in the background running the numbers. Instead, they are going to be locked in and trying to win every single match in front of them because that's the job they showed up to do. So Volticons and Los Duros will be heading into this game number 2. Reminder, these two teams are one of our few chances in this broadcast to watch a non-league team compete against that opponent. So just really show that like there is talent outside of these top 8 teams in EU that are contending and really want to make a late game push in some of the more open tournaments we'll have throughout the year.
It is genuinely, you look at like only 8 spots for the top league and you're like, there's some big names that are missing out here.
True.
I mean, goodness, we look at Peru, who had to fight through the open bracket to even get into Latam in the first place, our world champions. But here and now, it's an EU v EU scrap, and Los Duros want to bite back. Mewtwo Y, Mega Lucario, Mimikyu, Scyther-Scizor, Darkrai, and not Blastoise. It was threatening to be a run back of the bands, but Los Duros seem to have learned their lesson, Zoinks.
Yeah, I like that change. I like that change quite a bit. We're going to see the first pick still in the hands of Volticons Unite, though. So last time we did see the Mega Charizard White. This time, we will see Blastoise, of course, doing pretty phenomenal on a counter rate of its own. 97% right there. And of course, Vaporeon being hovered probably won't be picked. Nobody likes my number.
Well, I don't know. I think that it's a great option, certainly.
Thanks.
Big thanks. Yeah. There you go. See,
Let's go.
It's not completely like thrown
it's only in the
window.
60s. I shouldn't get too excited yet. But all right, either way, I think it's a great defender option. It's proved really, really strong. I think Leon was doing a great job of it in that last game. Some creative early game decisions and passing decisions that we saw.
Good objective.
But you certainly bought quite a bit of time. Now, when Volticons get to change up their strategy a little bit, seeing as Los Duros is going to take that pick away. But it is exciting to see Danny return to the Mew, though, after such a phenomenal game.
Oh, he set up, like, the door was open for that comeback potential. Wonderful work from Danny. The Clefable and the Inteleon then locked in for Volticons. Los Duros, we'll see whether they run back the double defender, potentially. Rops is hovering the Mime. I think that'd be a real funny pick.
Yeah.
At this point in the tournament, why not? Oscar do so, and he is going to lock it in as well. Oscar on the champ again. I'm so excited to see Mr. Mime.
It's a phenomenal Pokemon.
It's
I mean, it's seeing so much play, especially I think in the North America region, but also Japan really does love playing this Pokemon right now. I think it's being a little bit underrated in the region that we're currently commentating in. So I'm excited to see a bit more of this pick. Voltigon's going to be flexing their central area players pool a little bit more. Snow from Mega Charizard Y to Scyther Heroics is now going to go to the Urshifu. One of the first picks I actually really started noticing this player on, by the way. When Blue Shifu was all the rage, Snow was one of the best players at that Pokemon. So going to be something fun to watch. A little nostalgic for Volticons Unite. Last pick for Los Duros might be this Blaziken. Pokemon we haven't seen a ton of in today's tournament, but will be being locked in that 16% encounter rate.
Got to be confident running into the Clefable, certainly. We've seen that Umbreon picked up as well. With foul play, could be a bit of discombobulation on the horizon.
A lot of crowd control.
I mean, Urshifu, I think, is one of the most interesting reads from this tournament because we've seen a real mixture of both single strike and flowing strike. The Blue Shifu, the Dark Strike Urshifu. We've seen more success with one than the other, and I think that single strike Urshifu is the one that is sort of tipping the scales right now. Big burst, solos out opponents. Blue Shifu, I think, I think it's in a similar predicament as a lot of attackers right now, where the damage per second is better in bursts than the little, you know.
Right. Yeah, it is tough. I mean, the decisions you'd pick one over the other become a little interesting, right? Like you want secure, you're probably going with Urshifu, especially if you want damage reduction. There's like a lot of attackers on the other side. You want to have a little bit repellent there. The Wicked Blow damage reduction is nice. And then you're going more of the rapid strikes if you want have a lot of shields on the other side.
Yeah.
You want to be able to ignore the defenses of the enemy. Blue Shifu is going to do a little bit better in that regard. So sometimes it becomes almost an anti-tank in some of that variety. But let's jump into game number 2. Volticons unite on your purple side. Los Duros on the orange side, playing for the pride of the non-league EU teams.
Volticons top of group awaits should they complete the sweep. But if game 1 was anything to go by, they know that that road is most certainly bumpy indeed. Sourcing out the Squirtle, looking for a steal. Oscar's eating half the health bar here as Rops locks down Leon, looking for an early score. That they will get. Wow, that was a close run thing for Oscar. My goodness.
Yeah, I think pretty happy that the enemy central isn't an exceptionally quick clear.
Nice
will be, Leon taking a little bit of that berry, but will eventually fall. So Mime going to take that knockout, and yeah, we're starting to see even the early game light screen have some impact on the match.
The Jester is in the court. Here comes Snow. No AJ locked down here on this bottom path, but we're looking at Snow, who is going blue Shifu here. Watch out, Lee Sin, of course, with that Combustion, looking to get in and around the birds with the Blaze Kick, draw everything back towards their zone. But here comes Fizzy with that beam. Look, locks down. Oh, they missed the Combustion. They have taken the Altaria. Can all of them get back to the zone? Snow going in deep. Can't quite fight anything, but there is a little entrance there for Leon to find a score, for Tibby to find a score, for Snow to dunk 2. Volticons came, they saw, they scored.
Yeah, great early game start. You're right, though. I think that mean look definitely intended for the Combustion, but a weird consolation prize, but I think it counts with that Altaria. You have Snow and Fizzy looking to push this advantage. That's one blue buff steal. I mean, Combustion, there's not a lot of positive things I can say about it, and certainly won't start with its central area clear, taking a little bit too long, and Snow going to take full advantage. That is a blue and a red buff going to the hands of Volticons Unite from not their own central.
Oh, the confusion pushes Tibby out the way. He was actually mid-skull bash, a very weird interaction. Oscar runs through everyone, not going to escape the fists of the Shifu, scoring another 14. Leon continuing to boost those stacks. No way, Jay in a precarious situation, finds their way back to the safety of the base. But fair to say, Volticons with a really strong early game so far, 68-27, but the levels are already ballooning.
You can see on the minimap just some defensive play that Los Duros has been forced into now. Anytime the central area is getting cleared, it's going to take multiple Pokemon. Just the threat of the invade is always available. So you're kind of seeing the Mr. Mime play as a backpack to either the Machamp or the Blaziken in any situation, neither of which have hit those evolutions, as Louisin is still sitting at the Combustion and Machoke only at level 5 at the 7:20-minute mark.
Even with Blaziken, though, it's still a hot second before they're able to switch up the styles, of course, really get into the groove of what makes this Pokemon so exciting. Cherry King's going to fall, down to Oscar on the Machoke. No AJ looking for a quick score on the 5, that they have got. Lee Sin looking already at this bottom Reggie. Doesn't matter what it's going to be, they're going to do their darnest to get it. And it's Regieleki. This will be a really useful tool going forward. They rip it, and it's a clean rip at that. There is no one to even try and counter what they're doing. It's Fizzy versus 4 and Regieleki caught by the submission. This zone is donezo.
Yeah, Fizzy playing a little far out. I mean, maybe unsuspecting there, trying to get all of their central or their own path Pokemon if they could beforehand. But with that Umbreon being gone, that's going to give them enough space to push all the way to the tier 2.
Oh, Blaze Kick. Oh, they do get it. They do get the blue Shifu. In comes a Solar Beam. Really good punishment here of Volticons being caught slightly out of kilter. Los Duros now taking the lead by almost 100 points. No way Jay will be the sacrifice, or will they? Because this Aqua Ring is kind of crazy. Caught by the Snarl. Follow me. Surrounded.
Yeah, Vaporeon's nuts. His Pokemon's not going down. Danny actually going to punish by getting an Electro Ball knockout onto the Inteleon, so perfect target selection, and they are able to take them out before the Clefable can heal them out of that danger range. So, impressive stuff so far. We're starting to get to the stage of the game, though, Relic, that Unite moves are starting to be available for both teams, and that is when things are going to get really scary. Los Duros got some major team fighting options, like the Machamp Unite move, even the Mr. Mime, but on the other side, that Blastoise Unite move is looming.
Blaze Kick. Oh, nice wall again to stop that surf right in its tracks. Just for the radio listeners or background listeners out there, Volticons did pick up a Reg Ice on top part, so a little bit of assistance in the HB recovery column. We already have our next Reggie phase just 25 seconds away, but Los Duros is all hands on deck for this T1 defense on top path.
Yeah, so far pretty impressive. Los Duros having a nice lead, a big push in here, but Champ gets the first KO.
Moving on to the pads, Mystical Mirage, forced back, Tibby looking for a big surf, stunned into submission, quite literally. A miss from Chari on Oscatar. Hydro Typhoon finds the mark, finds 4, and forces a full retreat from Los Duros. No Way Jay again just putting themselves in harm's way to allow for the disengage of his teammates.
I mean, again, they can just soak up so much damage. They can buy half a match worth of space. So Los Duros is safely able to get back to their own goal zone.
Nice.
Rob's caught in a tough spot, though. That serve putting them away from the goal zone. The mean look, ensuring that there was no retreat either. Impressive stuff, but there still is a lot of Los Duros members here to defend the goal zone. A Fizzy trying to remove said goal zone, leaving it now at 1. Big Blastoise surf, the mean look combo, ever deadly, but not gonna break the goal.
It's going to be a lot more painful than it was. They have had to concede the T1 zone on bottom path. As Snow was able to put a little bit too much pressure onto Oscatar, seeing that Regieleki hit the pad, dunking 40, but still not able to wrestle back the points lead from Los Duros, who have been ever present in the scoring column. Now a second Reg Ice, surf through the ice, great hydro pump, water onto a fire type. It's not a good combination. Surf onto the Vaporeon now, who's stuck on pad. Rob's looking for an entrance. There is none. This is wonderful crowd and map control from Volticons, who find a second Reggie.
Yeah, I mean, and Charlie's doing such a good job of playing this Inteleon with this double defender setup. It's not easy to line up these snipe shots all the time with Surf's always pushing and pulling all these enemy targets. Nice play by Oscatar, but it does feel like maybe they're just going to be buying time at the moment. Already a losing team fight, and to be able to just tank this Mew boosted auto at this point in time, that is an extremely high-level Blastoise. To be on par with their own central area player in the Urshifus from Snow. So just a great early game path on the top side for the Blastoise is paying off huge for Volticons.
There's a really interesting conundrum, though, that wasn't there. The Clefable with 40 points in pocket. Ultimately, the team call is, let's just get rid of this zone.
Yeah.
Let's take away a huge buff for them in terms of these speed zones, in terms of setting up. Yeah, it's only a 6-point overdunk, but we're going to take that. It still means that Los Duros in the lead by nay of 20 points. A new Regieleki taking its place on the bottom path. Los Duros is ready for it. I wager to say that Volticons are not. They're still rotating. This is going to the orange side.
Yeah, they're going to pick up this Regieleki pretty quickly. Obviously, it will threaten towards that tier 2, but more than that might be a bit much to ask. I think most importantly, is Inteleon's got to get positioning battle. For any of these sniper Pokemon, if you're trying to play from the outside in, it is so difficult, but the opposite is more than true. Having an Inteleon in position and not threatened by the Los Duros squad with information can be a huge boon for that team. So right now, Voltigon's prioritizing having that map control, and that's going to be Tibby and Fizzy's job already.
I can understand why you've gone for the Mr. Mime in panic. You can understand Showtime would be the first call of order, but they have been patient. They've taken the risk, and it's paid off for the moment. Looking for an entryway. No way, Jay. We've got Oscatar lurking in the grass, watching to look for some submission action. Looking to take away anyone, really. The Umbreon goes down to 50% health. They're going to return to the safe, welcoming arms of Leon as the moonlight shines down.
Yeah, great following so far, but that's a huge Unite move from Machamp to split that team. They're trapped immediately. Big Umbreon unites the Seal of Shields, and Blastoise knocks them all up.
Vaporeon is gone. Health bar's looking real dicey for Los Duros. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3. Blaze Kick. They do find a return onto the Clefable, but they don't have anything else to do anything with. Volticons, again, so efficient in these team fights, looking to go top of the group, looking very, very likely now, unless, though, the cross chop a little too late and $1 short.
Yeah, I mean, we can't be burned by that 2 times in a row. Not us and Volticons, but now they are going to clean up that Kyogre final hit. A minute left on the clock. They do trail on points so far, so if Los Duros can have a legendary level of defense around these goal zones, we could see this match turning favor, but Charlie is going to have all the room in the world to line up these points and escalate their score up to 366. 264 for Los Duros after Mr. Mime's back cap. but with only 30 seconds left, I just don't know if they have the space or the points to catch up.
If they had some Unite moves, then maybe there's a chance, but sadly, I am seeing vacant dots outside of the Vaporeon, and that's not exactly something that you can turn the tide with, quite literally, as it turns out. Volticons, are they one of our big surprises? I think if you were to ask them, no. They knew they had this in them. They're topping the group, a group that includes some of the toughest competition here at EUIC 2026. Volticons are top of the standings.
Wow, and in two extremely close ones, but a 2-0 fashion as well. So a flawless win over Los Duros. And yeah, gonna be feeling great about day number 2. What a finish, and just two immaculate team fights at the end of both of those matches.
Yeah, and we talk about Root Dig putting their feet up. Of course, one of the benefits of being in groups A through D, if you do finish first, is you get that bye through to the quarter-finals. That is why finishing top of group is so critically important. Yes, you can flip it on its head and say, well, you can gain a little bit of momentum if you find that early win in the stage beforehand in our first round of the single elimination bracket, but I don't know about you, it's also a chance to potentially get knocked out.
Oh yeah.
Than you would. So I think the Volticons will take that all day long.
Yeah, they will. And again, I've said it before, and I love Los Duros giving the shout-outs to the crowd. I know they were a bit of a fan favorite at this event.
Yeah,
so
they've done so well.
Yeah, exciting to see that they're still having an awesome time at this EUIC event. But looking at these replays, just a whole lot of Volticons looking clean in this matchup. Loved seeing Tibby on the Blastoise, by the way. Really good look for them, I think, in this game number 2. Really phenomenal team comp overall, but I think that Blastoise standing out a lot to me.
What do we think about the Blaziken choice in the end? It was something that I raised my eyebrow at, especially going into a Blastoise, into a Clefable. A Umbreon that we thought was most likely leaning into mean look. It was a risk.
Yeah, it certainly was. Yeah, I don't know what I would like to see in that same position, to be honest. Maybe Mega Gyarados or something like that, seeing as it wasn't in the ban slot would probably be where I lean. But, you know, in a situation where your back's against the wall, you're not, maybe they weren't sure if they were eliminated or not at that point in time. You got to pick something comfortable, and for that, I can give a bit of credit too. But either way, it will be Tibby with that Blastoise being your MVP. Feeling pretty good about who I picked as my MVP a second ago. 6 knockouts, 67,000 damage dealt, and 66,000 damage taken. This Blastoise always in the thick of it.
It's such an interesting Pokemon just from a UCS historical perspective. It seems to just slowly fade away, and then it roars back into the meta with a real vengeance. This Hydro Pump Surf combo is such a game changer, I think, in the current meta. Yeah. It's why I had it as one of my favorites to be one of the most banned Pokemon, and there it sits at number 2. No surprise to you.
And I truly think if you're talking competitive, you're talking team fights, I don't know if you could ask for a better Unite move in the game. Hydro Typhoon is just, it really has no equal in some of these cases, outside of maybe some of these Megas. But either way, fantastic work from Tibby. Sitting at 1408 experience per minute too. I know I never stop talking about that stat. I don't know. Hates when I talk about it, but I'm actually loving that Blastoise is sitting at that one. Normally for path-based Pokemon, we're not seeing them scratch the 1400 range. We're seeing somewhere in the mid 1300s. Tibby making sure to be clearing off cooldown, and then of course getting into the mix with their first KO at 310.
Well, getting into the mix is it's an important factor to consider, because we shouldn't understate the influence of snow on the Urshifu either. Yeah. Heading up to top path, finding KOs where we find Tibby right in and amongst the action as well, picking off that stray EXP as well. It's great to see that this defender is not afraid to get their hands dirty.
I love it. And I'm sure Volticons does too. And we have an interview with Volticons Unite on stage right now.
Hello, everybody. Duke Snacks here alongside Big Daddy Leon. My friend, how does it feel to be going into day 2 right now?
Man, it feels awesome. Like, getting first seat in this group is really, really great, and I'm so proud of my team. Everyone did so well today, so yeah, GG's.
Listen, going into today, everybody was looking at BH3 to run the table of this group. Obviously, they're doing incredibly well in the league regionals, right? You are a part of that, but taking them down today, a heck of a way to kick off your day. Is that the momentum that you needed to carry you through the rest of the way?
Yeah, it gave us like confidence we needed. Like for some of our players, it's the first time being here, and they had the pressure on them, and getting that win in first game really motivated us to go for more goals for the first.
Welcome back, everyone. Nothing to see here. Well, actually, I tell you what, we do have something to see. So, like, here's the thing: is I get the pleasure of casting with the biggest brain in the entirety of the esport. It's this man right beside me, and he said that he really wants to show you some cool things from that last match. So please take it away. We got.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I just kind of want to go over that last team fight, to be honest with you, because I think it was a really interesting one. I was talking so much about how Volticons was playing off their Unite moves so excellently in some of these major moments, and I just want to talk about it. So let's head into the final moments of this matchup. First, let's pause and set the stage. Really good point presence for all of Los Duros, right? They're isolating a lot of the map. However, right now, we do have Fizzy inside on this Umbreon a little bit. So great work from Fizzy to get just a little bit of forward presence, and then Umbreon is going to kind of act like bait in a lot of these moments. You know, you want to try to bait out some crowd control, and there is Oscatar, but watch the backup from Blastoise right here. As soon as the Umbreon is taken away, I want you all to watch how Blastoise plays around it. You can see them immediately roll back to the rest of their team, and always cutting off any enemy targets from hitting that back line. Big Machamp Unite move bobbles everybody away, but then of course we have my favorite thing in the whole wide world, a Blastoise Unite move hitting, I think, like, what, 1, 2, maybe even 3 targets up here with that incredible Unite. So impressive. And from that point on, it's just curtains for the rest of Los Duros. And Teleon able to get a big pickup here on the top side of the map a moment ago and really just clean up the rest of that one. So impressive stuff. Defenders really getting the job done there. I like some of these double defender compositions, even if they are not as popular these days. But with the Umbreon and Blastoise, it gives you a lot of forward pressure and kind of forces your enemy to make tough calls like Oscatar had to do on the Machamp.
Penny, for your thoughts. You've noted there the 1, 2, 3 Hydro Typhoon. We're glazing it. It's a very, very good Unite move. At this competitive level, do you think that 3 is the absolute minimum that a team should be looking to get out of each of those Hydro?
You know what's funny is I don't. I actually think some of the best players are making the call when it's only getting 2 targets, and they're good targets, you know? Sometimes I think you wait too long for the perfect opportunity when a good opportunity will get you the match win. But let's take a look at our group stage here, Relic. We, of course, were highlighting Group C a moment ago, and Volticons being 3-0 in their match score means they are surging ahead. BH3 pretty happy about some of these tiebreakers. They'll be sitting at 2-1 and making it into day 2.
They'll be joining Root Dignitas from Group A. They'll be joining Evil Geniuses and Tuzi Esports from Group B, and Kamai Esport and Peru Unite from Group D. CACM and Citadel still to be decided, I believe.
No, you're right. Yeah, we still have that one up and coming. You said it, and I got excited about it.
Right, I know.
I can't wait until that match.
It's been
That's going to be
a great day.
That's going to be a fun one. It's been too long since I've watched CACM on broadcast, actually. they were on the start of the day. I need to see them again. We got some other interesting ones, too. Of course, Team Peps and Extinction both looking pretty in their group, but they are yet to play against each other.
We're going to be seeing that as well.
Yeah, that'll be a really interesting placement match. And then finally, in Group F, Los Catacados Kados and Engage. They already had their qualifier one in Group F. Those two teams already qualified for day 2, with Los Caudicados in a 3-0 finish out of that group.
AO's Cup 2026 at EUIC has been pretty great, right?
It's been great.
But there are more matches ahead. 2 more sets on stream. You don't want to miss them. Hey, we'll see you after this.
Okay, bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. We are, of course, live in London at the Excel Center for the European International Championships, also known as EUIC. But for Pokemon Unite, it is the AOS Cup. Of course, by the end of this 3-day adventure, we are going to know the first team heading to the World Championships. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Cowboy, cowboy, cowboy. And I'm joined by Noob Snacks. Noob Snacks, Noob Snacks, Noob Snacks.
We have a great matchup here. CACM, Citadel Gaming. They're going to be battling it out to see who in this group is going to punch their ticket into day 2 and keep their tournament run alive.
Yeah, this is an exciting matchup. Two great squads, both of them deserving of a day 2, but one of them's going to have to prove it right now. Obviously, both of these squads had a good run through their bracket, but ran into Root Dig, who is the #1 seed leaving this group. They've got to beat what's in front of them right now to move on. If not, we'll have no CACM if they're not able to win, no Citadel if they are not able to win. It's a great matchup. I'm so excited that we get a win-and-in game like this on broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you know, when you get to the group stages, sometimes things are kind of like have shaken out already, right? It might be a seeding game, but the fact that we get such a solid matchup here to help us bring us to the end of our group stage here in day 1, you couldn't ask for much more, and these are two very fun teams to watch. Again, Citadel Gaming, almost formerly known as YouTube, Team YT. And then on the other side, CACM, a Worlds qualified team struggling in the LATAM Regional League. However, they kicked off our day with a pretty decent showing against Root Dig, unable to win, but there were signs of life there. So I cannot believe that this is going to be an easy matchup for either of these teams.
No, absolutely not. And I guess the question coming out of this group is really who is in that #2 spot. We know Root Dig is having a bit of a flawless run right now. We have a few teams walking out of their groups with an extremely powerful record. Root Dig with this 5-person group, I think it's the best record of the entire tournament currently, given how that shakes out. And they're going to find out, who is moving forward. It really could go either way. I mean, Citadel has had a rocky run throughout their region, but so has CACM, running into a lot of great teams. I would say LATAM feels like an even more competitive region than North America, but North America has 2 undefeated squads in it that, of course, Citadel has played. So we're going to find out here whether CACM, which you're looking at right now, or Citadel will be moving forward. It is North America versus LATAM.
North America versus LATAM North, as you just stated. CACM and Citadel Gaming, again, both in our regional leagues, right? Not having the run that they would obviously envision themselves to have. However, what a way to get not only this tournament back on track, but your regional league performances back on track by having a good showing in this matchup and then a deep run tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, right? I mean, you had to run into a team that might end up being the, that might end up having a deep run, might end up going to grand finals, might end up winning the whole thing. So it's hard to judge your tournament life off of your matchup with Dignitas, the LAIC champion. However, CACM has run into them a few times. They were the runners-up at LAIC. And then you've got Citadel. I mean, a really good squad with some known quantities on it. You can see Flareon's right there. He's getting mogged by the camera, I think. I don't think he can... never mind. He's mogging the camera right back. He's playing the game with us. You have a lot of players that you've known for years if you've been watching the Unite Championship Series, like with the Team YT jerseys on right now. You can see Fui in frame right here. Kind of a real innovator in the top path. We've got a lot of great members on this team. We've got a Kilo, So Sad Sam. It's a squad that I absolutely love to watch, but they have had a rough start in their season.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, they try unique approaches and sometimes they fly too close to the sun, right? Burn their wax wings down and they can't quite get across the finish line. However, we've also seen some crazy miracle runs out of Citadel Gaming, right? And kind of like that last chance qualifier, making it all the way to the finals of the final stretch and taking that thing to a full Game 5 limit with some crazy plays as well. So no strangers to the big stage on either side of our stage. Great. Well done, Kirk.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right, though. I mean, neither of these teams are unfamiliar with this level of competition. And I think both of them have a lot to prove right now. Both struggling a little bit in their region, but also having some great games. Flashes of brilliance for both of these squads, but also moments that were pretty crushing. Some tough defeats as well, where you do wonder where exactly they are going to shake out. Who will rise to the occasion? We will find out here very soon as we head to our draft.
Umbreon is the first ban. Gengar back the other way, shutting down Reggie, using that homework that they've done to make sure that they're making their way through this draft to the best of their ability.
Vaporeon heading over to Citadel for their second ban. We're going to find out what that is. Miraidon banned out. And with a lot of this, you can see these bans are pretty targeted, right? We're not seeing the classic Mega Gyarados or Charizard Y, things like that. Char Y being banned by CACM. Final ban here from Citadel. Now we have the two Megas banned out, and CACM has their first pick. A lot of powerful options right here. We'll see what they care most about.
Yeah, two amazing Mew players on both sides in Flareons and Donlux, respectively. And Texas finally following suit on what you and I opened the day talking about, and that's the strength of the Duck.
I like this here. Really strong picks from Citadel. We've got Mega Lucario. We have Mew. You mentioned it. I mean, there are a few Pokemon that Flareons is known for. Mew, definitely one of them. Inteleon, another big one. Fui has been playing Top Path so long, he has to have a good Lucario. It's impossible not to. On the other side, we've got that Slowbro. Great for shutting down a Mega that wants to dive in. Lucario is no exception. And we've got a Pokemon that I feel like has been having a stellar day. Inteleon, once again, just you hit these snipe shots and it puts your opponent in such a bad place. We're going to see how Citadel responds. I like the idea of a Blissey if they go with this. You know, a soft-boiled Blissey, you basically can heal out an entire snipe shot with your soft-boiled, you know? So even if they chip at you, you're able to keep your team topped off, plus you have Bliss Assistance, which is a great counter to a Slowbro Slow Beam. They grab you, you Bliss Assistance, give them all the, you know, shield that you can possibly give them to support them in that moment. Next couple of picks, Blaziken and No, looks like we're moving to Mimikyu. Hey. 2 single target shutdown Unite moves.
Yeah, I mean, they're really isolating themselves. They're protecting themselves from this gutter pick. Also, Fui, you know, you have to think on that Mega Lucario going to be a prime target for a Bliss Assistance as well, as So Sad Sam is hovering the dinosaur here. Quick pivot and going with a different grass type, Decidueye.
Yes, this has been something that Sam has been picking up more and more, and even a play that you don't see many teams make. Sam will play this with Razor Leaf as well, so we'll see if that's what they want to bring into this match. If it stays on So Sad Sam, get the Muscle Band, the Rapid Fire Scarf, and a Scope Lens. That is a Razor Leaf Decidueye build. We could be seeing, instead of the top-off healing with Blissey, we could be seeing Helping Hand Safeguard from this Pokemon. We're going to have to see if they can keep this Decidueye healthy enough to rip through the enemies in a fight. The longer Razor Leaf is around, the more of a problem it is, especially into multiple enemies. So if they can keep them topped off, we can see a huge, huge team fight for the side of Citadel. However, if they can get disrupted, if Frank gets in there, if Reggie gets in there and just picks up a couple of KOs early, I think these are going to be really tough fights for Citadel.
Yeah, it's really going to be up to Immortals and Aquilo. Like, all the pressure is on them. They're the only thing that is going to separate, honestly, the entire team, CACM, has their really like solid ability to collapse on top of Razor Leaf Decidueye. Don't forget, Razor Leaf Decidueye has to play in kind of that short range. Like, it is ranged, but it is really has to close that gap. We're not talking Spirit Shackle here.
Yeah, exactly. It's much more of a medium range Pokemon compared to that extreme long range that you're getting out of Snipe Shot or Spirit Shackle. As we head into our first game of this best of 3, CACM Esports, your purple team, Citadel Gaming, your orange team. The winner of this will be moving on to day 2 of our tournament.
We going to be holding down as we are going Aquilo crosstown shootout. Going to start stacking themselves, getting some more weights, and good secure with that big hamburger helper mitt. Going to allow them to get 2 quick stacks in. of course, Akilo is getting bullied out, scrambling away, and could be able to, oh, dual wing beat, suss him out in the bush. K opener straight to the Scyther there. Reggie got to feel good about that, as Citadel Gaming is going to hold it down. So Sad Sam with a quick rotation, going to get up there, but now it's 3 players in the face of 2. Dual wing beat on top of Sam. And Reggie's going to let him off the hook.
Yeah, Reggie's going to move forward right now. Huge score right here of 16 as we have Lucario actually moving towards the bottom path. This is going to be all 5 members of Citadel making it a very aggressive rotation towards this bottom path. We're going to see what they're able to do with it as they move forward. Fui looking for a possible KO. Donlux goes down immediately. Extremely aggressive rotation from Citadel Gaming. They're trying to score. Massive surf the other way. And here comes Reggie.
Reggie stepping up. No real damage done there. Finally, we've got Akilo evolving. Everybody else is scrambling back. Now, silently, the Mimikyu getting huge in the top path. Left completely uncontested as we've got 20 seconds until Reggie Drago.
Yeah, Reggie Drago's going to hit the map here in just 1 second. Lucario heading top. Flareon's trying to get as much experience they can. In the bottom path here, they are level 5, as well as Donlux and Bernie on the other side. Nice secure there for Citadel.
Bernie playing the surf slow bro, a lot of slow bro play, today.
Yeah.
Which I like to see, especially when we have huge single target
opportunities.
Good secure there, and now we're going to have to keep moving back through.
I mean, you'd love to see that if you're Citadel, right? You commit very little resources to this moment, but Flareon still with the eagle eye solar beam from far away. We have Reggie possibly moving top. It looks like they're going to try to slow him down, but look at this here. Frank in some trouble right now. So Sad Sam using that Razor Leaf to kind of bubble them off of their pad. That misses now, and now they're going to look for this fight here. Fui still pretty under level. They are only level 6 currently.
I'd like to say, you mentioned it, Helping Hand. We saw that come out right there on their retreat. Regional League records, CACM 2-4, Citadel Gaming 2-4.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are in a very similar spot in their leagues. They've had some great games, and they've had some tough ones against top squads. I would say CACM has probably had the harder run in their league, but there are great teams in both North America and Latin.
Absolutely. Citadel Gaming with the advantage here on Regieleki. Immortals trying to buy as much time as possible. Fui is getting low, secured again by Flareon's on this Muse. Scyther Unite is used, 2 players down in a heartbeat. Bernie is still hanging out. Eject button over the wall. Knock Knock arrow is out. It is shelling in some damage, but it's not catching the target you'd want, which is Donlux, snipe shot, Immortals on a sliver of HP.
Yeah, Immortals having to peel back here, and it looks like Sam is just going to head back and get some experience. They were able to get that Regieleki thanks to a great secure once again from Flareon's on the Muse. Seems to be really on point with his secure tools today, sitting at level 8 right now. Level-wise, however, things are going better for CACM. The Mimikyu has just been hanging out in the top path all alone, getting as much experience as they want. They are now level 10. Immortals in trouble here, and they do go down.
Flareon's trying to put pressure onto Reggie, has to go into the mist here and cover themselves with the fog, and still sussed out by Donlux, able to get just a sliver of damage on top of Flareon's. I'm wondering how bad Citadel Gaming would be doing right now if Flareon's didn't clutch up on 2 different objectives.
Yeah, I mean, you would wonder, right? Because the fights have not been going particularly well for them. Nice block there from Immortals. They were able to eat that snipe shot as they might move forward here, but we do have Reggie moving through the tall grass. Frank, however, crushing it in the top path. Going to be level 11 right now. Fui only level 9, their top path counterpart on the side of Citadel.
It's a big 30 over there after the knockout on Fui. Frank, again, just left all by their lonesome in the top path and finding a lot of value.
Yeah, tons of value. The positive for Citadel right now is they've lost that first goal zone, and that positive being there's a lot of safe experience for the side of Citadel Gaming that could go to Fui, and they are going to need it because they're behind in the top path. Mimikyu is just going to stay there. Frank is staying top. They have an opportunity to possibly get another objective as CACM and Citadel square up at this bottom Regieleki. 5 seconds left.
Immortal stepping forward, eject button, tries to exit into their wall. They get caught and eviscerated by Reggie. Now we have the Bliss Assistance into the middle, and So Sad Sam is still getting shredded. Snipe shot just
bangs through a kilo. So Sad Sam is the next to fall. That Inteleon Unite move allows them to move forward and really just lay down the fire.
Yeah, and here we go. We have the Reggie Alecki walking right now. We have the Rock Tomb that could slow them down slightly, but it's not going to work. They are now scoring in this bottom path. We've got a 50-point Mimikyu hanging out in this bottom path. Reggie now going to bring this goal zone to 5, and it looks like Frank is going to take this down as soon as we get it as low as we possibly can, which is a great play for CACM. It puts them in a position to get all the experience between this moment here and stack up, get their Unite move back. Incredible. 237 to 27, CACM in control.
In control feels like an understatement, dude. I mean, Don Lux level 11, Bernie level 11, surfing through, keeping that goal zone standing, another big pot shot, and you've got a level 13 Mimikyu. And but the level 12 Scyther goes down to Flareon's with a nice little play in the middle.
Yeah, it looks like Flareon's moving forward here, picking up a double KO, and you got to give it to Flareon's. It feels like they are, you know, keeping Citadel right in this game. However, Citadel has, you know, a long-term game plan, which is get this Razor Leaf Decidueye as high level as possible, and then just to have it absolutely dominate in a big fight. It's tricky, but if done right, they could take out multiple members of CACM all at once. It's a lot. It's the protect the president on Decidueye right here, and it's a tough president to protect.
Oh, without a doubt, especially, again, as you mentioned, the range at which Razor Leaf Decidueye has to play. Don Lux, I feel like they haven't been pressured at all this game.
Not even a little.
And just monster shots on repeat as Aquilo goes down again. And I mean, Frank is level 13 out here, so is Reggie. And Inteleon, of course, just on the doorstep as well.
Here we have Flareon's at 13, doing pretty well experience-wise. Fui is a bit behind as their Lucario. It doesn't feel like they've been as impactful as they've wanted to be in this game, as Citadel is going to give up this Reggie Alecki and mobilize towards the Tier 1 goal zone on the side of CACM. They are at 140 points right here, so if they can get some good scores, they could get back in this game, but they're going to need to either defend or pivot straight to the central area for Kyogre, and it looks like they are going to send players to that bottom objective. We could see CACM rip this off the map immediately. They're kind of known for playing in a wild way like that, but it looks like Citadel's going to have enough time. However, we caught with a snipe shot, a brutal way to start. They might have to reset, and they are.
Shadow Sneak on Aquilo sends them reeling. You never know when the engagement by that Mimikyu is going to happen. You just know that you've been hit by it. Sitting in the middle here, there's a little trap set there for Bernie.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, we have the Shadow Sneak, but they decide not to move in right there. The snipe shot hits Flareon's. We do have the Unite move from Fui. They are moving in for this fight, but I'm not sure where they're going to be able to find their moment.
I mean, Fui pops the Unite move with the Aura Cannon, but this steps up, and now they're caught in that slow bro. Unite, the slow beam is there. Kyogre's getting ripped. The Bliss Assistance is on the Decidueye. They're laying in some damage, but it's not even getting any knockouts. 4 players down. So Sad Sam is going to get surfed into the wall and drowned very quickly. 10, Jack, Queen, King. That's an easy ace for CACM.
Yeah, really tough fight for Citadel right there. They had it set up the way they wanted for the most part. You know, they had the Lucario eat the slow beam, which allowed them to Bliss Assistance the Decidueye, but they just weren't in a position to put enough damage onto their opponents here. Trying to get a KO right now, but it is not going to happen. CACM moving back in for this fight and continuing to score, putting up a very impressive game number 1. 809-190 with a minute left on the clock. They can just keep increasing that score lead, but there's nothing that Citadel is going to be able to do now. They are just going to have to regroup and decide what game number 2 looks like.
What a shame. I mean, I think Flareon's played insane.
I think Flareon's had a great game.
And that's kind of where it stops, unfortunately. I am not sold on this Razor Leaf Decidueye. Again, when you're in that gutter pick position, obviously you're sacrificing strength for strategy. I mentioned that before. The strategy has to be good. It has to counter something. Like, what are you doing with that?
Well, you know, the idea behind it, and we have seen it work, the idea behind it, of course, is you get this thing online, it gets an insane amount of levels, and it auto-attacks everything around it, especially if you don't have a single target Unite shutting it down. However, that is just not what is happening here. Oh, they got the ping. That's a good ping, a check it out ping. That scared me.
Just a way to give anybody at home PTSD here.
you know what? Maybe this is just my my heart yearning for some nostalgia here. Man, what I would give for a So Sad Sam God of War game.
Yeah, I mean, I do love that. Flareon's doing an impression of the saddest boy in the world. Golly. I love him. I hope he does well. He's having a tough time right now. Citadel behind a game. And, you know, I think that they're going to need to reformulate what they're doing. I don't think, and again, it's always so fair in the booth without, you know, putting everything on the line. I just don't think this is the winning strategy for them. Like you were mentioning, the Razor Leaf Decidueye. I hope we see a different look from Citadel. They've had many different looks in the past. They've had some really strong strategies. They've had times where people were banning Gardevoir against them because it was so dang powerful. But we'll see what we can do here in game number 2. Their tournament life is on the line.
I'm just kind of mulling over some potential options. I actually think you could run back the exact same thing with just the Decidueye change, because then your single target Bliss Assistance goes straight to Fui, right? You and I would have liked to see, when we saw the Aura Cannon rip across the screen, I thought for sure it was Fui going to be going mega deep with the Bliss Assistance, and then it just opens up the gates for So Sad Sam to come through. But look, Sam is so split up from everybody right here. You have the Bliss Assistance in the back, but the distraction is done. The work has been complete by that point.
Yeah, and CACM is extremely good at capitalizing on a moment like that and taking an objective. They're kind of known for it, honestly. Reggie, the MVP, 6 knockouts, only going down 2 times, 12 assists, which just means this squad was rolling together and ripping through their opponents. You take a look at the other side here, some numbers of note. You know, you got a couple knockouts on Sam, couple knockouts on Flareon. Unfortunately, not much on Fui. Fui held down to only 20,000 damage for their top path Pokemon. And you look at something like the Mimikyu on the other side, you know, Frank doing 43,000, even though it felt like he was on a, you know, a solo mission most of the game.
Right. I mean, Dunluck's definitely worth highlighting as well.
For sure.
And again, I mean, there was good signs of life in Citadel Gaming. This is a quality squad here.
Yeah.
And they're seeing something in this Razor Leaf Decidueye that, you know, if they were to win this match, maybe we can ask them in the interview what that is, so we can get a little bit of insight here, because we've seen them go to this well a couple times, and they have to be finding success with it somewhere, and unfortunately, it just happens to be when they're finding success when you and I happen to not be watching.
Yeah, it is what it seems like, right? I think without question, this is a strategy that works for them. You know, they're running scrims. They're not going to play something where they go, to be fair, we always lose for this one. That's not what they're going to bring into this tournament. And they already have a couple wins in their bracket. So these are things that they've been running. But it does feel like when they run into a strong team, at least when we get to see them run into a strong team, they do struggle with this plan.
I think the person you need to target on the other side of the stage from you, if I'm Citadel Gaming, I'm shutting down Dunlux.
Yeah.
I don't think you can give them Mew. I don't think you can give them Inteleon.
Yeah.
I think you need to force them onto like something that's a little bit more or less skill expressive, right? Like a Mewtwo Y, where it's like it has more predictability almost. Because these snipe shots and the quality of Mew player that they are is just, it's becoming difficult for any of these teams to overcome at this point.
We're still taking a look at some of these targeted bans here. Miraidon, Gengar on the other side. They've got the Charizard Y, Vaporeon, and the final ban. I wouldn't even mind banning Mew, if I'm being honest, but they're going with the Umbreon. That is a strategy that Citadel loves, a mean look Umbreon and then just raining damage onto that. Final ban here for Citadel. We are looking at Mega Gyarados, and they lock that in. CACM is going to have our first pick.
Which means Citadel Gaming, in my opinion, has selected the second pick slot, which means CACM has selected the Groudon map here.
Ooh.
Slow beam, slow bro, off rip, no questions asked.
Yeah, I mean, it was so powerful for them in game number 1. I'm not too shocked to see it. Couple of picks over here to Citadel. We have the opportunity to grab a Duck, which is incredibly powerful. Psyduck could set up some big wins for the squad. We go with Crustle And the final selection here for Citadel, we are going Psyduck. 2 really strong defender support tanks for the side of Citadel. Next couple of picks, we have Hoopa, and yeah, I mean, you don't want to give it to Citadel. To be fair, the Mew was good enough, but I don't think you want Flareons on that Inteleon.
No. If there's a world where you could see them grab both, to be honest. But Fui gonna have Mimikyu here. Flareon's grabbing Latias.
Yeah,
low encounter rate for such a good Pokemon in my mind.
I agree. I like both of these picks. I like taking the Mimikyu away from CACM. I think that's a good strategy. And I think Latias plays, you know, it's a support, but it plays a lot like an attacker. We've seen some of the great attacker players, especially in North America, like Otter, run this Pokemon and do extremely well with it. I think I've seen Toon run this as well and have a lot of great success. Final couple of picks over to CACM. They are going to be the Machamp, and once again, we have Scyther. Final selection for Citadel, and they're going to bring out the Mew, so we could see some of this switch around. We obviously could throw that Mew over to Flareon's, but we could bounce this around a few different ways. His Mew looked incredible in Game 1.
I give him Mew. So Sad Sam Latias makes sense to me.
Yeah.
You know, Fui taking Mimikyu into the top path, you know, shades of Frank literally from Game 1.
Yeah.
I don't see a world where Flareon's does not have this Mew in their hands. I don't know what would cause that to happen. So we'll find out here as they go into Game 2. Don't forget, Citadel Gaming back against the wall. If they lose this game, their tournament is done.
Yeah, you know, it doesn't feel as maybe climactic as it should in this moment because that first game just felt very one-sided, I think. But it's true, you know, Citadel is going to need to wake up. They switched their strategy, which I think they're probably thankful for. I'm thankful for. They are going to need to win some games right now. And it
on the Mew.
Does look like Sam is on the Mew. Sam is kind of known for a lot of these attackers, though, as a carry. And I think that's a pretty good situation for them. But it is wild to see when we just had Flareons have an amazing Game 1 with Mew. Probably the, you know, standout player from Citadel in Game 1.
Yeah, I agree completely as we are jumping straight into Game 1. Say the thing.
That's right. Game 2, CACM Esports, your purple team. Citadel Gaming, your orange team. It all comes down to this for Citadel. If they lose this game, their tournament is over. CACM moves on to Day 2, and Citadel will be leaving EUIC immediately. We have to pack their bags.
It's just the worst part. It's just
honestly, it's not fun for us.
People's bags.
Yeah.
Gotta wear gloves. It's a whole to-do.
Yeah, you gotta make it all nice, you know, or you get complaints and you lose enough stars, they don't let you cast anymore.
Flareon, a literally battle-tested Mew player, you gotta make some magic happen here. So Sad Sam using coaching to get to Fui as Immortals moves to the middle, trying to get some of these Natu here, and are, for all intents and purposes, fairly successful.
Yeah, pretty good job for Citadel. They're going to commit 4 to this top path and leave Latios in the bottom path by themselves. Moving forward for some of these KOs, the boosted attack doesn't get it right there, and Immortals is going to peel away from this. Nice coaching from Sam right there, able to help them peel back. We have Fui trying to move in, and they do pick up a KO.
Nice. This is what you're looking for here. I mean, this Duck is a difference maker. A Kilo, I believe they're playing Bubble Beam on the Duck as well. You're going to start using those Bubble Beams, press them down to pop the bubbles and do a little bit of stun extra damage.
Donluck's in some trouble right here, being chased down by a Kilo. Here comes Reggie possibly to stop this, but they have to eat a huge Electro Ball. Machamp now takes the KO. Frank pushing them back, but overall, I think Citadel had a pretty strong push right there, putting a lot of pressure on CACM, and Fui is back.
Yeah, Fui trying to get into the action here. Quick little reset. Gonna get a knockout on at least one of those targets. Machoke gonna roll back through as Fui gonna get some points in, and if there's an opportunity to stack, you'd love to see him take it.
Yeah, this is looking great for Citadel. A really strong start, and boy, Fui night and day on this Lucario and Mimikyu right now. Their Mimikyu is absolutely popping off. We didn't get to see Fui have a great Lucario game, that is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, Latias completely unchecked here. Flareon's rolling up to join the crew. Looks like they're going to make a Reggie Drago play. Good little flank by Reggie. Can't find Immortals. Aquilo steps up. Bubble Beam on Texas. Moving back here, we've got a little headache pop there. The portal is there. Reggie pushed out of it and a knockout. That's gargantuan. Now with 2 players down, Citadel Gaming in control, and they're notching another Pokemon on their resume here for knockouts in Game 2.
I mean, signs of life here from Citadel. They are back in this game. They are in this match right now. They do not want to go home. This is a completely different look than we saw in game number 1. They are locked in and they are cooking right now. 22 to 102, easy objective for Citadel. They may continue this push. They've got a Unite move on the Mimikyu.
Yeah, no, and of course, Donlux, Immortal's gonna stress them. Nice little shadow sneak. Psychic is down. Tons of pressure, goes straight in. The portal is set up. Mimikyu Unite traps them. Doesn't allow the Slowbro to reset, and they're knocked out.
Wow.
We continue. Flareon steps up, getting a KO on Reggie. Big Solar Beam. Regieleki on the step. Magician, the berry through, picks it up by Frank. We doing tons of damage, and the Regieleki hits. Where was this Citadel Gaming Game 1?
I have no idea, and I think CACM is wondering the same thing. Like, who did we just run into in this game? We absolutely dumpstered them in game 1, and now we're down 22 to 250. They broke our tier 2 at the 6-minute mark. Who is this squad?
Exactly, brother, please. I mean, you left that Latias unchecked and step in, made a big time difference. Now Donlux needs to hit these snipe shots if they're gonna have a chance here.
Yeah, we can see Fui already level 10 right now, out-leveling the side of CACM. They may be able to get this Reggie Steal for free, and they do. CACM just has to retreat, leave it. We could see Citadel break here. They may decide not to because they don't want to give experience over to the other side, but when your lead is already so strong, you might just want to keep it going, and they are 37-305.
Listen, because of that, and because they're over-leveled right now, they can cut off CACM from a big part of the map. Before, the macro option of the Hoopa was going to give them a lot of opportunities to try and get back into this. But Citadel Gaming, rolling as a gang right now. Immortals just babysitting everything, getting good vision, and Citadel Gaming in complete control.
You know, Citadel has a Unite move on every single Pokemon. They also have an opportunity to fight in the top path, but they don't need to put a lot of resources towards it. They could just let Mimikyu take care of this and try to defend here in the bottom path. CACM is going to go for a full assault onto this goal zone if they can make it happen. Here we have Flareon's trying to stop it right here, and look at that damage onto Reggie.
I mean, forcing out the Scyther Unite move, they step right back in and they get eviscerated. Big Machamp Unite by Frank to displace Immortals. Nice submission there as well. 2 players down, and this is where it begins for CACM. Immortals X's are on Frank. Bernie still stepping up. We're going to have to try and create some separation here. The portal is down. They're trapped in the wall. They're not going to get out of dodge. They're going to get knocked out, sent to the Pokemon Center the hard way.
Beautiful defense from Citadel. They get an objective. Now they're running towards the tier 2 of CACM. I mean, they're in complete control of this match. The question is, do they want to push right here, or do they think they're going to give up some KOs? It looks like they're actually going to peel away from this fight, possibly go for Reggie Drago, possibly the bottom objective. Either way, they are in control of game 2. They also, Doobsnack, secured that Regieleki early enough so that we will see another Regieleki in the top path that could end up walking towards the home goal zone of CACM near the Groudon fight. Citadel, I mean, I'm convinced that they were all asleep in the first match.
Had to have been. CACM, though, doing a great job keeping pace with the levels. The score lead is egregious, but the levels are hanging tough. Knocked out is the Machamp. Reggie has to scramble, and Donlux stepping up, getting a knockout on a prime target in Fui.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. Almost got Texas. They knew they were going to head back through that portal. Not able to stop the fight right there. Drago getting low with that snipe shot. This is going to be hard to out-secure, but actually it looks like these teams are still fighting here, so there is time. Beautiful snipe shot. Machamp Unite ends up using the eject button to connect, but doesn't do enough damage. Machamp still looking for the KO right here, but Frank is the one that goes down.
Oh, quick attempt at a reset is Hoopa. They're going to make it back through, and I don't know why they repopulated right there, because they could not get anything done. Snipe Shot falls just shy of hitting 2 prime targets as Citadel Gaming, again, still in control. Somehow, Reggie is the biggest thing in the lobby, which is crazy. CACM doing a great job at least matching on level.
Yeah, CACM is staying in this game, and when you lose both your top and bottom tier 1, you have access to a lot of experience, and CACM has been using that very effectively. We do have a Reggie here, Reggie Alecki in the top path, but it doesn't look like Citadel is going to be able to capitalize on this. Nice secure here from CACM. Now, that's not going to put him ahead, but it's going to take away a very, very powerful win condition from the side of Citadel, which, of course, is Reggie Alecki walking to that home goal zone. You've got the 2 times points at the 2-minute mark, and all of a sudden, Hundo Burgers are raining in while your opponents think there's going to be a Groudon fight. Now, CACM has a shot. But they need to beat a team that's been beating the brakes off them at every single fight in this match, is up by hundreds and hundreds of points. Citadel in complete control right here. Let's see if they can keep it.
Bernie getting bullied out by a decent Rock Tomb by Immortals. They're just gaining information now. Texas has to Phantom Force out of the bush because they don't want to get caught. They're the express lane for CACM to get back into it. Portal is down. Bernie going to have to reset, which means Citadel Gaming now has complete control of the middle.
Yeah, and here we go. Immortals right now just giving them tons of information. They might need a snipe shot, but that Assault Vest makes that okay. Nice catch right here, but they don't need to overcommit, and they don't, Doobsnacks. Time is ticking away, and it is not CACM's friend. It is Citadel Gaming's best friend, as they are still up by hundreds of points. Even if they break a tier 1 and a tier 2, they will not catch up to Citadel. They have to make a fight happen.
They're playing too slow, my friend. All right, going straight in, suplex down, Portal is there as well. Rubble Rouse, stunned is Frank. Right into the Rock Tomb. Bernie tries to surf their way back out. Tons of damage. E-ball hits, and now we're into the back line. Frank is looking for a target. Tons of damage. Does hit a kilo for a bunch, but is it enough? Yes, 3 players instantly. Rings are unbound. So Sad Sam is finding themselves on the chopping block, and now it's just Flareons standing in between CACM taking a Groudon and potentially winning this game. Snipe Shot is there. Bernie surfs through. Flareons is absolutely bubbled out. Suplex knocked out. They need to run to score immediately. Those Hundo Burgers are about to rain indeed, my friend, and that order is for a bunch.
What a beautiful fight here from CACM. Now up 360, 460 to 345. Time is ticking away, and we said it wasn't CACM's friend. Well, it is right now. Big KO from the Machamp, continuing to move in. Immortals goes down, 2 KO. Give another one to the Inteleon, and there you have it. CACM is going to win here in a 2-0. They're heading to day 2, and Citadel Gaming's tournament is done.
My friend, I don't, how? I mean, how?
It's a tough fight. You know, I saw a really good-looking Unite move from the Psyduck in that final fight, but it just didn't stop enough damage on the side of CACM, and they were able to pick up some huge KOs.
We're watching it back here on our telestrator. I want to see where this thing is ripped apart at the seams. Citadel Gaming feels like in complete control, and then you kind of have this big engagement here, right? I believe it's on Immortals, running straight at them is Frank. Cross chop, suplex, Portal down, forces out the Rubble Rouse. We might as well just go through it.
Yeah, we'll probably go through it here in just a minute because it is an interesting fight to watch. So there you go, CACM moving forward. We got the Lycanroc showing the audience here. And yeah, it is an interesting one, right? You know, giving some GGs over to their opponents there. Game 2, a great fight from Citadel. Game 1, they really struggled. Game 2, they were absolutely there, but what a beautiful endgame fight. And just as you talked about, Doobsnacks, they just kept themselves in the game. They were behind on points, never behind on levels. They
were ahead on levels.
Yeah, they stayed there the whole time, and they waited for their moment, and they took it. We're taking a look at some of the replays, some of the replay from this match. Some big moments here, but Citadel Gaming just in complete control of a lot of these fights. And here, there's like kind of this final moment that we're going to try to look at here in a moment on the telestrator. The snipe shots look like they were a big part of this. You know, the Inteleon being a big part, big Machamp Unite. And look at that reset right there. Machamp on absolutely nothing, and then gets to come right back through.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see just kind of that last sequence again. Maybe we can get the telestrator up and we can kind of slow it down a little bit to follow, because it was, honestly,
I'm going to tip the cap to Frank. I think they were kind of the kingmaker in that moment right there. Reggie going to get the tip of the cap, of course, with the scores and how it's kind of built in here with the knockouts, assists, and the points that they actually put into those buckets. But CACM keeping themselves in the game. And it's tough to find a better team that capitalizes on small opportunities than CACM. We saw them do it at LAIC, and we just saw a prime example here. Staying in with the levels, staying in with the levels, finding a mini opportunity. And honestly, Frank went banana lands in that final fight, setting up Immortals, getting deep, kind of feigning attacking So Sad Sam, pivoting with the big Machamp Unite. I'd love to get us back on this telestrator to go over that together because I think it was a really cool sequence from CACM here. Reggie, of course, a player that cannot be denied.
I mean, you saw the score graph right there. I mean, Citadel absolutely crushing that game, but they weren't able to close it out. And when you are crushing it score-wise, if you're breaking that tier 1, breaking that tier 1 top and bottom, you're giving your opponents access to a ton of experience, which is what they had. Let's take a look, Dupes. Next, you want to walk us through this fight a little bit here?
Make sure I have it in slow-mo here. Immortals in the bush right here. And you're going to see that it's going to be kicked off by Frank. As you can see, cross chop in. The suplex is there. You're immediately going to see the portal from Texas come down, right, to kind of buy some time. Snipe shot, bang, tons of damage. Now, forces out right here. You can see the rubble rouse is coming up. The bubble beam is stepping up this way. And now the collapse is beginning. Our ranged Pokemon are starting to step in because they think they're getting afforded an opportunity here. We keep crawling forward. Eject button out, but keep your eyes again on the Machamp right here because they're going to trigger their Unite move and they're going to go mad deep, right? Rock Tomb is there. We've got the Surf back through. Snipe shot hits another target, and here comes the Machamp. Cross chop. Look, hit their Unite move right into the back line. They move towards the ranged attackers, but it's an absolute bait. Look at the call that they make here. Hit it on a 180, bang. They actually throw their Unite move the other way. Don Luck senses it, pops their Unite move, and immediately 2 players down. Your support core, Immortals and Aquilo are eviscerated. And Fui, guess who else was caught up in that mix here?
Well, yeah, Fui moves in for a Unite move right here, and they end up uniting the Inteleon, but then it looks like it's instantly broken and slow. Oh, no, not even broken. They Unite move the Inteleon, slow beam counter immediately. I was wondering who got hit by the slow beam. It's Fui immediately.
And then all of a sudden, it's 5 on the 2 squishiest Pokemon on the other side, and the range is in your favor because you have the Snipe Shot Inteleon. I mean, picture perfect. But like I said, facilitated bell to bell by Frank on this Machamp. Cross chop in, suplex. Let's get to an interview. I could talk about this fight forever. Zoinks, take it away.
Take it away, Zoinks.
All right, thanks so much. Yeah, great timing for a telestrator. I love that. Great breakdown. I'm sure it was awesome. I got it all in my ear. I'm here with the winner of that last match, Reggie, and now qualified for day 2. How good does it feel, Reggie, to be qualified for day number 2 of EUIC?
Te pregunto que cómo te sientes por haberte clasificado a un Day 2 del EUIC.
No, pues obviamente emocionado y feliz por poder seguir participando en el torneo, pero pues la verdad era algo que habíamos previsto, así que ninguna sorpresa.
He said that he's pretty happy to be qualified for a Day 2, but it's something that they previewed before they arrived to EUIC, so they were pretty comfortable to make in Day 2.
Okay. All right, lots of prep. You knew this was coming. I don't know if you knew if that was coming. In crazy end of that matchup, a huge comeback. In that moment on your team, who's keeping everybody calm? Who's making the decisions to make the right decisions in that final team fight?
Que tras este comeback, ¿quién de ustedes era el que mantenía el equipo unido, el que daba esas comunicaciones y el que conseguía que se mantuviesen focus en el game?
Pues entre todos estábamos focus porque sabíamos que teníamos mejor composición en late game y como nos abrieron las bases temprano, pues teníamos más farm. Entonces solo teníamos que farmear y esperar a minuto 2 y ganar la teamfight como así lo hicimos.
He's saying like they were pretty focused on it because they open the bases too early. For them, they can farm a little bit more, and they just need to wait until the last fight, win that fight, and then everything is done.
Okay. All right, so big macro endgame brain. I like that. Now, my final question for you, Reggie. It's been banned a few times. Do you think in day 2 that you will get to play Gengar at all?
¿Piensas que en algún momento durante día 2 vas a jugar a Gengar?
Pues ojalá que sí.
He says he hopes that yes.
Oh, yeah. I bet you do, Reggie. I bet you do. All right, well, Reggie, to you and CACM, good luck in tomorrow's competition. We'll see you there. We got one more match, so back over to Spraggles and Doof Snacks.
That's right, one more match before we know what tomorrow is going to look like with our single elimination bracket. I'm sure some things need to be figured out with seeding and all that, but we're going to know what teams are moving forward, what position they are moving forward in, and we are so close to having, you know, the table set for day 2, which is very exciting. We got one more good game coming up that you're not going to want to miss. It's Extinction Peps.
Yes, and Extinction, Peps is pretty much already through. Extinction is playing for their tournament life as well. So there is a lot on the line here for Extinction as we are going to go to that match to close out our day. And a big anti-shout out to Zoinks for some reason dumpstering our pretty cool Telestrator conversation.
Once again, anti-shout out to Zoinks as always. Before we head to break, make sure you anti-shout out Zoinks whenever you have the opportunity. We will be right back with the final match of the day. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be Zoinks casting it.
And Relic!
And Relic, which is good, but bad Zoinks.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to the AOS Cup, the EUIC at the XL Centre in London. I'm Spraggles, the content cowboy. He is Doobsnacks, and together we are going to be taking through a mystical journey, a journey which decides best from second best, and proviso, from what we can ascertain, matches are to be decided. CACM and Peru await first and second in this group. Who comes out in that order, though? That's the big question, with Peps currently on top 2-0.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. Like you just mentioned, we have our opponents kind of lined up, with Peru awaiting the, I believe, the likely loser of this matchup, and then CACM awaiting the winner of this one. Of course, like we said, we could be wrong. Keep updated on start.gg if you want to follow along with the tournament action. That's where I go to check the updates on it.
It's a reliable place, I hear.
This will be a really exciting one. I don't believe we've had the chance to see Peps or Extinction on main broadcast so far today. So we are finally going to get to see these teams play on the main stage. Two more league teams who have been participating in our regional leagues, one in EU, one in NA, of course. Love those international battles. I've said it many, many times, and I won't stop. That's a threat. So I'm really excited for this next one.
And Doobsnacks, unfortunately, I have to say, we have lied to the audience. I'm Relic and he's Zoinks. Sorry to pull the wool over your faces there, but I think that Team Peps is going to be feeling the more confident in region. They've only lost 2 series, and those 2 series are to the 2 teams directly above them in Kamai and BH3. Extinction in that mid-pack in NA. Again, you're looking at Root Dig, you're looking at EG. These are powerhouses. You would expect them to do well.
True.
It is a different vibe up here, but Peps do have one of their secret weapons in. Still, for my money, one of the best defenders in the world in Bruv.
Yeah.
He never fails to excite and impress and reinvent in these roles.
The worst kept secret weapon, if we're really to give it a definition. I think Bruv kind of known worldwide at this point, but you're right. Truly one of the best defender players, not only in the region, they've proved it on the world stage multiple times too. So we will see what they're going to bring to the table in terms of draft screen. When it comes to defender options on the side of Extinction, well, it's a bit of a question mark of who will end up picking up that Pokemon. We have had a bit of a roster shuffle for Extinction, playing with some subs. I know JL will be participating on the main stage today for this team, where they haven't been playing in the regional league so far, so a bit of a flex up on main stage there. Trainers played, it feels like, every single role for this team under the sun so far. However, I, of course, am going to rejoice every time it's on that central carry. I mean, just a player who is a part of that LG squad who won here last year. We've now had, 3 different champions from last year play on 3 different teams on this main stage just today.
It just goes to show how Rostermania has really, it's this sort of 52 card pickup, and oh, look at this good player, and look at this good player. For me, I couldn't agree more. I'd love to see Trainer, especially on the Mimikyu, which has had a really good first day here at EUIC 2026. Anyone else from Peps catch your fancy, though?
Yeah, I mean, Zante, it feels like always the talking point of this team. However, I don't want to count out someone like Marv either, who I think has been a phenomenal force. Also been a player who's played
flies under the radar as well.
Yeah, they tend to, which is, I mean, a little frustrating sometimes. I think for how well they have played in tournament play. You know, I casted them back when they were Lucario one-trick, and I think if you ask them, they probably would still love to be Lucario one-trick.
I mean, Mega Lucario, it's brought it back into relevance.
That is true, but I feel like their role kind of demands them to play some other spots on the map so far. So I know. We'll see where they end up actually going in this matchup. But I feel like truly, if you want to talk about the all-star on this team, you can't talk about Peps without Klaus. Truly, they're a biggest game changer in some of these maps. I know they really consider Toon Slim to be a rival in region for them, always competing in the central area. That is probably going to be, what they're trying to do on this stage.
I actually quite like that historically in EU, you kind of had Saryu, Marv, and Klaus all pretty well-established Lucario players back in Season 1.
Yeah.
To have 2 of them now together on the same team, it's almost like a dream come true.
Yeah, let's bring back Red Maw for an event. We'll do a Lucario solo battle matchup. It's fun.
Yes.
We'll put Gatlu back on Lucario. Well, he played green into that time even
Wrangle
too.
Z-Smack
But
as well.
Yeah, sure. We'll bring it all back. Bring me the 1v1 tournaments. I'd love it. Well, let's take a look at our group stage so far. A lot of these already done and dusted. We only have one more group to determine. That's the one we're going to be able to be commentating. But Root Root Dignitas, CACM from Group A, EG and 2Z Esports from Group B, Volticons and BH3 from Group C, and Komai and Peru Unite from Group D. An entire list so far of league teams qualifying into the group stage.
And worth noting that the top spot in all 4 of these groups have a bye through to the quarter-finals of tomorrow, so they don't have to play in the first round. All of those second-place seeded teams do. Let's flip the table here and have a look at Group E and Group F. And so for these teams, first and second seed will be slotted into that first round. We already mentioned Peru and CACM, at least from what we can ascertain, is waiting for either PEPs or Extinction. Just to further dive into that, CACM should be the opponents of first seed, so whichever team wins this, basically. Second seed runs into Peru in the first round of day 2. That's like straight up nightmare fuel.
Yeah, there's no real good option outside of this group between these two teams. Obviously, I think at this one, it's less about what opponent you're going to be facing with those lineups and more just how much momentum can you carry into day 2. I think.
Sure,
and Team Peps looking to be flawless, Extinction looking to bounce back a little bit. I believe they did drop that map, and of course I could be wrong about this, but I do think it was Rework Esports Core who was able to take the match win off Extinction earlier today. A tough look for them, and they do not want to be going 1-2. For Team Peps, like, they are qualified. They are set to go. Rework Esports Core and Extinction having the same record, though, might tell a different story if that is the team they drop the map to.
There is all sorts of very complicated mathematic things that happen in the background here at international championships, that is for sure. But what we can be certain of, looking down at Group F, of course, is that that is all sorted as well. Los Caducados 3-0 and a 6-0 at that as well. Flawless, not dropping a map. Engage with the 2-1, so the 2 European league teams making their way through. And that does mean that we do have a strong presence guaranteed on day 2 for the home region, but it's been a really good showing from all regions that have participated.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, we've had a fun look at a lot of these teams. CACM holding it down for LATAM North, Peru holding it down for LATAM South, and of course 2Z holding it down for Brazil. We got a few NA teams still in the competition, a couple eliminated so far. But like you mentioned, this is all EU. But there we go, we got some new roster swaps into the lineup this time. Yeefan, of course, Bora Reach been a standard. Beside them, though, JL in the mix as well.
It's a who's who, really, of NA from years gone by. And that does include Metallic, who really made a big stamp on the UCS across the last couple of seasons, watching him rise up into prominence. And I mean, admittedly, there have been some tough times for these players, as much as there have been some really good times. They are going to look to keep the good times rolling. It would be a massive W to find a win over what is an incredibly stable PEP side.
Yeah, I kind of consider Extinction to be in the same position as a team like Los Caducados, who going into this weekend was having a tougher performance. Hey, Potato, wake up, you got to mash up.
I know, right?
But I think you have a tougher performance in the regional league so far, but Los Caducados are the ones that bounce back in a 3-0 victory, really just ascertaining to be the best team in their group. In this matchup, though, Extinction already being at 1-1, also having a slow start, looking to really change things up here at the end of day 1.
Just from the mathematics side, it would do them the world of good just to pick up one map win.
Absolutely.
Just a little extra thing on top of everything well that they've done so far today. Of course, they will know for absolute certain that they will be making it through to day 2 should they win. And it all begins here in draft. Extinction taking Psyduck off the table first and foremost. Peps will be banning away Charizard Hawaii, and it's a Mega for a Mega on the ban table. Mega Gyarados from the NA squad.
Well, unfortunately, to rain on your parade relic, there will be no Mimikyu available for Trainer LGC this time around. Kind of curious on what Pokemon they end up picking. Urshifu's been a popular one for them. A Pokemon like Scyther is still a mainstay threat. But right now, we're going to be locking up our support core at the start of this draft. JL picking up the Umbreon.
Looking over to Peps, we've got the Vaporeon still available, Slowbro, Trevenant, Mamoswine. They've all had good days here in the XL Center. I'm thinking that the Mewtwo Y might be picked up at some point during the draft, but not so early on. It'll be Potato locking in the Zacian, and it looks like Marv will be sticking to that Vaporeon. Another W in the Zoinks column.
Yeah, finally. It took these teams some time to start locking it in. Oh, does Metallic pick? Suicune, a Pokemon that has been remarkably absent so far. Yeah, I even wore the pin today, by the way. See, I won't win on the encounter chart, and I won't win in the pin selection game either. Unfortunately, I might just be doomed in this selection. But Bora Reach going to pick up the Clefable. Interesting. That Umbreon and Clefable duo is going to be a lot of crowd control on the other side. And Team Peps bringing out this Lapras. It's funny to see. I mean, Bruv and Marv both love this Pokemon. Zante going to pick up the Empoleon.
We were literally saying off air earlier today, man, where's Empoleon been this entire time? And that is actually even more crazy to think. Where has Suicune been? Where has Pawmot been? For the first time on stream today, Pawmot takes to the stage, Metallic locking in Buzzwole and Desi, who's been getting more and more looks in here.
Okay.
We saw a Razor Leaf Desi.
Yeah, we sure did. I hope we don't again, and I don't think we will, to be entirely true. Team Pep's likely going to swap around some of these Pokemon selections. I imagine Zante is going to be playing the Decidueye, and Klaus will be picking up the Empoleon. Would make a little bit more sense to me once these become completely locked in. On the other side, I think we could see some swaps too. I could see Metallic and LGC swap. I know Metallic loves playing the Pawmot, but Buzzwole is much more of that path contender Pokemon. Metallic probably going to remain down there in that situation. Love seeing Yifan come back to this team and JL kind of pivot in for Rex in this situation. We'll see how well these two new players synergize together in path.
What are we thinking about with Yifan on the Inteleon? For me, Yifan's already great on the Inteleon, we know that, but I think it does double duty, of course, because Zante, I think, revolutionized himself last year on the Inteleon with Kamai Esport. It was so impressive how he sort of broke through a glass ceiling for himself.
Yeah, no, I am excited to see it actually in action as well, this time with the Decidueye, a sniper in its own right. That is if they don't swap Pokemon selection. I don't know at the end of our draft screen if they did or not, but in this situation, we'll see when we actually start spawning in. But yeah, I think this could be a really interesting matchup between our two snipers. We don't get a duel of the snipers very often, Relic. We are going to get it in game number 1 as Extinction on your purple team from NA. Team Peps representing EU on the orange side.
Heading central then, we've got the Pawmi and the Rowlet. Perhaps to the surprise of no one, we've got JL Metallic heading top path here. It's going to be an interesting scrap going up against what is a Soul Zacian as Team Peps looks for the early invade.
Yeah, Metallic does have some early firepower. That Fell Stinger empowered by the full muscle gauge does a lot of extra damage. And take a look at this. Marv making Trainer LGC's life just a little bit harder. And that's a red buff taken away. Trainer not quick enough with the Pawmi.
No one rotating in to help. Trainer says, yo, I've got this, but it's a tricky one here, Marv, as they do scare them away quite successfully. Are they going to pay for it on the top path, though? Potato pretty low health. Metallic, though, has to rotate back, and it's a good thing he did when he did, because Klaus with the rotate, that could have been major trouble.
Yeah, Metallic playing that one a little bit safe. We're going to jump back to watch this invade, because Marv is real low. Trainer will eventually take that buff back, but reminder, the timing of this situation, the most devastating part. Palmo has found the evolution with for Trainer. They'll be pathing down towards the bottom end of the map. And okay, I was talking a whole lot about how I thought those Pokemon would swap. They did not. Klaus will remain on the Decidueye. It looks like the Empoleon a bit more comfortable in Zante's hands.
24-11, your early scores on the doors. We've got a K-opener on the Piplup here on bottom path. Yifan onto the Drizzile. Grub, what a beautiful follower this is. By the way, able to scare away the 3. Trainer going to retreat back into the central area. So long did he spend there that we now have yellow dots already heading back onto the map. So somewhat advantageous to him. In a sense, Marv kind of helped him out with the rotation.
Sure. Yeah. I think we can view it as that. That's totally fine. Marv this time actually repelling an enemy invade as JL is trying to look to steal that red buff away from Clouds. Will not do so, as we do have the Decidueye evolution right before the Regidrago is going to be spawning, and now it hits the map. Spirit Shackle available. JL shot in place.
Has to pop the X speed, finds a Citrus Berry, should be all right. We do have Grub pushing up here as well. Klaus, of course, going to town on the Regidrago with that auto. Looking for the Spirit Shackle secured. Doesn't get it. Yifan snipes it out from underneath his nose, but here comes the Prinplup.
Zante from the top ropes finds the KO. JL falls. Metallic has joined a little bit late, going to try and synergize with Trainer, and does so beautifully. Here comes the Sword Doggo, decides that's not a great idea, picks up the Citrus Berry, rotates back north.
Yeah, Metallic does join that fight late, but for good reason. They have a 2-level lead over Potato right now, by the way, which is just a landslide of a victory on the top side. Looking at Fleetwood Mac up there.
Trainer LSC then.
My favorite Fleetwood Mac song.
Yeah.
Landslide, if anybody was curious.
I couldn't tell, and I wish I had the intelligence to answer back with another
song, but it's an enjoyable one. Anyway, Empoleon's about to hit Reggie's Steel, some early damage so far. As Bruv isolating out, this Lapper is a pretty common pick into the Inteleon on the other side. That Shell Armor passive reducing the big burst damage means that Bruv jumps right in front of that snipe shot. Get down, Mr. President, if Mr. President was Reggie's Steel.
4v2. Into the back line, Heatfan goes, but they are not going to be able to find the through damage. That is a solid 35 dunk. In fact, this T1 could go down should they wish to. Another small score goes in before the 30s dropped. Team Peps, though, doesn't take the lead from that. Extinction has done well to crack the T1 on top path, meaning that they lead by 12 points, and they've taken the Regieleki, whilst all eyes for Team Peps are on bottom path.
Yeah, so far, so good. Extinction, keeping this one close, obviously have the slight advantage, especially in levels. Again, that Metallic and Potato level differential has closed a bit. Trainer LGC powering up that Supercell slam, might decide to dive in, and they jump right on top of the Decidueye. Take a few of those attacks and deal out the damage out of their way, but at least start from Klaus is just too much to handle.
Oh my goodness, they go and dash in, and they do find their mark eventually. 3v1 now on pad against this Metal Clawzation, but from the back line, Sovereign Slide Empoleon takes out the bug. It's a swatter, but the Sword Doggo's fallen too. It is a complete and utter mess here in the enemy central from an Extinction point of view. Kind of ends in nothing, really. A couple of level gains for Extinction, however, and it means that overall it's placed them pretty nicely as we head towards half.
Yeah, I think it could have been much more catastrophic if JL wasn't playing such a fantastic Umbreon, honestly. Right. I think them and Bora playing around that Clefable and Umbreon duo extremely well. Bora keeps everybody up for way longer than they have any right to be, with some Moonlight, but some clever follow-me's as well to pull away enemy aggro, and then at the end, JL's Moonlight Prance on the Air Unite move does buy a lot of space, a lot of time. Extinction able to rally with those couple of KOs to kind of feel good about that last team fight.
Split push for Peps. They will find that T1 on top path completely vacated. Extinction are going all in on this bottom path. Lovely Vaporeon Unite move into the knock-knock. We've got the Sword Doggo slashing through too. It's the Palmot that falls first. Not a great look for Extinction. It's from the back line. Here comes the Lapras Express. Choo-choo, delivering King Empoleon to the scene of the crime. And it is criminal damage indeed from Team Peps, who've taken out 3 and secured the Reg Ice. Ice cool.
Yeah, I love that flank. That's so perfect. Lapras, Empoleon, the combo from the Ocean Deep. Such a nice play. And now they're able to just push even farther. Palmot in a 1v3 situation, looking pretty good. But I think Reg Ice buff and some of that damage reduction from Lapras doing just fine. Yeah, Lante, a little close call, but thanks Reg Ice buff for that healing. It's going to make them a little bit safer on the recall back home. Zacian going to secure in the face of 2 as Potato and Marv 2v2 and get that win over the Regieleki.
Tell you what, that early game for Zante has really made the difference. And Extinction fully leave the pad to its demise. Regieleki with a 3-point overdunk for Team Peps, 109 to 204.
Yeah, this is impressive so far. I mean, Klaus is leading the lobby in levels on this Decidueye at level 13. He's playing that Leaf Storm and Spirit Shackle build, so having a little bit of a Palmot repellent, if you will, in some of these situations. But so far, it's been Marv, the one to really push out the enemy squad. When they take some damage, Bruv fills in, and this tandem defender duo is so difficult to deal with. Good coverage by Bora Reach, though.
Tell you what, Extinction are making things a lot easier for Klaus. They're lining up ducks in a row, but the Super Swole Slam means that that Owl is heading back to the Pokemon Center, leaving Zante chased back by Metallic, throws Vaporeon to the side. Potato goes in, is stunned, I think. Yeetfan looking for a pick, tries to find Bruv. It's the Bug that goes down first, followed swiftly by Zante. Vaporeon unleashes the Unite move. From the back line, it's the Zip Zap of Palmot, who's looking to find more numbers, but can't. They pull out, and I can see why, Zoinks. We're just 45 seconds away from our central area objective.
yeah, that Zip Zap Super Spark, whatever Palmot's Unite move name is, does come to a close, right? It's a Unite move that is so phenomenal, actually charging itself when Palmot utilizes it and jumps into the backline, but eventually it fades. It's time to get out of there. Good job by Borarich and Jael to keep that constant healing, but it's only going to go so far.
I gotta say, I thought we were going to see a complete disengage. No, we're going after Reggie Steele, and that might be bad news bears for Team Peps, who've lost one. They repel the bug, but look at this knock-knock. It's slicing through 3, but Borarich has kept the team online. A human safety net here, as down goes the Vaporeon. Brother, 2 KO streak for the Umbreon, and what beautiful timing this is. Hello, Kyogre.
Yeah, I mean, now we got to make some magic happen. Both defenders are gone. All the damage dealers for Team Peps are up and running. So Extinction will still have to play this one a little carefully, but they want to bait out the damage dealers of Peps and try to isolate them. This is a huge gamble play. Let's see if it pays off.
In goes the dog, but they're not able to find the bone. It's Yeetvan who had popped the Azure Spy Vision to help out with that extra crit damage. Tick over, 2 KO streak. Looking for pads. Marv down. Klaus in retreat. Bruv trying to distract, but the owl has fallen. Here comes the Hundo Burger. Lead to Extinction.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be pretty tough for Team Peps to wrench that lead away. Both defenders getting KO'd and Extinction taking that full advantage on top of the Kyogre, trusting in Yeetvan's ability to secure with either the Snipe Shot or a big auto attack, especially with no Vaporeon or Lapras to body block that Snipe Shot. Really big heads up call. I called it a gamble, but Extinction was holding all the cards.
Sometimes you gotta gamble to see whether it pays off in the end. And is paid off handsomely for Extinction, who make their way back now. Still time on the clock for Team Peps, but Marv is looking low. Mean looks down. Here goes the knock-knock. Punched aside here. 2 KO streak for Trainer. Put him on a roaming Pokemon, put him in an ADC position, and this man makes music.
Yeah, I was watching some of the damage numbers popping up for Trainer LGC. Level 15 Palmot critical hits are truly wild. I was seeing 3,500 thousand damage numbers from this Palmot. Truly tremendous. I think Potato did have a solid game, but I think their game will be ending here for the final 10 seconds of the match. Extinction are going to take map number 1 against Team Peps in a very important matchup for them.
It's an interesting look from the Team Peps perspective. A little shake of the head from Brub. I think they know that they let that one get away from them a little bit in engaging so heavily. Again, this sort of like throw of the dice, as you say, from Extinction to go and engage and throw a full commitment into going for the Reggie Steele. It's not just about that. How many picks can you find as a domino effect? It all leads so beautifully into them taking full control of the final 2 minutes. And from an Extinction perspective, a couple of stages certainly to this series. Stage 1 complete. They have found that game win.
Yeah, totally. And speaking of stage 1, I want to just talk about Extinction's early game again because I don't want it to get lost. I thought Metallic's dominance in the top path over a player, one like Potato, and playing a Pokemon like Zacian was just so phenomenal. Like, you do not have huge level advantages like that this often in competitive play. So Extinction just really off to the races already. When you have a Decidueye who's jumping into path, it takes a little bit while to get to that level spike, right? So you know Extinction's going to have a stronger backup with Palmot jumping into these fights. You can see there, big dive from Empoleon, hoping that some of that AoE damage created by that Sovereign Slide would be able to take out the Kyogre, which just comes up a little bit shy when it comes to Inteleon's just elite secure ability.
You know, I think that both sides actually did quite well to nullify the opponent's sniper as much as possible. Extinction definitely coming out on top more often with that Azure Spy Vision. You've got great maneuverability still through the Fell Stinger. With Knock Knock, if you need to move, that is Unite move over. When we saw that late on in the day during that Reggie Steele secure, it meant that Klaus was kind of on the back foot, couldn't really contribute, wasn't able to find a Spirit Shackle to steal away the Kyogre. Big numbers we see from Borarich in particular, almost hitting 140k on the healing. That is astonishing.
I mean, that happens when you have Decidueye on the other side doing 97,000 damage, and I think Empoleon was quite close as well. But LGC, our player of the game, is the one who takes the cake for damage numbers. 121,000 damage for the Palma. I think we've been talking about how Palma would be a Pokemon where the code would be cracked by Team Extinction. Got to admit, I didn't have LGC picked as the player to do it. Normally had Metallic play in this Pokemon, but hey, again, Trainer LGC, just one of the phenomenal players from North America for a long time. If I'm building an all-star team, they're on it. So I am pretty pumped that they are having such an amazing showcase to start the day. Team Peps maybe not so excited about that factor. Would love to see this match turn around.
I wouldn't be too disheartened if I was Team Peps. There was some lovely interplay. We saw earlier on that wonderful Lapras Express.
Oh yeah, it was a good combo.
Great flank, great combo. Just couldn't survive the pressure really when it ramped up at the worst possible time. We're back into draft though, and it looks pretty familiar from what we saw in game number 1. Mega Luca, Mega Gary I should say, Psyduck, Mega Charizard Y, Mimikyu and Blastoise will be our 6 not seen in game number 2.
All right, so we do have some interesting options still available, but I really think Extinction banning away the big 3 in a lot of these cases, right? Psyduck, Mega Gyarados, Mega Lucario being so formidable in these matches, and then Blastoise and Mega Charizard Y from Team Peps. But that does leave some power picks and some familiar picks if you were watching game number 1, as Umbreon going to be locked in, and Zacian and the Vaporeon. Also, we are returning to Kyogre. Not all the time are we seeing that so far in the day. I feel like we've seen a lot of map 2 Groudon pivots from a lot of these teams. Team Peps actually really liking that sustain, and with the comp that they had built last time, I think that makes a ton of sense.
Interesting from Yeetfan here. Zante is open to the Inteleon should they wish to take it, with Yeetfan going with Miraidon, which we've seen used to great effect with the Charge Beam earlier on in the day. We've also seen a lot of great looks from Mew, so Zante decided to say, no, I don't need that Inteleon. Let me rock something that's been doing really well. Crustle as well, a classic for Bruv. Metallic locking in the Buzzwole again, and Trainer running the Pawmot back.
So a very, very similar composition, obviously. The one exception being that Miraidon. I'm curious why Yeetfan makes that switch. It could be because that early game with the Lapras was just enough to make it, you know, it is worth choosing a different option. That counterplay was just too strong, and that does give Bruv the opportunity to flex up their attacker pick and go for a Crustle, which I think by the community is considered to be one of the best answers to some of these attacker Pokemon, specifically does really well into Miraidon.
Yeah, I think it's great proactivity in draft from Extinction, knowing that if you do pick Inteleon that early again, you've got 1, 2, 3 Peps team slots effectively that you can try and figure out, right, what are we going to counter this with? Interesting to see that Klaus is sticking with that Desi. Great damage numbers.
Yeah, I was going to say, by the numbers it's hard to argue in that situation, right? But yeah, we'll see. It was just that early game with Potato not having as much backup that really felt to be the crucial point for me to slow them down in the early game. Maybe Klaus has a different pathing plan, or they're going to focus on where LGC was rotating. Reminder, the invade into LGC earlier on did work and forced Trainer to actually go down towards the bottom side of the map, which is a bit slower of a path to getting your carries really leveled up highly. So potentially already seeing a bit of rhythm, but Peps is going to be running it back. Maybe not something we thought we'd be saying after how that game 1 ended.
I certainly think, keeping in mind that we're going up against a Buzzwole and a Pawmot again as we head into game 2, Extinction staying on the purple side, Team Peps staying on the orange side. I like the Crustle as a front block to that Desi, far better than the Lapras. You can have fun with a Lapras, you can rotate for fun with a Lapras, but at the end of the day, that X-Scissor is going to keep the Pawmot.
Right. One of my favorite things that Pokemon like Crustle does exceedingly well, it might not engage team fights as well as something like a Mamoswine or a Snorlax, but it does have the ability to peel as well. You can start team fights, but you can also defend your backline so extremely well with things like that X-Scissor. And here we go, game 2, going to be the same style for Marv in trying to make sure Trainer LGC doesn't feel lonely. They're just a caring friend. They want to make sure that Palmy's got buddies in the central area. Trainer going to, intelligently bring the Escavalier into the tall grass, but it will only work for a short amount of time until it retreats back to its spawn point.
Big help from JL, there we go.
Yep.
Trainer is online with the Pawmo. Marv is sent home with nothing but broken hopes and bruised dreams. Now this Crustle is worth mentioning as well, going into the Umbreon with Rubble Rouser, timing essential given the Midnight Prance can rip all of that shielding away.
Great instincts by Klaus there to utilize the eject button. They somehow read that Metallic
was going to eject button try to pull them. There, that was really, it was like eject button, eject button trade, and we just saw them bop over towards the side. So great call by, great survival instincts by Klaus. The fight or flight for the Dartrix so far looking great.
Fingers are on the triggers, and they're going to be ready to snipe later once Desi comes online. 17-8 then, very low scores here in these opening 2 minutes. No surprise, as Extinction knows that they are going to be heading through to day 2 guaranteed should they win this game. Yeah. Zip, zap, full charge spark. Yeah. Thank you very much, production.
Yeah, thank you, production. I know you owe the other casting pair apologies. I guess I owe you thanks. It's a bit of an exchange of rates, but all things equal as they should be, I suppose.
I was very sassy to production last year, and I sure felt it later on, let me tell you.
Yeah, production can be challenging that way. Uh-oh, Klaus caught in that mean look. This is scary. JL trying to lock them down, but they all of a sudden enter a 1v4. Yeet fan making sure that opportunity does not get squandered, gets the chase down, is actually looking for Zante. That might be where the greed overlays a little bit. Marv Potato making sure that is dealt with.
How does the old saying go? Wipe out. As 3 are down, but ultimately it's the Maridon that has the last laugh with a 2-for-1 trade. Big slam from Metallic. The Owl doesn't know what hit them. Concussion central as the dog goes in for some slashes. Rough returns. Solar Beam takes away the majority of the birds. Trainer's caught in a rock tomb, and they're not going to see the light of day now. Metallic might be heading a similar way. 2 KO streak for the Mew.
Pretty slow rotation from Extinction, right? This Umbreon and the Clefable are the ones rotating towards the top, but we do have a lot of presence from Team Peps on the bottom side. So Maridon is stuck down there. Yifen has to defend this tier 1, so Team Peps just a really good attacking timing call to take that fight when they knew they had a big advantage of a 4v2.
Seems like they've knocked the wind out of Extinction right now as it's all hands on deck going south. Reggie Drago into the hands of that Zacian. Knock goes down, focusing on Metallic. Metallic out of range. The health bar does the business. Charge Beam just hoping for a last minute secure, but it's going to be the Desi with that Spirit Shackle, the game changer. But into the back line, here's the zip zap from the poor Mott. Forces Klaus into the back line, picks up the berry diet, and they are not going to be able to press this zone there for Zoinks.
Please, zip zap full charge spark.
Ooh, look at you!
Yeah, I'm a bit of an expert now. Also, honestly, it's also tough to tell if it's Supercell Slam or not sometimes, whether it's utilizing the Unite or it's just a big old jump. But either way, so far looking pretty good for Trainer. This will open up space for Bora Rage to put in a few more stacks. Obviously, this Clefable would love to get out of this situation scot-free, and they will. Moonlight and Follow Me Shield's going to do them a ton of favors as Trainer LGC starts putting on the punch.
Bringing Fight Club to the opposition team. There's one going after the Vaporeon. Fights 2! Did they eat the berry and still go down? That is crazy work from Trainer. And a beautiful 5 points left on pad. This could be a huge overdunk late on in the day.
Yeah, it's true. Vaporeon happy the type advantages don't exist in this game entirely, but Trainer LGC looking to change opinions on that one. A tough spot to be. Rock Tomb X Scissor and Zante lining up every damage attack they have. Same with this Decidueye. Knock trying to get the chase down. Trainer LGC caught in so many of these traps.
How?
With the Clefable, with the backup is crazy.
And I love that Bora was able to tank, well, not even tank damage, they went invulnerable thanks to getting Fly from the Wonder Wish.
Yeah.
Extraordinary luck, and Team Peps are left reeling. They simply have to retreat.
Will be Trainer LGC now roaming towards the top side. And so Nemesis, or sorry, not Nemesis, ooh, my old habits going into play. Extinction playing this out extremely well in 2 games in a row, running both the Umbreon and the Clefable with healing movesets. So Moonlight for the Clefable and the Wish healing. So doubling down on that, a pretty nice answer to the Decidueye so far, in my opinion.
That was a really nice backdoor score from Metallic. You can see caught in 2 minds there, Precization, and ultimately choosing the wrong path, that being their demise in the end. Extinction with the Regice in pocket, nice HP recovery as they head down to the southern path. Worth looking up to the scores actually, as we're heading towards 4 minutes left now. Double Pep's 94-point lead, not unassailable, but certainly healthy enough for this part of the game.
Yeah, and Pep's doing a pretty good job of keeping those levels close to parity, just having to farm up as much as they can. These goal zones did go down pretty early, so that is a lot of extra EXP. Big push in by Marv, has to engage with the Vaporeon Unite move. If they want something defensive, they're going to have to rely on the Rubble Rouser from Bruv.
Vitalik is desperately trying to get to the back line to try and get a handle on anything. They can't quite. Regieleki looking to be a coin flip. There's the Bright Future Meteor Storm. Solo focusing. Klaus can't find the KO. The Mew steals away the Regieleki from Extinction. The Super Swole Slam onto the Owl. It's followed up by a KO onto the Mew. Potato sent packing. What an impressive team fight from Extinction. It means that even though the Regieleki has hit zone zoinks, no further damage done.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, it's a 20-point Electro Ball, right?
Exactly, yeah.
That Mew was able to weave in. They get it done, but yes, in the end, they end up losing that team fight. This is a bit concerning, though. Trainer LGC caught out, does have a Reggie buff, has to use that Unite move. Umbreon there for the backup, and Trainer's going to start turning things around.
It's crazy. It's crazy down. That's what it is. Solar Beam, Umbreon down. But Trainer wants more. 2 KO streak. Sword Doggo on pad. Moving back. They seem, bro, the Thunder. Trainer's found him. Uh-oh. 4.
All right, full quadra for Trainer LGC on this Palma. 2 games in a row, by the way, just showcasing the power level of this all-rounder. Now, there is a Unite move investment from that Pokemon to really get out of a dangerous spot. We're getting really close to the final stretch. Palma, uniquely, one of those Pokemon that can earn back their Unite move very quickly mid-team fight, but still, it is a dangerous concept to be trying to endure. Potato is only at level 12 on this Zacian and is currently looking for that Unite move. A lot of damage done to JL, but again, so much healing on their side, they're able to shrug a lot of that off.
Speaking of dangerous zoinks, that was a very late in the day Midnight Prance Unleashed from JL. They're not going to have that back for a hot second, and that means that they cannot dispel the Rubble Rouser. Might as well use it early, might as well go for the flip. If Vaporeon takes it, Team Pep's now looking for some KOs to really put pain to the problem, but Desi's down. But 2 KO streak for Trainer as Vaporeon falls, turning this around. We've got that Mew on top path. They're going to score a double 46. All hands to the pump for Team Peps on defense.
Yeah, honestly, one of those frustrating times with Trainer LGC getting 2 KOs in a row. That means that they're the only player to get the Kyogre buff. But still, this is going to come down to a scoring race. Trainer LGC actually electing to not put in their points, seeing as they are the ones still holding the buff. They're actually going to leave it up to the rest of their team. They're moving towards the top side of the map. They have the Wish Healing for the backup, but they are trapped with a Rock Tomb right now, Relic.
Great serve from you in the back line, but the rest of the team is 2 away, and Trainer's being let loose. Charge beam onto Brav. Great calls from this Extinction team, lining up their ducks in a row. Mean look onto the Vaporeon, couldn't escape for too long. Brav is up against the wall here. That Charge beam stays for no man and has no fear in front of pad. 376, they're still scoring Extinction.
Yeah, finally Trainer LGC puts in their Hundo Burger. You can reap the rewards of the carnage that you were committing on both sides of the map. This absolutely devastating. Poor Klaus on this Decidueye, I feel like couldn't get out of spawn without having this Palma just attacking them no matter where they went to. Trainer LGC in a great spot. 22 seconds left in this matchup though, and they might go down. Unite move brought back up. Reach gonna give that buddy barrier, and this team Extinction just will not fall.
They were told to clutch up. They were told to win 2 in a row if they wanted to make absolutely, definitely sure that they'd be in day 2. Well, guess what, EUIC? Extinction makes it to day 2.
Wow, what a wake-up series from Extinction over top of a very hot 2-0 Team Peps in our group stage. A team from NA having a tougher time in the Regional League, but it seems like they might have found their rhythm here on the stage at EUIC.
And if my maths doesn't fail me, which again, proviso, it has done many a time, it could potentially put Extinction top of the group.
I think they do, yeah.
E, which would mean that they have sent Team Peps right down the throats of Peru Unite. Oh boy. I mean, not to dismiss the threat of CACM,
not at all,
but it is the world champions.
Watching CACM versus this Extinction team will be very funny. I misspoke earlier talking about Nemesis, but they are a bit of rivals between the two teams. They've matched up in a lot of ICs in the past. So yes. yeah, there's history here. We're going to talk about it. And there we go. We got the GGs on the opposite side of the map. It's all right. Team Peps will still continue on into day 2. So I think they're obviously going to have to refocus a little bit more, get set up for that next day of competition. On the other hand, Extinction going to be doing the same, but maybe with a slightly bigger smile on their face.
Yes, I mean, of course, the one caveat to all of this, because you might be thinking, oh, well, you know, if Team Peps knew that they were going through, then what this? Or, you know, did they not want to face Peru? Or, here's the thing, is both of these teams were always going to start in the first round of the single elimination bracket, regardless. It's not like topping the group was going to skip them a series further down the line. They knew that they would have to start from square one on day 2. And so really, at that point, I guess you could sort of have the glass half full perspective of every single team that you're facing from now on is absolutely goated. They are a super team. And so it doesn't really matter who you face. You have to be on your S tier game.
This genuinely might be one of the scariest day 2 single elimination brackets we've had so far. At least in the last couple of years. I don't know. This EUIC, we've had so many talented teams showing up at this event. Not to mention, just the iron sharpens iron effect of these regional leagues has leveled up teams across the board. Speaking of which, shout out to LGC. 120,000 damage in this game number 2. Not to mention 15 knockouts. Hachi machi.
Look at that Porma. It just wants a hug, and it also wants
I'm not hugging that thing. I'm not hugging a 15 knockout, 120,000 damage marsupial. No, thank you.
I'm a big fan of the build as well. Attack weights, of course, putting a lot of faith in making sure that you can find your way to zone to at least get 4 stacks in by the halfway mark, but that weakness policy, Razor Claw. It's the sort of thing that back in my days, I would have loved to have put on my Aegis Slash, but nowadays it's all about the zip zap. It's all about the clap back from an NA perspective. They weren't fancied here, Extinction against Peps, but never mind that. They've shown up when it matters, and a 2-0 as well is so impressive.
That's clean. LGC looking amazing, and Extinction looking fantastic as well. So why don't we hear from them? We got an interview with Extinction on stage right now.
Yeah, that is right. I am here with Bora from Extinction. Congratulations. What an amazing way to end day 1. You're locked in for day 2. I think the first out of your group, which is incredible. I have so many questions. First, I want to know, what's it like? You've been switching a lot of roles on this squad. You personally, we've had Trainer bouncing around. Tell me that story a little.
Gosh, I mean, everyone's really, really talented, so luckily we have the flexibility to move around, try things out. But I think, you know, getting Trainer back on that jungle role, which is, you know, his bread and butter, really excited and just still trying to figure out all the possibilities we can with that, so.
Yeah, I'm curious. I heard that Trainer didn't want to carry this season. And then was the conversation just you're one of the best to ever do it? I mean, what happened?
Yeah, I mean, when you have Trainer, you know, always looming there, it's kind of hard to not have that conversation. You know, what if, you know, maybe get you back there. You know, our league, NA league, we started off to a slow start, and I think we really had that fire where we didn't want to fall any farther behind, so we wanted to kick it up a notch.
Yeah, I'm not going to get you to tell me any cooks that you have that you want to keep secret, I don't think. But tell me about this composition, this just crazy healing comp. I mean, you've got Palmod in there, Clefable. It's like you can never KO these Pokemon. Tell me a little bit about that. How'd that come to be, and how's it been for you?
I mean, I think we just have to look within and realize that when we have really talented DPSs, the best thing we can do is keep them up and keep them alive. And better we do that, better they're going to produce in these fights. So I think we're just going to really, you know, rely on our carries that we know are going to produce for us.
Amazing. Well, I'm really excited to watch your squad. I do feel like you had a tough start to the season, especially in regionals, but you guys are coming alive here at EUIC, so that is massive. What are you excited for in day 2? Who are you looking to face down?
Gosh, I'm ready for anyone. I just want to win day 2. We're getting Rex back tomorrow, our captain, so we held it down today for him. Tomorrow he's going to come in the cut, and hopefully we'll catch some dubs.
Amazing. Well, awesome. Bora from Extinction, congrats again. And we'll send it back to the booth. You will see them tomorrow. Enjoy, Zoinks.
I'm not sure what I'm supposed to enjoy. Maybe it's just the toss. I'm enjoying the toss. Thank you so much, Spraggles. That was wonderful. I'd love to hear from Bora. I was saying just multiple times, great interview, cool to see. And we have Rex coming back, which is also exciting.
Very interesting.
And where do they slot in? I mean, probably JL and Rex be swapping out, and would make the most sense to me. JL being the kind of on-paper sub for this tournament, I think is where they're going to end up. That's my guess.
That's an interesting call, though, to make the sub for day 2 after such a positive end to day 1. But hey, I mean, part of the theme of this series was backing yourself
and thinking that you can actually do these things that people are doubting of you. It helped them win 2 games, and oh yes, we have confirmation of our top 12 bracket then. We're going to be starting off the day with that first round that you can see in front of you. Peps versus Peru, Extinction versus CACM, an all-EU derby of Engage versus BH3, and Los Caducados versus Tuzi Esports. Awaiting all of those winners in the second round in our top 8 quarterfinals, Root Dignitas, Kamai Esports, Evil Geniuses, and Volticons.
Yeah, and hey, I got to admit, I know I'm a little bit of a North America homer so far, especially when casting with you, since, of course, you can bring the EU, I can bring the NA. Root Dignitas and Evil Geniuses, if they are to face off, will be in the grand finals, which I think is very, very exciting.
Very fair.
Same thing for Komai versus BH3, potentially, if that team can make a huge run for some EU rivalries. Yeah. We got some fun stuff there. If Tuzi wants some runbacks as well, they're going to need to make it all the way to the grands. Some interesting storylines already in this bracket. And again, this might be one of the most formidable top 12s we have had at one of these international championship events. I think maybe only being usurped by some of our worlds.
It's a nasty run for Peru, of course, who've got some of the greatest history in this venue. They've reached the grand finals of the AOS Cup 2 years in a row. They're going to have to beat Dignitas on their way to a potential grand final run, and that is just one storyline. So it's the end of the day, yes. We hope that you get some rest, because get up early for day 2. It is going to be a heck of a show. Follow Unite Esports and all that stuff. Any other things that I'm missing here, Zoinks?
No, I don't think so. Make sure to tune in when we head to our single elimination bracket and look to set our finalists for Championship Sunday. It's been an amazing day 1. We can't wait to see you in day 2.
Very nice. Well done.